Chapter 161 Qian. Shin Yoxing was a little worried. What if she treats you as a bad guy and fights back? There must be a lot of people guarding. But you can also teleport away. Shin Shinfu nodded. Yes, that's what I think. And according to the new information, 18 years ago, the district chief of the 3rd district lost to the current Star Master by 1 vote. At that time, she was only in her 20s. Since then, the district chief of the 3rd district has been against her. So the Star Master may have suppressed them at that time. Li Yu, but she didn't want to disclose the facts at that time. Is she willing to do so now? You will know when you ask her. After all, if you don't ask, the situation will not be worse than it is now. Moreover, since it is the Star Master's decision, she will never be able to overturn Cece's case if she disagrees. Shall we go with you? Shin Shinfu shook his head. No, I will go by myself. If there is any emergency, I will leave quickly. That night, the 1st district of the Blue Sea Star, the official residence of the Star Master. The Crystal Palace? The Crystal Palace is not tall, but very large. The outer wall is covered with blue and white crystal veneer, which emits a very dreamy light at night. Shin Shinfu teleported directly from a long distance to hide behind the curtain of a window of the Crystal Palace. After all, the surveillance around the Crystal Palace is not like the school, which is monitored all day without blind spots. She can only take the risk to come in. But for some reason, after coming in, the flow of her mental power seems to be much slower. Slowly release the mental power to find out the structure here first. The main building has only 3 floors. The 1st floor has an office area and a reception hall, etc. The 2nd floor where she is now is the floor where the Star Lord lives. Strangely, there is no servant in the building. Just as Shin Shinfu was about to pull open the curtain, she heard a crisp music, and then a hand accurately pinched her neck through the curtain. A cold and elegant voice sounded, "Caught a little mouse." Shin Shinfu kaleidoscope attached to the other party's neck almost the moment he touched her, and was about to break the other party's hand. There must be something wrong with this place. But someone with such strength. The hand exerted force through the curtain. Tell me, who sent you? Shin Shinfu endured and did not resist. I came to find you by myself. Star Lord. Find me by yourself? She seemed to be interested and let go of her hand. Come out. Shin Shinfu coughed twice, withdrew the kaleidoscope, and walked out. Shin Shinfu wore the mask from the previous arena city, thinking that if the talks broke down and he had to escape, at least his face would not be photographed. At that time, no one could do anything if he refused to admit it. This was still Shin Yoxing's idea. Looking at the Star Lord in front of him, Shin Shinfu was a little surprised, because she was too young. She should be around 40, but she looked less than 30. She was tall, wearing a red velvet robe embroidered with golden patterns, and her long hair was casually tied up with a hairpin. She had the same ice blue eyes as Tujia, and her facial features were very gorgeous. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she had an unconcealable arrogance and nobility. This was the current Star Master of the Blue Sea Star, Qian. She casually looked at Shin Shinfu and snorted coldly. So you are a kitten. Come on. Why are you looking for me in secret? I want to ask the Star Master. How can we make public the truth about the murder at the graduation ceremony of Yunhe's school that year? Qian's eyes were hazy, and she didn't pretend to be ignorant after thinking about it. That incident. I still remember that little girl. She was very powerful, and I was a little reluctant to let her go. After she finished speaking, her tone was a little cold. But who gave you the courage to come to me directly? I just want the truth and justice. Other than that, there is nothing to be afraid of. Qian was stunned when she heard this, and chuckled. I haven't heard this sentence for a long time. Just now, it was as if time went back, and she met an old friend again. She walked around Shin Shinfu and went to the window, pulled the curtains completely, and sat down on the sofa. This matter involves too many people in the Blue Sea Star, and it couldn't be easily moved before. Then, what about now? The Star Lord had a playful expression. Now? Why should I help you? Even if I am the Star Lord, there is no benefit in offending those old guys. You can trade, if you want to take down those people in the 3rd district. I can help you. Qian supported her chin and glanced at her again. He looks very thin, wearing a cat face mask so his face cannot be seen. He should be a space system that can be teleported in. His mental power fluctuations are very weak, but very unusual. What level are you? 3S level space system. I can definitely help you. No wonder. But is there such a person in the Interstellar? Chi Yin suddenly smiled. Then I try you. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of wind chimes appeared in the whole room in an instant, and began to make a tinkling sound. Each sound could bring a burst of impact, and they attacked Shinshinfu almost without dead ends. Her sudden attack caught Shinshinfu off guard. We were just talking peacefully, but now they are almost beating people up. The people of the Blue Sea Star are really unpredictable. Shinshinfu was dizzy by the crisp and psychedelic bell sound. He fired a space spike, nailing all the wind chimes to the wall, and then disappeared together. It was finally quieter. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chi Yin plucked her fingers in the air, and the sharp sound arrows condensed with sound waves were instantly fired, rushing straight toward Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu dodged and condensed a space shield to block it, while Chi Yin plucked the strings invisibly in the air, as if playing a piano. The sound arrows condensed very quickly, and each one would produce a sound, which actually formed a piece of music. And the strength of this sound arrow is very terrible. After hitting the space shield, there will be 3 layers of sonic boom superimposed. 3 arrows will shatter Shinshinfu's space shield. If there is no space block support, this room would have been penetrated long ago. Is this the ability of other 3S levels? In this case, Shinshinfu snapped his fingers lightly before the next sound arrow came. The space kaleidoscope opened instantly and spread rapidly around her. All the sonic arrows that shot at her were swallowed and squeezed. Even the 3-layer sonic boom could only delay for a moment. The kaleidoscope began to fill the entire space forcefully. Chi Yin was a little shocked. She looked at the kaleidoscope in front of her and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful skill." Suddenly, Shinshinfu felt a strange fluctuation, and the kaleidoscope made a shattering sound. A psychedelic red and purple pattern suddenly appeared behind Chi Yin, like a mandala wind chime, silent but with fluctuations. Then the pattern began to unfold under Chi Yin's feet, emitting light. When it extended to Shinshinfu's feet, she instantly felt that her ability was weakened by 30%. Shinshinfu looked at the pattern under his feet and muttered to himself, "What is this?" Chi Yin curled her lips. "Little girl, you are not obedient. How could a 3S level ability person not know the domain? She has been half opening the domain. So this crystal palace does not need anyone to guard it, and no one can avoid being discovered by her. Domain? Shinshinfu really doesn't know. He has never learned it." Chi Yin raised her hand. A stave wrapped around her arm, and with a thought, she composed a song, slowly pointed at Shinshinfu, and was about to hit him. With a snap, the strap of Shinshinfu's mask broke. The mask fell off, revealing her face. Chi Yin paused, as if she couldn't believe it. Her eyes quickly turned red, and she sighed and said 2 words. "Shin. Yang." Chapter 162. It's not her. Shinshinfu was stunned. Before he could react, Chi Yan's domain was completely dissipated. She walked directly in front of Shinshinfu, even ignoring the sharp kaleidoscope. Shinshinfu had to remove it. In this tiny light spot, Chi Yan walked in front of her. The deep and beautiful eyes added a lot of melancholy at this time. She looked at every detail on Shinshinfu's face seriously. Different. Although they are very similar, they are different. The girl in front of her was very calm, but she looked a little confused at this time. Her eyes were colder than Shinyang, and her emotions were deeply hidden. Shinyang was not like this. She was high profile and unruly from the inside out. She still remembered that she was rebellious at the beginning, ran to the Galaxy Military Academy to study, and won the first place in the league with Shinyang. She still remembered Shinyang raising his eyebrows at her. "It's just Star-Lord. What's the big deal? Chi Yin, you can do it. At most, I can beat up your opponents secretly, so that they all break their legs and can't leave the house." She still remembered Shinyang coming to congratulate her after she became Star-Lord, smiling with curved eyebrows, and handed her an extremely gorgeous hairpin. "Look, this is the dragon bone of the super beast god-level purple-winged dragon that I fought alone for a day and a night. It took me a whole week to carve it. Don't despise it." She still remembered that day. The sudden death news. Chi Yan's eyes changed from joy and surprise to confusion, and finally to disappointment. She sighed as if she was letting go of her strength, and pulled out a sad smile. "I forgot. She is dead." But she couldn't help asking, "What's your name?" Shinshinfu was confused by her change, but facing these sad eyes, Her heart couldn't help but feel a little depressed. My name is Shinshinfu. Your last name is Shin too? She became happy again. What a coincidence. Just when Qi Yan almost superstitiously thought that reincarnation might be possible, she heard Shinshinfu say another sentence. I am Shenyang's daughter. Qi Yan's pupil shrank. And then she was surprised. She pressed Shinshinfu's shoulders and hugged her with tears in her eyes. Shinshinfu's eyes were blank. This was the first time she was embraced by a female elder. And her nose was full of pleasant fragrance. She heard Qi Yan's trembling voice. You must have had a hard time for so many years. She remembered the news that the eldest daughter of the Lang family was missing. I should have gone to your mother's funeral. But I didn't go. I still couldn't believe that she died like this. She was her best friend. But she didn't even help to protect her daughter. Somehow, Shinshinfu's nose was slightly sour, and her eyes were a little warm. Maybe she hugged too hard. After a long time, Qi Yan finally let her go and said softly, Follow me. Shinshinfu unlocked the space block and followed her out, passing the corridor, the study, and came to her office on the first floor. Qi Yan took a storage block from a shelf after verification and handed it to Shinshinfu. This is what you want. Shinshinfu took it and didn't expect to get it so soon. Qi Yan looked at her with satisfaction. Although you are a little different, your background is the same. Kind and righteous. Shenyang said the same thing as you before. She also said, I want the truth and justice. Then what do I need to do? Shinshinfu is now in a state of being soft-handed and always feels that he should give something back. Qi Yan then returned to her confident and strong appearance. No need. I'm just teasing you. The 3rd district has been arrogant for too long. I originally planned to get rid of those termites during this time. It's just a little earlier. 3 years is enough. From their children, you can know what the family style is. It's a blood debt. Those families have existed since hundreds of years ago, when the Blue Sea Star was still an empire. They are deep-rooted and difficult to remove. A few years ago, she hadn't laid out a complete plan, so she could only threaten those people to spare Cece's life by holding the handle. Now the time is almost up. A citizen is also her citizen. And that matter is not a trivial matter. Their previous wish was that the interstellar peace and the sea and river would be clear. And she never forgot it. The Blue Sea Star is finally going to have new changes. Qi Yan asked Shinshinfu. Are you also a student of the Galaxy Military Academy's Superpower Department now? At that time, she recommended Cece to go to teacher Xian, who used to teach them. I guess Shinshinfu was with Cece. She was busy with official duties, and had no time to surf the internet. Tujia made all the decisions about the competition alone. And she would not care. Shinshinfu shook his head. No. I'm from the art department. And I'm currently participating in the league at Guangyu Star. Qi Yan frowned. Art department? Teacher Xian took the art department? Yes. He just walks around, drinks tea, and chats every day. Qi Yan, I can't believe that someone who used to be so vicious is now just retired. God knows what kind of life they lived before. Worse than the single soldier system. Qi Yan added Shinshinfu friend account. 3S level superpowers all have their own fields. You have to learn this. If you don't know, ask me, or ask teacher Xian. Although he is not 3S level, he is taught. Shinshinfu nodded. Seeing that she was very well behaved, Qi Yan felt soft in her heart and took something out of the drawer and handed it to her. This is my gift to you. Go. Wait until the storm of the Blue Sea Star is over. Come to me again, and I will take you to see your mother's favorite place. Shinshinfu listened to her words and smiled brightly. Okay. Thank you, Qi Yan. Teacher. Shinshinfu always felt that she looked like a sister, and shouldn't call her aunt. After Shinshinfu left, Qi Yan returned to the room, took off the hairpin on her head, and her long hair fell down, looking out the window with relief. Shenyang, this child is very good. Although he has suffered, he is as tough and strong as you. The way she stands up for her friend is exactly like you. She sighed. If I had known that she would call me Qi Yan's mother, I would have given her the gift. Damn. I forgot. After nightfall, another person came into the Crystal Palace. She sneaked to the office on the first floor and searched stealthily. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by a crisp sound rang out. What are you doing? Thief in your own home? Tujia was startled, turned stiffly, and laughed dryly. Hee hee. Teacher. Oh, aunt. I just came back to take a look. Aren't you playing? Training these days. Shi Yin raised her eyebrows. What did you come back to steal? There are thieves in this house one after another today. And it's not over yet. Tu Jia really didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. And she bit the bullet and fooled. I just took a look. I go back to my room first if nothing happens. She ran away directly, completely losing her calmness during the league. Stop! Shi Yin stood in front of her. The evidence is gone. It's useless for you to come back. What? It shouldn't be like this. Tu Jia was anxious and met Shi Yan's mischievous expression. That's not what I meant. Chapter 163 All Villains. Shi Yin smiled at her. What have you found out? Tu Jia said helplessly. That is, the recent uproar. The 3rd district suppressed the truth, but you covered it up. So you are ready to steal evidence in the middle of the night. Shi Yin sighed. One by one. So direct. Tu Jia was puzzled. Who else? You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, don't go back to the Azure Sea Star for the time being. Wait until the league is over. The murder case will soon have a result. At that time, you can do whatever you want. Don't you blame me? Do such a shameful thing. Shi Yin pinned Tu Jia's hair behind her ears. Some things depend on what you are doing. The world is not black and white. Even I have many reasons. You still have a lot to learn in the future. Tu Jia is her sister child. When she went to the military district, Tu Jia's parents died in the war. So she returned to the Azure Sea Star. Tu Jia was raised by her alone. This child is also lonely. But she has a heart full of sea. Now she will secretly find evidence for the injustice of the citizens without telling her. Great progress. Okay. Go and rest. And rush back to Guangyu Star tomorrow morning. Tu Jia nodded, thinking that he would be reprimanded. But he didn't expect it to be so lightly exposed. And Shin Shinfu returned to the hotel. Li Yu and Shin Yoshing haven't rested well recently. They stayed up late in the living room until their eyes were dizzy. But they insisted on waiting for her to come back. When she saw her, Li Yu thought she was hallucinating, and poked Shin Yoshing. Hey, do you think the Shin Shinfu I saw was an illusion? Shin Yoshing's eyes were long. Yeah, I saw an illusion too. Shin Shinfu took out the storage block and asked, what illusion? The two were shocked and woke up. You're back. Is this the memory storage block at that time? It should be. But I haven't seen it yet. Shin Shinfu handed it over. Li Yu had already prepared the display device. It was a small box connected to a unique display screen. After the storage block was placed in the box, the extracted memory was directly displayed on the screen. It extracted the memories of everyone in Cece's class about the treatment she suffered in those years, which were intertwined according to the perspectives of the timeline. In their memories, Cece was fat, but it was not too special in the interstellar space. And the reality is that it was not just the 5 people who hurt her, but also other people in the class. Although they themselves would be bullied by that small group, this did not affect their bullying of Cece, who was lower in status than them. It was just relatively less bad. But bullying could not be calculated by degree. If you do it, it is wrong. There is no end to hearing bad words and seeing hurtful things. According to the development of the timeline, the faces of the 3 people became heavier and heavier until they saw the graduation ceremony. Only then did they realize that the boy who gave the information and other classmates had all lied to them. It was not only the 5-person group and Cece in the music building, but also everyone in the class. But they ran fast, and Cece went straight to the small group again. Huayin ran out with the class and locked the door from the outside, fearing that she would run out and kill them. The last scene from the spectator's perspective was that the door was locked, and Cece's perspective was almost a collection of blood and tears. This is really not a single good person. No wonder they all said they were not there. The boy said so much, mixed with truth and falsehood. But he didn't expect that they could really get any evidence from the Star Lord. And he didn't think that the Star Lord would offend the 3rd district for such a small matter. After all, he had kept it a secret before, so he was probably on their side. So, everyone in that class was in the same group. Even if Shin Shinfu had expected these things, he was tortured at this time. Dealing with people is not easier than dealing with alien beasts. People in the Interstellar have human rights, but these rights are divided into high and low, noble and humble. All the rules and regulations are set by people with power. People without power, even if they follow the rules, still need to rely on luck. If you are lucky, you will be born on a good planet and live a stable life. If you are unlucky, the little power you have is equivalent to nothing. You will be exploited, brainwashed, controlled, and your life and death are not up to you. Shin Chenfu sighed. Liu buried her face in the pillow and cried loudly, making her left ear buzz. Shin Yoshing also sniffed and turned his head to ask, so are we going to extract these memories again? Blur them and send them out? Shin Chenfu patted his shoulder. I'm here. Who are you talking to? There is no one over there. She continued. I think we should ask Cece herself and let her make her own decision. Liu choked up and said, I think. Okay. Originally, they could be teleported back directly. But Shin Chenfu saw the two of them like this. So he decided to take a break first. Don't let yourself die before you can turn the tables. You guys go to sleep first. We go back to Guanyu Star tomorrow. The next day, the two of them followed Shin Chenfu back to Guanyu Star with swollen eyes. The rest of the team was also very angry during this period, fighting against black people online day and night, quarreling with others all day long, and only rested well when a few people came back with evidence. Shin Chenfu entered Cece's room. She was still sleeping. She directly brought out a fresh and spicy grilled fish from the space world and placed it next to her table. Then she used her hand to fan the fragrance towards the bed. Before Cece opened her eyes, her saliva flowed down first, and she woke up with smacking her lips after a while. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, wiped her saliva and asked, Do you usually wake people up like this? Shin Chenfu shook her head. It's usually Liu who knocks on the door to wake me up. You should get up and have breakfast. Cece's low mood was diluted by her, looking at the red oil and peppers on the table and the steaming grilled fish. This? Breakfast? It's too stimulating. Liu said that the son of the sea loves to eat things from the sea. She took out a large portion of rice and said, It's best to eat it with rice. Otherwise it's salty. Okay. Cece laughed speechlessly. One dared to say it, and the other dared to understand it. When she finished cleaning up and sat at the table, just as she put a piece of fish in her mouth, Shin Chenfu suddenly said, We went to the Star Lord to get the evidence for you. Now it depends on whether you want to censor it and publish it. Cece choked and then began to cough violently. Star Lord? Evidence? How did you get it? And did she want her to eat or not? She almost choked to death. Is there a possibility that it would be better to tell me this before or after I eat? The chili oil choked my ears. Cece drank some water, ate a whole portion of rice and half a grilled fish, and was sweating profusely. Finally, with red eyes and swollen mouth from the spiciness, she grinned and said, F.A. Shin Chenfu also smiled. Cece, there's a piece of chili on your teeth. Cece, you'd better leave. And leave me alone. Chapter 164 Clearing the Name. After coming out of Cece's room, Shin Chenfu didn't expect that the first person he saw would be Ji Che. He saw Shin Chenfu's eyes light up. Benefactor, I'm here to invite you. He handed out a stack of invitations. Shin Chenfu was puzzled. Invite what? Dinner. I've arranged a very good place. Invite the entire Galaxy School team, and you will definitely eat with peace of mind and enjoy it. Why? Shin Chenfu thought. It seems that there is no intersection. Ji Che was shocked, and then showed an expression of I just watch you pretend. You have helped us so many times. It is my duty to invite you. And isn't the Capital Star going to celebrate the New Year these days? So I celebrate it for you. New Year? Shin Chenfu really didn't remember. She took it and flipped through it. Everyone in the team had a separate invitation. And there was also one for Cece. At this time, Liu came out, saw the invitation in her hand, grabbed it, and flipped it a few times. Liu teased. Hey, Master Ji is treating us to a big meal. Ji Che nodded. Come on. All of you. Liu looked at his still bright eyes and asked, Didn't you see the news about our galaxy? Others are avoiding suspicion. But you still dare to treat us to a meal? I saw it. Ji Che recalled. It's all over the internet. But what does that have to do with me treating you to a meal? It's not the same thing. Shin Chenfu's tone was even lighter. We will go. Thank you. Ji Che left happily. That day, Liu arranged for the most influential media on various planets to release a censored clarification video, pushing the heat of this matter to the peak. Everyone saw Cece's bloody dance on the nail. No normal person would not be frightened when seeing that scene. It was a person covered in wounds, dancing with bloody footprints with every step. There were bursts of laughter from so many people around, and all kinds of humiliating words simply trampled people's self-esteem into the mud. Hanan, who had millions of fans before, was also among them. Her face was particularly hateful. As a lackey in a small group, she cursed so badly. At the same time, the official announcement of the Blue Sea Star was released. The district chief of the 3rd District concealed the facts and caused injustice to the victims. The relevant departments have conducted a comprehensive investigation. All participants in the year will be punished by law. In addition, many criminal acts of officials in the 3rd District were accidentally found, and all relevant personnel were dismissed. A major reshuffle of the 3rd District. Cece acted in self-defense and happened to encounter a special awakening of superpowers. So she was innocent. In less than a day, the whole thing turned around and reversed. Netizens were saying sorry to Cece. Cece is not guilty. Cece is sorry. Cece, you are beautiful. The topic dominated the list. And the topic was full of apologies. I was led by the rhythm at that time. Sorry. What's wrong with her being a little fat? It's not against the law. The deformed aesthetics are really enough. The curses in the video are really ugly. Only the enemy wants you to be thin. It made me cry. I was also ridiculed like this before, saying that my nose was flat and my eyes were small. But good-looking people will also be criticized. My classmates spread rumors that I had plastic surgery. Appearance discrimination is not allowed. You can pursue beauty yourself, but you can't laugh at others. StarCraft has aroused a lot of discussion and thinking on the topics of appearance discrimination, school bullying, and verbal violence. On the other hand, how quickly Hanako became popular at that time. How much backlash she will suffer now. She can hardly go out. Even her classmates in the same school are banging on the door and scolding her. She was the only one in her class who was admitted to Lancôme before. But now no one helps her. Even her best friend parted ways with her. She obviously scolded Cece at that time. But now she turned her anger to her. She just couldn't bear to see that the fat and ugly Cece, who was trampled under her feet at that time, was so happy now. So she wanted to take revenge. I didn't expect that this matter could be overturned with so many people suppressing it. And even the entire 3rd District was strictly investigated. However, before she could figure out what was going on, Tujia kicked her out of the school team. She didn't dare to go back to the Blue Sea Star, because she was the one who exposed this matter. If she hadn't said it at that time, the 3rd District would still be fine now. So Hua-in packed her bags overnight and prepared to escape, but was stopped by Tujia, who arranged for someone to take her back to be punished, including every student that Shinshinfu and the other two had gone to find at that time. There were different degrees of punishment. Shi Yan didn't miss anyone. A few days later, the eve of the 5th competition, Cece was too embarrassed to go out for a few days. She looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. Why didn't Shinshinfu bring her food? Was she annoyed? Woo! Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Cece felt very strange. Didn't she usually teleport indirectly as if there was no door? The knock on the door gradually became more and more violent. It seemed to be scolding. Why don't you open the door? The person knocking on the door doesn't seem like Shinshinfu. Cece hesitated and walked over to open the door. She was stuffed with a few bouquets of flowers in front of her. She could hardly hold them. What are you doing? The 9 people spoke at the same time. We take you to the New Year's Eve dinner. Cece put the flowers down and saw Xiao Lai's dark face at a glance. Why are you wearing this makeup again? Before she finished speaking, she saw that the other people also made themselves up strangely. Shinshinfu painted a blue star and a golden star on each eye, and painted his face red, like a clown makeup. Liu painted her face dark brown, and there was an inexplicable moon on her forehead. She hadn't seen Shin Yoshing Thorn ball costume for a long time, and she still missed it at this moment. Zhao Chengcheng made her hair red. Xia Shu made her face bumpy like tree bark. Xia Hua had some roses inserted in her 2 small tufts. And Nai Yi painted her face white. And standing with Xiao Lai, they were just the black and white evil spirits. No, 3 evil spirits. Xiao Fei imitated Xiao Lai and also covered half of his face. But the 2 were mirror images. One covering the left side, and the other covering the right side. You guys are crazy? Have you been insane because of the online bullying for her? Xia Shu keenly noticed that under her sleeves, which were pressed by the flowers, there were scars from her. A healing light was set from a distance. And in the blink of an eye, the scars disappeared and her skin was as smooth as new. And Xiao Lai took out a gorgeous princess dress. The blue skirt was embroidered with extremely beautiful corals, and a layer of wonderful gauze was covered on the outside. Under the light, it shimmered like the seawater. This is my gift to my lifesaver. Hurry up and change it. Cece was dazed and was pulled in by Liu and the others to change clothes and put on makeup. And finally to the dinner scene. Perhaps because Ji-che made too much noise, there were many reporters guarding the hotel entrance. At this time, seeing the Freedom 1 team, the peak of public opinion, they all began to ask questions. But the team members did not answer, but just stood at the hotel entrance and took photos. The flashlights kept flashing. And this photo later became a treasure of the fans of the Freedom 1 team. There were 9 funny people surrounding Cece, who was smiling brightly in the middle. Chapter 165 Gift. When the team entered, Kata and Inha were all shocked. Ji-che scratched his head. I don't think I wrote masquerade. After they sat down, Liu left for a while, then brought a dish and placed it in front of Cece. Here, eat quickly. This is... Liu smiled very proudly. I keep my word. I made shredded potatoes and fried ginger by myself. Eat it. Cece laughed dryly. Haha. There's no need to be so serious. Liu pushed the dish in front of her again. You have to keep your word too. So Cece was forced to eat a plate of shredded potatoes and fried ginger before eating the food. Who understands? The people of Inha watched the Freedom 1 team being cyberbullied at the time, and quickly turned the tables in a few days. They were all glad that they didn't follow the online abuse. As the commander-in-chief, Lu Shi issued an order that if anyone followed the trend and insulted, they would be kicked out of the school team directly. Fortunately, the place Ji-che arranged was really good. Xiaohua ate one dish after another, and it turned into a big eater challenge. Every time she ate a dish, her classmates around her would cheer for her, which made her eat even happier. In the end, Xiaoshu helped her out. I told you to eat less. Xiaohua covered her mouth. Don't talk to me. It's a pity to spit out such delicious food. In fact, the dinner was not over, but there were too many eyes looking at Cece. So I thought it would be better to go back early. After the team got on the aircraft, they finally relaxed. Shinshinfu cleared his throat and said a little stiffly, I have a gift for you. Liu was interested after hearing this. Oh, a gift? What gift? Your exotic beast block? Zhao Chengcheng also woke up and smiled. That's good. That's so expensive. Hee hee. Xiaofei didn't know what she had prepared. Tell me quickly. Sister. The 9 people looked at her expectantly. She raised her hand and took out the gift from the space world. After seeing the blue light flashing, several people showed incredible expressions on their faces. It was a set of black and gold mecha necklaces. The Loki color revealed a bit of sharpness. Each piece was slightly different, but anyone who saw it knew that this was a set designed and made by a team. It was the customized superpower mecha that Su Lang asked her to get these 2 days. Zhao Chengcheng didn't dare to think about it. This is a mecha. This is not something else. This is an expensive mecha. The money for making a mecha is enough for her to spend 3 lifetimes. She pinched herself quickly, but found that this was not a dream. Big brother, I will hug your legs until the end of time. Woo woo. How can such a high-level person be so good? Xiaoshu was also grateful to Shinshinfu in her heart, and at the same time grateful to the odd job self for meeting Shinshinfu. A generous giant. Shinshinfu handed it over. Actually, I customized it before the league, but it takes time to design and make it. So it was finished in the past 2 days. I hope you like it. And it's a New Year's gift. Xiaohua's head almost fell off. I like it. I like it. Nai asked. Is this a superpower mecha? Yes. You all did the test last time, and customized it together with Mr. Su. Nai. Xiao Lai and Xiaoshu didn't expect that she would directly spend double the money to customize superpower mechas for them. After all, they didn't have attack-type superpowers. Liu really didn't expect that someone would give her such an expensive and thoughtful gift. She used to be the one who spent money. She turned to her own piece, picked it up in her hand, and smiled. It's really heavy. Much better than the ones I have. Thank you. Then she took a photo and sent it to her brother. Look, my friend gave it to me. What did your friend give you for the new year? Oh, I almost forgot. You don't have any friends. Haha, everyone held their own piece. And they were very excited. They had never seen anyone give a mecha. After thanking them, they started to argue wildly, saying that theirs was the best. Cece turned it over and saw her name engraved on the back. This mecha belonged to her alone. The names of 2 mecha designers were engraved at the bottom of the back. But she frowned when she saw it. Why are the names of mecha designers like this? Everyone looked at the small designer signature at the bottom of the back. The 4 characters were divided into 2 rows. The first row was Fong Su, and the second row was Lang Yu. It was actually arranged in an X shape. Because no one wants the other person to be in front. Even Fong Yu's Fong character was the first in the first row. And she won it by playing rock paper scissors. It is said that the 2 argued for a week before they decided on this cross-engraving method. Shin Yoshing was a little impatient. We're going to the competition tomorrow. Why don't we go back and try it now? Anyway, there is also a mecha battle room. So they rushed to try the mecha. And when the team came out after the test, they couldn't help but be excited. Shin Yoshing smiled and said, "In the new year, I'm looking forward to the 5th competition." The team said in unison, "Come on." The next day, the starship went to the 5th stadium. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, the audience poured in, and the online viewing soared instantly, attracting more attention than the previous league. After all, the murder incident a few days ago was so popular that it was almost spread to the deserted planet. Let's see Liberty 1 team. Come on. Cece. I will be your die-hard fan from now on. Why do I feel that everyone in Liberty 1 team is wearing a new mecha necklace around their necks this time? It seems so. The previous one was white. And not everyone wore it. It looks very different from the uniformly issued by the school team. Did they customize the mecha? It's hard for the mecha to be better than Kata's. They all spent a lot of money. This mecha necklace looks very delicate. After several elimination matches, the 6 remaining school teams have relaxed a little. At least they will not be eliminated in the next few games. And the psychological pressure is much less. This battle preparation package does not have diving equipment. The top 3 teams, Galaxy, Blue Sky, and Kata, each have 432 energy stones. And the bottom 3 teams, Sirius, Kitano, and Li Yuan, each have 1 energy stone. The notification sounded. The 5th competition field is the nest of the Black Phoenix. All teams enter the competition field at the same time. And the starting point is random. The 5th competition field is a points competition. And the points rules are as follows: collect red feathers. And finally rank according to the number of red feathers. The first place gets 10 points. The second place gets 8 points. And so on. And the last place gets 0 points. The time limit is 48 hours. And the map card will show the countdown and count the number of red feathers collected by each team. Other requirements are the same as the previous game. You cannot kill the opponent directly. Friendship first. Competition second. Is the Black Phoenix not extinct yet? Yes. I remember that the last record of the Black Phoenix was 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect to find the nest. Does the Black Phoenix have red feathers? It seems that there are. Chapter 166 Black Phoenix's Lair. Soon 6 airships flew from the starship to the stadium. Before getting out of the airship, Shin Shinfu sensed many strange beasts. And when the cabin door opened, it was true. This place is like a primeval forest, but a little different. Because there are thousands of stone forests towering into the sky next to the forest, each of which is huge and bumpy. Not like it was formed naturally, but like it was corroded by something. Many strange beasts, Black Phoenixes, can be seen in the cracks of the rocks. The Black Phoenix is flying in the clouds of the stone forest. At this time, the sun is shining, but the stone forest is full of black air, which is full of oppression. The airship dispersed the 6 school teams from the side to the junction of the forest and the stone forest. Because there are strange beasts in the forest and Black Phoenixes in the stone forest, which is the safest place. But even if it is relatively safe, the school team has a sense of crisis with tigers in front and wolves behind. You don't even need to sense it. Just sweep your eyes to the stone forest, and you can see more than a dozen Black Phoenixes of different sizes. The small ones are more than 10 meters. And the slightly larger ones are tens of meters. The trees in the forest behind were tall. And although they covered many things, the roars told everyone that there were beasts inside. So please don't get close. Xiao Fei wondered, didn't you say that we need red feathers? But these Black Phoenixes are all black. I didn't see a single red bird. This kind of strange beast that was considered extinct thousands of years ago in the interstellar world was basically learned little. And the records were not that detailed. Shin Yoshing recalled some of the information he knew and replied, I remember what requirements need to be met to trigger the Black Phoenix. But this change is not recorded. Shin Shinfu looked at the flying black phoenix and rubbed his hands. It's okay. I go catch one and try. She was about to go up, but was stopped by Shin Yoshing. Wait. The black phoenix has dark abilities similar to humans, and its attack power is extremely strong. It seems that it will call for help from nearby peers through shouting, and then it will be a group attack. That means, just make them unable to shout? Shin Shinfu asked seriously. You are right. Shin Yoshing thought it was still a bit difficult. Shin Shinfu nodded and replied, I understand. At this time, the school team was still investigating the surroundings. Shin Shinfu retreated a little into the forest alone, squinting her eyes to look at the gaps in the trees, waiting for a black phoenix that she'd like to pass by. After a while, she saw a very suitable black phoenix flying by and raised her hand to point at it. The black phoenix was suddenly framed by a space block halfway through its flight. Before it could call out, it was replaced by Shin Shinfu in the forest, in front of her. The team investigating the school team was shocked. They didn't expect that she had caught the black phoenix just 2 minutes after entering. This efficiency is too high. Zuiyu happened to see the black phoenix fluttering in the space block. Its mouth was framed by a slightly smaller space block and could not open. He sighed at his heart again. Reliable. Shin Shinfu is really reliable. Seeing Lucier still wiping his hands and sighing, the commander-in-chief was really stunned for a moment. Later, he suspected that it was because it was too cold and he was too lazy to wait for them to fight. So he had to do it himself. The school team surrounded it and lay on the space block to watch the black phoenix, not afraid that it would be smashed out. The wingspan of this black phoenix was about 50 meters. The feathers on its body, including its crest and long tail feathers, were all black, but they glowed with colorful light when exposed to the sun. Its eyes were fierce and emitted bursts of black air. It really looked like a beast condensed by dark power. Is this the black phoenix? This is the first time I have seen it. And I didn't see any red feathers. Yes, if it has red feathers, we should show it on the map card if we catch it. Shin Shinfu also lay on it to watch. This black phoenix should be a high-level beast. Does it have to wait until it dies before it has red feathers? Thinking of this, the space thorn instantly pierced its heart from the front. This high-level black phoenix has a barrier on its skin, but it is not difficult for her to pierce it. Everyone in the school team was shocked, thinking that they should at least give a hint. But this was a chill in the blink of an eye. The black gas gradually dissipated, and the black phoenix twitched a few times and then completely lost its vitality. However, there was still no change. Xian stood aside and thought of a way. Do you want to burn it with fire? Shiyu agreed. It's not impossible. Others also thought it made some sense, and they all looked at Shin Shinfu. And now she began to struggle. After all, this was her first time to catch a black phoenix, and it was also a new product. Turning her head to look at the many black phoenixes still flying in the air, she said, Okay, then you try it. With her approval, Xian put his hand on the space block and began to release flames. Although the black phoenix was very large, Xian's flames quickly engulfed it, and everyone saw the fireball jumping in the space block. But gradually, everyone smelled a smell. The smell of roasted chicken. Shin Shinfu hesitated and said, You are not right. There are no feathers. Are you going to collect feathers? It's all sizzling with wool, and we can eat it in a while. Xiao Hua ran over. Wow, you are roasting chicken. She also called Xiao Fei and the others. Come here. We are roasting chicken here. Xian, are you polite? School team member, is there such a big chicken? Can you turn your head? Liu followed. TSK. The internal organs are not processed. It's better not to eat it. Xian couldn't help but, this is the black phoenix. Xiao Hua was very disappointed and pulled Xiao Fei away. Oh, forget it then. Xian increased the fire to see if there would be any changes in the end, and soon it turned into a ball of black. At this moment, Lucier wiped his hands, came over, looked at the black phoenix that was burned to charcoal with disgust, covered his nose and left again, leaving a sentence, TSK. It smells terrible. Soon Shin Shinfu even released the space block, leaving only a pile of black ash. The school team felt it was a pity. This was not easy. Well, it was also quite easy. In short, the captured black phoenix disappeared without finding anything. Lucier sent an order. All members of the school team go to the black phoenix nest. The free team also set off together. When Shin Shinfu left, he was still thinking about catching some more, and putting them on the shelf later. Sirius was more anxious than them. As soon as he came down, he rushed straight to the stone forest without stopping for a moment. However, this Black Phoenix was not as easy to fight as imagined. Their dark power range was very wide, and there were many of them. If you hit one, it will make a shrill and sharp cry, attracting many Black Phoenixes to attack. Many Black Phoenixes circled in the air, spitting out large balls of black flames. But this flame was not high in temperature, and would only corrode the objects it touched. Even if the combat uniform had some resistance, it could not last too long. Sirius could only enter the mecha to fight. When Inha was halfway there, he heard a very sharp sound coming from the forest behind him. The killed Black Phoenix was resurrected in the rising black flames. Chapter 167. The school team stopped moving forward and turned to look. The Black Phoenix spread its wings and flew upwards. The harsh sound made people restless. And then the stone forest in front of them also responded one after another. The other Black Phoenixes heard its call for help. In an instant, more than 20 Black Phoenixes rushed out. All of them were black and full of murderous aura. Lu Shi reacted very quickly and immediately issued an order. Everyone in the main team enters the mecha to resist the Black Phoenix and try to trigger Hong Yu. The deputy team enters the stone forest to investigate. After saying that, he started the mecha himself. Fortunately, he won the first place last time. Each person has 4 energy stones. Even if it is a mecha with high energy consumption, it will not be used up in 48 hours. His mecha is platinum, which is naturally different from those issued by the school team. His parents arranged for the mecha designer of the military district to customize it. The white appearance is covered with expensive swimming gold armor, and a pair of platinum flying wings are spread behind it. It is simple and clear, but it has both power and speed. It is called Sun. Not only the school team, but also the audience in the live broadcast room saw his mecha for the first time. You know, this is one of the few 3S level supernatural mechas. Although the level cannot be distinguished by looking at the mecha alone. Everyone knows that Lu Shi himself is 3S level. No matter which school it is. It is impossible to let such a proud child of heaven use a low-level mecha. Even if he doesn't have one, the school will spend a huge amount of money to customize it. Why is his mecha so beautiful? I dreamed about this tonight. What is a true son of heaven? The combat power and financial resources are all full. I wish I could be born like this in my next life. Tears of envy flowed from my mouth. Woo woo woo. The Black Phoenix began to attack fiercely, and black fire erupted. After the school team entered the mecha, they could not get close, and could only dodge for a while. Lu Shi raised his hand, and the mecha followed the action. The huge mechanical arm condensed a white light ball in the palm, and the cross of God's judgment was released. A cross suddenly appeared behind each Black Phoenix in the air, but it was smaller than when it was on the glacier. The white chain suddenly stretched out, and quickly tied them up. The Black Phoenix began to struggle, but could not break free from the chains. Just like the ice dragon at that time, instantly controlled the movements of more than 20 beasts. Zui Yu's evaluation of Lu Shi in his heart has risen again, and he led the team into the stone forest with peace of mind. Lu Shi said slowly, "Okay, you go and try to trigger the red feather. The triggering conditions of the red feather are unknown." He tried to shorten the capture time as much as possible in the early stage. But the school team must participate in everything. Winning is only one of the points. And growth in the game is also very important. Then his eyes fell on the resurrected Black Phoenix. Because Shin Fu went to catch it again. Shin Fu teleported to the side of the Black Phoenix the moment she saw it appear. The 2 pure black eyes of the Black Phoenix stared at her. But she was just curious. This bird? Can it live after death? It's really good. It seems that it is destined to be her collection. But this time the Black Phoenix began to fight back. After all, it was caught by surprise last time. Not to mention that it saw Shin Fu before it died last time. It first spit out several balls of black flames, flapped its wings at her, and condensed black feather arrows to stab her. Shin Fu dodged directly to its head, and the feather arrow pierced the ground and exploded with black flames. When Shin Fu was about to pierce it, it seemed to sense the danger and began to shake its body to escape. Shin Fu was dizzy because of it, and grabbed the feather crown on its head to stabilize his body, and used the space stab from the back, again piercing the heart. If I can kill you the first time, I can kill you the second time. Shin Fu got off its exhausted body, put it into the space block, and brought it back to the team and opened it. Several people carefully checked its condition again. Xiaoshu used his supernatural power to investigate. And after a moment, he concluded, "It is really dead." Liu stood a little further away. "Will it be resurrected later? It was burned to ashes just now, and still survived. So what's the connection now?" Shin Shinfu stretched out his hand and attached his mental power to it, and no longer felt a trace of fluctuation. "I didn't feel anything. So I could only revive once?" Xiao Chengcheng was puzzled. "Then we killed them again and again. But we didn't see any red feathers. Could it be that they don't need their feathers?" Shin Yoshing shook his head. "It should be the feathers of the Black Phoenix. After all, the competition venue is in their nest. The Black Phoenixes should forage in the nearby forest. And there will be no other strange beasts in the stone forest." Xiao Hua scratched her head. It was itchy. And she felt like she needed to grow a brain. "What should we do now? Let's see first." Shin Yoshing looked up at the main team in the air. They were trying to trigger the red feathers. With so many people, they should be able to try it out. Those Black Phoenixes were experimented on the spot. They were seriously injured by water, fire, and ice. But it didn't work. Even if they were accidentally killed, they would be reborn once in the black flames. 2 hours passed, and there was no progress here. The same is true for other school teams shown on the map card. The number of red feathers is 0. It seems that they have not found a way yet. Shin Shinfu looked at the strange beasts in the air. Their levels were not higher than the advanced level. He made a hypothesis. Is it possible that it is related to the level? The levels of the Black Phoenixes in the periphery are relatively low. There are many low-level and medium-level strange beasts. The highest is the advanced strange beasts. Even the super-advanced ones have not been seen. The red feathers can only be triggered by the Black Phoenixes of higher levels? It is very likely. Shin Yoshing also felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the strange beasts outside could not have red feathers. Then let's go inside. Freedom 1 team entered the stone forest. Lu Shur did not think there would be red feathers outside. He arranged the main team to enter the stone forest, and said a word of strangulation when leaving. All the Black Phoenixes tied to the cross were strangled to death, and fell down one after another. They were broken into pieces without any reshape. When they were resurrected from the black fire, the white flames instantly engulfed them. The deputy team inside also received the situation outside. The 2 deputy teams advanced very carefully. It was inconvenient to disperse in such a place with many strange beasts. And the mecha was too obvious. So it was not convenient to use it unless fighting against strange beasts. Zuiyu threw a dice from time to calculate the direction where he was most likely to encounter Hongyu. In theory, if every Black Phoenix could trigger Hongyu, then the probability he calculated would be similar in all directions. But the numbers on the dice were obviously different, guiding him to go deep into the stone forest. So there was a difference. And the deputy team tried to speed up and go deeper. Sirius had fought for a long time, and found something wrong. This Black Phoenix died and came back to life. And then killed again. But there was no Hongyu. Only then did he arrange for the entire school team to go deep into the stone forest, and no longer worry about the Black Phoenix outside. Basically, these school teams had some conflicts with the Black Phoenix. Except Lan Kong. Tujia arranged a deputy team to collectively use the sound system ability to hard control the Black Phoenix in the air, and let it fall down for her to check. Seeing this, the audience realized something was wrong. Chapter 168. They didn't have many spectators before, and they fought separately in the last match. Now seeing the whole Vice team using the sound system ability to play together, they finally understood. Could it be that the entire school team of Lan Kong is composed of sound system ability users? Although there are many sound system ability users in the Blue Sea Star. This is too bold. Not really. Other abilities have been seen before, but only rarely. This will definitely control the beasts to death. That's right. This is the school's tactic this time. 80% of the sound system, plus other ability users. The purpose is to maximize the advantages of the Son of the Sea. The collective sound system skills can stack the strength. It can be said that the beasts below the beast god level can be controlled by them without any accidents. The music of the Vice team continued. And Black Phoenixes were constantly bewitched by the music and fell automatically without launching any attacks. The main team experimented safely many times, and concluded that the Black Phoenix in the outer circle would not trigger Hongyu. Tujia thought for a moment, mobilized her supernatural power, and marked all the 40 or 50 Black Phoenixes that were now on the ground with control patterns. She asked the deputy team to stop playing, and played a few notes in the air. The black phoenixes followed the command and flew up, hovering above, as if nothing had happened. Then she said, "The school team continues to move forward. Perhaps the level of the alien beasts here is too low. We have to find a higher level black phoenix." After that, the controlled black phoenixes led the way for her in the air. After all, the alien beasts know the place where the powerful alien beasts are. Until the countdown passed 12 hours. No school team found the conditions to trigger Hongyu. During this period, only Shinshinfu was busy. When he found an opportunity, he replaced the black phoenixes flying well in the sky, and then sent them away with a one-stop service. The team members were numb, and they felt as if they were accompanying her to catch birds this time. When she quietly collected a shelf of black phoenixes, she was satisfied and no longer looked at those black phoenixes, and continued on her way. Boss Jean in the dungeon was watching the live broadcast when he was free, and he was very happy. This black phoenix had been killed thousands of years ago, and it was an extinct beast. It appeared again now, and the materials were very rare. Other students were not from the space department, and even if they were, they did not have the ability to store it. But Shinshinfu got a lot of it. He had already thought about trading with her. According to their friendship, trading 10 points would only be a fraction. The live broadcast room finally understood her operation. The hand speed of killing fish in the Daxingfa supermarket for 20 years was just like this. Others came to compete, and she came to purchase goods. Along the way, the direction of the Milky Way was the brightest. Why? The sky was swept clean by Shinshinfu. If it weren't for the fact that these beasts were ferocious and could eat people, I would feel sorry for them. What kind of black phoenix's nest is this? Change the name to Shinshinfu's self-service point. She worked alone like an assembly line. After catching the small fish, I caught the small bird. Is there anything wrong with that? Because the speed of catching birds was a little slow. The team was caught up by Lu Shi's main team not long ago. But when the school team was moving forward before, they were also curious why it felt that there were so few black phoenixes inside. Until I saw Shinshinfu's smooth operation, I understood it and envied her to death. And another space system member of Galaxy was shocked by her approach. Because he was only an A-level space system, he could not compress the space to the size of a palm and then put it into the space world. During the league, he also looked up a lot of information and never saw such a processing method. In order to learn her operation, he searched Shinshinfu so many times that he is now a member of the Lucky Mushroom. It was late at night, and the team camped with the school team. Shinshinfu naturally used the space block to protect the entire school team. Now Lu Shi did not arrange anyone to keep watch, and everyone could rest. Li Yu's bed was placed next to Shinshinfu. Most people were asleep, and she was a little tired. The black phoenix flew overhead. She suddenly asked, "Where did you catch so many exotic beasts? Ordinary planets don't have so many exotic beasts. Moreover, the exotic beasts on the open exotic beast planets are not so high level. It is even more difficult to meet the evil bone knight snake you gave me." Shinshinfu thought for a while. "It's a very long and wide place. I thought I would never get out of it." She didn't know what the place was called. She just called it the Freestar Cave. After she got out, she found some similar information about it, saying that it only appeared a few times. The flow of time in that place is different. I stayed there for a long time. There were always exotic beasts coming in, and occasionally there were star beasts. It was so long that her emotions almost disappeared, and she was numb. Only instinct kept her alive. So she should thank the Chaos Star Beast. Although she almost died, it was always good to get out. It's hard to live, but it's also hard not to live. Life is fragile yet strong. She should have died every day in the Star Cave, but she managed to survive. Li Yu suddenly asked, "Are you very tired?" Shinshinfu was stunned for a moment and replied, "Compared to my current life, I am very tired." Xiao Fei had never asked these questions before. She turned her body sideways with her back to them, listened silently, sniffed, and secretly reddened her eyes. Just when the atmosphere was a little heavy, she suddenly stood up, walked out of the space block, and soon came back. Li Yu asked her, "Where did you go?" She lowered her voice. "Just set a space anchor point. I can still come here secretly in the future." Hee hee. Li Yu turned over and made a 6 with her hand, touching the heavy mecha necklace. She suddenly felt that the necklace was heavier. This was all the money she got from selling exotic beasts. At this time, The image of Fu in Li Yu's heart was already that of the little girl picking mushrooms, working hard to earn a few cents just to give everyone a presentable gift. I was almost moved to tears. She made up her mind secretly. Isn't it just to want the Shanhakuin? This extinct black phoenix has appeared. There may be extinct Shanhakuin. When the time comes, she will ask people to find it and shoot one for her. The school team rested for 6 hours. And there were 30 hours left in the countdown. The deputy team went deeper. The fewer black phoenixes there were, and the higher the level, they could no longer see the primary and intermediate black phoenixes. After another 2 hours, they found something wrong. A red gas came out from a 1,000-meter-high stone peak, and several high-level black phoenixes with black gas walked around the stone peak, as if they were afraid. Zuiyu threw a dice, and the 8-sided dice showed 6. Bai Ruoqing saw it, smiled and said to him, "Let's go and test it first. And if there is any situation, you can come up to support." Zuiyu nodded in agreement in a daze. The two brothers Xian and Shiyu shook their heads at the same time. He really didn't see that others were fighting for contribution points. Chapter 169. Zuiyu really didn't know that when Bai Ruoqing started the mecha. He also told him, "You guys be careful." Bai Ruoqing waved and thanked him. He still thought he was good. Xian sighed. Is he really a fool? Bai Ruoqing gave people a feeling that something was not right. Even he could see it. But Zuiyu was obviously not too stupid. But he didn't feel it. Shiyu looked at his brother, who suddenly became smart, smiled and didn't say anything. As long as he was not provoked. He was still quite sober. Born in the Lang family, I don't know how many people I have met who want to benefit from them. They are best at distinguishing hypocritical people. Bai Ruoqing is not a simple person. There are many people who have met in the 5 families. She is the most curious. Where does the saint come from in this world? As long as you are a human, you have your own desires and emotions. Looking up, Bai Ruoqing has reached the upper middle of the stone peak. Her silver-white mecha is very eye-catching. In the previous few games, Galaxy hardly used mechas. This was the first time to see Bai Ruoqing's silver star. The design was refreshing and clean, with a white streamlined appearance. The pattern of white star flowers could be vaguely seen. The flying wings were silver, and the speed was very fast. This type of mecha also attracted the likes of many viewers. The wealthy fans now wanted to customize the same skin. It didn't matter if the mechas were different. The skins could be changed. Bai Ruoqing led the team to surround the location where the red gas came out of the stone peak and approached carefully. In front of them was a stone cave, and the red gas kept pouring out. The strange beast inside was obviously not of the same level as the one in the outer circle. Bai Ruoqing mobilized his supernatural power and sent a gust of wind in. The wind blew away the red gas a little, and she happened to meet a pair of huge eyes with red light, cold and sharp, locking her tightly. She hurriedly retreated and shouted, "This is the special Black Phoenix." Then the deputy team heard a unique cry, and then a huge amount of black fire erupted from the cracks in the stone. And the energy was much greater than what he had encountered before. Fortunately, they dodged quickly. Otherwise the general mecha would be corroded directly. Mo Zhua immediately stepped forward to close the distance with Bai Ruoqing to ensure her safety. Bai Ruoqing sent out a wind blade and chopped into the cave. The stone peak was broken into pieces and fell straight down. Zuiyu below saw this and hurriedly led the deputy team to disperse. He ran while muttering, "This hit must be a concussion." Shiyu turned his head and looked at the falling boulder. "Are you sure it's a concussion and not a head injury?" Zuiyu nodded. "Then we have to stay a little further away, and we will go up when she needs help." Shiyu, The black phoenix in the cave was not hurt by Bai Ruoqing's attack. A shield actually rose in front of it, completely blocking the wind blade attack. However, this action still angered it. Finally, it walked out of the cave, stood on the edge of the cave, and shouted to the sky. This time, the sound made everyone present feel uncomfortable. The rustling sounds around were getting louder and louder. It was summoning other black phoenixes. Apparently, the special black phoenix had a stronger summoning ability. It summoned 40 or 50 high-level black phoenixes at a time. It seemed that there was also a hierarchy among the black phoenixes. They could only summon black phoenixes of lower levels than themselves, not even those of the same level. The second deputy team member had just avoided this scene when he saw it. Zuiyu's scalp was numb when he saw the black phoenixes all over the sky. But he had to go up now. Everyone get into the mecha and deal with the black phoenix. After all, He calculated that the possibility of getting Hong Yu here was still very high. He had contacted Lucia before, and the main team was on the way with all their strength, and they would arrive soon. The three entered the mecha. Compared with Zuiyu's earth-colored heavy mecha, the twins' mecha was obviously more dazzling. They were two mechas with exactly the same appearance, but different colors, one red and one purple, named Ming Yin and Yu Yi. They flew up quickly, leaving Zuiyu's mecha far behind. Zuiyu looked at the arc of light they left behind and touched his mecha. His Shuqiu was a heavy mecha, which could not fly for too long and was slow. After all, he was an earth type, and still needed to be down to earth. He followed slowly. The deputy team also smashed a lot of Sherfeng during the fight, and there were constant explosions and shattering sounds in the air like fireworks. Bai Ruiqing had already used the blade tornado at this time, and the overwhelming black fire was rolled up into the sky by her, crushing several high-level black phoenixes at one time. However, it was far from enough. The number and strength of this group should not be underestimated, especially the special black phoenix. It flew out of the stone cave. It was the only red one in the black air. But it was strange that Hong Yu was still not seen. Just when Bai Ruiqing was stunned, Xian and Shiyu had rushed up and directly hit the special black phoenix with superpowers. One with fire and the other with poison, both wanting it to die. But it spread its wings, and the spherical shield protected it. It opened its mouth, condensed a huge dark ball, and then spit it out. Unlike the black fire, the dark ball enlarged and swallowed up the entire area in the air. The deputy team was surrounded by darkness, as if the night had fallen, and the black phoenix was hidden in it, making it difficult to see clearly. The lights of the mecha could not illuminate the surroundings, but fortunately, the mecha would show the energy fluctuations of the black phoenix. Otherwise it would be completely dark. The deputy team above almost started to fight the black phoenix blindly. Even if they tried their best to control it, they could easily make mistakes and accidentally hit their teammates. All kinds of curses filled my ears. Ouch! Who hit my waist? I will feel the pain when the mecha is hit after the connection is turned on. Okay. Who just froze my head? Can you be more careful? I almost had facial paralysis. It's so hot. Ah! Hurry up and disconnect the sensor. Are you stupid? I don't feel it when it's disconnected. You are stupid. The shouting and cursing continued, and many mechas were damaged and could not continue to fight and fell down. The second deputy team that came up was busy saving people, and the scene was very chaotic. But all this was interrupted by the sudden appearance of white light. In the pitch-black darkness, a cross suddenly appeared, and Lucia's voice came to my ears, "Disperse." The cross emitted a dazzling light, tearing the black dark ball apart, and it disappeared without a trace in a moment. The dusty deputy captain saw the light of day again, and dozens of mechas were damaged, not to mention the unconscious members below, who were being rescued. Only Zuiyu and several other heavy mechas had not yet arrived on top. Clean. Strangely embarrassing. As soon as Lucia's cross came out, the Black Phoenix felt something was wrong and wanted to run. The white chain wanted to tie it up, but it was so fast that it perfectly avoided every chain. Just when it was about to escape, a huge blue plane appeared in front of it, and the special Black Phoenix crashed into it without stopping. There was a loud bang. The faster it flew, the more painful it was. Everyone who heard it felt their foreheads were also sore and numb. Zuiyu was descending, and when he saw this, he hissed and silently complained. This time he really has a concussion. The Black Phoenix was dizzy and staggered down, hitting a stone peak, fluttering a few times, and then hitting another stone peak, as if it had drunk fake wine. Chapter 170. Shin Chinfu felt a little disappointed when he saw the Black Phoenix emitting red energy. It looked no different. It would not emit red energy after death. Only the eye color would be different. Other than that, everything else was the same. It was meaningless. But since he was here, Shin Chinfu did not even teleport into the air. He directly drew a scattered space block. That is, the 6 planes of the cube were all scattered and connected together with supernatural powers. One of the planes directly charged and hit the special Black Phoenix that had just recovered. The Black Phoenix was hit out before it could react. At this time, the plane on the opposite side had already pulled away. When the Black Phoenix was hit over, it hit it out again with force. The Galaxy School team was stunned. It was like a box hitting the ball inside, hitting it up and down, left and right. It had no time to get up. A lot of feathers fell off, and the red energy was much lighter. The most amazing thing was that the space block of hundreds of meters could pass through the stone peak without destroying the stone peak. It only contained the Black Phoenix and bumped it around. The instigator stood below and looked up, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. The deputy team members in the air all moved away, fearing that they would be affected. If they were hit, they would be covered with bruises. Even many of the same kind that were initially summoned by the special Black Phoenix were scared away. After a long while, the Black Phoenix finally seized the opportunity to stabilize its body, and controlled itself along the direction of the space block's attack. It swayed and barely stopped in the middle of the space block. But it was bald and had suffered many hidden injuries. Its eyes glowed red, and it gradually became manic. The red gas became stronger and stronger, until it almost filled the entire space block area, and the people in the school team could not see the situation inside. The red gas suddenly stopped, and then two miserable screams sounded, almost exploding in everyone's ears, and the team members with low mental strength even became dazed. Then, they watched the Black Phoenix break through the space block. The school team members stared at this scene with wide eyes, not because the space block was broken, but because the Black Phoenix grew a new head and two new legs. At this time, it became a two-headed and four-legged Black Phoenix, and the feather crown of the new head was red. Shinshinfu saw the three red feather crowns at a glance, which must be the red feathers stipulated in the competition. That is, these three feather crowns must be plucked off. It's a pity that the Black Phoenix is now more than half bald, and it has been beaten by the deputy team for so long, so there is no plan to collect it. The members of the school team obviously look at the problem from a different angle from her. Oh my god! Who would have thought that we would beat it until it grows another head? And that head only has 3 red feathers. Are you asking us to pluck the feathers directly? Plucking the feathers of a special grade beast. This plan is really... Hee hee. The current Black Phoenix is only one step away from the beast god level, and the extra head directly doubles its strength. Lucier gave the order. The main team will be divided into 20 teams to help the deputy team take down this Black Phoenix. The main team followed the order and entered the mecha to fight the Black Phoenix. The new head's skills are a little different. It can condense red feather arrows. There is an eye on each of the thousands of arrows, which are used to follow and lock the prey. The red arrows flew out, circling around and desperately following, and it was bound to hit the school team. The school team mecha deployed the shield and dodged, launching superpower attacks or the mecha's own ion cannon during the period. Some Black Phoenixes that did not escape also began to protect the two-headed Black Phoenix. Rocks kept falling from above, and Shinshinfu framed the bottom to protect the school team from being hit. Xiao Fei asked Shin Yoshing at this time, "Brother Yoshing, don't we need to help? After all, the team is now equipped with a new mecha." Zhao Chunchun was shocked and said first, "Oh, they don't need our team's help now. There is no place in the sky. And look at this red arrow. It will leave a scratch when it passes by, and it will directly pierce a hole if it doesn't dodge." What she meant was, if her new mecha was scratched, she would be heartbroken. It's just like the new aircraft her father saved up money to buy. The old one was fine after driving for a long time, but the new aircraft was scratched a little bit, and her heart was bleeding. Xiaohua also held her mecha. "Chung Chung, you are right. Cici found the blind spot now. But if there is a problem with our mecha, no one in our team can repair it." Shinshinfu now looked at Shin Yoshing. "Can you repair it?" Shin Yoshing waved his hand. "I studied aesthetics, not mecha repair. But there are only 2 days of competition, and someone in the school team will make adjustments. But it is best to adjust and repair it after the game. It doesn't matter." Shinshinfu thought about what he had said to Su Lang and others before. "Send it directly to the studio in the future. I have already agreed with them on the follow-up repairs, so you don't need to worry. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This is a delicate job. The skill of mecha design and production, as seen in the state of Su Lang and Fan Yu who were almost dying, can only be done by ruthless people." The team members were discussing the follow-up repairs before the mecha was deployed, which attracted a lot of discussion. Freedom 1 team was too distressed about the mecha. They didn't say anything about so many customized special-powered mechas. That is, can it be better than the several SS-level mechas that just came out? Bairuiching's one looks very expensive, and they didn't seem to be distressed. How can it be compared? What kind of family is it? But new items will be cherished. From what I heard, it couldn't be given by Shinshinfu. Giving mecha? What a joke. It's so hard to make money these days. And there are still people giving mecha? Don't be kidding. You didn't see the one above in the third game. Then she can't afford it. The battle above was fierce. And it was useless to spit out the dark ball again, because Lucier had never removed the cross. The school team was also strong. Under the human wave tactics, the two-headed Black Phoenix retreated step by step, and was finally shot through the heart by Xian. Falling down, just when he habitually lit the fire, Shiyu hurriedly stopped him. Stop it! The hair hasn't been plucked yet. After it fell, Lucier arranged for people to pluck the 3 red feathers on the new head. The map card showed that the number of red feathers in the galaxy was 3. It would be okay to pluck it with a mecha. But in fact, the red feather crown is more than 10 meters long, which is not easy to take. Lucier glanced at Shinshinfu next to him. Leave the red feather with you. Otherwise it will be easily snatched away. Shinshinfu had no objection. Pointed at the red feather, put it in the space block, and after shrinking, it was collected in her space world. Then she looked at the body of the Black Phoenix on the ground and asked, don't they have another chance to live after death? Why hasn't this one lived yet? As soon as the voice fell, red flame surged from the place where the two-headed Black Phoenix was. It was indeed alive again, and had grown an extra head and 2 legs. Its resurrection speed was much faster than those previous high-level Black Phoenixes. Chapter 171. Xiaohua pointed at the newly grown head. Look! The hair on the third head is also red. It's just that the 3 hairs that were pulled out of the other head at the beginning did not grow back. Xiaoshu held his forehead. That's called a feather crown. Not hair on the head. Isn't that a feather? That's true. That's fine. But the legs are really disgusting. Xiaohua looked at it with a scare in her heart and wanted to hit it. Let me try. It hasn't moved for so long. It's almost rusted. Shinyoshin was a little worried. After all, this is a special grade beast, and was about to say something when he stepped forward, but was stopped by Xiaoshu. It's okay. Let her try. I'm here. Although she is only an S-level physical soldier, she has to face a lot of things. Sometimes it hurts to see her injured, but she still has to walk the road of life by herself. Fortunately, even if she breaks her arms and legs, he can reconnect them for her. Not to mention, now these 3 Black Phoenixes are on the ground, not in the sky. Just as the 3 Black Phoenixes were about to howl to call their companions, and flap their wings to get off the ground, Xiaohua stepped on the ground and jumped up, and fell in front of the Black Phoenix. The impact even blew up the dust and stones on the ground. Shinshinfu retracted his hand when he saw this. The Black Phoenix was shocked by this sudden change. Before he could react, Xiaohua jumped up and hugged the finger of its claw. Driven by the supernatural power, Xiaohua began to exert her strength. The school team watched the girl with 2 small pigtails rush up and hug the Black Phoenix, and then swing it up and smash it. She didn't even get on the mecha. Left and right. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. Compared with the Black Phoenix, Xiaohua was so small, and the visual impact was great at this time. The live broadcast room was all praising Xiaohua. I knew she was strong, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. What she said in the sea last time turned out to be true. She can really lift an island. Although warriors are also strong, they are weaker than physical strength. She swings the Black Phoenix more easily than I swing my brother. This Black Phoenix must be in retrograde today. The Black Phoenix was hit so hard that it felt dizzy and lost more feathers. The 3 heads began to use skills randomly, spraying dark balls and red arrows, and the surrounding stone peaks were all broken. The team hit aside. Cici was amazed. I didn't expect Xiaohua to be so wild. She obviously doesn't look like this kind of person. Liu squatted beside her and complained. You are not bad. Xiaolai also sighed. What a real strength. Envy. Shinyoshin contacted Xiaohua. It's almost done. You will smash all the feathers later. Okay. Xiaohua finally stopped. And the Black Phoenix was lying on the ground and wanted to get up, but was still dizzy. Xiaohua took the opportunity to pluck off the 3 red feathers on her new head, and carried them on her shoulders with her head held high to bring them to Shinshinfu. How is it, Sister Shin? Am I very powerful? Shinshinfu smiled, put the red feather away and praised her. Hua Hua is very powerful. Xiaoshu and Xiaofei squatted together. Why do I feel like my sister is going to be snatched away? Xiaofei glanced at him. So you just found out. The school team watched her pluck the red feathers, then looked at the Black Phoenix lying on the ground, and pounced on it to beat it up. The main thing is to take advantage of its weakness and kill it. The Black Phoenix circling in the sky saw that the special Black Phoenix was beaten to death. So it ran away completely. Which is smarter than many other beasts that can only fight hard. Nai asked Shinshinfu. Don't you want this one? At the beginning, they collected so many of the ones with lower levels. You won't even pick up this special one lying on the ground? Shinshinfu shook his head. I don't want this one. Liu glanced at the miserable Black Phoenix on the ground. Look at how dirty and rotten it is. And how many legs it still has. You can tell that she definitely doesn't want it. The ones she gave to everyone and took out before were all very clean. Like sleeping beasts. It can almost be described as perfect. How could such a tattered one be in her eyes? After that, the school team observed for a while, and only started to organize the team when they saw that the 3 Black Phoenixes were completely dead. Several people from the mecha department started to repair the mechas. But there were still 30 uniformly distributed mechas that could not be used. Lucier took out the map card and looked at it. It showed that the number of red feathers in Galaxy was 6. But the number of blue sky was the same as theirs. Also 6. Tujaw and the others controlled the outer circle of Black Phoenixes to lead the way, and went directly to the cave of the special Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix was not prepared. After controlling it, the Black Phoenix was willing to be killed by them, and then resurrected and killed again. It was easy to get 6 red feathers. However, they did not have any space-related members. So the school team members had to drive the mecha to carry them. After half a day, Sirius, Kitano and Kata also got 6. After all, with so many people, it was not so difficult to get the special beasts. But many mechas were still damaged and people were injured. Some people left the scene one after another. The Liyuan school team only got 3. Because when the Black Phoenix was resurrected, they did not stop it and let it escape. So they could only chase it. After that, it was not so easy for all the school teams to collect red feathers. After all, there were not so many special Black Phoenixes. And it seemed that the other Black Phoenixes knew that these few died. And they started to flee early. With a flap of its wings, it flew far away. With an extremely fast speed. The school team could only sense and chase it everywhere. And there were also low-level ones to hold the school team for them. Even Long Kong was not so easy. Because those Black Phoenixes seemed to know that the music could control them. So they flew away screaming as soon as they heard the music. Like crazy birds. It seems that there is also a Black Phoenix responsible for transmitting information. The Long Kong school team could only fight hard. And gradually some members began to get injured. When it was late at night, when there were only 14 hours left in the countdown, Lucier arranged for the school team to rest early. In the afternoon, we caught another special Black Phoenix. We collected 12 red feathers, and so did Long Kong. The 2 teams still tied for first place. But the other schools were still the same as before. The team lay on the table and sucked the nutrient solution. Shin Yoshing was still looking at the display on the map card. Frowning and sighing. Liu said unhappily. People are eating. You sighing here is so depressing. Shin Yoshing put away the map card. I was thinking, with this number, it's easy to tie for first place. Will the ranking be determined by drawing lots in the end? Zhao Chengchen sucked it all in one gulp. Nai raised his hand. Then I can. Not necessarily. Shin Yoshing recalled the games he had watched before. It is very likely that there will be overtime. That is to say, now we and Long Kong have 12 red feathers and are tied for first place. If the 48-hour countdown is over, and it is still the same, the overtime will begin. Whoever has more red feathers within the specified time will be first. And if the 3 school teams have 6 red feathers at the end of 48 hours, they can only compete for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place in overtime. Even if a team gets more red feathers in overtime and surpasses the team that originally ranked first, they cannot take first place. Cece complained. That's so tiring. It's better not to have overtime. At this time, Shinshinfu suddenly asked. You said. Did Long Kong bring the space system? Chapter 172. Lucier was lying on his single bed beside their table, joining the chat without any hesitation. No. 80% of Long Kong psychics this time are sound psychics. And 20% of the other psychics are mostly perception and elemental psychics. There are not many space psychics. And it is rare to have high-level ones. It is risky to carry storage. If caught, all the war preparations will be gone. Therefore, only Kata and Bei have an A-level and a B-level space psychic. He yawned as he said this. If you want to steal, there is still hope. Liu saw that he didn't intend to move at all, and asked, then why don't you go by yourself? He didn't even open his eyes. I can't teleport. What if I get caught then? Shinshinfu can also teleport with a lucky halo, which is simply the best choice for a thief. Liu was confused. Aren't you a 3S level? Who can beat you if you are caught? He pulled up the quilt to cover his nose. 3S level is also a human being, and needs to rest. The air quality in this place is too bad, and I am already uncomfortable. Xiaoshu's eyes flashed with a gleam. Uncomfortable? Do you need treatment? Lu Shi waved his hand casually, indicating that he didn't need it. In the live broadcast room, they could hear them discussing stealing other people's red feathers without any disguise. Simple and unpretentious strategies are often the most practical, but other military academies have protected Hongyu very well, and it is not easy to steal it. Yes, there are more than 2 or 3 layers of traps around Lancang. Sirius also surrounded several circles of people, but that is Shinshinfu. Can't she take it away? She can even take the mouth of a giant mouth fish. What you said before really makes some sense. Shinshinfu waited for everyone to finish drinking and let the bed go. After a nap, he and Nai started the team action at 4 o'clock in the morning. After all, if we go to steal Hongyu too early, there is still so much time left, and it is not worth it for the school team to chase and fight. We can't wait until overtime. The longer the battle, the more tired people will be. What's more, Xia Hua is shouting for chicken legs in her dreams. In this way, Shinshinfu teleported to the vicinity of Lancang according to the direction pointed out by Nai. Standing at a higher position, he saw the whole picture of Lancang's current camp from afar. The school team circled around Hongyu in the center. The musical instrument, formed by the condensation of superpowers, floated 3 circles in the air, and it was playing a quiet and hypnotic song automatically. There was still some distance between here, and the music was not loud. Nai narrowed his eyes. I feel like I'm sleepy. Shinshinfu was okay. He motioned her to cover her ears, and then marked a space block for her to protect her while isolating the hypnotic effect brought by the music. Then she teleported closer. Unexpectedly, as soon as she landed, the sound blade hit her directly, and she was discovered. Shinshinfu dodged, and the space block on Nei's side did not react, which meant that she had not been discovered. But she was discovered when she was closer. In other words, this song is within the effective range and can remind the superpowers that there is an invasion by outsiders. Nei is still far away and can only hear a little bit of faint music, so she is not within the range. As soon as she was discovered, the entire Lancang school team started to operate, all in a defensive state, and the light emitted by the superpower illuminated the whole area. Nei was anxious when he saw the scene on the stone peak, and he wished he could install his lucky halo on Shinshinfu's head. This is a whole school team. The Blue Sky school team entered the mecha in the inner circle and surrounded Hongyu even more tightly. Tujia saw Shinshinfu, who was still dodging, and laughed. I didn't expect you to be so brave and come here alone. Then he issued an order to the school team. Leave Shinshinfu. She must have the red feather of the galaxy. For Tujia, even if it is the space system, it is the red feather that is delivered to the door. The music sounded everywhere, and Shinshinfu's head hurt because of their playing. The sound system may be her counter. After dodging the sound blades several times, she finally couldn't stand it. She originally wanted to take a few red feathers quietly and widen the gap. Now she could only fight quickly. Shinshinfu raised her hands, facing the Blue Sky school team with both palms, placing her left hand on top of her right hand, and then pulling it apart, and a blue circle appeared in front of her. This is the skill she came up with when she watched the fish spit bubbles in the sea last time. Space bubble array. The diameter of the blue circle was only 2 meters, which was only slightly higher than her. But now many space balls floated out from the circular surface like bubbles, and those space balls were gradually getting bigger. Tujia's eyebrows jumped, and a bad feeling came to his heart. Driven by the supernatural power, his hands plucked the strings in the air, just like the Star Master Qi Yin, shooting dozens of sound arrows, determined to break Shinshinfu's bubble. Her sound arrows were also powerful. After hitting the space ball, it triggered 3 layers of sonic booms like Qi Yin. It took her 5 sound arrows to break one of her space balls. However, Shinshinfu's speed of blowing bubbles was too fast. In a few breaths, she created hundreds of space balls, and they were still increasing. They were all over the sky, big and small, and flew in front of Lon Kong. The space ball would put a person into it when it hit a person. Then it would float away with the person. The person inside was anxious, but he couldn't break it open, so he was taken away from the school team. Tujia could only try his best to release the sound arrow to smash the space ball. The two people started to fight, but the formation of the school team had been disrupted. She hurriedly plucked a sound and teleported behind Shinshinfu according to the speed of the sound wave. Just as she was about to attack, she saw her turn her head and show a successful smile. Tujia missed, because Shinshinfu teleported directly to the middle of the school team. She was just waiting for her to come. She knew that she could teleport according to the sound and deliberately lure her over. The most outrageous thing was that after she left, the blue circle that spit bubbles continued to create space balls. She still underestimated her, but it was too late to know this now. Shinshinfu went directly to the middle of the area surrounded by mechas, and the people in the mechas didn't notice that she was right under their feet. In such a short time, she even started to pick. In the blink of an eye, she selected 3 relatively good red feathers and put them into the space world. When Tujia teleported back to ask the people guarding the red feathers to move aside, she had already teleported away again, and the bubbles broke one after another. The people inside fell out one by one. Tujia looked at the remaining 9 red feathers, and was silent for a while, but began to admire Shinshinfu. Obviously, there was a chance to take all 12, but she didn't. It seems that she just wanted to increase the distance between the two school teams, not to make enemies with them. After all, if all the things that were obtained through hard work were taken away, the whole school team would go crazy. Just when she thought Shinshinfu was very far-sighted, she had already taken Nei to Sirius to steal red feathers, and she didn't plan to go even if there were only 3 quinoa. Chapter 173. Sirius was simpler than Lon Kong, since it was too inefficient to find the Black Phoenix at night. They rarely stayed up, and the school team camped to rest. Shinshinfu waited on the stone peak and silently replaced the red feather. When they were discovered, they had already run away. When Lin Xian saw the remaining 2 feathers, he knew without even looking at the map card that it must be the Freedom 1 team that was against him. He immediately ordered the school team's main and deputy teams to separate and go all out to chase the special Black Phoenix. After all, it was unrealistic to snatch it back now, even if they found the Galaxy School team. Shinshinfu ran away in a flash, and they couldn't catch up anyway. When the two returned to the Galaxy School team, it was just dawn. There were only 6 hours left in the countdown, and the school team members began to form teams one after another. But when the captains took out the map cards in their hands, they saw that the situation on them had changed. They all thought they had fallen asleep. Otherwise, how could the galaxy suddenly have 19 red feathers after waking up from a nap? Then, they saw that Lon Kong had 3 fewer and Sirius had 4 fewer. Now Inha is first with 19 roots. Lon Kong is second with 9 roots. Kitano Kata is third with 6 roots. Li Yuan is fifth with 3 roots. And Xylus is sixth with 2 roots. Compared with the previous neck and neck, the ranking is now quite clear. In such a short time, even if Lon Kong kills another one, he can't surpass them. Not to mention that Inha himself will not stop. What are we doing? Is the Bodhisattva appearing? Is there such a thing? Isn't it going to take the first place again this time? No one from the school team took action yesterday. Yes, I woke up at night and saw that the commander-in-chief was sleeping there. Could it be? Everyone focused their attention on the Freedom 1 team, although other free teams also have the freedom to act independently. After a few games, they have basically caught up with Zuiyu's deputy team leader, because he is particularly easy to talk to and seems to be reliable. Shinshinfu and Nai just came back. Their hair is a little wet, and there is still a little moisture in the air in the early morning. School team, it's them. The rest of the team just got off the bed, and it seems that only 2 people went. No wonder they are the first team in the school rankings. When they were sleeping, the 2 of them took away Hongyu from other school teams. Isn't this contribution value? The pressure on the school team was much less, and they went deeper with peace of mind, while the team decided to speed up and explore inside. Shinshinfu used space blocks to build a miniature airship and flew away with the team directly. The school team and the live broadcast room were silent for a long time, with only 4 words in their hearts. You are worthy of it. People still need power to drive the mecha. Shinshinfu mental power is not exhausted, or what? Why don't you feel tired at all? When the team was moving at full speed, Other school teams were more crazy than Inha to find the special Black Phoenix. Ji-Che drove the mecha and released mental power perception everywhere. Although it was not as strong as the special perception system, there was nothing he could do at this time. After all, he had to compete with Kitano for the ranking. In the morning, he saw Sirius inexplicably drop to the last place, and thought that Lin Xian had indeed suffered retribution. Until Bai Ling told him that Inha had stolen their red feathers. Ji-Che gratitude to Inha was like a torrent of water. Endless. What is a friend? This is it. Otherwise, why didn't they steal from their kata? But steal Sirius's? This must be to clear some obstacles for their kata. Ji-Che thought this inference was very reasonable, and didn't think at all that it was because their red feathers were taken by the members of the space department, and she couldn't find them for a while. In 2 or 3 hours, several school teams found the special Black Phoenix. Perhaps the higher the level, the more special Black Phoenixes there are in the center. Today, there are obviously more special Black Phoenixes, and there are fights everywhere in the center of the stone forest. And the Freedom 1 team encountered the special Black Phoenix and didn't attack it, because Nai said that she had a strange perception of the deepest part of the stone forest. So the team went in without stopping. The further in we went, the quieter it became, until there was no other sound. The team members could only hear their own heartbeats and the slight friction sounds of their teammates' movements. The fog here was heavier than outside, and the clouds above were also thick, so visibility was much lower than before. Nai sat in the space airship, looked around and said, "It's here. I think there's something incredible here." Xiaohua clenched her fists. Could it be a bird with 8 heads? Xiao Lai counted on his fingers. There must be so many red feathers here. Shishi looked up. I can't see clearly. It's foggy. Concentrating his superpowers. Xiao Fei said. The fog will disperse, and the clouds will clear. The fog that had shrouded the center of the stone forest for many years, and the dark clouds above immediately dispersed, and the sun shone in obliquely. The superpower range was extremely wide, and even the clouds above the heads of other school teams near the center were all dispersed. Roland, who was watching the live broadcast on Guangyu Star, showed a very satisfied smile on his face. She was right about this child. In such a short time, she has almost mastered the art of divine words. I didn't see anything. Li Yu looked left and right, and there were still stone peaks of different sizes. But the stone peaks here were less corroded, and there were large patches of moss growing underneath, as if no creature had been here for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's mind was shocked. Shin Chinfu controlled the space airship to retreat a little, and stared at one of the stone peaks, because it was the energy fluctuation of the alien beast, which was stronger than the previous special grade alien beast. On the stone peak, circles of red air were shaken away like a heartbeat, and this unusual movement made the team members feel nervous. Xiaoshu naturally walked behind Xiaohua to hide. Why do I feel that this alien beast is a little different? Zhao Chengcheng was numb all over at this moment. I feel the same. My legs want to run away. Boom. The stone peak suddenly exploded, and the violent sound was particularly harsh in this quiet environment. The team members were waiting for that thing to come out. A claw grabbed the broken part of the stone peak and crawled out. And out came 3 red heads. When it completely crawled out and felt the extraordinary pressure, the team members realized that this was not a special grade Black Phoenix, but a beast god level Black Phoenix, the king of this stone forest. Its body was the same as the special grade Black Phoenix, but its whole body evolved into red. Its 6 legs were simplified into 2 legs, and the 3 red feather crowns on the top of its head had turned golden at the tail, and its 9 tail feathers were also red and golden. The gorgeous tail feathers and feather crowns add up to a total of 18 feathers. Cece's focus was strange. Can a red one still be called a Black Phoenix? It seems like we are colorblind. Li Yu moved closer to Shin Chinfu. This won't work. This is a beast god level beast. Can we beat it? Anyway, the school team is now the first. Do we have to fight so hard? Shin Chinfu just had his eyes shining inside. This one is not bad. It's not disgusting like the 6-legged one. The teammates looked at her excited eyes. We are nervous. And you are choosing goods? It's not suitable. Chapter 174. Even the live broadcast room that had seen her many amazing operations did not believe it now. Can this beast god level Black Phoenix really be defeated? You better run quickly. There are only 10 of you. Your life is more important. Doesn't Shin Yoshing have many soldiers? I don't think it is impossible to take it down. Shinfu really wants to collect without risking his life. But if the Beast God level beast is upgraded to the Super Beast God level, it will be in trouble. The Beast God level can leave the original planet at will. The Super Beast God level can also take the entire tribe away. It will suddenly appear like a star beast and bring disaster. And it will also breed more black phoenixes. The concept of the Beast God level is completely different. 10 special level beasts may not be able to beat 1 Beast God level. Liu raised an eyebrow. You want it? Shinfu nodded. A brand new red Beast God level Black Phoenix should be placed at the top of her Black Phoenix shelf. Cici touched the mecha. Then I help you take it down. Xiaohua also jumped up. Yes. Yes. The mecha you gave me is so valuable. I also want to help. Others had no objection. After a while, the Beast God Black Phoenix had locked onto the team below, perhaps not caring about them so much, and did not call for companions. The left head began to condense black balls. The right head was condensing feather arrows. And the middle head was spraying red flames that could both burn and corrode. 3 different attacks hit the team with murderous intent. Just when everyone was sweating for them, the team dispersed and jumped down from the space airship. Then, all 10 mechas were deployed. The 10 people who were originally falling were wrapped by the deployed mechas, and the shields were turned on to flexibly avoid the attacks. The speed was so fast that only a few black and gold lights could be seen. Everyone who saw it was attracted by this bold, sharp and cold design. Each mecha is slightly different, but everyone knows that this is a complete set, based on the performance in the past few breaths. We can know how strong the mobility and speed of this mecha are. The black body is equipped with the swimming gold armor more obviously than Lu Shi's. The black and gold flying wings are like works of art, and the overall impact is as strong as an ink painting with splashed ink and gold. Shinfu took the lead in using the space block to lock the gradually growing dark ball in the space, and threw it out fiercely. Liu avoided several waves of feather arrows, approached the Beast God Black Phoenix, mobilized his supernatural powers, and released several black chains. They were like several giant snakes trying to wrap up the Black Phoenix from the bottom. Xiao Fei's voice came to my ears. Why is sister use chains so much bigger? Cici smiled. Such a big mecha doesn't match her previous small chain, so she has to match it to look better. Liu agreed, yes. Then your double S scimitars are also small. I will also inject more superpowers to make it bigger. After that, 2 double S scimitars appeared behind Cici's mecha in an instant, which were 10 times larger than before. When Liu's chain entangled the Black Phoenix for a moment, the mecha held the scimitars and rushed towards the Black Phoenix. She wanted to take its heart directly. The Black Phoenix felt threatened and broke free from the chain and flew up. However, Nai, Xiao Lai and Xiao Fei had set up a barrier at a higher altitude to prevent it from flying out of range, and fired light swords, light arrows and ion cannons from top to bottom, all aimed at its heart. Xiao Chengcheng released the wild blade, and just as he was about to throw it out, Shinfu called out, "Wait! This will be damaged." Oh! So that's it. Xiao Chengcheng quickly took back the wild blade, summoned it again, and threw out a ball of fog? Xiao Chengcheng explained. This is my Void Beast Fog, which can make the beast lose its way. Nai was surprised while releasing the light blade. I thought the summoning system could only summon one kind. No. I have a few more. Xiao Chengcheng randomly pointed at them. There are also poison crystals, white flowers, black soil, and so on. Ah. This doesn't sound good. It was as if someone was going to be buried. The Black Phoenix began to fight back violently, and the fog was blown away and returned to the void. Xiao Chengcheng was silent for a long time and shouted, "You can at least hold on for 2 more seconds." Missed. I am embarrassed if you do this. The only response to her was the aggrieved cry of the mist in her mind. She had no choice but to hang her head and choose an angle to secretly release the light blade. If the other void beasts come out and dirty the alien beasts, Shinfu may not want them anymore, so it is better not to release them. Xiaohua punched through the air, and the huge fist formed by the condensed energy directly hit the Black Phoenix. Even if she did not dodge the feather arrows, the mecha would automatically deploy a barrier to protect her. The 3 heads of the Black Phoenix shouted, and a red light circle appeared behind it, which was expanding and expanding, and then stopped. The red light circle was like a mirror, copying another Beast God level Black Phoenix. It was just that the whole body was black, like a shadow, but the combat power was actually doubled. It can actually have a clone? It seems to have a shadow skill. Cece continued to move forward, and Shinshinfu also took out a 40-meter space blade to chop at it. They flew up, one black and one red, and kept releasing feather arrows. Feather arrows have the ability to lock targets, and it is not easy to dodge so many of them. Shin Yoshing opened the gate of the undead and released thousands of winged soldiers to resist. This place immediately became the largest battlefield in the arena. Various attacks collided, making deafening sounds all the time. The sword light flashed. The red light and the black and gold of the mecha intertwined, and only a few afterimages could be seen surrounding the Black Phoenix. But it was almost invulnerable to swords and guns, and only a tiny mark was left on the heart after several attacks. And it kept staring at them, and didn't let them get close. If they got close to it, it would spit out dark balls. Shinshinfu couldn't pry open its mouth and pierce its heart. It dodged too quickly. Shin Yoshing frowned. It can only be like that. Yeah. The people in the live broadcast room just watched them in the fierce battle and suddenly disappeared. This mecha also has an invisible barrier? How much does it cost? Oh my god. I was wrong. It really hurts to get a scratch on a new mecha of this level. This light. This design. Where was it customized? Can you tell me? Ah. Urgent. How can I make a friend like Shinshinfu? It's very simple. Just give her a few beast god level beasts. No. I think giving her a watermelon field will also work. 666. They fought the Black Phoenix in stealth, and the effect was remarkable. The Black Phoenix, which couldn't find a target, could only attack the winged army. But the team's attack hit its heart firmly. Even if it opened a shield, it would be smashed by Xiao Hua. They fought for more than an hour. As soon as they killed the beast god Black Phoenix, it was instantly resurrected in the red flames. Keep fighting. Freedom 1 team had no intention of stopping. Time passed by, and the rankings of several school teams were still changing. Inha ranked first with 25 feathers. Longkong ranked second with 21 feathers. Katanakata ranked third with 18 feathers. Quinoa ranked fifth with 15 feathers. And Cirrus ranked sixth with 14 feathers. When there were only 10 minutes left, the situation changed instantly, and the live commentator couldn't help but get excited when he saw this. Longkong got another one. 27 first. Cirrus actually reversed in the end, and ranked third with 20 red feathers. Cirrus had insufficient energy stones and the most injured people, but he still managed to get to third place, which made the audience excited. In the last 10 seconds of the countdown, everyone thought that this time would end with Longkong ending Inha's winning streak. Everyone watched the squeezed Inha school team add 6 and 18 red feathers respectively, and returned to the first place with 49 red feathers. Chapter 175. The audience went crazy, and the people watching the live broadcast at the venue jumped up. Did you see it just now? The last 10 seconds. It was the Galaxy School team and the Freedom 1 team that took down the Black Phoenix at the same time. 49 red feathers. No one can compare to that. Longkong had just experienced ups and downs, which was more uncomfortable than never getting it. Tujia had expected it. She reevaluated Shinshinfu's strength in the last game, but still underestimated her. Now she thinks she is very likely to be a 3S level psychic. Their sound-based psychic ability has much less impact on her than ordinary people. During the period, she also applied several control spells, all of which were dodged by her. It looks simple, but there are not many people who can do it. Besides, the psychic ability she showed when she came to steal the red feather was unprecedented. I'm afraid she came up with it herself. It's even more terrifying to be able to explore the laws of psychic operation and create her own skills. Inha holds 2 3S trump cards, one in the open and one in the dark, which is a very correct choice. At this time, Inha deliberately hides the trump card Shinshinfu just put away the beast god Black Phoenix on the ground. The team took back the mecha and looked at the count on the map card curiously. Why only 18 red feathers were added? Isn't this beast god Black Phoenix covered with red feathers? Shinshinfu recalled. It should only be the crest and tail feathers that count. The crests of the 3 heads add up to 9 feathers, and there are 9 tail feathers. The red tail feathers are not available in other levels of Black Phoenixes, which is already considered a lot. Xiao Fei suddenly thought of a serious problem. This competition. Since we are collecting red feathers, we should not hand them in. Shinshinfu was stunned. She had never thought about this. Li Yu, in broad daylight. The planner would not be so cruel. Right? Xiao Chung Chung. This is to make the school team work for free. Nai smiled. Hey, how could it be? It's not a robbery. Why would they collect it? We have to trust the planner. Xiao Lai also shouted loudly for a rare time. Yes. It's impossible. Right. Cece sighed. Only black-hearted people will steal the spoils we fought so hard for. Xiaoshu put his arm on Xiao Hua's shoulder. Then I want to vote for the planner of this venue as the one I dislike the most. Xiao Hua turned her head. Can the venues still vote? Yes. After the competition, there will be a vote in the 10 venues. And you can vote for 2 favorite venues and 1 least favorite venue. Anyway, it's not good to lose. At this time, on another distant planet, a young man in the 33rd military region happened to see the scene and was so angry that he slammed the table. They actually led the rhythm, and I didn't like it. But there was no other way. So he could only contact the organizers as soon as possible. It's me. That Hong Yu. Give it to the school team. He almost gritted his teeth. Keep it. Soon. Everyone in the 5th competition field heard the notice. The 5th competition field ended. Galaxy first. Lonkong second. Silas third. And Chiyuan 6th. The points are 10, 8, 6. And the last place does not score. Katano and Kata will play a 6-hour overtime game to compete for the 4th and 5th places. The school team will deal with the Hongyu they got. When the other school teams were preparing to go back, Ji-Che had already wilted. It's so hard. How did Inha get so many at once? Bai Ling sighed. Maybe he found a higher level beast. Higher level? Beast King level? Then he must have met their main team. Otherwise it wouldn't be that easy. Okay. We still have to find Black Phoenix. Stop sitting on the ground. It's embarrassing. Oh. Ji-Che stood up quickly. Bai Yi had already started again at this time. Mutua glanced at Yu Jianya, who was standing there looking at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. He walked over suspiciously. What are you doing? Yu Jianya sighed rarely. I was thinking if I grew wings. Mutua, ? Isn't this a wish he would have when he was a child? What is he now? I can split myself, but the mecha can't split itself. And things in the sky are not easy to fight. Mutua understood at this point. It was true. In fact, they found a special Black Phoenix at the beginning. But the strongest Yu Jianya forgot that he was in the sky and directly split himself, almost falling to death. Who could imagine that 20 Yu Jianya fell from the sky like rain? That scene was really scary. Fortunately, he quickly released the split. Others did not react. And the Black Phoenix took the opportunity to run away. The school team relied too much on Yu Jianya in the battle. And Mutua himself noticed this problem. Every time before others took action, Yu Jianya rushed up to chop. 20 splits? Others had no place to stand. So the school team did not make much progress in these few games. In the future, when he encounters strange beasts, he should pull Yu Jianya more and give others a chance to grow. But I have an idea. Yu Jianya turned to look at Mutua. Equip each clone with a mecha. In the future, they can all fight in the sky. Mutua took a breath. You dare to think. You want to buy dozens of mechas? Your father won't chop you off. Will he? I can go to work and be a beast hunter. That's called working. Mutua couldn't help but complain. Almost forgot where he was. Cleared his throat. Okay. Let's talk about it when we get back. We still have to play overtime. While the 2 school teams were fighting, Inha had already boarded the airship. Shinshinfu put out all the red feathers in her hand, and then hesitated to take out the beast god Black Phoenix in the small space block. This, what we fight. How do we usually deal with it? After the team defeated her, they said that she would decide. But after all, she was also a member of the military academy, and the fights of other teams belonged to the military academy. So she should ask. The school team members came over. What is this? Is it a beast god level Black Phoenix? It's all red. Oh my god. It's so hard to beat. It's so powerful. No wonder there were suddenly 18 red feathers. It turned out they were from it. Then, these should belong to your team. After all, you beat them. Yes. We are not here. The other red feathers belong to everyone in the school team. Bai Ruoqing saw so many people gathered around Shinshinfu, smiled and walked over. I think no matter what, we are all a school team. A whole. This is also a collective honor. It means it should belong to everyone. That makes sense. At this time, Xian snorted coldly. What the free team beats belongs to her. I don't want it. Don't talk about collective or not. Emily also looked over. By watching, Shin Shinfu should be very annoying. So she also came forward, smiling more gently than by watching. But her words were sarcastic. I am embarrassed to ask for something I didn't contribute to. Your Bai family may be different from us. Xian and Shi looked at each other. She started pretending again. At this time, Lu Shi, who was passing by, saw the black phoenix in Shin Shinfu's hand and said, the red one belongs to the Freedom 1 team. And the others are sold and divided equally among everyone. Chapter 176 Good quality and low price. Since Lu Shi said so, no one had any objection. And most people had never thought of taking a share. Bai Ruoqing's face did not change. I just said so. Now I think it's better for your team to take it yourself. He just clenched his fists tightly when he turned to leave. Shin Shinfu was so annoying. How could he have such a caring sister? The voices behind him gradually became lively. They were clamoring for Shin Shinfu to enlarge it a little. After all, it was too rare for military school students to see a beast god-level beast that would not kill people. Shin Shinfu asked the school team to step back and inject spiritual power. The space block containing the Black Phoenix suddenly became much larger and placed on the ground for them to look at. Wow! The Black Phoenix was locked in the heart position by the Freedom 1 team for a long time. Except for a big hole in the front that was pierced by Shin Shinfu at the end. The rest of the place was still good. The school team exclaimed in amazement at its completeness. You know, they couldn't just hit one position when hitting a high-level Black Phoenix. In short, the red feathers pulled out in the end were all dirty. They took photos around the space block, posted articles to show off, and happily returned to Guangyu Star. The treatment they received this time was completely different from the last time. Galaxy's 5 first places were about to break the record. The highest winning streak in the league was 6 consecutive wins in 10 games. The outside world was quite confident in Galaxy's strength. This time, as soon as they got off the airship, several team leaders surrounded them. The school team was a little at a loss for such a situation where all the teachers came to welcome them. There were also a large number of reporters and fans rushing forward. The school team was really panicked when they saw them. The questions those reporters asked were scary. And the last time they were hit in the face with eggs and vegetable leaves was also very painful. The dignity was hurting. I don't know how this ancient method has been passed down to this day. After the main and deputy teams in front ran into the league village like they were escaping for their lives, the Freedom 1 team behind the team was still stopped. The questions from the reporters were varied. And even if they had 10 mouths, they couldn't answer them all. Are you confident that you will win the first place in the next game? Which team do you think is the biggest opponent? Why did you help Kata repeatedly? Did you reach a cooperation in private? Who arranged to hide the real strength in the first place? Suddenly, a female reporter asked loudly, what is the name of your mecha? Which company customized it? Shin Shinfu thought of Su Lang's request for her to have an opportunity to advertise before. So she stopped and answered her, our mecha is called Freedom, which is customized in the Capital Star Building Block Mecha Studio. This set is designed by mecha designer Fang Yu and Su Lang. The driving experience is very good. Good quality and low price. You can go and buy it. The reporters were hit in the face by her words good quality and low price. Gradually quieted down. And then showed puzzled expressions. Did you hear it right? Good quality and low price? She said mecha? This ad is really hard. Do you want to think of the words again? Li Yu's expression control was broken. She was almost dying of laughter. She was out of breath. Even she couldn't say that mecha was good quality and low price. Shin Yoshing's mouth twitched a few times, and he quickly pushed Shin Shinfu into the door. The hot search that day was all about good quality and low price mecha worth hundreds of millions. Have you bought it? Su Lang's side was suddenly flooded with reservations. It was just after the Chinese New Year, and the reservations were already 3 years later. Fang Yu and Su Lang both became famous. Su Lang sent a message to Shin Shinfu. Listen to me. Thank you, my god of wealth. I will give you a 30% discount on future mecha repairs. Xiaofu, smiley face. And Fang Yu looked at the full appointment list. And looked at Su Lang with murderous eyes. If you want me to die, just say it directly. Su Lang was embarrassed. Oh, I give you a commission on your base salary and design fees. That's about right. The overtime of the 5th game ended that day. Kata won and 1/4. While Kitano didn't have enough energy stones and 1/5. On the way back, Eugenia heard his teammates talking about Galaxy, Shin Shinfu, mecha, design, and low price. So he asked Mutuo what they were talking about. Mutuo opened the video on the light brain. And Eugenia saw the 10 crazy mechas of the Freedom 1 team in the clip, as well as the promotion of Shinshinfu. I think the one she customized is pretty good. And they say it's good quality and cheap. Mutuo looked at the martial arts fanatic. You believe what she said? But you haven't given up yet. With so many mechas, I advise you not to be wishful thinking. Besides, can you hang so many on your neck? Is it suitable? Others have one on their neck. But he has dozens? It's not a rack for hanging mecha necklaces. Won't the neck lean forward? Will he be robbed? But he was determined. I want to go. Okay. Let's talk about it after the game. I accompany you then. If he gets cheated, he'd count the money. The next day, Shinshinfu prepared to go back to the capital star. She was going to ask Xianjian about the domain. After all, she had never experienced complete space-based supernatural training. She calculated the time difference and got up before dawn on Guangyu Star to contact Xianjian. Although the Chinese New Year had just passed, he was still in the capital star. He smiled very happily in the video. What's up? Our little pride of the art department. What do you want to see the teacher for? Teacher Xian. Happy New Year. I want to ask if you know anything about the field. There is very little information on the internet. Xianjian stroked his beard. Field. That's a skill only for 3S level. Are you worried that a 3S level will suddenly appear in other school teams, and it will be difficult for you to beat it? Shinshinfu shook his head. No. I want to learn. Oh. So. It's good to have a desire to learn. But you are 2S level. You can't learn this field. Xianjian suddenly stopped talking. Shinshinfu 2S was inferred from the internet. She never said it herself. You can't? Xianjian's face wrinkled together, staring at Shinshinfu nervously and expectantly, not daring to blink, until she saw Shinshinfu nod. Hurry back to school. Contact me when you get there. So she took Xiao Meichio back to the dormitory of the Galaxy Military Academy. It was only 10 o'clock on the capital star. The villa had a housekeeping robot, so it was always clean. Walking downstairs, she saw Xiaokai curled up on the sofa strangely, with 2 big leaves hugging a pillow and a blanket covering her. After all, it was cold on the capital star now. The housekeeping robot did not recognize that there was someone in the villa, so it did not turn on the constant temperature system. What are you doing? Xiaokai turned her head and saw that Shinshinfu was not afraid anymore. She just sat up in shock, and the blanket on her body fell to the ground. She looked inexplicably a little aggrieved. Xiaokai pointed at herself, then at Shinshinfu, and then the 2 leaves crossed one after the other on the coffee table, as if walking. You want to go with me? It nodded. Shinshinfu didn't expect that it would feel lonely after staying alone for a long time, but it didn't refuse. Okay. I pick you up after I finish my business. Xiaokai ran upstairs happily when she heard her say that. And I don't know where she went. Chapter 177 Shenyang and Shiyin. Xianjian hurriedly changed his clothes and buttoned a wrong button. Seeing this, his wife Liangwan grabbed him and helped him button it again. What are you doing? You are so clumsy at your age. Where are you going during the new year? Xiaolu said she wants to come to eat at noon today. I have to go to school in the next 2 or 3 days to organize some materials. I will give them to one of my students when she comes back in the next 2 days. Liangwan was curious. Aren't you in charge of the art department? Why do you look so anxious like when you were in the supernatural department? Oh, I can't explain it to you. Anyway, I may not come back at night. I tell you when the time comes. After saying that, he picked up his small leather bag and walked to the shoe-changing bench at the door to change his shoes. When he bent down, the light brain on his wrist flashed. He clicked it and saw Xiaofu, teacher. I'm at school. Even though Xianjian had taught 2 3S level students, he didn't expect Shinshinfu to be so fast at this moment. The 3S space department is really different. The 2 had communicated 3 minutes ago, which means that she was teleported from Guangyu Star back to the capital star within 3 minutes. However, what Xianjian didn't know was that she spent most of these 3 minutes talking to a flower. He was very excited. She was definitely at the 3S level. Maybe this was fate. There would be 3S students who would come to the art department to retire. Xianjian was proud of himself while flying the aircraft. Others would never meet a 3S student in their lifetime. But what about him? The third one. It was a pity that no one told her to open her own field at this level. His eyes burst with the same light as when Roland looked at Xiao Fei. He also wanted Xin Shinfu to reach a higher level. When he arrived at the office, Xin Shinfu was already waiting for him at the door. Xin Shinfu looked at Xian Jian running over. When he saw her, it was like seeing a piece of shining gold. He showed his 8 big teeth and waved while running. She also waved and said hello. Xian Jian ran over and smiled and pretended to blame her. You kid. Why didn't you tell the teacher earlier? There are so many surprises. It's scary. You participated in a league and became 3S from sea level. Who would believe it if you told others? Xin Shinfu was a little embarrassed. I was really short of mental power at the beginning. Xian Jian opened the door. I said your mother was 3S level and your father was 2S level. How come you were born sea level? At that time, I didn't dare to ask more because I was afraid of hurting her self-esteem. Xin Shinfu was stunned when she closed the door. Thinking of what Shi Yin said before, she and her mother were both students of teacher Xian, and asked tentatively, Teacher, do you know them? In fact, after she came back, she searched for information about the 2 words Shenyang, but they were all blocked, and she couldn't find any relevant information on the internet. Xian Jian didn't think too much, and replied to her while opening the locked file cabinet, Of course I know them. Shenyang and Feiyang are both my students. After your mother died, Feiyang changed a lot and didn't visit me much. He used to come to wish me a happy new year. After he finished speaking, he realized that he shouldn't talk about this topic. Fortunately, he found the video recording block. Come and take a look. Xin Shinfu walked to Xian Jian's side and looked at the stereoscopic image projected in front of him. It turned out that it was the battle between Shenyang and Shi Yin. It was like a vast wasteland. The two stood on each side. A few people sat in the distance and watched. But it was too far away to see their faces clearly. Just a few small dots. Shenyang and Shi Yin nodded, and at the same time activated their supernatural powers to start fighting. Shi Yin plucked the strings in the air, and the sound arrows were much more than the last time she faced the Crystal Palace. However, Shenyang in front of her, 2 fingers on the center of the eyebrows, instantly unfolded the warrior armor. Xin Shinfu was surprised to see the armor similar to Cece's. So she is a warrior. Xian Jian looked at her with some surprise and explained, Yes. And she is an all-element warrior among elemental warriors. All-element? There are many types of warriors, and elemental warriors account for a large proportion, such as water and wood warriors, but they are generally directly classified as elemental warriors. For example, Mutua, the commander-in-chief of Bei who is competing with you, is a gold warrior. He has gold powers and armor and power weapons. But Cece's madness. Warriors and Kitano Eugiania's shadow warriors are very rare. And even rarer than these are all-element warriors. Shenyang is a 3S level all-element warrior, which means that she not only has all 5 superpowers of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, but also has 5 superpower weapons superimposed on the warrior superpower. And each of the 5 weapons can be given different superpower attributes. In other words, she has 5 changes in one weapon. He pointed at Shenyang, who was possessed by the armor. At this time, she held a black long stick, kicked her feet, and almost flew into the air, quickly closing the distance. Shi Yin shot countless sound blades and sound arrows, but they were broken one by Shenyang. She moved extremely fast and very accurately, and not a single shot missed. After closing the distance again, Shenyang turned her wrist, and the long stick turned into a sickle, almost dancing it into a full moon. All the sonic arrows were fired out, and there was no time for the superimposed sonic boom to explode. Shi Yin drove hundreds of wind chimes and began to attack Shenyang's mental power. But she turned the sickle into a water shield, pointed her hand to the sky, and a huge bow and arrow appeared, with 3 giant arrows with blue flames on it, shooting straight at Shi Yin. Shi Yin seemed to have not expected Shenyang to be so ruthless. Stomped her feet, and immediately opened the domain. The red and purple pattern began to spread from under her feet, and the psychedelic wind chime seen before also appeared behind her. But this time Xin Shinfu saw it more clearly. Like the magic circle in the film and television drama, the domain map under her feet extended and lit up in circles, occupying a large area. The skill that Shenyang had just used dimmed instantly, and Shi Yin began to compose music, with hundreds of 5-line scores floating around her. According to her thoughts, she composed a very powerful attack song, and then pointed it at Shenyang. The completed staves flew out one by one, and some of them hit Xinyang's blue fire arrows first, exploding with a strong contrast of blue and red. At the same time, music sounded, and Shinfu could feel the energy contained in it just by listening to it. Xinyang took off the water shield bow and sickle, and also opened the domain. Shinfu heard her voice, which was very small, but she heard it very clearly. Qiyan, you opened this domain too fast. After she finished speaking, circles of domain maps also unfolded under her feet. Those were the colors of the 5 elements, interweaving and growing out of her body, and a colorful 5-pointed star pattern formed by connecting the 5 elements as the starting point appeared behind her. After Shinfu watched their complete domain unfold, he suddenly had a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what it was. The 2 domains were almost superimposed on each other, and then the fighting method changed. They began to flash in any position of their own domain, and even suddenly appeared in any place of the domain. The 2 fought hard. It seems that after opening the domain, you only need to use mind control. Chapter 178 Emil. Xianjian's explanation confirmed her thoughts. Domain is a skill unique to 3S level psychics. Opening the domain requires huge mental support, which requires the psychic to understand the operating rules of his own superpowers. The patterns are all unfolded naturally, which depends on personal understanding. After opening the domain, you can choose to weaken the strength of those standing in your domain, or enhance the strength of your companions. And launching superpowers from any position only requires your thought. This ability can only be fought by people of the same 3S level. Once the domain is opened, there is no opponent below 3S. Shinfu was fascinated by it, and Xianjian stretched out his hand in front of her and waved it. Do you understand? At this moment, she had seen Xinyang resisting the sound arrows in the distance. But the long whip-like bone suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapped around Qiyan's legs, and hung her upside down. Qiyan lost. The battle record ended when Xinyang put Qiyan down. The domain was closed, and the people on the side ran over. Retracting his gaze, Shinfu replied, I understand. Xianjian sighed. It's one thing to understand, but it's another to learn. It's not that simple. You have to understand the rules of your own superpowers, and follow the flow of superpowers to find the switch of the domain. Also, the domain is divided into levels. You just saw that the domain is unfolding in circles. They were my students when they were 12 years old and just awakened to school. Xinyang practiced for half a year, and Qiyan practiced for a year before they figured out how to open the superpowers. At first, they could only open the 26th and 20th layers of the domain. When recording this section, they were about the same age as you, and they had practiced to the highest level of 66th and 62nd layers of the domain. Each time a layer of the domain is opened, the range increases by 1 circle. It is said that the highest level of the domain can be opened is 99 layers. But this, they controlled it and didn't open it too much. Both of them held back in the battle. The rules of superpowers are hard to find, and the teacher doesn't want you to be too stressed. Your strength is already very strong. Shinfu replied, Okay. Thank you, teacher. But can you lend me this record block? Xianjian picked up the record block on the table and handed it to her. Of course, it's very rare to fully record the process of 2-3S level people unfolding their fields. You can take a look and figure out how their superpowers flow. But if you want to try, it's best to find a place where no one is. After that, he searched for a long time, muttering, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I thought I would organize it earlier and give it to you at once. After a while, he found it and handed Shinfu a notebook. This is a notebook of Xinyang's old notebooks, all written by her. I haven't read it much. Maybe it can be helpful to you. After she took it, Xianjian continued to instruct. If you have any questions about training, just ask me. During this period, I will prepare a training plan for you, as well as other space-related exercises and research, etc. Shinfu felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect that Xianjian was willing to do so much for her when she just wanted to ask about the field. She smiled and thanked him. Thank you, teacher. Shinfu's smile suddenly overlapped with Xinyang and Xianjian's memory, and he suddenly felt sad. That was his proudest student. Xianjian slowly came back to his senses and saw that it was noon. Are you going back? Shinfu nodded. It's very convenient to go back to Guangya Star from the dormitory. Xianjian thought for a while. You didn't come back for the new year this time. Let's go back and have a meal with the teacher. The food in our house is delicious. Fu wanted to refuse, but Xian didn't give her a chance at all. He pulled her on the aircraft and sent a voice message to her family, saying that he would cook a few more dishes at Xian's home. Xian is 11 years old and likes to eat at her grandparents' house the most. But today, they didn't let her eat the meal they prepared. They said that Grandpa wanted to bring students back for dinner. TSK, what students? Can he bring back the Freedom Team one? Xian turned on the light brain. She was already an 8th level lucky mushroom, and she hadn't done today's punch-in task yet. At this time, the entrance door opened, and she didn't even bother to raise her head. Someone walked into the living room, and Grandma came out of the kitchen. Grandpa introduced, "Come, this is my wife Liang Wan. You can just call her Teacher Liang. Ah Wan. This is my student, Fu." The 3 words Fu echoed in her mind. Xian knew that Fu was from the Galaxy Art Department, and she had told her classmates before that her grandfather was her teacher. But no one believed it, so she was laughed at by her classmates. She didn't dare to look up, but she heard the voice she had heard countless times in the video saying, "Hello, Teacher Liang." Xian turned her neck mechanically, and when she saw the person standing in front of her, she felt the hairs on her body stand up instantly. In front of her stood a living Fu. Is this world real? Xian looked at the petrified Xian and raised his eyebrows. "Xiao Lu, why don't you stand up and say hello to the guests? Come here and call me sister." Xian stood up suddenly after hearing what he said. "But, sister? How dare she?" He walked to her with his hands and feet, opened his mouth several times before opening it, and stammered, "Sister, sister, sister, hello. I am Xiao Lu." After saying that, 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her face, and she lowered her head and looked at Fu carefully. She saw Fu smiled and replied to her, "Hello, Xiao Lu." Hearing this, her head was buried even lower, and her whole face turned red. She wanted to cry, laugh, twist, crawl and scream on the spot, but she held back. "Okay, stop standing there. Come and eat. It's almost cold." Liang Wan invited Fu to sit down. Fu sat at the dining table, looking at the table full of home-cooked dishes. She had eaten many delicious dishes before, but now she suddenly didn't know which dish to start with. This was her first time eating home-cooked dishes made by her own family. They were different from those made by chefs. Even if she just looked at them, she had a kind of touching fireworks. Liang Wan picked up a big chicken leg with a serving chopstick and handed it to her with a gentle and loving look. "Your teacher Xian watched your League live broadcast every day. He went to bed only when you slept on the court. I'm afraid he will die of old age. You are Shenyang's child, right? She used to come to my house often for dinner. She likes this chicken soup I stew the most. Try it and see if you like it." Fu took it with both hands, blew the hot air, and drank a sip from the bowl. The rich and fragrant chicken soup slid down the esophagus, and her mouth was full of delicious taste. His eyes lit up, and he answered her, "It's delicious." Then Liang Wan kept picking up dishes for her, and the pile was even higher than the rice bowl. Even Xian, who was celebrating in her heart, was a little worried. She was afraid that her idol would die of overeating. After eating, they chatted for a while, and took some photos with Xiao Lu. When they were about to leave, Liang Wan stopped her. He handed her a photo card he found in the study. Chapter 179 Shenyang's Notes. The photo card will repeat this 5-second animated picture when input into the mental power. Fu took it and saw a large group photo. In the middle of the photo was Shenyang. On her left was Qi Yan. On her right was Fan Lang. And there were a few people she didn't know, as if they were at a gathering, and many people walked behind. It should be the person taking the photo who asked them to look at the camera. They turned their heads and looked at it at the same time, and quickly gathered together. Then Shenyang put his hands around Qi Yan and Fan Lang's necks respectively, and everyone laughed very happily. For some reason, although it was a very youthful photo, Fu heart tightened. It was the first time she saw Shenyang's face so clearly, so it seemed that she was indeed very similar to Shenyang. When she looked into her eyes, it seemed as if she was meeting her eyes across time and space. After Fu looked at it silently for a while, he smiled, put the photo card into the space world, and thanked the 2 teachers very sincerely. The three of them sent Shinshinfu to the door. And after waving goodbye, Liang Wan casually asked Xi and Jian in the lobby, "Don't you want to take care of too many students' affairs when you get older? This is the first time you have brought students back for dinner in the past 10 years. Xi and Jian was silent for a moment. Yes, but she is different. I want her to be stronger. His students have all made achievements in the Interstellar, but not many have survived. He always receives news of his students' death. Too many people have died. Perhaps the older he gets, the softer his heart becomes. In the middle of the night, he always dreams of the smiling faces and death of those children. So he simply applied to open an art department, bringing some children who can live safely and steadily, changing their lifestyle, leisurely and happy every day. And his students are also happy. Unexpectedly, they participated in the league. Seeing the success of the Freedom One team, he still couldn't help being happy and excited. Through them, he saw every one of his former students. And sometimes he would shed tears when he saw them working hard. It was for those former students. Shinshinfu is different. She is a 3S space department. This kind of strength is definitely not a common thing. There are some things she can't avoid. He wants her to be stronger, at least to avoid dying like Shenyang. The stronger she is, the greater the chance of surviving an accident. The old couple smiled at each other and said nothing more. Suddenly, Xi and Li's scream came from the house. The two ran over quickly, but were shocked by the things in front of them. The living room was a pile of gifts that were almost piled up into a small hill. Shaolin now really felt why Shinshinfu chose the mecha. She was really generous. She opened her light brain and took a lot of pictures. After today, she, Xi and Lo, must be the most envied person in the class. Xi and Jian laughed and said, "What is this child thinking? Ha ha ha. Much more interesting than her parents." This is the first time the couple has received gifts piled up to the ceiling. There is an inexplicable clumsy and naive sincerity. These things were bought by Shinshinfu after dinner when she teleported out on the pretext of going to the bathroom. She still knows that she needs to bring some gifts to the door for the new year. But she didn't stop and bought a little too much by accident. But she didn't think too much. After all, Liu gave gifts in the same way. And she had learned it. She was afraid that they would not accept it. So she teleported away as soon as the door was closed, leaving no room for refusal. After that, she did not return to the dormitory, but went to the underground trading city, because she had received a message from Boss Jean before. He said he wanted 10 black phoenixes, but after Shinshinfu went there, he only said that he could trade 10 other exotic beasts. Boss Jean asked why, and she only asked Boss Jean one question. "Do you want this underground trading city to become above ground?" After all, she was the only one who had the whole Black Phoenix now. As long as it flowed out of the market, it would definitely be traced. With her current popularity, it might be found out in less than half a day. This kind of underground trading city that developed secretly was maintained harmoniously by multiple forces. If it was turned to the open, it was unknown what kind of storm it would encounter. Boss Jean, who was overwhelmed by the black phoenixes in the sky, sobered up a little. The several transactions with Shinshinfu almost made him forget how rare exotic beasts were. He then spoke sadly. "Then you can just take one." "One? Okay. I keep it for myself and not sell it." Shinshinfu looked at him distrustfully, his eyes full of, "Will you not sell it?" He was a little angry, pointing to his magnificent office, where there were indeed a lot of things on the antique shelf. "I am also a collector." "Okay. We are also like-minded." Shinshinfu then reluctantly took a high-level black phoenix and handed it to him. After that, she rushed to the mecha studio. After the last fight, everyone's mecha still needed some repairs and debugging. And Zhao Qingqing's mecha had a scratch the size of a fingernail. And she was so angry that she pounded the ground. Shinshinfu was really afraid that she would be angry to death. So he waited for the repair to be completed that day. It was already evening when she returned to the dormitory. Shinshinfu suddenly felt that this day was more tiring than the league. Little Cole Ball jumped onto her shoulder, and Xiaokai ran towards her happily. Her leaves were still hanging with her. Luggage? Even though Shinshinfu had seen too many wonderful plants during this period, she still didn't understand it at this time. "Where did you get your luggage?" "A flower?" This package looked bulging and filled with a lot of things. But Shinshinfu didn't ask it. After all, the package of a flower is also the privacy of the flower. In this way, Shinshinfu finished all the things in one day and returned to Guangyu Star with a cat and a flower. It was rare that she didn't go to eat. So Shin took out the notebook first. Teacher Xian said that this notebook was left behind when Yang participated in the league. After the league, she began to go out for practice frequently. Not long after, she graduated and left. Then he remembered that he picked up this notebook and kept it. The notebook is neither thick nor thin, and the cover is black. After opening it, the first page says Yang, followed by a year, new 3049, in a vigorous and powerful font. Although sloppy but chic, there is no specific date further on. Probably because I am too lazy to write. There are mostly some small and fragmented contents on it. More like recording trivial matters. It's over the new year, and I will participate in the league this year. I must take the first place. Old man Xian arranged so many trainings for us. He is really not afraid that we will be exhausted to death. Fortunately, my father is not afraid that I will be exhausted to death. I am used to it. Ha ha ha. I rescued a dog on the road today and named it Xiaohe. Although it is white. Qi Yin said that her domain has opened another level. It seems that she has been working hard recently. Take her to eat something good. Although the domain is opened in accordance with it, it is also necessary to go against it occasionally. If you always impact it, it will be upgraded. But it is not okay to practice on an empty stomach. Although I don't know why Feian always thinks my family is poor and helps me in a roundabout way. But the food is delicious and I eat it all. So let him think so. Hee. I saved a person on the road today. He was seriously injured. As if he was beaten by a monster. It's hard to survive in the interstellar world. Life is not easy for everyone. I have to work harder. Chapter 180 Training. Later, we can see that she helped many people and recorded many daily life. Shinfu didn't recognize the names of those people. Occasionally, she would write some small training tips. Or some things she drew casually. But her drawing was really bad. Shinfu turned a page casually and drew a black mass and a few crooked lines on the edge. He didn't understand what it was at all. But the note was, "It's so beautiful." Shinfu stared at it for a long time, but couldn't see what was beautiful about it. Could it be that she had been in the art department for a long time and her aesthetic taste has improved too much? The notes were not written until she participated in the league. I think it was then that the notes were lost. However, she didn't record the family affairs, and the dad in her mouth only appeared that time. Shinfu carefully recalled the few words she wrote about the field. It can only be opened by following it. But it can only be upgraded by going against it. Thinking about it constantly, the mental power unconsciously began to drive the flow of supernatural power. Soon the pressure in the room became stronger and stronger. Xiaokai was still squatting in her room. She was shaking so much that she wanted to run away. But she didn't dare to run away without Shinfu saying anything. Meow. Xiao Meichio suddenly jumped into her arms like a ball, stepping on the notebook. Shinfu was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses. Yes. Teacher Xian said that we should practice in a place where there is no one. Just now, she was distracted by it and almost forgot that this was Guangyu Star. Guangyu Star is definitely not a good place. There are people everywhere. Where to go? Shinfu suddenly thought of the 5th competition field. Not only is the place large, there are no people. The weather is good, and there are exotic beasts that can be used as training objects. After the game, there will be no cameras following her, so she can go there to train. So she sent a message to Qinque to ask for leave. Qinque agreed immediately after receiving the message. Shinfu is the main force of the school team, so she has her reasons for doing what she wants to do. He also wanted to go to Sirius's place when he had time today. But he didn't expect that no one was training there. They said that there were too many injured people, and they were all recuperating. However, the 5th arena did have the most injured people in these games. Even though Galaxy had a maximum of 2S levels, there were nearly 200 injured people. Qinque had nothing to do, so he thought he might as well go to Roland to see the training results of her students. It was said that the girl named Xiaofei practiced until late every day. The simulation training chamber was like a simplified and reduced version of the single soldier system. But the operation room was right next to it. When Qinque entered, he happened to see Roland clicking frantically to add alien beasts. If Qinque remembered correctly, one click would add a group. That is, 10 alien beasts. And different buttons represented the addition of simulated alien beasts of different levels. This type of training room generally adds high-level alien beasts. and no special level ones will appear. But why did Roland press faster than a student playing a music game? Wouldn't that button be broken? If it was so tiring, why didn't he use the automatic mode? Looking up, the training room was almost full of simulated beasts constructed by energy. But simulated beasts were still being produced on all sides. He couldn't see where Xiaofei was. Qinque looked at Roland with a hint of fear. He was already crazy. Roland saw him coming from the corner of his eye, wiped the sweat off his face, and slowed down his keystrokes. Hey, why are you here? I'm free, and came to see how your beloved disciple is doing. Roland glanced at him. Then you try it. He put his hand down from the button to add the alien beast and rubbed his wrist. He signaled him to press it quickly with his eyes. Qinque was not polite. It was just training students. He walked over and put his hand on the button. When he looked up, he found something wrong. In the time he was talking to Roland, half of the alien beasts in the training room had been reduced, and they were still decreasing rapidly. He saw the figure shuttling in it, although not as fast as Shinshunfu. It was already very good. The body movements were all methodical. It was obvious that he had been carefully trained. Xiaofei gathered her superpowers and dodged a high-level simulated beast. She put her index and middle fingers together, and a small ball of white light appeared on her fingertips. She pointed her 2 fingers at the 20 intermediate beasts coming towards her, and said crush. The 20 beasts in front of her were immediately hit by the superpowers, and all shattered and disappeared. Then she turned back, dodged the attack, and slapped the high-level simulated beast with a palm, with a critical hit bonus, and directly slapped it away with 1 palm. The beast flew backwards and brought down a large group of them. Xiaofei pointed at them and said kill with feather arrows. Countless white feather arrows appeared out of thin air and began to pierce those beasts until the beasts were shattered and disappeared, and then dissipated. Originally, Xiaofei training rhythm had always been very fast. But suddenly she felt that the rhythm of the simulated beasts joining in slowed down, and it was very chaotic. Did someone else control it? However, Xiaofei was not too curious, and just kept fighting. This is exactly the course that teacher Roland added for her after her physical fitness has improved. She needs to increase her combat ability and learn to control the control range of the divine word so that she can achieve the maximum attack effect with the least amount of superpowers. When using the divine word, if every attack is full range, then she will run out of mental power after a few times. So she needs to strike accurately. Half an hour later, the beasts in the training room came out very slowly, and she heard Roland's voice. This is the end of the afternoon training, and the next course will be held in the evening. Xiaofei nodded to the control room. After going out, she saw Roland and Qinque coming out, and Roland waved her over. Hello, Mr. Luo. Mr. Chen. Xiaofei ran over and saw Qinque shaking his hands. So he asked, was it Mr. Chen who was in control just now? I feel that the rhythm is a little different. Roland nodded and winked at Xiaofei with a playful look. Yes, Mr. Chen wants to see the results of your training. Xiaofei understood from Roland's look, smiled innocently at Qinque, and said with concern, Thank you so much, Mr. Teacher. You have worked hard. Our school team cannot do without your guidance. Qinque smiled and said, Hey, what are you talking about? We are all school children. Why are you talking about hard work? But it does sound comfortable. Just when he was defenseless and thought that this child had a high EQ and looked well behaved, Xiaofei's voice suddenly seemed to become distant. What is the happiest thing for Teacher Chen every day? Qinque's eyes became confused, and he answered word by word. The happiest thing is of course counting money. I always bet all on Galaxy Victory, and have made tens of millions. But I can't let others know. Those guys will let me treat them for a year when I go back. When he finished speaking, Xiaofei lifted the truth and smiled. Teacher, you have to treat me for a year now. Qinque woke up and covered his mouth. My mouth? What's wrong with it? Chapter 181 Expanding the Domain. Roland asked him. How is it? My student is practicing well. Right? Qinque put his hand down in shock, and his mind completely overturned his understanding of Xiaofei's strength and his understanding of the divine word. Finally, I know why Roland must snatch Xiaofei away in the first place. This skill can do so many things. Compared with combat power, it is more frightening to ask people to tell the truth. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If there is someone who asks you every question, you can't help but say the most real thoughts. How scary it is. Not easy to mess with. Shinfu's sister is really not simple. Or their single soldier department is simple. You can see through it at a glance. And it's straightforward. Thinking of this, Jinqu raised a thumbs up and replied, "Keep going. I'm leaving first." Then he ran away. When he left, Xiao Fei was still waving behind him. "Goodbye, teacher." Roland was also shouting, "Remember to treat us to dinner some other day." Jinqu ran faster. Xiao Fei also wandered in front of Bai Ruoqing during the meal to make her presence known, so that she wouldn't forget. Bai Ruoqing had been following Imojua. Judging from the video of his previous competition, it should be him who followed Bai Ruoqing to the ruins to break the space blocks. He was 2S level like Bai Ruoqing, so he was also very strong. After all this time, he seemed to have lowered his vigilance against her. But it would be best to find a way to separate the two of them. After all, this Imojua always reminded Bai Ruoqing, and was obviously protecting her. Birds of a feather are not good things. The next day, Shinfu teleported to the Black Phoenix's nest. Standing in the stone forest and looking up, there were fewer Black Phoenixes in the sky than before. Shinfu began to try to expand the domain. But she also knew that this might take some time. So she was not in a hurry. First, she stacked 30 space blocks to frame herself, so that the Black Phoenix would not see her and disturb her when she was in a trance. Shinfu kept thinking about the movements and states of Xinyang and Qiluo when they deployed their domains, trying to figure out how their superpowers flowed, and how she felt when Qiluo deployed her domain in the Crystal Palace. Her superpowers began to operate uncontrollably. Follow the superpowers. This sentence kept repeating in her mind, and she speculated on the domain map in her mind. Standing in the stone forest for a long time, starting from herself, after letting the superpowers flow through her body hundreds of times, she seemed to have discovered something. The superpowers accelerated. Her mental power gradually couldn't remain calm, and she felt like boiling water, which had begun to gurgle and surge. The superpowers accelerated again, to the extreme. The energy fluctuations she emitted were too large, and her long hair rose without wind, attracting the Black Phoenix. Those Black Phoenixes were very smart, knowing that many people had come before to kill their kind. And now they saw Shinfu from a distance and began to cry, calling their companions to come for revenge. However, Shinfu had no time to care about these. She just felt that something was connected together. She seemed to be integrated with the space power. The self in her mind seemed to be blown apart and connected. The power even seemed to be immersed in her soul. The Black Phoenix had begun to hit the space block. Shinfu was almost surrounded by black air, but she was still running her power at a high speed, following its rules. The majestic mental power hit the Black Phoenix, directly shaking them away. The Black Phoenix shook its head and continued to attack the space block. However, the only response to them was Shinfu's increasingly strong power shock. But this shock did not cause fatal damage to them, so they did not give up. Time passed by minute by minute. She stood here for a whole day, repeating it countless times until it was dark. And finally a light spot appeared in her mind. The moment she opened her eyes, Shinfu's eyes were dazzled by a touch of blue light. Space is her, and she is space. Blue light appeared under her feet. Shinfu continuously drove the power. The light spot in her mind began to expand, and gradually began to form a domain pattern, like a regular round window of colored glass, or a regularly arranged divided kaleidoscope. It spreads outward layer by layer, and increases in circles. The barriers in her body also shattered one by one, as the pattern in her mind grew larger. The same pattern unfolded under her feet. 3 layers, 6 layers, 9 layers, and it continued like this. A kaleidoscope also appeared behind her, like a burst of color, flowing and shining. Is this the domain? Shinfu felt that as the domain map unfolded. Her ability was running almost to a terrifying level. It was already dark, but her perception had never been so clear. There were 89 primary Black Phoenixes, and 37 high-level Black Phoenixes in the domain. This was not a very deep position, so there were no special Black Phoenixes. It seemed that everything was under control. So many Black Phoenixes attacked her for a day and broke several layers of space blocks. Shinfu moved his mind, and large and small space blocks immediately emerged from the ground, instantly framing those Black Phoenixes. The Black Phoenix was crushed to pieces with another thought. Even if it was resurrected again, it could not change the result. Wherever Shinfu looked, space spikes grew rapidly like bamboo shoots, piercing all the newly reborn Black Phoenixes on the ground. The scene was extremely horrifying. Then the space spikes broke in an instant, leaving a pile of strange beast corpses. Her domain was superimposed layer by layer, and a large domain map had been formed in her mind. If she was not mistaken, it should be on the 57th floor now, and the domain range was almost 2,000 meters. Shinshinfu felt that the expansion speed of the domain map was slowing down from here, and she remembered the notes saying to go against it. She began to use her supernatural power to impact the domain map. 3 or 4 hours later, she broke through 3 more layers, and finally the first expansion of the domain reached an incredible 60th floor. She felt a little tingling in her head and a little tired. She closed her eyes, calmed her mental strength, gradually withdrew her supernatural power, and the domain that emitted dazzling light also disappeared layer by layer. She was very happy that the expansion of the domain was smoother than she had imagined. It was already midnight when she returned to Guanjiaxing's room. Her optical brain received a lot of messages, mostly from the team members asking her to go to dinner, and some gossiping and complaining. After reading all this, she told Xianjian that she had successfully opened the 60-layer domain. After all, he was making a training plan for her and needed to know her current situation. The next morning, Xianjian got up and saw the message. He thought he was still asleep. How could someone open a domain in one go with just a little guidance? Is this true? And 60 layers? He said to himself in disbelief. How is it possible? 60 layers? How is this possible? Thinking of this, Xianjian pinched himself. It hurts. The only trace of sleepiness also disappeared, and he was completely awake. This is actually true. Good boy. This is really genius among geniuses. Chapter 182. Not even one is left. Xianjian made a video call directly, not caring what time it was on Shinshinfu's side. But she didn't answer. It was muted. When she woke up and called back, Xianjian excitedly asked her what was going on. He had taught 2 such top students, but he had never seen anyone who could open so many layers at once. Shinshinfu trusted teacher Xian, who had taught Shenyang and Shiyan more than ordinary people, and explained, maybe it's because I awakened my superpowers in advance. Ahead? How early? Probably around 5 years old. Xianjian was silent. He had been teaching and educating people for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who awakened so early. It should be the 3S level gene under extreme pressure that could awaken so early. After hanging up the video, Shinshinfu fell asleep again. After waking up, he went to the stone forest again and trained in a location with more birds. The subsequent domain expansion was very easy. It seems that the most difficult part of the domain is the first opening. During this training phase, she was almost as busy as Xiao Fei, leaving early and returning late. The team didn't see her at all, and could only confirm that she was alive and well based on the messages she replied in the early morning every day. And the day before the start of the 6th competition, she cleared the entire stone forest, and there was no more Black Phoenix. After all, the level of the alien beasts here is too high. It is only a matter of time before another beast god level appears. When it is super beast god level, it can take its tribe out of the planet to eat people. Isn't that the same as eating a buffet? Shortly after she left, a starship flew over the stone forest. 200 people jumped directly from the starship, deployed mechas in the air, and flew into the stone forest. However, they soon found something wrong and immediately contacted the Major General Su Ming, who was waiting in the starship. The 33rd Military Region was quite busy during this period, and Su Ming didn't have much time to lead the team to eliminate the Black Phoenix. Although the Military School League asked the school team to come a few days ago, there were still many Black Phoenixes left. When he was tasked to plan a competition venue, the exploration team of their military region happened to discover this alien beast planet. Other strange beasts are quite common, but the reappearance of the Black Phoenix is more difficult. He thought that he would let the school team fight, and the materials taken down would be just right for the military district to make weapons. Unexpectedly, he was disturbed by the Galaxis Freedom 1 team, so he had to take time to lead his team to eliminate them and bring some materials back. I thought I would have to wait for some time, but I didn't expect them to contact him as soon as they went down. The voice in his ear was a little surprised and panicked. Major General, there is no Black Phoenix here. Su Ming was startled and stood up. What? How is this possible? Really? The ground was full of broken Black Phoenix corpses. We used exploration equipment. And there was not a single black phoenix in the entire stone forest. Wait for me to come down. Su Ming immediately entered the mecha and soon arrived in the stone forest. At a glance, there was no trace of black air. And even the sun was bright and cloudless. There were indeed many bodies of black phoenixes that had been killed on the ground. The black phoenixes in each area died in different ways. Some were stabbed with 8 or 9 holes. Some were crushed into a bloody mud. And some were cut into pieces. Su Ming was completely confused. Could it be that there was some interstellar zealotry that hated alien beasts so much that they saw so many hidden dangers left by the League? So they deliberately tried to find this planet and formed a group to kill them? This is too crazy. Su Ming pressed his swollen and painful temples. Look for any materials that can be used. You can't come all the way here empty-handed. He had always wanted the Black Phoenix materials. But because it was a super powerful alien beast that had been exterminated by the military district before, and was extremely harmful, he wanted to give people watching the League a little shock. But he didn't expect that there was not a single intact one left. He also wanted to build a batch of new weapons. Soon someone came to report. Major General, the Black Phoenix is seriously damaged. And there are basically not many usable things left. Su Ming's eyelids jumped. And he looked at the empty stone forest unwillingly. Go back. The starship evacuated quickly. There were not many high-level ferocious beasts on this planet. Those ordinary beasts were not a big deal. They only needed to send explorers to check and confirm the situation every 10 years. Just thinking about it. The military district suddenly contacted him. Major General, a disaster-level star beast appeared on the M54 planet. Su Ming's face suddenly became heavy. And he quickly rushed back to the military district after issuing the order. Compared to star beasts, alien beasts are weak. Disaster-level star beasts can cause the death of millions of people in an hour on a planet with normal population density if no intervention is made. Su Ming frowned and looked out the window worriedly. Recently, the appearance of star beasts has become too frequent. On the way to the 6th competition field, the team still sat together. The competition venue was quite far away, and the starship flew for a whole day to arrive. Everyone was a little tired before the game started, and when the combat readiness packs were distributed, everyone felt very strange because there was no energy stone. And the pure mental power soldiers groaned. Not being allowed to use mechas is ridiculous. Do we who don't have special powers have to use guns? Let me see. There are still so few weapons. A gun and a knife. There are only 2 bottles of nutrient solution in water. How can there be a climbing safety rope? This is not good. The team members were puzzled when they received this thin combat kit. Is this competition particularly easy? Since there were few things, Shin Yoshin gave them to everyone to carry on their own. Shin Shinfu took the combat kit and looked at the small camera on his shoulder. He was very curious. Why does everyone have a camera on their shoulder? The team members took a glance and found that it was true. On the shoulder and head. In short, everyone has a camera on their body, tracking and shooting from the first perspective. Shin Shinfu checked the combat kit, but took out a map card from the small pocket outside. It stands to reason that only the captain would have a map card. Why did she have one this time? Liu also took out a map card. Me too? All the school teams gradually found that all the participating students had a map card. Is this a one-on-one match? Shin Shinfu turned the map card over. There were some faint patterns on the dark blue back, and a few words were written, map card for the 6th competition field. Nothing special. The notification sounded. The 6th competition field is a points competition. The points rules are as follows. Count the clearance points. 1 point for each person. And finally rank according to the total score. The first place gets 10 points. The second place gets 8 points. And so on. The last place gets 0 points. The time limit is 72 hours. Each person has a map card. Please enter the mental power to bind the individual. The map card will show the number of people who have passed the level for each school team. Tip 1. Reach the end through the Wusua Bridge, which is at the top of the dangerous peak. Tip 2. It can trigger hidden bonus points. The school teams will enter the competition field according to their rankings. Each school team will be separated by 1 hour, with a random starting point. Single-person action. If you encounter a school team member within 100 meters, the map card will trigger a warning, and you must keep a safe distance of 100 meters. It is forbidden to use skills such as flying, space transmission, and space movement to reach the top of the mountain. Violations will be warned once. It is forbidden to deliberately damage the Wusuo Bridge. Other requirements are the same as the previous game. You cannot kill your opponent directly. Friendship comes first. Competition comes second. Chapter 183 Fog Bridge. Since the beginning of the competition, the team has almost always acted together. So it is a little strange to act alone. The youngest Xiufei and Xiaohua are now good sisters. They hold hands and say with tears in their eyes, "You have to do your best. I will miss you." Xiaolai sighed on the side. "I am the first one to be eliminated. Right? I have no effect after such a long time." Nei echoed. "It's okay. I am still at the bottom." Cece patted the shoulders of the two, no longer complaining about life and death, but encouraged. "It's okay. Go forward bravely. And see where you go." At this time, the departure notice sounded, and the Galaxy School team set off. The school team all entered the airship, and soon they were dispersed into the competition venue by ultra-small unmanned aerial vehicles. Shin Shinfu was placed on a protruding stone on the cliff wall. There was no road in front or behind, and the cliff was almost at a 90-degree right angle. And the fog here was heavier than that in the Black Phoenix's nest and Tianlu Mountain before. There were at least many places without fog there, since she was put down at the beginning. She couldn't see anything here. Now she could only see the environment within a radius of 2 or 3 meters. It was all white above and below, and she didn't know how high it was from the ground. The countdown has begun, but the map has not been activated yet. Perhaps the map card will be activated only after climbing to the foggy bridge on the top of the mountain, and she will be qualified to pass the level. If she can't even reach the top of the mountain, there is no possibility of passing the level. The rule prohibiting spatial movement is obviously aimed at her, so she can only climb up close to the stone wall. After trying to move a little, Shin Shinfu vaguely saw an iron chain fixed on the stone wall. There is a 10-centimeter deep footing space on the stone wall 1 meter and 23 below the iron chain, which should be for the school team to walk. Shin Shinfu thought that if she couldn't move up directly with the space block, she could at least build a staircase to go up. So she drove her supernatural power to build a staircase. She stepped on it and waited for a moment. No notification sounded, indicating that as long as she walked by herself, it would not be considered a violation. After that, she followed the iron chain on the stone wall and built stairs to walk up. It was very safe. There were many other routes on the stone wall, but she did not change. She tried to contact the team members, but there was no response. During this period, she also tried to fan the mist, but it was completely useless. The mist had a trace of supernatural fluctuations, which must have been artificially created, perhaps just to prevent the contestants from seeing the surrounding environment clearly. Xiao Fei also discovered this soon, because she failed to use the divine word to dispel the mist. This was her first time to fail on this. The route she was on was a 90-degree stone staircase going up. It was called a stone staircase, which meant that a hole was dug on the stone wall every 40 centimeters, and an iron chain hung on the side. She carefully took out the safety rope and tied it to the iron chain, and then held the iron chain tightly and climbed up. The two sisters entered the state quietly and quickly. The opposite was Liu. Her route was similar to Shin Shinfu. At this time, she was pressing her body tightly against the stone wall, and the dark chain was also firmly locked on the iron chain. She cursed as she moved, and she hadn't stopped talking since the beginning. What kind of a plan is this? It's already 90 degrees. Is this a path for people to walk on? I'm a human, not a gecko. There are so many people in the school team, so I shouldn't be a problem. Hey, now that we're here. So she cursed and tried to climb. Time passed quickly, and other school teams also entered the competition venue one after another. All of them were tortured by the almost vertical mountain, and their legs were trembling. When the countdown was over for 10 hours, the temperature above was getting lower and lower. Shin Shinfu was tired of walking up the stairs, so she stopped to rest for a while. I don't know how Xiufei is doing, but she asked Teacher Roland, and she said that Xiufei is in good condition and has made great progress in physical fitness, so she doesn't have to worry at all. But Li would curse all the way in this situation. Shin Shinfu was worried that she would give up. She was exhausted when she walked up the stairs in the tunnel shaft at that time. Not to mention here, just as she was distracted, she suddenly heard a noise. It seemed like something was knocking, or moving quickly, but this was an almost vertical stone wall. What could it be? She could also hear the sound of gravel being stepped on and rolling down. She held her breath, leaned her back against the stone wall, and carefully released her mental power to perceive. The moment her mental power touched that thing, she was discovered, and the footsteps quickly accelerated towards her. Shin Shinfu's special ability was running quickly, preparing for defense, and the thing broke through the mist, and she could see clearly that it was a sheep. This sheep had 2 transparent horns, and its pupils were horizontal. It walked on this stone wall as if it were flat ground, and moved quickly. Shin Shinfu watched it jump past her with a whoosh. The moment the man and the sheep looked at each other, Shin Shinfu confirmed that it was a permeable horned rock sheep beast, and the rock sheep beast confirmed that it was going to hit this man. The horn-penetrating rock sheep beast lives on the cliffs, and likes to use its big horns to knock down climbers and other creatures on the rock wall. Its horns began to emit white light, and its body quickly accumulated power, retreating a little, and it was determined to knock Shin Shinfu down at once. It jumped forward and kicked its feet, and instantly flew up, and crashed straight into Shin Shinfu. Shin Shinfu directly built a large platform in the air, dodged sideways, and avoided it. The rock sheep beast didn't seem to expect that a platform would suddenly appear here. After tentatively stepping on it, it took a few more steps back and began to accumulate power again. Shin Shinfu didn't hide this time. He walked a few steps in front of it and confronted it. The light of its accumulated power immediately became smaller, and it took a few steps back and accumulated power again. And Shin Shinfu took a few steps forward and stood in front of it. This is its loophole, and it must keep some distance before it can accumulate power to crash through. 1 sheep and 1 person. 1 retreating and 1 advancing. It has achieved a strange balance, until Shin Shinfu pierced its heart and directly installed it on the shelf. It can only blame itself. How many chances did she give it? Wouldn't it be better to retreat back to the rock wall and leave? Why did he have to bump into her when she wanted to continue to go up? The map card suddenly began to make a beeping sound. Is someone really approaching this time? Judging from the entry time, it is most likely someone from the Galaxy Military Academy. Hearing the map card of that person also ringing from a distance, Shin Shinfu hurriedly walked up a few steps, until the 2 of them restored a safe distance. She heard a familiar voice panting and asked, "Who is this?" "Don't say a word." Shin Shinfu chuckled. "Liu. It's me." Her surprised voice came from the lower right. "Finally met you. I'm almost exhausted. This planner is really inhuman." Shin Shinfu replied to her, "Then I build you a staircase." "Okay. Then hurry up." Shin Shinfu followed her voice, output supernatural powers, and built a staircase. Liu seemed to walk up quickly, and said in a relaxed tone, "I feel much more comfortable now." Chapter 184. The 2 of them kept their distance and climbed the stairs, encountering several horned rock sheep beasts during the process, and Shin Shinfu collected them. She later thought that if she let them go, the rock sheep beasts would still hit the people coming out from behind, so she collected them. But she still heard many notices to leave. After all, anyone would relax after such high intensity and intense rock climbing, not to mention the attacks of strange beasts. They didn't rest for a few hours until late at night. After dawn, they continued to keep their distance and climb up. Liu began to nag again, saying that Xiao Lai and Nai Yi didn't know if they could climb such a high mountain. Shin Shinfu also found it very strange. They had walked for so long, and still didn't reach the top of the mountain. How high is this mountain? Will it take 3 days to climb? The several school teams that entered later than Inho were almost exhausted. They didn't have a space platform to rest, so they could only hold the iron chain tightly and stand against the wall to rest for a while. It was simply deadly. Ji Che had never suffered such hardship in his life. He climbed up with a big bump on his head, because when he met the rock sheep, the sheep wanted to hit him, and he couldn't react for a while, and the sheep hit him on the forehead. In the end, he was fine, and the sheep fell down by itself, and it should have died in the end. Unexpectedly, his head was still hard, but now he still has some symptoms of stars in his eyes. He also heard other people's voices from below. It seemed that he was frightened by the falling sheep, and it seemed that he was hit. It was a sin, but he made a wish, hoping that it was Kitano's people who were hit, or Sirius would be fine. Kitano Mutuo was almost killed by the rock sheep, and he screamed in fear. Fortunately, the school team was not there, otherwise his image would be completely gone. "Mutuo? Is it you?" Mutuo was relieved when he heard Eugenia's voice. Just as he was about to go to the voice, the map card started to ring, and he quickly moved away to a safe distance. How are you? Are you okay? Mutua asked him habitually. Yu Jianyao replied, nothing. I chopped down more than a dozen mountain goats yesterday. I don't know if anyone was hit. Mutua was silent for a moment. I think it's okay to hit someone. You sliced the goats. Yu Jianyao was surprised. How did you know? Isn't it hard to see anything in this place? Mutua, I don't even know that our childhood friend of more than 10 years has become a rookie. He laughed dryly. Nothing. I learned some fortune-telling recently. When the countdown was 48 hours, there were no mountain goats at the location of Shinshinfu and Liu. She used her mental power to detect that the top of the mountain was only about 30 meters away. Just as she was relieved, she heard a gust of wind. She turned around and saw a huge golden-feathered falcon with its claws open to take her away. Shinshinfu instantly deployed a space shield to block it, making a crashing sound. She held the space blade and was about to chop. Liu should have heard the sound, and the dark chain went up to wrap around the feet of the golden-feathered giant falcon, and asked her anxiously, "Are you okay?" The dark chain pulled, and Shinshinfu swung in vain. Shinshinfu, which side are you on? I'm fine. Don't move. After saying that, Shinshinfu directly pierced it with the space thorn and harvested another one. She still liked the golden-feathered giant falcon more. In the last 30 meters, 4 or 5 golden-feathered giant falcons appeared in succession, and she arranged them all. The 2 of them arrived at the top of the mountain safely, one after the other. Shinshinfu quickly walked to the vicinity of the Wusuo Bridge, not because of anything else, but because there were many small arrow signs pointing in the same direction, with the words Wusuo Bridge written on them. When they reached the starting point of the bridge, Shinshinfu said loudly, "Liu, I go explore first. You come back later." Liu replied with a word. Shinshinfu stepped on it. The moment she stepped onto the bridge, the fog in front of her dissipated, and she saw the bridge in its entirety. It was a cable bridge about 500 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. The iron chains connecting the 2 ends were rusty, and the blackened wooden planks under her feet were also tattered, as if she would fall down if she stepped on them. The wind was strong on the top of the mountain, and the bridge was still shaking, and it felt like it could break at any time. It was too unsafe. Shinshinfu relayed a long space plane, so that if the school team came over, they could also walk there. She took out the map card and saw that the map on it had been activated, with only a starting point and an end point, and the point representing her was white. Shinshinfu stood on it and tried to take 2 steps forward. In theory, she only needed to walk across this foggy bridge to reach the end point. She could now see that there was a pass column at the end point, but she should not need to put a pass card. But she felt a little uneasy, because this time was too simple compared to other venues. Is it a complete test of the school team's physical strength? She continued to walk forward hesitantly, and turned around and said, "Liu, I go first." No response. The only sound around her was the whistling wind, which confirmed her uneasiness. Shinshinfu was worried that something might happen to Liu, so she immediately walked back. However, as soon as she took a step, the fog behind her also dispersed, revealing the bridge, and she frowned, because the few steps she had just taken also turned into a 500-meter-long bridge. The starting point disappeared. Now she was in the middle of the Wusuo Bridge, a few hundred meters in front and a few hundred meters behind. According to the condition of this broken iron chain, it shouldn't be so long anyway. So someone has cast a supernatural power on this bridge? But now she could only turn around and continue to walk to the end. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to blow her down directly. Shinshinfu used the space block to block the wind, and then she felt relieved. The fog of this supernatural person was really strong, and neither the wind nor the supernatural power could blow it away. Except for the bridge and the end point, nothing could be seen. Shinshinfu walked for a long time, and found that she seemed to have been standing still. She was clearly approaching the front, but she was distracted and stood in the middle of the bridge again. She remembered that the rules said that you can't teleport directly to the top of the mountain, but it didn't say that you can't teleport to the end on the bridge. Mobilizing the supernatural power, Shinshinfu aimed at the end point and teleported. And then, still in the original position, she was trapped in the middle of the bridge. Can't move forward or backward. Then Shinshinfu began to teleport on the bridge at the maximum speed, but couldn't reach the end point. When she wanted to cut the Wusu Bridge with the space blade, she remembered the rule. It is forbidden to deliberately damage the bridge. All this was arranged. Shinshunfu looked at the map card again. The countdown was 46 hours. But the card didn't show any school bonus points. In other words, no one had passed this bridge yet. She began to examine the bridge carefully. Her fingers touched the iron chain, which felt very rough. When her fingers passed over it, rust would be left on her fingertips. Then she squatted down and looked at the floor. Shinshunfu knocked it a little harder, and a piece broke off. The broken piece was blown into the fog by the wind. When she thought that fortunately this was not considered deliberate damage, a burst of orange-red light suddenly hit from a distance. The moment Shinshunfu saw that thing, her expression changed from doubt to fear. And then she was instantly swallowed by the light and disappeared from the bridge. The surroundings became dark and the wind stopped. When she opened her eyes again, her face became extremely pale, because she returned to the Freestar Cave. Chapter 185. Shinshunfu consciousness was somewhat scattered. She could bear it before she came out. But it is difficult for people to return to pain after experiencing beauty. In just a few breaths, cold sweat broke out on her back. This place doesn't even need to change anything. Just the existence makes her feel naturally daunted and afraid. She deeply understands that she doesn't want to return to this place and face endless loneliness. Still floating in the star cave like a tunnel, Shinshunfu adjusted her breathing and tried to calm her violently beating heart. Since there was an obvious abnormality in the fog bridge before, it may mean that she entered the illusion the moment she stepped onto the bridge. In other words, none of this is true. She originally thought that this competition venue was too simple, and the rules also mention the fog bridge several times. So getting through this illusion is the real test. And this difficulty is reasonable. Yes, it can't be true. Thinking of this, Shinshunfu felt relieved. Looking around, as long as he could find a way to break this illusion and get out, it would be fine. A platform was built, and Shinshunfu had just landed on it when the situation suddenly changed. Both sides attacked with thousands of murderous attacks at the same time. Hundreds of strange beasts came towards her, each wanting to tear her apart and eat her. She even saw the evil bone snake. The snake spit out its tongue, and its eyes were still full of disdain, as if it thought killing her was as easy as crushing an ant. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. The impact of the Freestar Cave on her was too great, crazily mobilizing her superpowers. Shinshunfu hurriedly connected the domain pattern in her mind. But at this time, nothing could be connected. Can't the domain be expanded here? Just like she was restricted from entering the space world before? Her eyes were stern, and she kept repeating in her heart, "This is all fake. This is all fake. Just an illusion." Maybe, if she doesn't fight back, and waits for the attack to fail, it will prove that this is fake, and she can go out. She resisted the urge to fight back, stood on the platform, and waited for the attack to come. Those extremely powerful attacks came at her just between these few thoughts. But the energy fluctuations she felt at that moment were so real. It seemed, if she didn't dodge, she would really die. Her body moved almost like a reflex. Shinshunfu dodged these attacks a few times, and at the same time, she stepped on the plane and flipped backwards, using the space blade to cut off the heads of the alien beasts in the front. And then thousands of space spikes were sent out from her side, piercing those alien beasts. When she landed again, her eyes had completely changed, and she couldn't suppress the killing intent in her indifference. They were all things she had killed, and she could definitely kill them again. Alien beasts began to appear rapidly on both sides, and Shinshunfu's body movements were extremely fast. Wandering among these alien beasts, the kaleidoscope and space spikes almost filled this section of space, tearing those alien beasts into pieces. But as time passed, the number of alien beasts continued to increase, and Shinshunfu began to change. Her expression became more and more indifferent, gradually turning into the way she looked when she was a child. And even her combat uniform turned into a rag like a sack. But the hand that killed the strange beast did not stop for a moment. When she noticed her clothes, she was stunned for a moment. Then she felt that it had always been like this. It should have been like this. She had always been here, and had never left. This place is real. Even if she judged that this was an illusion from the beginning, she could not get out. Liu rested on the top of the mountain for a while, then listened to the whistling wind, followed the signpost on the ground, and stepped onto the Wusuo bridge without any precautions. After the fog in front of her dispersed, she did not see a person, and the black bridge in front of her looked very unlucky. It looked wrong, and it was tattered and difficult to walk on. Li Yu was a little flustered and wanted to retreat. But she also found herself standing in the middle of the bridge. It was all white above and below, and there was only a black iron chain bridge in front and behind. After walking forward for a long time, Li Yu found that she did not move, hugged her arms, and was scared to death. Isn't this a ghost wall? She tried to reach the end with the dark chain, but she couldn't reach it, and she had to be careful not to step on the air and fall down. It's over. It's really over this time. Li Yu was tired and squatted down slowly. The wind blew the iron chain bridge back and forth. She murmured, "Is it possible that I can't get out like this?" Just when she couldn't figure it out, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Yeah. Come here." Li Yu was startled and turned her head quickly. The wind stopped as she turned her head, and the surroundings that were originally dim due to the fog became bright. She found herself sitting on the sofa at home. In front of her at this time was her brother, Li Yao. Li Yao looked like a beautiful fox. When he was calculating people, his eyes were raised, flashing with scheming light, and he looked like the smartest person in the world. But now his eyes were a little sad. But even Li Yu found something wrong. This Li Yao looks like he was 11 or 12 years old. Logically, he should be 22 years old now. How could he go back to 10 years ago? And she was clearly working hard in the competition. It was impossible for her to go home suddenly. This must be fake. Li Yu sneered and said to her brother, "Oh, you are fake, right? Can you plan to be more fake? My brother is in his 20s now. You should use some tricks to deceive people." After that, she waved her hand in disdain. Go away. Go away. Don't disturb me to pass the level." However, Li Yao in front of her sighed and asked her, "Are you really not going to see Mom off with me? She is waiting for you." Li Yu's heart suddenly tightened, as if she was grabbed by something. She asked, "Mom?" Li Yao nodded. "She is at the door. Brother will take you there." "Okay." After that, he stretched out his hand to Li Yu. His palm was white and faintly red, but there was a scar on the palm caused by her. Li Yu stared at this hand in a trance. At that time, she was naughty and broke a vase. Her brother asked her not to move and was going to remove the broken pieces from her socks before picking her up. Unexpectedly, she was disobedient and suddenly moved her legs. Her brother was anxious and put his hands under her feet. Li Yu's heart softened, and Li Yao continued, "It's okay. There will be a brother in the future." Hearing this, she suddenly felt sour in her heart and asked with a sob, "Really? But Yaya also wants her mother." Li Yao walked to her and squatted down, touching her little face. "Mom also has the freedom to pursue life. Even if she is sad, we should bless her. She has endured too much. Now she has to start over. In the future, brother will take you to see her often. Okay? Woo. Okay. Then brother will go with you to see her off. Okay? Okay." Li Yu jumped off the sofa and took Li Yao's hand. The little girl in the layered and beautiful princess dress looked up at her brother profile, held her hand tighter, and walked out. She only remembered that this was home. This was real, and she was going to see her mother off. Chapter 186. After Lin Xian reached the top of the mountain, the countdown was 45 hours. He moved faster alone and was the first person to reach the top. On the way, he also eliminated many people from Langkong and Inha. After walking on the Wusuo Bridge, he encountered the same situation as the Inha school team and was also brought into the illusion. Before he could react, several fists hit him. Lin Xian was in a trance for a moment, and then he stabilized his body and saw that this was the martial arts training room at home. The people who were punching him were the teachers he invited when he was a child. What's going on? Illusion? How could they beat him now? Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fists and prepared to fight. And the person sitting in the dark spoke. "Can you teach me? If not, get out." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. Blood rushed to his head, and he turned his head to look over. It was his father, and there was a healing family doctor next to him, ready to save his life at any time. Next to his father was still the stick he used to beat people. The people around him got stronger, punching him mercilessly. His father said angrily, "Lin Xian, fight back. You can only become stronger in desperate situations. Don't be a coward." "What coward? He is so young. Why does he have to live like this? Why are others not like this?" "So young?" "Yes. He is only 9 years old." The people around him suddenly became taller, and Lin Xian began to fight back, and could only attack the teachers through the gaps between his fists. Occasionally, when he was ruthless and knocked one down, his father would let out a satisfied hum in the shadow. He completely forgot where he was originally. After practicing, Lin Xian fell to the ground exhausted. The servants at home brought something over and waited on the side. After seeing what it was, he endured the pain and climbed up and knelt on the ground. Please, please. His father stood up, picked up the snow-white puppy on the plate by the back of its neck, and mocked it. It's this kind of thing that makes you weak and incompetent. I give you a chance to solve it yourself. Lin Xian's sweat and blood dripped onto the ground. For the first time in his life, he said that word to him. No. If you don't kneel down and beg me, there might be a chance. But now, I'd rather give you a chance. As long as you beat me, you can take it away. Lin Xian struggled to get up and mustered up the courage to rush forward, but was kicked over by him and spit out blood. Before he could get up again, the puppy was thrown to death in front of him. Its small body couldn't stop twitching, and its bright eyes were still looking at him, as if asking, "Why didn't you save me? Why did you pick me up if you didn't have the ability to protect me?" His father walked to his side. See, this is the end of incompetence. And the kindness of incompetent people is useless. Only by abandoning those things that make you weak can you become truly strong. You have to believe me. I'm doing this for your own good. Is it like this? Will it be better this way? Will my father be more satisfied? Resistance seems to be really useless. So he worked harder every day and fell deeply into this illusion. This illusion is difficult for anyone who falls into it to escape, because it will take you to the place you fear most in your heart, or show the thing you fear most. As long as you show a trace of timidity, sadness, and pain, you will sink deeply into it. The more you believe in the reality of the illusion, the less likely you are to wake up. Even Lu Shur was trapped in it, because he was surrounded by disgusting and stinking mud. Only the area under his feet was clean. Even though he knew it was an illusion, he couldn't take a step at all. This was clearly going to kill him. A clean freak. And there were a lot of fluff floating in the air from nowhere, causing him to sneeze constantly. He sneezed 20 times in a row, and he felt that his nose was about to be knocked off. He unfolded a cross to disperse the mud, but it was useless. There was nothing around, and there was no place to jump up. Suddenly thinking of Shinshinfu's space ability, Lu Shur was a little envious. She could condense an airship and fly away with people. His ability was meaningless. He could only fight and drive away evil. Now this evil could not be driven away. But thinking of this, he had an inspiration. He had a cage similar to Shinshinfu's space block. Lu Shur released his white cage, carefully controlled his mental power, used the cage to hold himself, and took him away from here. The white cage emitted a faint light, forming a sharp contrast with the stinking mud. Just when he was a little happy in his heart, a gust of wind blew, and fluff floated in from the gap of the cage and hit his face. He sneezed suddenly. His hand shook, and his mental power fluctuated. Then a burst of energy hit his cage from the ground, and it shattered instantly, and he fell directly. His 2 feet stepped on the soft mud with bubbles and insects in it. The mud submerged his knees, and the squeezing feeling wrapped around his calves made him nauseous. This feeling is completely real. Lu Shur's scalp was numb, and at this moment, his sanity was on the verge of collapse. After enduring for a while, his hands and feet became cold. His stomach churned, and he finally vomited. But the more he vomited, the more disgusting he felt. He frowned and walked forward with a very serious expression. As soon as he took a step, the mud turned into blood mud in an instant. Many people fell from the sky and smashed down, splashing blood mud all over him. The strong smell of blood lingered deep into his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. He blinked again, and this place became the city. And behind him was the library he used to go to. Suddenly, many people appeared around, screaming and running away, because a star beast appeared above the city. This star beast was like a light ball of 10,000 meters in size, flashing light from time to time. When people ran, it would shoot out a beam of light from it, turning people into blood mud and smearing the ground. He still remembered. This was the scene of his first encounter with the star beast. The sudden appearance of the star beast killed millions of people in just 10 minutes. He came out of the library and stepped into the blood mud. He didn't dare to move, because anyone who ran would be caught by the star beast and die. But at that time he hadn't awakened yet. And he didn't bring a mecha with him. He could only try his best to comfort others not to move. But no one listened to him. And he could only be splashed with blood mud. Until the military district came to kill the Star Beast. Many superpowers flew towards the Star Beast in mechas and launched various attacks. But the Star Beast was too strong. He saw many mechas exploded. Even so, there were still countless mechas rushing up. And no one retreated. After 2 days of fighting, the Star Beast flashed and disappeared. It left by itself. Later, the military district evaluated and found that it was actually a purgatory-level Star Beast. In 1 hour, it can cause the death of 10 million people. Lucier looked up at the fake Star Beast. If he didn't have divine powers, he would have been taken to fight against disaster-level Star Beasts many times. And the cross was used to bless him. He would have been unable to stay awake long ago. This illusion should show the events that he has always cared about. So he can't be afraid. He still has to solve the most core problem before he can get out. Kill the purgatory-level Star Beast in front of him. Lucier placed the cross on his chest. And it immediately shrank into a necklace and hung around his neck. He mobilized his powers. And the white light condensed into a long sword in his right hand. The white sword body was slender and simple, with golden lines flowing. This was his sword of judgment. He exerted force on his wrist, and the sword body shook. Lucier held the sword of judgment and rushed straight to the Star Beast. He wanted to face his fear and break the illusion. Chapter 187. Except for those who were eliminated on the stone wall. Everyone else reached the Wusuo Bridge when the countdown was 40 hours. They all entered the illusion. Cece suddenly returned to the graduation ceremony, while Xiaoai sat in the hospital where her mother died, watching her electrocardiogram become a flat line. Xin Yoxing returned to the day when his friend died. Xiaofei stood on the red tassel tree, and the red cherry petals fell from the sky in circles. Very slowly. In this quiet and lonely red tassel rain, she saw the silver-white aircraft and Bai Ruoqing in the sky, as well as Emoji was standing on the aircraft from a distance. Now she can clearly recognize the two people, even though they are wearing masks. Some fear surged in her heart, but this emotion came strangely, because she recalled many times, and she also clearly understood that she was not afraid of this matter now. Every time she trained with all her strength, she never stole a minute of laziness, avoided a single leisure, and avoided any difficulties. And it is this little bit of persistence that makes her more and more confident in herself. What happened in the past can't happen again. This place can't be real. And she already has the ability to protect herself. This time she will definitely not be a drag. The power flows through her fingertips, suppressing this emotion, and her thoughts become clearer. She thought that maybe it was because of what Teacher Roland said, that she was a divine power, that she could be 2 points more sober than others. Xiaofei waited quietly and calmly, waiting for Emoji to break her sister space block with a full-strength attack as he had done before. At the moment Bai Ruoqing waved her hand. She said, "All fall down." Bai Ruoqing's aircraft and herself fell down as if they were exhausted. And the aircraft fell on the garbage dump with a loud noise. It was Emoji who turned into a half-pterosaur and grew wings to prevent Bai Ruoqing from falling to death before landing. But the two of them couldn't fly up in a short time. The air supremacy here is now under her control. Taking this opportunity, she slid down the tree wall, rushed towards the two people, and fought with them. She thought, this time, just treat it as a preview of her revenge. But her opponent Bai Ruoqing in the illusion was at a loss, because she saw too many people. Those who were killed by her were accusing her, and those who flattered her were pointing fingers and saying unpleasant things. Thousands of people surrounded her on both sides, all with gloomy faces. One side was asking, "Why did you kill me? Are you still human? Why? I have no grudge against you. But you killed my whole family? You will be punished. You will be punished." Someone else cursed her with tears of blood. "I curse you to lose everything you have, and curse you to go to hell." And the other side was cursing. "It turns out you were just pretending. You have a beastly heart. I feel sick just by looking at you. Thinking of the help she gave me before. I really want to die. How dare someone like her compare with Fu? She is a real genius. While Bai Ruoqing's soul is rotten. I'm going to stop being a fan. It's so unlucky." The voices on both sides were chattering so densely that her head was buzzing. Finally, she swung out the wind blade and chopped all those people into pieces. The surroundings became quiet. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the mouse that fell on the ground continued to talk non-stop, pouring into her ears like a devil's voice. Why doesn't she die? She's just like that. What's so great about that? She deserves to be inferior to others. So fake. She's like a fake person. She has no heart. Her chest began to rise and fall violently, and she was almost suffocated by these ironic words. Finally, she couldn't bear it and shouted, "Shut up! Shut up!" The mouths paused for a moment. Then they began to speak in unison. "You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Watching panicked and began to scream and hit the ground with wind blades. Almost crazy. But he couldn't escape. Unlike these bloody illusions, Ji-Che had a unique style even in the illusion, because he was chased by 30 dogs. When he was a child, he went to someone else's house and was bitten by that family's dog. So he was very afraid of dogs. When he first saw the vicious dogs that stood taller than people and drooled on the ground, he smiled awkwardly and complained, "Hey, what's going on? This is a competition venue. How could there be dogs? Ha ha ha. No matter what, I will not be fooled by such a poor illusion." As a result, when the dog rushed over barking, Ji-Che ran away in fear, and used his water ability to hit him from behind. He shouted, "Ah! Don't come over here." He ran for a long time, and released hundreds of tons of water. The garden was flooded, and all the dogs were not lost, because after killing them, new ones appeared, and they swam up to bite him. If he was not a water ability user, he would not be as fast as those dogs. He himself felt very strange. Wasn't there drainage in this garden? Why did it really become a lake? But soon, he was surrounded by those dogs. The dog's eyes glowed red in his eyes, as if they really wanted to bite him to death. Ji-Che was getting more and more scared. Suddenly, he was stunned and didn't know what he was doing here. His arms and legs began to flutter. He forgot why he was in the water and sank. And the dogs followed him one after another, still not letting him go. Ji-Che illusion was to choose between drowning or fear. If he drowned, it would repeat, while these high-level people were fighting hard in the illusion. The illusions of most of the lower-level school team members were not so difficult, compared with the high-level ones. They were all ordinary, but it was because of their low level that they did not receive so much attention. The words ordinary people seemed to be inconspicuous, and they seemed to be making up numbers everywhere. Sometimes I felt that I was dispensable, but the essence was not like this. Ordinary happiness is easier to get, so troubles will not be so serious. How many chosen ones can there be in the galaxy? Most of the galaxy are ordinary people, living a dull life and occasionally getting some small happiness. If you work harder, you can reach your dream. If you are lazy for a while, the world will not end because of it. So most of the school team members see very ordinary illusions. For example, when you were a child, your grandfather grabbed your ears and scolded you for stealing spicy strips. You did not do well in the exam. You were rejected by the person you liked. You accidentally did something wrong, etc. Or you see snakes, insects, spiders, etc. that you are afraid of, and you must be brave enough to face them. But relatively speaking, they are not difficult to solve. So among the 6 school teams and thousands of people this time, the first person to come out of the illusion was A-level Nei. Even though she reached the top of the mountain much later because of her poor physical strength, she was the first to come out, because her illusion only made her very unlucky. Chapter 188. For example, she stepped on dog shit when walking, found bugs in her food, bought instant noodles without a fork, never won the lottery, and always got lost. It even rained in the sky, and she was the only one who got wet. She was a little panicked at first, but then she found that even if she was unlucky, nothing would change. Her family just told her to be more careful in the future. The team members didn't change at all, and even treated her better. In this way, she came out of the illusion safely. After coming out, the Wusuo Bridge changed. It was only 200 meters long. She walked over carefully. When she reached the end, she saw that the number of people who had passed the galaxy on the map card was 1. She was very happy in her heart. This time she was the first one to come up. Although she spent a day or 2 in the illusion, she still had 10 hours left when she came out. After that, people from several military academies came out one after another. Strangely, she looked at the bridge from the pass column and couldn't see anyone on the bridge. She could only see that the moment they came out, the air at the end of the bridge would fluctuate like water and emit colorful light. The small unmanned aerial vehicles that brought the school team came to pick her up. But she didn't leave. She wanted to wait for the team members to come out before leaving together. So she sat alone by the pass column and waited. Ina's current ranking is not good. Only third. Kata is first. Kong is second. Inha is third. Followed by Liyuan, Bei, and Sirius is last. I don't know if it is related to the happiness of life and psychological pressure. Soon she waited for Zhao Chengcheng, Xiao Hua, Cici, and Xiao Lai. But Shin Chenfu and others didn't come out. Nei was a little worried. Especially Shin Chenfu. Although she was very powerful. The more powerful people are, the more things they carry in their hearts. And Shin Chenfu didn't know anything now. She had killed countless monsters. She was tired after fighting for several days. She set up several layers of space blocks, and sat in the middle with her legs hugged. She also held a space blade in her hand. The monsters kept attacking her space blocks. And she saw that the number of monsters was a little strange. Were there so many strange beasts here originally? Why are there so many strange beasts recently? Her stomach growled. Shin Chenfu looked listless. She didn't want to eat. The food she ate was terrible. If she wasn't so hungry, she would have wanted to hold back. The strange beasts were not tasty at all. She wanted to vomit every time. But now she felt a little dizzy sitting here. She could only eat. She closed her eyes and looked at the space world. Strange. Why are there so many things here that she had never seen before? There are sofas, tables, beds, and why are there so many clothes? Isn't this her space world? No. 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 She saw the strange beast blocks on the shelf. Why are there so many? It stands to reason that she only has more than 30 of these shelves built with supernatural powers. After counting, there were more than 100. Suddenly, she saw a special area with a lot of food neatly arranged. All food. She casually took out a box from the front, opened it, and found 2 green dumplings missing. She took it out, peeled off the wrapping paper with some unfamiliarity, and stuffed it into her mouth. It tastes so good. She has never eaten it before. Shin Chenfu suddenly paused. Something is wrong. She has eaten it before. Although Shin Chenfu is small now, she keenly caught the wrong. She remembered the taste. So she must have eaten it before. So she stuffed another one into her mouth. And then another one. Her expression became clearer and clearer. After eating more than a dozen, she became her original appearance, sitting in the space block in combat uniform. But she was almost full to death. This was a whole box of green dumplings that Shinyoshin gave her before the game. She had eaten it once before. And Shinyoshin said that he would ask his grandmother to make more. So this time he sent it to him. Shin Chenfu was sober because she was full. After all, she had never eaten so full in the Star Cave. So that's how it is. You have to be absolutely sure that this place is fake. Otherwise you will be confused, and it will be difficult to wake up again. And her space world belongs to her personal void. Even if it is open only by thinking. Others cannot erase the things inside. She may also know why she couldn't open the domain at the beginning. It's because she is too afraid. And she doubts whether she will be restricted in the domain like entering the space world. She doubts. So she can't open it. Thinking of this, Shin Chenfu stood up and reconnected the domain map. The superpowers began to burst out, directly blasting all the surrounding beasts away. The domain map unfolded under her feet, reflecting her face. She can't be afraid anymore. Worry is useless. Fear is useless. Even if she really goes in again, she has to find a way to get out. Not to mention that this place is fake. She wants to use the domain to tear open this damn free star hole at once. Space Thorn Dragon. Space Kaleidoscope. Space Cutting Wall. Instantly fired. Hit the star hole all around at 360 degrees without dead angles. And the energy fluctuations were so large that an energy vortex formed around her. This fake star hole could not withstand her power, and began to fluctuate. She increased the intensity of her attack, and thousands of space dragons flew out of the field, colliding desperately. Finally, they broke a hole, and a gust of wind came in from that hole. Shin Chenfu seized the opportunity to teleport over and landed on the Wusuo bridge. Looking back, there was nothing. Everything just now seemed like a dream. Looking at the bridge again, it was normal. One step forward was one step closer to the end. When she looked at the map card, the countdown was only 10 minutes. Luckily she got out. The map card showed that Kata had 531 people passing the level. Kong 522. Ina 510. Li Yuan 498. Bei 470. And Sirius had only 411 people passing the level. This time the school team was going to lose the first place. And Shinshinfu already felt that this was the most difficult competition. No one else for the time being. Attacking the weakest and most feared position of the human heart is more terrifying than direct combat. Because this can even destroy a person's soul. It must be a very high level 3S level superpower setting. She had checked before. And found that there was an illusionist among the 9 3S level psychics. But high level psychics have portrait protection. Now, except for Lucier who is participating in the league. The facial features of others will not appear on the internet. Time is running out. Shinshinfu quickened her pace. She saw that the team members were waiting for her at the end of the team. She waved to them. But they seemed to be invisible. Maybe she had to reach the end to see them. So she didn't care too much. Just when she walked to the end less than 10 steps away from the end with some fatigue, she suddenly heard a distant and elegant song of the God of Light. The voice sounded familiar. The song was sacred. And even the sky was brighter. A white light sprinkled on her head. As if it came from the horizon. And it seemed to be right next to her. She thought this was a bit strange and stopped. Suddenly, she heard Nai's anxious voice in the song. Jump down. Jump off the bridge quickly. Jumping down is the real end. Shinshinfu paused. And Nai's voice was still telling her to jump down. Shinshinfu's eyes moved and fell on the end point. Clearly, there was a Nai standing there. Chapter 189. Shinshinfu was standing on the bridge at this moment. In a dilemma. Nai in front of her was so real. She turned her head to talk to Cece. Her short hair fell on her cheek. Shifei also came out, looking towards the bridge from time to time. But Nai's voice in her ear was so real. Is there another illusion here? But is Nai on the other side of the pass real? Or is Nai telling her to jump down real? Jump down. Shinshinfu looked down. It was all white fog. And she could only see the end and the Wusuo bridge clearly. But she really climbed the stairs for so long and fought many strange beasts. How could this be fake? She couldn't easily believe either side. Looking at the time, there were still 8 minutes left. Shinshinfu walked quickly to the end of the bridge. As soon as her feet landed, Nai's voice and the song became very small. The team members saw her and surrounded her in surprise. Liu said unhappily, "You are so slow. Why did you take so long this time? We have been waiting for you for a long time." Xiaofei came over. "Sister, are you okay? I feel this game is still quite difficult." Shinyoshin took out his map card and sighed. "With you. We only have 511 points now. We can only be third this time." Shinshinfu carefully observed the team members. Everyone was normal. After careful consideration, she asked, "Did you hear any sound?" Several people shook their heads. "No." "What sound?" "It was only the sound of the wind." While talking, 2 other people from other military academies came down from the bridge one after another. They all looked frightened, and then were taken away by unmanned aerial vehicles. She noticed that there was indeed no one on the bridge before the 2 came out. Time passed bit by bit. And Shinshinfu suddenly said, "I am going to go back to the bridge to take another look." As soon as these words came out, the chattering of the team stopped. Shinyoshin spoke first. "It's almost over now. There's no need to go." Liu also agreed with him. "Yes. You've already passed the level and got extra points." She pointed to the aircraft waiting on the side. "Look. We're waiting for you to go back together." Cece touched her stomach. "I'm hungry." Xiaolai said, "Me too." Xiaofei took her hand. "Yes. Sister. I'm tired after so long. Let's go back." Xiaohua and Xiaoshu, who were originally playing around, also stopped and nodded with Zhao Chengcheng to show their position. Shinshinfu suddenly smiled and looked at Nei. "What do you think?" "Nei?" Nei frowned, as if thinking, and then said to her seriously, "My sixth feeling is that it's better for you not to go." "Okay." Shinshinfu felt relieved after saying this. But she continued, "Okay. But I'm going." After saying this, she turned around and walked towards the Wusuo bridge, never looking at these fakes again. This is impossible. When a team makes a decision, the others will only make suggestions from an objective perspective. Even if 1 or 2 people disagree, it is impossible to completely deny her idea. So, it's all fake. She walked onto the Wusuo bridge again, with only 4 minutes left. The singing and Nai's voice became louder and reached her ears. She seemed even more anxious at this time. Jump off the bridge quickly. Quickly! There is no time. When she looked down again, a colorful light spot appeared faintly in the fog. Shinshinfu no longer hesitated, and jumped off the bridge with one hand supporting the iron chain. She fell naturally in the white fog, and the weightlessness made her uncomfortable. But she just lay in the wind and let herself fall. Then the colorful light enveloped her, and she disappeared in the white fog. Shinshinfu suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and sat up on the floor with some weakness. Looking around, she realized that this was a starship. 6 teams were all in the very spacious assembly room, but they were all lying on the ground. Only Xiao Lai and Nai were standing, one singing and the other talking. It was the first time that Shinshinfu saw and heard Xiao Lai use the supernatural power of chanting. The boy's appearance was very different from before. His hair fluttered slightly when he chanted, revealing his green eyes. His voice was completely different from his usual stuttering state, like the breeze and smoke. And the listener's heart was peaceful, as if his soul had been baptized. At this time, he was chanting the Mingxian song that could make people clear-minded. The two set the supernatural power range to the area of the entire galaxy team. But only she woke up. Nai stood with him, with a soft halo on his head. The two were like messengers of God coming to save the world, and they were emitting holy white light. Xiao Lai's body even flew out white butterflies, landing on everyone in the team. Nai saw her wake up and showed a look of joy on his face. But he was still transmitting information to the team. Shinshinfu was amazed by the ability of this illusionist, who could actually make so many people enter the illusion from the very beginning, without even getting off the starship. The audience, who had been watching the live broadcast for 3 days, finally got excited at the last moment. Ah! Our Fu Fu Bao finally woke up. This game confused me. They laid down and slept not long after the equipment was distributed. Although I don't understand. I think it should be difficult. How did Nei from the Freedom 1 team wake up first? Yes. No one from other school teams has woken up yet. But Galaxy's score is only 3rd now. It should be hopeless this time. But I don't know how to count the points. Shinshinfu patted Liu on the ground. But there was no reaction. She thought it should be Nei's lucky aura superimposed on Xiao Lai's gods chanting that allowed her voice to be transmitted. This is why the two stood very close, and both used their superpowers to the extreme. Suddenly, another person sat up from the ground. Lu Shi patted the dust on his body with disdain, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped his fingers clean. He fought with the star beast for a long time. Although he broke a leg, an arm, and his stomach was pierced in the illusion. Fortunately, he still crushed its star core, and was able to get out of the illusion. As soon as he returned to Wuzhou Bridge, he heard singing, and a female voice told him to jump off the bridge. The unique sense of the same system between the gods' abilities made him realize that the singing might be the skills of other gods' abilities. So he realized that everything in this arena might be fake. He jumped from the air following the guidance of the voice, and only woke up when he fell into the colorful light. The countdown was about to end soon, and Shinshinfu patted everyone in the team. When it came to Shinyoshing, she was not so gentle. She pulled him up and shook him back and forth, and Shinyoshing's head was almost shaken off by her. Suddenly, Shinyoshing's body shook violently, as if he woke up after a great shock. He looked at Shinshinfu, who was facing him, in confusion, and asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 190. Shinshinfu replied, "Oh, I wanted to shake you awake. I didn't expect that he really woke up." Shinyoshing pressed his neck. "I don't think I was woken up by you." He woke up after struggling for a while, and jumping down with the determination to die. He heard the call, and said he wanted to go back to the bridge to take a look, but was stopped. He and Shinshinfu also felt that something was wrong. So they went back to the bridge and jumped down. Seeing the people around him waking up, Shinyoshing realized that only 3 people jumped off the bridge after hearing this. But it is understandable. Who can confirm that this sound is not an illusion? After all, this steep stone peak was climbed up bit by myself. And I really experienced an illusion before. When the time was up, a long beep sound was heard in the starship, and Xiao Lai and Nai stopped. The people around them also woke up slowly. Many people who returned to the fake starship in the illusion were confused at this moment. Why am I lying on the ground? Wasn't I standing and talking to you just now? Yeah. We shouldn't be here either. Why is everything in my combat kit intact? I drank up all the nutrient solution. Mine too. What's going on? It's so scary. The team members also woke up. Xiaohua touched her stomach, her face full of disbelief. Ah! Why am I so hungry? I feel like I haven't eaten for 3 days. Liu quickly took out the nutrient solution, opened it with shaking hands, and drank it in one gulp. I feel like I'm starving to death. But why am I lying here? Turning to Xiaoshu and Zhao Chengcheng. Aren't we waiting for you at the finish line? Zhao Chengcheng was also puzzled. No way. We're waiting for Huahua and Xiaofei at the finish line. Xin Shenfu asked. Did you come out early? Liu replied. It's okay. Not as fast as you. Weren't you waiting for me when I came out? After Liu followed his brother to send his mother away in the illusion. He was very sad and spent 2 days in sadness. After that, she accepted the fact that her mother left home and entered her favorite toy house, which was full of her precious toys, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. She walked in and saw something very different in the room full of toys. A small cube contained a pink pooping beast. Staring at the Poopo beast, she suddenly had an idea. This was a gift from Xin Shenfu. She dropped the space block to the ground without holding it firmly, and the illusion was broken. After she went out, she saw Xin Shenfu and Xin Yoxing waiting outside. At that time, there were still 6 hours left in the countdown. Zhao Chengcheng also said, when I came out, there were only 5 hours left in the countdown. No, I came out very late, and there were only 10 minutes left in the countdown before I came out. Xin Shenfu explained. It's all fake. The scene everyone saw at the finish line was all fake, and the stadium was also fake. This was a real individual battle. Every familiar person she saw was a fake character based on her inner heart. Cece hugged her arms. How scary it is for you to say that. I have been chatting with you for a long time. Nei and Xiaolai walked back at this time. Xiaolai may have just finished singing, so her speech became much smoother. Didn't you hear us calling you? Cece was stunned. Oh, you are much more eloquent today. Do you think I dare to believe it? I thought it was another test. She knew it was Xiaolai singing as soon as she heard it. But she thought the illusion knew that she heard Xiaolai singing in the military area, and wanted her to fall to death. After all, planners are not good people. The Xiaolai at the end also said that they also heard strange sounds, and asked her not to believe it. She looked at Nai. Keep jumping down. I thought it was the ghosts who were asking for her life. But how did you get out? Several people looked at Xiaolai and Nai. Xiaolai, it was Nei who broke through the illusion and woke up first. Nei smiled embarrassedly. Oh, actually I was also entangled for a long time. After all, it was not easy to get to the bridge. Who dares to go there again? What if I enter the illusion again? But my sixth sense told me to return to the bridge. Her premonition was not that strong at first, but the longer she sat there, the more she wanted to go back and take a look. But the team members came out one after another to accompany her, and she felt more at ease. And she never thought about going to the bridge again. Until the last hour. She was almost restless. That natural premonition made her feel uncomfortable all over. It was like going out for something and hurried downstairs, and suddenly forgot whether she had closed the door, and wanted to go back and take a look. So she ignored the obstruction of the team at the end, and went back to the Wusuo bridge. This look was indeed different. There was a small colorful light in the fog, and her premonition actually made her jump down. At that moment, she cursed out loud. She dared to think about anything. This sixth sense was going to kill her. So she paced back and forth on the bridge for half an hour. And finally she jumped down with her eyes closed and screamed. So she woke up first. After that, she wanted to wake everyone up. But no one woke up. So she thought of a way to cast a lucky halo to guide the people in the illusion. However, with her A-level strength, she could only wake up one person. The reason why Xiaolai was chosen was because he was a person with the chant of God. It might be possible for him to chant to make people sober. So she cast layers of lucky halo on Xiaolai. Xiaolai saw a ray of white light coming out from the other side of the bridge. The lucky halo is also a kind of divine power. So he had some perception. So he followed back to the bridge, and then jumped down towards the colorful light below. When Xiaolai woke up, there were only 10 minutes left. The two worked together to wake everyone up. But the others didn't believe it, thinking that they were the illusion. Nai was a little confused. Then Xiaofei should also be able to sense the divine power. Why didn't he come out? Is he afraid of heights? Xiaofei smiled awkwardly. No. I felt something was wrong. But the fake sister at the end told me it was okay, and asked me to sit still, and she would go and take a look. The team members understood now. There was a fake Shinshinfu at the end of Xiaofei illusion. And she went to the bridge for her. This is indeed very reasonable. And it is something Shinshinfu would do. While the team was discussing frantically, most of the people in the illusion woke up. And then those who did not break through the illusion of Wusuo Bridge woke up. Suddenly everyone heard a piercing scream. It was by Ruoqing. She had been killing those people in the illusion on the bridge. But she couldn't kill them all. They kept coming out, telling her to die, and making her suffer. She didn't react when the illusion was suddenly lifted. She looked at the people around her who were concerned about her, and the people lying on the ground with a somewhat crazy look. It was so similar to the illusion. Her eyes were red, and she actually sent wind blades directly to the school team. Chapter 191. No one in the school team expected that she would suddenly attack her partner. There were so many people around her, and it was too late to hide. The wind blade arrived in front of them in an instant. There was only one thought in their minds. It's over. If they don't die, they will be disabled. It was so sudden that they didn't even hear the crisp snap. 1 second. 2 seconds. The wind blade didn't hit them. There were dozens of intertwined space planes in front of them, separating all the people in that area and resisting those wind blades. Then they came back to their senses and turned their heads to look at Shinshinfu. This is a space-related ability, and only she can do this. When Bai Ruoqing shouted, she looked over, and the obviously wrong state made her prepare early. It is written in the book that the most terrifying illusion is the thing that triggers the most feared thing in people. If you can't wake up and break the illusion, you may go crazy. Bai Ruoqing must have done too many bad things and thought she really saw a ghost. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't expect her to suddenly attack. What happened to Bai Ruoqing? She wanted to kill her teammates as soon as she woke up. Why is she so panicked? Something is wrong. No one else is as exaggerated as her. She is so scared. She doesn't have the gentle feeling she used to have. Yes. When I took a picture of her just now, I was wondering who she was. It's not the mutant saint. Fortunately, I am lucky. She is reliable. She protected her even though there were hundreds of people between us. The lucky mushroom is eating melons silently. Emoshua was originally on the side, but he was blocked and couldn't go forward. He could only look at her anxiously. Some of her good friends couldn't believe that she actually attacked everyone, and their voices were tense. Ruoqing, are you okay? This game is over. Yes. Ruoqing, did you see something scary? Calm down first. Don't be nervous. This illusion is not easy. Bai Ruoqing panted. Illusion? Yes. There is an illusion on the Wusuo Bridge, where you can see the most fearful pain or sadness. The scene you care about. What did you see? Bai Ruoqing looked at the faces of the classmates around him with different expressions, and the cameras surrounding him in the air, and calmed down a little. He curled his lips embarrassedly and apologized with a very pale face. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I saw a disaster-level star beast in the illusion. I was fighting it, but I almost died, so I overreacted. I'm sorry, everyone. If I hit you or scared you, I will definitely give you mental compensation. Heh. Shinshinfu sneered and released the space plane that protected everyone. Lu Shi frowned. How could she see the star beast? Are all illusions the same these days? So even though Bai Ruoqing looked very weak and fragile now, he asked directly without any sympathy. What kind of star beast is it? What skills? How long did it take to fight? What is the weakness? Did you see the star core? The tone was almost the same as asking a prisoner in prison. Bai Ruoqing was confused by the series of questions, but it gave her a sense of reality. But she looked very uncomfortable, and her body swayed a little. That star beast is. Don't ask. Ruoqing is so scared. It's just a star beast in the illusion. Not real. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Let her take a break first. So those people came forward to support Bai Ruoqing and pulled her to the chair to rest. When everyone woke up, the announcement sounded. This game description. This competition venue was jointly created by a 3S level illusionist and a 3S level psychic, as well as hundreds of similar psychics. It is a large double-layer dreamland, with the first layer being the competition venue, and the second layer being the foggy bridge illusion. When each person injects mental power to bind the map card, he will be locked in the illusion. Those who break the second layer of the illusion and reach the end of the first layer will get 1 point. The scores are Kata 531, Lacom 522, Inha 511, Liyuan 500, Kitano 470, and Sirius 411 points. Just as Kata was cheering, the notification sound continued, breaking through the first layer of the illusion and returning to the starship can trigger hidden bonus points. Galaxy Military Academy breaks through 5 people. Plus 50 points. A total of 561 points. Ranking 1. The final ranking points order, Inha 10, Kata 8, Lodkong 6, Liyuan 4, Kitano 2, Sirius 0. The current ranking order of total points is Galaxy 20, Blue Sky 14, Kata 12, Xylus 6, Quinoa 4, Kitano 4. Kata lost first place before they were happy for 2 seconds. But then they were happy again. Second place is not bad. The whole school team was filled with happy smiles. Especially Ji Che, who drowned in his own water several times before beating those dogs to death. Which was really amazing. Shinshinfu now knew why Kata had the most people who passed the level. Because they were really happy. After hearing the notice, she understood it completely. No wonder when she first felt the fluctuation of supernatural power in the white fog. People generally thought that the fog was to create difficulties for the school team, rather than that they were in the illusion at the beginning. After all, the starship flew for a whole day to reach the stadium. Who would dare to think that this was just to lower their vigilance and make the school team believe that the stadium was real? They also let everyone climb on the stone wall for so long, just to increase the sense of reality. Even Liu, who she met halfway, was fake. It was really cruel. Tujia didn't expect that the second place would suddenly become the third place. She really believed in the rules too much. Even if there were some small details that were wrong, she rationalized it herself. She had returned to the starship in the illusion a long time ago. So she woke up quickly when the game ended. Lon Kong was on the edge of the Milky Way. She was also sensitive to sound, and heard the chat of Freedom Team 1. Unexpectedly, the two most inconspicuous people in Galaxy Freedom Team 1 actually reversed the situation. In the first few games, the two of them just seemed to be in the Freedom 1 team, occasionally helping out a little. And their presence was so low that she didn't pay much attention to them. Sure enough, the people in this team are not simple. She needs to dig deeper. After waking up, Lin Xian was rarely depressed inside. This time, he did not come out of the illusion on the bridge. Perhaps because he felt deep in his heart that this method was wrong. But he had to give up in the persistence year after year. Those emotions entangled him, and were difficult to get rid of. Ash keenly noticed Lin Xian's emotions, walked up and handed him a bottle of water, and said in a caring tone, "Commander, are you okay?" Lin Xian was stunned. And after seeing that it was Ash, he took the water, and unlike the usual serious pursing of his lips, he brought a slight smile. "I'm fine. Thank you." Sirius's Deputy Commander Duan Tao looked at Lin Xian's depressed appearance, secretly rolled his eyes, and felt disdain in his heart. So what if the combat power is beyond 2S level? The results are getting worse and worse, and it has dropped to 6th place. Chapter 192. After returning, he will ask Mr. Kurt to replace Lin Xian as the Chief Commander. Incompetent people are not worthy of this position. He did not think about this game at all because the people in Sirius Military Academy were under great psychological pressure. So they could not easily come out of the illusion. Even if Lin Xian scored 10 points alone, he could not change the reality that Sirius was at the bottom. Compared with Sirius, Li Yuan was considered to have a big year. After all, they were always at the bottom, and had never entered the top 4. Everyone was very happy. This was the first time they had won Sirius and Bai Yi. Their military academy was not large, and it was on a very remote planet. It was good to be able to get to this point now. Ning Chung, the chief commander of Li Yuan, could not wait to report the good news to the teacher. Bai Yi, who ranked last in the total points, had a gloomy face. After all, he was stepped down by 2 ordinary military academies. Even if the teachers usually said that they should not regret any results obtained by doing their best, their ears were calloused. But that's what I said. And that's the truth. It's still sad to be at the bottom. I didn't expect Mutua to have the time to ask Yu Jinya. "Hey, what did you encounter in the illusion?" Yu Jinya saw that he was interested. So he told him, "I saw my clone wanted to kill me and replace me." Mutua didn't expect him to be afraid of this. After all, this is one of his most used skills. "So what did you do in the end?" Yu Jinya said sincerely. "It took a long time to win. After all, they are all his clones. And their combat power is not weak. When he split out 10 clones for the first time, he felt scared. Because suddenly, there were 10 identical selves standing in front of him. And 10 pairs of eyes were staring at you. Even he took some time to accept it. But his straightforward and stubborn head was still a little happy after defeating the group of self. Sure enough, his original body is the strongest. The school team returned to their seats and prepared to take the starship back. As a result, the starship informed them to take the airship directly down. The starship was near Guangya Star and would send them directly back to the League village. All the school teams, It turned out that the flight that far was fake. They were just circling nearby. They were playing with them from the beginning. At this time, in the starship, the lower level where the school team was located, sat the superpowers who set up the 6th competition field. Each of them was filled with pride. Although the audience's impression was average, the military academy students were all affected. Well, no, it was training. This is the first time I have participated in such a large-scale illusion construction. 3S is really amazing. As they said this, they cast their eyes on a man and a woman who were sitting face to face and playing chess. This was the first time they saw 3S level in reality. The man was a 3S level psychic superpower Zayu. He looked to be in his 40s, neatly dressed, buttoned to the top, with ordinary facial features that people could not remember, but with a peaceful and natural smile, a pocket watch on his chest, and a chain hanging down. Such a person, who would not attract any attention if thrown on the street, turned out to be a 3S supernatural person. The woman was much younger than him, only in her 20s. Her long hair was braided into a pigtail and placed on her chest, with the tail of her hair falling on her legs. She had a bright smile and wore a very beautiful purple poppy pattern dress, like the daughter of a neighbor's flower shop. She was the 3S illusion supernatural person. Mu Xian. Mu Xian raised the corner of her mouth and put down a white chess piece. Teacher Zayu, I am very happy to cooperate with you to build the illusion arena this time. The process and the ending are very interesting. Zayu played the black chess piece. His eyes fell on the chessboard, and replied, Yes, fortunately they are young, and they were not vigilant enough before the game, and they did not doubt the rules. Otherwise, with so many 3S, we might not be able to successfully lure them into our arena. After saying that, he put down the chess piece. Once the black chess piece was put down, the white chess piece had no chance of turning over. Mu Xian smiled. I lost. It's just right that it's over. We're leaving too. Hope to see you next time. Zayu nodded, and the two withdrew all their domains. Fu and Lu Shi, who were about to leave, looked down at the ground, and they instantly realized that the person who set up the arena was in the starship. But the fluctuations in this domain were pitifully small, and they could only sense it a little bit when they withdrew. Lu Shi understood it more carefully, and understood that their illusion and spiritual domain should have been open to more than 80 levels to suppress it silently. And this kind of non-combat ability is more difficult to detect than other ability domains. Sighing in his heart, Lu Shi thought, if everyone in the galaxy was level 3S, it would be great, and killing star beasts wouldn't be so difficult. In this way, the 6 school teams all returned to Guangya Star together for the first time. Fu was walking on the road, and suddenly thought of something and stopped. Liu walked and walked but didn't see her anymore. Turning around and seeing her standing there, she was shocked. What's wrong with you? You just realized what happened to the nesting dolls competition? Fu shook his head. My beast is gone. She hadn't thought of this just now. Now she suddenly realized that it was all in vain. The dozens of horned rock sheep beasts and the golden-feathered giant falcons were clearly placed on a separate shelf. But now the shelf was empty. A beast as big as hers was gone. So although the illusion can't change the original things in her space world, it can trick her into going in during the holidays? Woo-woo, team, question mark. What strange beast? Did you lose your strange beast? No. I caught the strange beast in the illusion. Liu was amazed. You really don't forget your original intention. You are catching strange beasts in your dreams. Zhao Chengcheng admired him very much. Shin Dada. You deserve to earn this money. Fu shook his head. No. Let's not talk about it. Let's go eat. The other school team members who followed behind were already jogging, all rushing to the cafeteria to grab food. This was the first time that a competition forced people to this extent. Lie down for 3 days, and they were not afraid of starving to death. while the school team was eating. The outside world had mixed opinions about the sixth competition. Some thought this was the ugliest game. After all, they just watched the school team lying on the ground and sleeping for 3 days. And they had no idea what happened. Others thought that this kind of competition would train people and select a team with a truly firm heart. However, the hottest topic is whether Galaxy can continue to win in the next game. After all, they almost missed the first place in the previous 2 games, which is not completely stable. At this time, the 6 consecutive wins have tied the previous record. Galaxy only needs to win the 7th game to break the record. But no one knows that the biggest winner is Chen-Kui. He went all in again and doubled his 10 million bonus to 50 million. Towards the road to wealth. Chapter 193 Rolling Beans. Shin Chinfu saw the information Xin sent her when she returned to the dormitory. Apart from basic physical training, the more important training of the space department in the past was how to accurately use space to lock moving objects. However, she really didn't expect this training method. It's called rolling beans. That is, hundreds of beans are poured down the slope from a high place. And the superpowers use their superpowers to lock each bean with a small space block to prevent them from falling to the ground. Shin Chinfu had a headache. Her usual style was to make bold moves. The space blocks during the fight were also bigger and bigger. If she was given a little time, she could frame the entire planet. But she had never tried to send out so many small space blocks in an instant. There is also the hypothesis of space scholars, changing the space blocks into different shapes for use. Shin Chinfu knew this. The stairs and airships were all operated in this way. The difference is that they assumed that the space would be changed into the appearance of a strange beast, accurately imitating the movements of the strange beast for attack. Although it is not a real living strange beast and does not have the same superpowers, it looks scary. It can scare the opponent, so that the psychic can find a gap to attack the opponent normally. Shin Chinfu didn't think the idea of these space psychics was ridiculous. This is so creative. Using space to pretend to be a beast is really scary. Shin Chinfu began to imagine that if he added his skills to this space beast, he could really catch the opponent by surprise. There are some other assumptions about the space system that they can't do. Shin Chinfu thinks he can try them. The next day, after practicing the field, she will start her rolling bean training in the afternoon. After coming back and having dinner, she found an open place in the League Village. The training room had been robbed by those rolling kings. After all, it was just practicing catching beans, so it didn't matter where it was. She built a slope in the air with a spaceplane, about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Then she used a space block to hold the beans she bought, placed it on the top of the slope, and stood under the slope. Although she bought a ton of mung beans, she has just started training, so she only put 10 kilograms of mung beans in the space block. With a snap of her fingers, the space blocks were released, and the mung beans rolled down the slope. Some even jumped up, and if they were not locked, they would hit her face. Shin Chinfu was on full alert, staring at the rolling army of beans. When the beans fell, she mobilized her supernatural power to directly flash out thousands of small space blocks with a side length of only 1 centimeter, framing the mung beans in the air. And the small space blocks were still increasing. She maximized her mental perception, and she caught all 10 kilograms of mung beans. After that, she wanted to challenge it. And after the beans recovered, she put another 90 kilograms in. And then she stepped back 2 steps to see more clearly. The second time began. The mung beans fell on the slope with a crackling sound, and the rustling sound when rolling down was much louder than before. When the mung beans fell to a certain position, she began to release small space blocks to hold the mung beans. But it was obviously not that simple, because the mung beans were small to begin with. There were too many this time. There are about 18,000 mung beans in 1 kilogram. So her 100 kilograms, 1.8 million mung beans rolled down the slope at the same time, and at a very fast speed. As expected, she failed. She only caught half of them, and most of the others fell on her head like rain. Shin Chinfu patted the mung beans on her head and began to collect them, and used a small space block to pick up the mung beans that fell on the ground. She was not anxious at all, and practiced calmly. She picked them up and tried again, and practiced alone until the sun set. After the school team training in the afternoon, there were more people on the road. Other school teams were amazed when they saw Shin Chinfu being hit by beans and picking up beans here. She is Shin Chinfu from Inha after all. I have never seen her training method before. Yeah. So many green beans. She can't catch them all. I don't know why. Fu feels that this method is very powerful when she practices it. Should we tell her that there are still a few green beans on her head? No. It's disturbing her to catch beans. After Fu practiced 117 times, he was finally able to catch 90% of the beans. But he still needed to work harder. Looking at the time, Fu stopped training. No matter what you do, you have to be moderate. At night, it's precious rest time. And she has to go to eat. Can't roll a little. After returning to the dormitory, Fu saw Yoshing at the door. When he saw her coming back, he hurried forward and pulled her aside. He whispered, "The boy sent me a message last time." Fu asked, "How is he doing with your brother?" Yoshing turned on the light brain, and the two of them looked at the message sent by the boy together. "Hello, brother and sister. You rescued me from the burning building last time. I wonder if you still remember. I'm not very good at typing yet. So this message was edited for me by Lieutenant Lin Ke. This account is also his account. I'm fine here. Although I was a little scared at first. They just took me for a checkup. I wasn't injured at all. The doctors were very gentle. The Major General said that I had awakened the fire ability. So I could set the hospital on fire that day. He said that the S-level fire ability was very powerful and asked me to study hard. But now I can't go out. So it's the brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts in the military region who teach me. I think I have learned a lot. The food in the cafeteria is also delicious. Every time someone puts their chicken legs in my bowl, I have never been so happy. I also watched your league replays, but I can only watch it for 1 hour a day. The doctor said I still need to take good care of myself and can't go to bed late. I am now a fan of your Liberty 1 team. I hope I can be as good as you in the future. Go to military school to study, participate in the league, and make friends. By the way, the Major General also gave me a name. From now on, I will not be number 14. My name is Minkan. I like it very much. If there is a chance, I hope to see you again. Thank you very much. Minkan. Then, there is a photo of him making AV sign. At the end, there is Lin Ke's words. Remember to delete it immediately after reading it. I agreed to help Xiaokan because he was so pitiful. If the Major General found out, I would be dead. Good luck in the league. Fu was happy for him after reading it. It seems that he is doing well. Yoshing was really relieved. After deleting the message, she was still suspicious. I thought my brother was glaring at me. Don't you trust your brother so much? Yoshing was shocked. Didn't you see that he threw me down from the sky? He was so cruel to his own brother. Fu thought about it and nodded in agreement. You have some truth in what you said. She couldn't throw Xiaofei down from the sky. Chapter 194 by a devouring rose. Since Xiaokai came, Xiaofei would squeeze out an hour to take her for a walk during dinner time. When she came back, Fu and Liu took Xiaofei for a walk. But Xiao Meiqiu would not be brought out, because the League Village does not allow exotic beasts. Even cat beasts with little attack power. Xiaokai and Xiaofei held hands. One person and one flower jumping in front. I don't know how many eyes they received along the way. After all, Xiaokai is really dazzling. Who can see a person-high 7-color large-leaf rose walking on the road for no reason? Sirius's Duan Tao saw them just after coming out of Teacher Kurt. Last time they were suppressed by the Freedom 1 team in Yiminghe. He was still holding his breath. Seeing Xiaokai walking by the side, he sneered and walked forward. Don't you know that you can't bring alien beasts into the League Village? The people of the Galaxy Military Academy can't understand the rules? Xiaofei paused and asked him very sincerely. Are you blind? Duan Tao frowned and looked at Xiaofei fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaofei looked him up and down, as if he finally confirmed that he was not blind. He continued with an unbelievable look. Since you are not blind, donate your eyes to those in need. Liu sighed. You don't understand this? She said. This is clearly a flower. But you said it is an alien beast. If this is not blind, what is it? Do you think I can't feel its energy fluctuations? It is obviously the fluctuations of an alien beast. Duan Tao is very confident in his judgment. He is a 2S level strength. Can't he even distinguish between alien plants and alien beasts? Although the appearance of this flower is strange, it is hard to say that it is not an alien beast covered with alien plant skin. Liu was disgusted and even shook her head. Don't you Sirius take the alien plant class? The level is too low. You don't even know the devouring rose. Although Li Yu only knew that this was the devouring rose after Shinshinfu raised Xiao Kai. But other people didn't know these little inside stories, which didn't stop her from helping to criticize others. After a while, more people came to watch the fun. Devouring rose? We haven't learned it in kata either. What kind of alien plant is this? I don't know. The people from Liyuan were also there. We haven't seen it in our place anyway. Everyone around shook their heads. Only the people from Inha followed and pretended. No way. No way. You don't really know the devouring rose. Right? Our school has taught it a long time ago. In fact, only the alien plant department teaches it. Xiao Fei even leaned over and whispered to Li Yu. But in fact everyone could hear it. Oh my god. It turns out that Sirius's deputy commander is such an uneducated person. Can they only fight? There is no knowledge in their heads. Duan Tao was furious at this moment. He didn't expect that he would be accused of being uneducated after failing to find fault. But he refused to admit that he was wrong. But Shinshinfu came with a fatal blow at this time. She took out a large flower pot from the space world, put it on the ground with a bang, and glanced at Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai trembled all over and ran quickly to the large flower pot. After stepping in, she immediately began to sway herself harmlessly, showing that she was a kind, lovely and beautiful flower. Shinshinfu looked at Duan Tao and pointed at Xiao Kai in the pot. This is just a potted plant. Duan Tao, ? Li Yu shook her head, looking like she couldn't stand it. Oh my god. Are you afraid of even a potted plant? The people of Sirius watching from the side also felt it was outrageous. Although it looks a little big, it is indeed a flower. She could only persuade him in a low voice. Commander Duan, forget it. Lianming village didn't say that flowers cannot be brought in. Yes, there are many long-legged plants in the back garden of Xinghe. In other words, he was too obvious in finding fault. Duan Tao left with a sullen face, and the people around him gradually dispersed after seeing that the melon had been eaten. Ji Che came over at this moment. He just saw a group of people gathered from a distance and didn't know what they were doing. He hurried over, but found that everyone had dispersed. What's going on? What happened? A kind person told him. The people of Sirius are looking for trouble with Inha, saying that the big flower is a strange beast and can't be brought in. Okay. Thank you. Ji Che continued to walk forward, very curious. Flower? What flower? As a result, when he walked to the side of Inha and the others, he was attracted by Xiao Kai, who had just stepped out of the pot, picked up the pot by herself, and handed it to Shinshinfu in a decent manner, attracting all the attention. That flower is so pretty. Ji Che stepped forward quickly and asked with shining eyes, what kind of flower is this? How come it looks like a human and has so many elemental fluctuations? Li Yu saw that it was Ji Che and was relieved. This is the devouring rose that Shinshinfu raised. Devouring rose? This is the first time I have seen it. Is it difficult to raise? He turned to Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu replied, it is not difficult to raise it. It just needs to feed some exotic animals to it in the front. And it does not need to be taken care of in the back. Xiao Fei also thinks that this innocent brother is very good. Yes, Xiao Kai can drink water by herself. Hearing this, he liked it even more. The more he looked at Xiao Kai, the more he liked her. That's really good. This flower is beautiful and so smart. Hearing this, Xiao Kai brushed her leaves against her head, as if she had lifted her non-existent bangs, and was very proud. But Li Yu was surprised by Ji Che's weird aesthetics. Is this considered beautiful? Xiao Kai is so colorful that it looks like a color code. Ji Che hesitated for a moment, and asked Shinshinfu carefully, maybe? Is it possible that you can sell me one? Shinshinfu shook his head. I didn't eat the rose. This is what our teacher gave us during class. Does your teacher still give this? Yes. Its original appearance was just a transparent chopstick-thick flower stem with thorns. Li Yu suddenly leaned over and lowered her voice. Are you stupid? This is Ji Che, one of the 5 great families. It's not that his family has a mine, but that there is a family in the mine. Why did you refuse? Usually, so many were thrown away casually in the competition. With a light cough, Li Yu said to Ji Che, you also know that this thing is difficult to feed. If you can find the devouring rose yourself, Shinshinfu can also consider feeding it for you. After all, you know that she has many exotic beasts. But the exotic beasts are charged according to their categories and levels. And hard work fees. Yes, hard work fees. Ji-Che nodded. Of course. I will definitely not let my benefactor suffer. Then he looked at Shinshinfu with expectation, hoping that she would agree. In this case, Shinshinfu also promised that if he could find the devouring rose, she would help him feed one. So Ji-Che went back happily to make arrangements. Shinshinfu didn't expect that he would knock on her door with a small devouring rose stem 3 days later. Is this the power of having a mind? Chapter 195, Cultivating a New Devouring Rose. Where did you get this? Ji-Che laughed. Your school. Hee hee. Our school? Did you go to the capital planet? Yeah. Since your school teacher has it, wouldn't it be faster for me to buy it directly from her? She didn't want to sell it to me at first, but after hearing that I wanted you to feed one for me, she agreed, but asked me to send her the finished product. Ina happened to be in school, and he registered to verify his identity to visit Emolan. And then he met her directly. Shinshinfu understood. This devouring rose was originally one of the alien plants that teacher Emolan was studying. If Shinshinfu came to feed it and Ji-Che gave her feedback, it would also be a good experimental data. However, when she went to her laboratory before, she saw that there were about 70 or 80 devouring roses on the ground. So she thought it shouldn't be too expensive. Ji-Che was still excitedly saying. She seemed to recognize me, and said that my competition was quite interesting. Zhao Chengcheng was just about to open the door to go out, and was very curious when she saw the devouring rose in his hand. Hey, isn't this a devouring rose? Ji-Che nodded. I bought it from your teacher Emolan. Is that so? Zhao Chengcheng asked casually. Then how much did you spend on it? Originally, she didn't think that the teacher could sell it at a high price. And since she sold a bed for 1 million last time, she had a new understanding of the values of these rich people. It can't shock her easily. But even so, she didn't expect that Ji-Che said he spent 100 million. Zhao Chengcheng took a breath. Buying a flower that hadn't been fed yet. He spent 100 million? 6. After that, Zhao Chengcheng walked away in a daze. On the way, he bumped into several classmates in a row, and said with a dry mouth, Sorry. I'm just a poor guy. Don't bother with me. Ji-Che didn't feel strange at all, and even had some concern. Is she okay? It seems that she didn't rest well. Shinshinfu shook his head. She's fine. It's just that your golden light ability has impacted her mental power. I have this ability? I'm a water system. Shinshinfu looked at him helplessly, and reached out to take the devouring rose. You use the flower thorns to prick your fingers first to recognize the master. With Ji-Che idea. Don't let the 100 million go to waste. Ji-Che glanced at her carefully. Pricked his fingers. Wouldn't it bleed? It hurts. Shinshinfu tilted his head and signaled him to hurry up. And he pressed it hard. The flower stem flashed a red light, and then returned to normal. But Ji-Che didn't. He screamed scary, as if he had broken an arm. The scream startled Xiaoshu, who was dragging his feet in the room. He was about to go out, and Ji-Che saw him and held out his hand. Brother, help me heal. Xiaoshu walked over and looked for a long time before seeing a small red dot on his index finger. Hee hee. I'm leaving. It's all healed. Okay. Shinshinfu put the devouring rose into the space world. I choose a strange beast for you tonight, and feed it with blood for 5 days. I still have to train during the day. Ji-Che left and went to train. When everyone was busy training, Bai Ruoqing and Emojua asked for leave and returned to the capital star. She hid in her room in the Bai family for 2 or 3 days before she regained a sense of security. Only Bai Ruoqing knew why. After experiencing the illusion, she was actually afraid. Afraid of being cursed by those unimportant people, and those dead people asking for her life. So this is what she was worried about. She didn't get enough rest, and her face was haggard at the moment, with countless thoughts rolling in her heart. She finally comforted herself. How could others know those things? Yes, there has been no problem for so many years, as long as she didn't say it herself. No matter what happened, her father could arrange everything. Thinking of this, Bai Ruoqing calmed down and finally returned to her previous state. Emojua was a little worried. She has been feeling strange since she came out of the illusion. She seemed to be a little sensitive, and her eyes were deeply wary. Then she asked for leave directly. I thought she was going to other planets to relax. But she went back home unexpectedly. Emojua stood at the door, and wanted to knock on the door several times to ask, but was afraid to disturb her. Suddenly the door was opened. Bairuoqing was no different from before. She seemed to be in a good mood. She just said, "Let's go." Emojua was puzzled. Where to? Going back to Guangyu Star for training. It has also delayed a lot of time these days. In the evening, Shinshinfu and Ji Che found a larger venue to prepare for the exotic beast for devouring Rose. Zhao Chengcheng also came to learn worship the master operated. And at this time, she still had her fire in her pocket. With a little rose head looking around curiously, the three of them sat on the ground, with the transparent flower stem in the middle. Shinshinfu asked Ji Che, "What types of skills do you want to give it? Tell me. I see if there is one." Zhao Chengcheng watched from the side without daring to speak, silently complaining in his heart, "Wow, this is really customized." Ji Che nodded, not thinking there was anything wrong with it, and said, "I want it to be able to fly, and have water-based abilities like me, and some healing, and it would be best if its defense is higher, so that it won't break easily later, and it would be best if it is smarter." He paused for a while, and suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, it would be best if it can spit fire, just in case I can let it barbecue in the wild in the future." Hee hee. "That's great." Shinshinfu nodded, indicating that he understood. "Ask again? Then how tall do you want it to be? The last time you saw Shao Kai, wasn't he only 1.5 meters tall? We used 10 beasts. If you want it to be taller, I think we should feed more. It doesn't have to be too tall. 1.8 meters will be enough." "Okay. Then put 12 in. It should be about the same." After saying that, Shinshinfu turned into a blue light and disappeared in front of the two people, entering the space world to find strange beasts. When she came out, she waved her hand on the ground, and 30 strange beast space blocks appeared on the ground. She said to Ji Che, "You choose." Zhao Chengcheng looked closer. "Oh my god, there really is everything here." Suddenly Ji Che saw a very familiar strange beast in it. "Isn't this the Black Phoenix?" "Yes. It was collected during the previous competition." So Ji Che carefully selected 7 of the 30 kinds of exotic beasts. He said there was no need for too many kinds, and that the number could be increased by adding the number of species to make up to 12. In the end, he chose Black Phoenix, Blue Flame Python, Dark Blue Night Wolf, Black Nether Leopard, Flood Whale, Holy Light Deer, and Diamond Turtle. Ji Che directly arranged for the family to transfer 1 billion to Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu was stunned. Apart from the Black Phoenix, other exotic beasts were not too rare. Many of them were exotic beasts worth 20 to 30 million. After all, the materials used for this kind of exotic beast were not as many as the Phantom Sun Porcupine that he traded in the first time in the dungeon. And the price was also relatively ordinary. But he directly doubled the amount. Chapter 196 Magical Naming Technique. When Shinshinfu was about to say something, Ji Che waved his hand and signaled her not to say anything. "This is all your hard work fee. And it's hard for me to find someone else to feed these things. And your beast is still so well preserved." Shinshinfu didn't say much and began to take blood for watering. Zhao Chengcheng watched Shinshinfu release the beasts one by one to take blood, thinking that she couldn't learn this thing. Who else but her could have so many beasts to feed the flowers? After the first feeding, the devouring rose was much bigger than before. Soon it was the 5th day of cultivation. Shinshinfu was very busy every day these days. In the morning, she attacked the domain. In such a short time, she had already opened the 62nd level of the domain. In the afternoon, she practiced rolling beans. She had already found the trick of this. That is to release a more delicate mental power net, like a net for sifting beans. Every green bean will touch the mental power line when it passes through. And at that moment, it will be captured, and she can frame it at any time afterwards. Now she can handle 500 kilograms of mung beans, which is 9 million. After she watered it for the last time in the evening, the devouring rose reached a height of 1.8 meters. But it was very different from Shao Kai's colorful colors. The flower stems and leaves were all black, but the rose part of the head was gradually changing from black to blue from bottom to top. The 2 leaves were also very large, but they were not furry, but a bit like the wings of a black phoenix. The whole flower had a deep, cold and murderous texture before it was cultivated. It should be because the selected beasts were all strong combat types. Fu was going to feed the entire body of the beast to the devouring rose, to complete the final step. Ji Che stood aside and recorded the cultivation process. He would send it to teacher Imo Lan when the time came. After all, he had promised before. Similarly, the body of the beast was suspended on the devouring rose, and the flower on its top unfolded into a vortex and began to suck it in. Zhao Chengcheng and Liu came this time and squatted aside to watch her operate. Liu was somewhat interested in the rose with his skin. Asked Zhao Chengcheng, "Hey, Chengcheng, do you think I should order one too? I thought they were all colorful plush toy flowers like Xiaokai. But I didn't expect it to be so beautiful." Zhao Chengcheng flattered directly, "Dear Miss Li, if you want it, we will definitely give you the best exotic beast." Liu raised her chin slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. "Oh, is that so? Let's talk about it after the game. There's no rush." This flattery was just right. Soon, the swallowing rose finished eating the exotic beast and began to emit energy fluctuations. A blue-black black hole-like energy ball appeared, wrapping it tightly. Then it shook violently and all scattered. This flower has grown. It seemed to be a little curious about where it was. But it was not like Xiaokai, who ran away when she woke up. Instead, it turned its head up and down and left and right very seriously, as if it was carefully observing the surrounding environment. Zhao Chengcheng and Liu felt its sight passing through them, and it stopped when it saw Fu, and stopped for a long time. Fu did not look away, staring at it straight, but it was not scared to the point of trembling, but just took 2 steps back with some fear, turned around and saw Ji Che next to it. It naturally walked to the side of Ji Che, raised a leaf and placed it in front of the pole, leaned forward slightly, as if bowing. Liu couldn't help but said, "Well, this flower is more like a person than Xiaokai, even like a loyal servant who has worked all his life." Ji Che was very satisfied with the flower, looking left and right, up and down, and was very satisfied. Not bad. It's still a polite flower. He supported the leaf and it stood up. Ji Che turned around and gave Fu a thumbs up. Liu asked him, "Have you named it yet?" Ji Che nodded. "Of course. I have thought of several names. You can give me some references. The first one, Dining Shan Sinyu. The second one, Laning Huan Liuli. The third one, Qianluo Xiao San Xue. The 3 people who listened to his naming carefully. Liu, I thought Xiaokai was already an extremely simple name, but I didn't expect you to find another way and go to another extreme. Zhao Chengcheng, this is a bit, too." She couldn't say it, but she felt that if this flower was named like this, it might not be able to hold its head up in the plant world. Even Fu mouth twitched. Although naming is the owner's freedom, this is also a flower she cultivated by herself. She really doesn't want to ruin it for life. Names are very important. Fu asked tentatively, "How about you ask the flower for its own opinion?" Fu looked at the flower. "This is all I can help you with." The flower seemed to have received her kindness and shook its head at Ji Che, indicating that it did not like it. Ji Che was a little sad when he saw it shaking its head. "Ah, you don't like it. But I chose it for a long time. So what do you like?" Then the 3 of them started to look up names online and asked Swallow Rose if she liked it, so that Ji Che would not ruin the flower's life. Finally, it nodded and chose a name, Lan Ying. In any case, it was better than Dai Ming Shang Xianyu. And the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. But Ji Che was a little unhappy. This name doesn't sound like a girl at all. Girl? Zhao Chengcheng finally understood why he chose those names. Rose is a hermaphroditic flower. In other words, it doesn't distinguish between male and female, but only looks at the characteristics of the feeding beast. It looks like what humans think of as female or male. But in fact there is no difference. Lan also nodded, indicating that she was right. Ji Che suddenly realized that he thought that all swallow roses would be female flowers when he saw Xiaokai's appearance. So the 4 people and 1 flower walked out. Lan Ying's height and cool appearance are no less attractive than Xiaokai's ability to attract attention. Many people secretly take photos of it. But Lan Ying turned his head and stared at it coldly, although it has no eyes or mouth. The people who secretly take photos feel that they are being stared at. When they walked to the leisure area of Lian village, they happened to meet Xiao Fei and Xiao Kai, who were taking a walk. Xiao Fei was originally walking with Xiao Kai while thinking about training. Suddenly, it stopped moving and stood there as if frozen. as if it saw something incredible. What's wrong with you? Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai just stared blankly at the front. Xiao Fei looked in the direction of it, and saw a black and blue swallowing rose. Looking at Xiao Kai again, it actually ran to the side of the road and plucked a handful of wild flowers. What are you doing? Xiao Kai. Don't damage the landscape. The life of the wild flowers is also the life of its flower family. As a result, it rushed to Lan Ning holding the flowers and handed it to it shyly. Everyone was silent, watching the two flowers perform a very bloody idle drama plot. Because Lan Ning waved his leaves and knocked Xiao Cai's flower off. The petals fell all over the floor. And then Xiao Kai covered her face and ran away as if crying. Everyone, wonderful. Chapter 197 Serious Changes. Xiao Fei was so disappointed that Xiao Kai actually gave flowers to a handsome flower when she saw it. It had never given her flowers before. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei angrily called it and chased it. Unexpectedly, it seemed to feel that it was too good to be true, and it flapped its two big leaves and flew away. Xiao Fei could only shout, "You can't fly too high. The defense system identified that you are not an approved aircraft, and you will be directly beaten into a dried flower." Fortunately, it was still very cowardly. Hearing this, it lowered its altitude a lot and flew low. Xiao Fei was numb. What should I do if my flower is a love-brained one? It actually played the game of love at first sight? What's more, the flower it likes looks cold-blooded and ruthless. Its love was rejected at the beginning. Will Xiao Kai become a licking flower in the future? Hua hid in Zhao Qinchin's pocket and shook. She opened her pocket and found that it was laughing secretly. Zhao Chengcheng knocked on his head. You are the one who laughed at others. If it finds you, it will hit you to the horizon with a leaf. At this time, Lan Ning saw Hua, who was so scared that he quickly pressed the edge of his pocket to avoid his sight. As long as he couldn't see it, he wouldn't be afraid. Ji Che looked at Lan Ning in shock. Is it so charming? I didn't expect that his charm was not as good as a flower. The girls around him all despised him for being stupid, saying that he could only be admired from a distance and had to shut up, saying that he was a dumb school idol. Glancing at Lan Ning, Ji Che sighed. Let's go. Let's go back. Just when he was about to leave, Bai Ling suddenly sent him a message. When he saw it, his expression was instantly shocked, and his eyes were about to fall out. What's going on? Is your family bankrupt? Liu teased. No. It's serious. Ji Che withdrew his gaze from the information on the optical brain, looked at the three people, and said in a tone of disbelief, Serious? The commander-in-chief has been changed. What? This is indeed a big news. Although Lin Xian is a bit radical, he is strong in combat. No one thought that he could lead the team from 6th to 3rd in the Black Phoenix's lair before. There were several mistakes, which were basically messed up by Galaxy. But the commander-in-chief has been changed. The three people of Freedom 1 team are now guilty. After the team went back, Shin Yoshing had also received the news. He told everyone, Sirius's commander-in-chief has been changed from Lin Xian to the previous deputy commander. Shin Shinfu also watched some replays and asked, Is it that Asher Flynn? She noticed that he made key suggestions at many nodes. Although his combat power is not strong, it is reasonable for him to be a commander. No. Shin Yoshing frowned. It's another deputy commander. Duan Tao. Cece pouted. Him? I know. It's the one who fought with me in the Yuang Sea before, with 2S level water ability. Zhao Chengcheng didn't quite understand. Now Sirius ranks 4th in total points. Although he is not in the top 3, there is still hope. Besides, the last game was an individual battle. It can't be blamed on him for not getting points in the last place. Shin Yoshing shook his head. Sirius can't be judged by ordinary schools. They are very radical. If they don't see good results, they will be easily replaced. This is not the first time that Sirius has been replaced as the commander. Has it been replaced before? Yes. Shin Yoshing answered quickly, as if he knew it by heart. For example, before Sirius won 3 consecutive championships. That is, 24 years ago, when Galaxy set a record of 6 consecutive wins in a single league game and won the championship. Sirius also changed its commander. Cece said leisurely. That's pretty miserable for him. Other schools basically won't change their commanders, no matter what the result is after they have decided on them. Liu lay on the table bored. I don't know what kind of person this Duan Tao is. She was too lazy to watch any replays. But she saw him in the sea last time, and he looked ordinary. Cirrus training area. Duan Tao saw Lin Xian coming out of the training room, with his eyes downcast, not knowing what he was thinking, and he looked depressed. Deliberately walked in front of him to block his way. Hey, isn't this our commander Lin? Lin Xian looked up and saw his arrogant face with a gloating smile. But before Lin Xian could say anything, Duan Tao couldn't wait to speak. Oh, I forgot. You are no longer the commander-in-chief, but the deputy commander. Lin Xian had received the news just now, but he was not as angry as he thought. Instead, he felt relieved as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. Is that what you want to say? Lin Xian said coldly. Duan Tao's smile disappeared instantly, and he came closer and said to him, I am the commander-in-chief now. Lin Xian, put away your condescending attitude. Lin Xian frowned. He just didn't like to talk or laugh. How could he be condescending? But he knew why Duan Tao was so hostile to him, and replied, wait until you lead the team to beat Galaxy before you say this to me. After all, you have never even beaten me. After saying that, he walked around Duan Tao and left. Duan Tao really didn't understand why Lin Xian was still so arrogant even after his commander-in-chief was taken away. Hypocrisy. He must be very upset. But he is still pretending here. Oh, he must have done better than him. Better than Galaxy. After Lin Xian left, he found that his family had sent someone to pick him up. He laughed a little coldly. Yes, this kind of thing was no different from the sky falling for his father. He did not resist, and went home obediently. Lin Xian walked in, and under the dim light, the doors were opened layer by the servants, and finally led him to the martial arts training room. His father was holding a stick in his hand, and other martial artists he had never seen before filled the room. He stood at the door, clenched his fists, and shouted, Father, I'm back. Lin Gu turned around. His eyes were like knives, and before Lin Xian could react, he threw the stick in his hand and hit him on the head. Lin Xian was hit by the gravity and turned his head to the side, and his left vision turned bright red, because the blood quickly flowed along the side of his eyes and nose. Half of his face. The short stick fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and then rolled away, but was picked up by the warrior and returned to him respectfully. Useless trash. The commander-in-chief can be withdrawn. Did I tell you that you can't lose? You lost 6 games in a row. The overwhelming fear suddenly came out from the bottom of his heart. So many years of suppression made him want to retreat uncontrollably. But he didn't want to endure it anymore. Lin Xian closed one eye and replied, I am only this strong. If you think I am not worthy, go fight me yourself. The family doctor who watched him grow up took a breath. How dare he talk to the head of the family like that? She looked at Lin Xian anxiously, and shook her head almost imperceptibly. Rebellious son. How dare you? Lin Gu's eyes were almost spitting fire. You went to the military academy. Do you think I can't teach you a lesson? After Lin Gu finished speaking, his supernatural power gushed out, and the warriors beside him were frightened by this super S-level pressure, and their expressions were full of respect and fear. Chapter 198 Lin Xian. But Lin Xian suddenly burst into laughter. No one understood what happened to him. Even Lin Gu's ability stopped for a moment. After laughing for a while, he stopped and said, Yes. Lin Gu didn't seem to understand what he was saying, but he heard him add another sentence. I said, Yes. You just can't move me. Come on. Let's see who can't move you. Everyone immediately took action, and their veins bulged. The physical ability user's ability fists were wrapped in wind and rushed straight to him. But Lin Xian didn't even move before those dozens of huge fist skills hit him. He instantly deployed an electric energy barrier to block all the attacks. Lin Xian was still saying, Look, you find some A-level and S-level people. How can you beat me? Have you forgotten what level I am? Just because you see that I don't resist? After he finished speaking, Lin Gu took the stick and went forward with everyone to attack again. Lin Xian just wiped the blood from his left eye and sighed. So weak. Opening his eyes to see the person in front of him, he smiled desolately, raised his hand directly, and a dazzling spherical light suddenly appeared in his hand. He just threw it forward lightly, and the lightning ball suddenly expanded into more than a dozen, each of which was connected with lightning, carrying enough energy to suppress all of them, and collided with their attacks, emitting extremely dazzling light. All the lights in the house were out of order at this time, flickering, and returned to normal after a while. The family doctor, who had been scared and huddled aside, opened his eyes only after the sizzling sound of electricity disappeared around him. She saw the scene in front of her and her pupils trembled. Dozens of warriors and family heads were all lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead, with black smoke coming out of their bodies. And the stick that had been used to beat Lin Xian for many years was broken into slag. It turned out that defeating his father was so easy for him. Lin Xian thought, I thought I didn't care about these things. But it turned out that all these pains were buried together when he buried the dog. He has been thinking about it these days, repeatedly digging out his feelings at that time, hurting himself. And finally, he came to a conclusion. It doesn't matter if he didn't break the illusion. He will break the pain of reality. But it took him more than 10 years to get to this point. In the past, even if he saw Lin Gu, he couldn't help being afraid, always feeling that the stick and fist would hit him at any time. After each training, after healing his injuries, Lin Gu would give him a sweet date and say, I'm doing this for your own good. So after he awakened, he endured it as if it was engraved in his bones. He didn't dare to resist him, followed the rules of winning, and didn't dare to lose to anyone, even though he had the strength to not be controlled by him. Oh, how can the person who brought him all the pain say that it was all for his own good? This is completely a morbid desire for control, just to satisfy himself. Real help should not have such pain. Lin Xian stood at the door silently and looked at them for a long time. And the family doctor didn't dare to move. This was the first time she faced Lin Xian's true strength, even though everyone in the family knew that he was a Super 2S. They had never seen it, because even when he grew up and lived in school, he never fought back when he came back to be punished by the head of the family. This was the first time. She didn't hear his voice until he turned and left. If you don't save them, they will really die. Aunt Tang. She came to her senses and rushed forward to treat the people on the ground. Lin Xian returned to Lianming village with half of his face bleeding, and his training clothes were also stained with blood. Ning Ting went home and came back just before the closing time of Lianming village at 10 o'clock. She was shocked when she saw Lin Xian. She thought she saw a ghost. After finally recognizing him, she ran to Lin Xian. What's wrong with you? Commander-in-Chief? Are you okay? Although it looked really bad. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. But I'm not the Commander-in-Chief anymore. Ning Ting covered his mouth. Oh my god. Could it be that he was too ashamed to lose the Commander-in-Chief, and was too sad and crazy, and banged his head against the wall? That's not the case. Ning Ting imagined a lot, and didn't care whether those outrageous operations were inconsistent with Lin Xian, and comforted him. Then, Deputy Commander, don't think too much. There are still many beautiful things in the world, and a short-term failure can't mean anything. We must look further ahead. But we must not. Seeking death. Lin Xian looked at her cautious and inquiring look, as if he understood something. You don't think I want to die because of such a small thing, isn't it? How is it possible? You think too much. After saying that, Lin Xian was about to leave. Perhaps he looked too scary now. Ning Ting jumped in front of him to block him, then stared into his eyes and said, I don't believe it. Let me read it. Lin Xian was caught off guard and met her amber eyes, and his eyes dodged for a moment. But she seemed to be really worried about him. So he did not dodge for the first time, just staring at her and letting her read. But these beautiful amber eyes gradually became moist and red. What's wrong with you? Ning Ting tilted his head and sniffed. I'm fine. I believe you don't have that idea anymore. After that, she suddenly pulled up his sleeve. Let's go. I take you to the infirmary. Lin Xian was completely confused. He didn't understand what the girls were thinking at all. Wasn't the infirmary there? What did he need to send? His injury was just scary to look at. But in fact, he had long been used to it, and any healing system could cure it. Ning Ting was relieved until he saw his wound being treated. Although she was only a mind reader, others didn't know that when a 2S level mind reader reads a person's mind, if the other party did not set up defenses for her to see, she has a certain probability of seeing the picture of what the other party is thinking. So she saw everything that happened to Lin Xian at home just now, as well as some clips of his childhood. He was thinking, and she saw it. Although Lin Xian's voice, that deliberately confused her, was always ringing in her ears. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't want to die. Sirius admires the strong, and she is just a mind-reading psychic with no attack power. But her family has always been very good to her, and her parents would never treat her like that. Suddenly, she started to get angry. Domestic violence. That's obviously domestic violence. It's simply unreasonable. She's going to report it. After the treatment, Lin Xian stood up and saw Ning Ting looked very angry. And was a little curious. What's wrong with you? Did he offend her? Nothing. Lin Xian is now a bitter person in Ning Ting's eyes. I thought that he, a child of heaven, was raised by his family. But I didn't expect that he was raised by a stick. The Lin family is also famous in Guangyu Star. But I didn't expect the head of the family to be a lunatic. That night, Ning Ting rented an account and stayed up until 3 in the morning to send an anonymous email to the Guangjiaxing Anti-Domestic Violence Organization. The email contained 10,000 words, all accusing Lin Xian's father of violence. Then he fell asleep with dark circles under his eyes, and almost forgot that he had to go to the 7th game the next day. Chapter 199 discovered. As soon as the 7th match started, the live broadcast room was noisy, mostly because of Lin Xian being replaced. Lin Xian was replaced. Why did Sirius choose Duan Tao? It is said that Duan Tao proposed it himself. I also heard that Duan Tao has never beaten Lin Xian in the past few years. No wonder he wants to grab the general commander. Haha. Can he win if he is the general commander? Don't you see who the opponents are this year? Anyway, I still bet on Galaxy to win this time. But Lin Xian, the center of the topic, does not have any unhappy emotions now, and even looks less tense than before. Sirius's school team knows his strength, and no one except Duan Tao will laugh at him without long eyes. They just get together to gossip quietly. Hey, did you hear the latest news from yesterday? Commander Lin was replaced? Everyone knows this. His Commander-in-Chief badge was replaced. No. Your speed is too slow. I mean, Ning Ting and Commander Lin were walking hand in hand. What? You didn't know? They were holding hands. Yes. A member of the school team saw it when he stepped on the door control yesterday. It is said that he looked around and lowered his voice for fear that Lin Xian would hear it. It is said that the two looked at each other affectionately at the door. Tears welled up in their eyes, and then left hand in hand. Wow. This? I can't tell. Commander Lin, who looks so cold and ruthless, has a love life. What do you know? He failed in the game, but succeeded in love. I see. So you saw from a distance that the people of Sirius were whispering to each other, and he didn't know what they were talking about. He thought they were talking about the change of commander. So he moved closer to Lu Shi and wanted to ask, because Lu Shi didn't mention this matter at all. So you thought he would at least ask 2 deputy commanders to analyze it. But he didn't. He didn't see him after he came back from the game. And he wasn't there when he knocked on his door last night. Lu Shi was still wiping the seat with a new handkerchief at this time. Zuiyu asked carefully, Commander-in-Chief, that Sirius's commander has changed. Did you know? I know. Lu Shi sat down after wiping and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. I just didn't see you. And I thought you didn't know. I thought there would be a small meeting or something. Meeting? The more they change, the worse it gets. What's worth discussing? However, Lu Shi was not in the League Village this time. He was called to kill the Star Beast. All 3 as superpowers in the Interstellar will be asked to cooperate by the military region, even if they don't choose to join the military region. In case of emergency, the nearest 3 as superpower will go to support. What's more, his parents have treated him as a subordinate since he was a child. And after awakening his superpowers, they often take him to participate in operations. Sometimes he wondered, is this really not child labor? There is no salary yet. This time, 2 disaster-level star beasts were killed. Star beasts are fundamentally different from alien beasts. Even if alien beasts are beast god level, they are also animal creatures that have mutated. And the rules are traceable. Star beasts, however, are energy creatures of the universe and can be in any form. And because they are born in the universe, it is extremely difficult to detect them if they do not appear by themselves. They are divided into 4 levels: vicious, disaster, purgatory, and world-destroying, according to the number of casualties that can be caused within an hour. They are 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, and can completely destroy all creatures on the planet within an hour. Most of the star beasts that appear are vicious and disaster, and there are very few purgatory-level star beasts. There are only 5 purgatory-level star beasts that have appeared in interstellar records, and the world-destroying level has not appeared for 1,000 years. Even a 3S level like him may not be able to kill a purgatory level alien beast. So in the last game in the illusion, based on his estimation of purgatory, the fake purgatory level star beast almost killed him. And it may be even more difficult to fight in reality. Lucier looked out the window, thinking about his self-proclaimed simple wish. It would be great if all the stars were 3S level. Unlike his heavy heart, there were a few people on the Freedom 1 team who were nervous. Xiaohua looked left and right in the starship. Xiao Fei used his mental power to test here and there. Zhao Chengcheng observed everyone around him suspiciously, and sometimes asked, "Are you real?" When she asked Liu, she rolled her eyes. Although Liu knew that they were completely stressed by the illusion in the last game. Who would have thought that seeing her roll her eyes? Zhao Chengcheng smiled with satisfaction. Confirmed that Liu is real. The other school teams were actually the same. They all doubted the reality here. Who knows if the unscrupulous planner will come back? The barrage saw that so many school team members were full of vigilance and doubted whether this starship was real. Haha. Look at what the school team was forced into in the last game. Everyone was suspicious. Why do they all look so unwell? No wonder they did that. Even if they had illusions before, they were at least in a certain part of the real game. In the last game, they were actually lying on the ground. Several people fainted from hunger. Xin Shenfu was more careful this time, and secretly half-opened her domain to investigate, and confirmed that there was really no trap this time. However, when she half-opened her domain, she also felt the domain of another person, who seemed to be secretly investigating. But the moment the two domains came into contact, the other party's domain immediately retreated. Could it be Lucier? Or, is there anyone else in the school team who is 3S level? Xin Shenfu went through all the people she met in the league, and selected the few people who she thought were most likely to be 3S. They were Lin Xian, Yu Jianya, and Tu Jia. Usually, these people had the smallest mental fluctuations. But if we look at the previous results and the difference in subsequent rankings, she looked at the person who was most likely to be 3S not far away, and the ice blue eyes looked over and looked at her, then smiled and looked away. Maybe it was Tu Jia. Tu Jia knew that Xin Shenfu was still looking at her, and kept a smile. But in fact she was shouting in her heart, "I was discovered." She just half-opened her domain to try to check the starship. A half-open domain will not show the domain pattern. And she was very careful. She didn't expect to run into someone else's domain. Although she released it quickly, she was still discovered. As expected, Xin Shenfu was 100% 3S level. The reason why she knew that she ran into Xin Shenfu so quickly was because she looked over quickly, and Lucier of Inha was generally oblivious to what was happening outside the window. The look in Xin Shenfu's eyes when he looked at her was completely saying, "Huh. I saw through you." It took her so long to confirm that Xin Shenfu was 3S. But she didn't expect that she would be picked out at once. Damn it. And her domain is very strong. And it will strongly reject it once it touches. Fortunately, in the first game of the points competition, when Xin Shenfu came to steal Hongyu, she wanted to test it first, and didn't open the domain to fight directly. If this fight broke out, the school team would be seriously injured. Chapter 200, The Immortal Cemetery. But Xin Shenfu was so fast that he ran away with Hongyu. The Space Department is simply unethical. The people in Long Kong had no idea that Tu Jia's heart was churning. They just thought that the Commander-in-Chief looked very calm. There would be no problem with her. Everyone saw the familiar cold-proof clothes when distributing the combat readiness packs this time, and soon realized that they were going to a very cold place again. But everyone was also given a shovel, and I don't know what they wanted to do. Farming? Xin Shenfu picked up the small shovel of only 50 to 60 centimeters and lifted it. It was a bit heavy. If it wasn't for planting, it must be for digging. What to dig? The notification sounded. The 7th competition field is the Immortal Cemetery of the Abandoned Cold Star. The school teams enter the competition field in order, with a half-hour interval. The 7th competition field is a points competition. The points rules are as follows. 72 hours limited to find the treasure of the Immortal Cemetery. The cards issued this time have a new shooting function. After binding an individual, you can inject mental power to shoot. Each person has only one chance to submit a treasure. Once the treasure is successfully submitted, the shooting picture will be frozen on the card. If the object is not determined by the system to be a real treasure, you will lose the opportunity to submit. Please choose carefully whether to shoot. Each treasure corresponds to a different score point. A treasure can only add points to the school team once, no matter which school team shoots later. It will not add points. But the opportunity to submit a duplicate treasure is still retained. The back of the card shows the score of each school team, the real-time ranking, and the range of the undead cemetery. At the end of the countdown, the ranking is based on the treasure points found. The first place gets 10 points, the second place gets 8 points, and the last place gets 0 points. Warm reminder, there are ultimate treasures and fake treasures in the arena. Please distinguish carefully and search patiently. Do not kill the opponent directly. Friendship comes first, and competition comes second. Now the school team knows what to dig. Dig for treasure. Did I hear you right? You just said the cemetery. It's not appropriate to have a treasure hunt in a cemetery. I'm a 3 good student and a 5 good citizen. The planner has been crazy at work recently. Do you want to watch us go to the graves? And why is it called the undead cemetery? What's the point of calling it a cemetery if you're not dead? Aren't they all dead? Are they pretending to be dead? The airship brought the Galaxy School team into the arena and left. The entire school team was silent as they looked at the so-called arena in front of them. Everyone's mind was full of question marks. Where is the arena? Where is the cemetery? Where is the treasure? Isn't this just a large piece of ice? Shouldn't there be tombstones in the cemetery? And the strange thing is that although the entire planet was frozen, the temperature was not so low that it was impossible to breathe like the eternal night glacier. It was only about -10 degrees. At this time, the sun came out. It's just that the sun on the cold star is no different from the light in the refrigerator, which serves as a lighting function. Shinshinfu took out his small shovel and asked, "Is this shovel for us to dig the ice? Is it some kind of magical shovel that can break the thick ice like soil with one shovel?" Shinshinfu squatted down and shoveled hard with some expectation in his heart. Dang. The shovel collided with the ice and made a distant sound. Liu put his hands in the pockets of his winter coat, stretched his head to take a look, and laughed. Wow! The quality of this ice is really good. There is no skin injury after shoveling. Shinshinfu silently put the shovel back. Xiao Fei and Xiao Hua were lying on the ice at this time. After wiping the ice, they looked down carefully. Xiao Fei, Hua Hua, look if there is anything underneath. Xiao Hua, it seems so. It's just that the ice layer is white, not so transparent, and it's not very clear. Lu Shi gave the order. Fire-type psychics should first melt the 1-meter thick ice layer within a kilometer range nearby, and water-type psychics should transfer all the melted water. The school team acted quickly and completed the task in less than 10 minutes. After the upper layer of ice was removed, the ice layer was very transparent. The school team felt like they were standing in the air when they walked over, but they were shocked when they saw what was underneath. Through the ice layer, they saw countless tombstones of all sizes, and they could not see the end. The competition range is 10,000 meters in radius, which means that this undead cemetery is at least 10,000 meters in radius. Judging from the density of these tombstones, it is really an exaggeratedly large cemetery. I don't know what happened here. So many people died? It looks like we need to melt this ice first. This ice is tens of meters high. It will take some time to melt. By then, other school teams will have come down. Then get into the mecha. Cut it with a light knife and move it away. It should save some time. Shinshinfu heard this, so she directly cut out a space block in the ice and cut the ice. The space block with a width of a kilometer and a height of tens of meters filled with the cut ice flew over the heads of the school team. The huge ice reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. The school team looked up one by one, watching the ice block fly steadily away. Suiyu opened his mouth wide. This is a layer of ice. How heavy must such a big piece be? How can it be moved just like that? She looked as relaxed as cutting a piece of tofu and throwing it away. Effortless. Then why did she use that small shovel to shovel the ice just now? Was it for something new? The space block was cut close to the top of the tombstone, so now it only needs to go down to melt the remaining ice. Shinshinfu looked at the school team lying on the edge of the ice and thought of what was missing. He snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, more than a dozen circular holes appeared on the ground, with a diameter of about 1 meter, one every 30 meters, and more than a dozen circular holes appeared on the wall of the ice pit diagonally below, just close to the ground. Then, small space blocks filled with twisted round long strips of ice flew out of the holes, and Shinshinfu threw them all out. After doing all this, Shinshinfu looked at the school team. You can go. No need to fly with a mecha. School team, is this a slide? It takes time to make ice sculptures. But they made a slide in less than a minute? The people of Team Freedom 1 were used to it. When everyone was still in a daze, the team happily lined up to slide down. Fortunately, the cold weather clothes blocked the coldness of the ice. Otherwise their buttocks would be frozen off. After Xiaohua went down, she was so happy that she clapped her hands on her mouth, making monkey sounds of oh, as if she had returned to her ancestors. Xiao Fei also imitated her and started to call. For a while, the school team seemed to be in a big forest. The cold air hit people. Lucia rubbed his nose and spoke to call back everyone's chaotic thoughts. The home team will leave 20 teams to deploy mechas to guard on top, and the others will enter the ice pit in groups in an orderly manner. The school team members worked hard during the league, but they didn't expect to be happy when they sat on this slide. The mini camera flew in and saw that the Galaxy School team was getting happier and happier as they slid, screaming and laughing continuously, as if they had entered an amusement park. Chapter 201. The other school teams hadn't come down yet, and most of the viewers in the live broadcast room were watching the Galaxy School team. They were playing. Right? How could a school team have so much fun in a league? Come on. That's a slide. How could anyone be unhappy sitting on a slide? Won't your butt be frozen? It's okay. The school team has a butt of steel. After going down, the fire-type psychic began to melt the ice. But this time, it was controlled more carefully to avoid damaging the tombstone. While Galaxy was moving in an orderly manner, the Kada school team came down. Ji Che saw the huge rectangular pit on the ice when he was in the airship, turned his head, and said to Bai Ling in despair, "No way. We won't melt such a thick ice layer?" Bai Ling smiled at him. "Yeah. Yes. That big pit must have been dug by Shinshinfu. Can our space system do it?" As he said that, he called the only A-level space system psychic in the school team. Ji Che asked him, "Can you cut and move the ice?" Unexpectedly, he nodded. "I can. Can you?" Ji Che and Bai Ling were very surprised. Eureka stood aside and shook his head. He said he could, but he didn't say how long it would take or how big it could be cut. The two looked at him with burning eyes as he mobilized his supernatural powers, frowning, and a blue light appeared on his hands. Then he slowly drew a space block of 1 meter by 1 meter. He cut the ice with some effort, and then his hand was carefully facing the ice block, moving it slowly to the side. After putting it down, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." Ji Che, Bai Ling's mouth twitched, but he still smiled gently. "Okay. It's okay. You go back to the team first." "Okay." He left happily. Bai Ling had to arrange for the school team to use mechas to start cutting and moving the ice. The speed was naturally not as fast as the Milky Way, and it would take at least 3 or 4 hours. By the time the Langkong school team came down, the Inha side had already melted tombstones. These tombstones are made of all kinds of materials. Some are carved from stone, and some are made of wood. Each one is engraved with a name. Some are long, some are short, and some are full. But the school team can't understand the words. And the ground is not flat, like a random cemetery. Nei told everyone, "This place is blocked again. Maybe we have to dig it one by one." Although Liu was puzzled, she took out a shovel. "Do you really want us to dig other people's graves?" "I'm not saying. This is too unkind. Shin Yoshing has watched so many games, but he has never seen a stadium asking people to dig graves." "I haven't seen it either. It shouldn't be that simple." Lucia didn't hesitate too much, and arranged 2 people to dig one first, and specifically told them to be careful not to damage other people's tombstones and coffins. The school team watched them dig the soil hard, but the soil had been frozen for too long and was very hard. It was gradually dug after being baked again, but they found something wrong while digging. "Commander-in-Chief, there is no coffin or body under this tombstone. Just a tombstone." Although the school team had doubts, they were relieved. After all, they were just students. How could they dig up other people's graves? "I won't be able to sleep well when I go back." Zuiyu suddenly realized, no wonder this place is called the Immortal Cemetery. This place is not used to bury people, but has other purposes. Shiyu glanced at him. "What is the purpose? Is it to bury treasures, erect a tombstone, and ask the sky for another 500 years? Xian complained. "The people in this place are quite superstitious. So the treasure is under these tombstones?" Zuiyu took out his shovel. "We have to dig to know." The school team started digging. Everyone knew that there was no body underneath, squatting and digging with shovels. Some people were still cursing the planner. You didn't even give me a bigger shovel. It's better than me using a light knife. Can you be a little more stingy? Are you afraid that you will damage the treasure with a light knife or supernatural power? How can you get extra points if it's damaged? Is that so? It must be so. I'm not washing my hair upside down. Half an hour later. This person sighed. It's over. It's over. I'm going to wash my hair upside down. Because no treasure has been dug out of the cemetery within a kilometer range. Shin Shinfu squatted by the pit. She had just started to sweat a little from digging. She wiped it off, and her face was covered with mud. Shin Yoshing handed her a handkerchief. Wipe your face. He looked at the ice wall. It's 10,000 meters here. But we only turned over a small part. Maybe the treasure is somewhere else. Shin Shinfu took the handkerchief, wiped the mud off his face, stood up, and teleported into the air. It was very clear when standing on the platform and looking down that the large ice surface of the undead cemetery was flat. Only in the distance could you vaguely see the undulating mountains. But they were also covered by ice. Since there was no treasure in the place where she was digging now, she had to remove more ice. Thinking of this, Shinshin floated in the air and gathered her superpowers. The blue light condensed in her palm, and she raised her hand and pointed it directly at the ice below. The school team was originally on the right side, and in an instant, the right third of the entire cemetery was framed by space blocks of the same size. The people of the Galaxy School team, who were originally guarding above the ice, saw this scene and hurriedly drove the mecha away. Then, 30 kilometers of space blocks were cut and taken away one by one in an instant. She moved all these huge ice blocks to a place outside the competition range planned by the undead cemetery. Kata and Long Kong's people were originally working hard to cut the ice layer, and they couldn't hold it back when they saw the scene. Jiche looked over. It's probably too late to dig Shinshinfu now. Bai Ling glanced at him. What are you dreaming about? You still want to dig Shinshinfu? Hurry up and dig the ice. The space-based psychic trembled. Ah! This. Commander G wanted to cut the ice at the beginning. Right? What did he do? So embarrassing. Tujia also saw the scene. It's hard for her to be so considerate to leave 2/3 of the ice for other school teams to dig. Sunyao asked her, Commander, how about we just go and grab the spot that Ina has cut out? Tujia waved his hand. No. It's just the beginning now. It's not certain whether there is treasure under this tombstone. You see, the card doesn't show that they have added points, which means that at least no treasure has been dug out within 1,000 meters. So should we wait a little longer? Yes. Tujia looked up. If we go and grab it now, she will directly fill the ice back, and we can't do anything. In the following time, several other school teams arrived at the stadium one after another. But Ina kept melting ice, removing water, and digging graves. Chapter 202. A few hours later, the school team shoveled down and made a clang sound. The man shouted in surprise, I dug something. Maybe it's a treasure. People nearby gathered around, watching him carefully shovel the soil and pile it aside, gradually revealing a red and golden object. But there was too much soil on it, and it was not very clear. The water-based supernatural ran over and washed it to see the whole picture. It looked like a shield and a plaque, with a red background and a layer of gold along the shape. And in the middle was a golden wind and rain flower pattern, about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters long. Is this a treasure? It looks interesting. Take a picture? The person who first found this card looked at Lu Shur with some excitement and hesitation. Then, I try? After Lu Shur nodded, he took out his card, input his mental power, and zoomed in and out on the card for a long time, placed it in the middle, and pressed the word shoot. Everyone was waiting for good news from him. But he slumped his shoulders and said bitterly, No. Submission failed. I lost my chance to shoot. Everyone came over to look at the card in his hand. The picture he shot on the front turned gray, and 2 big words were displayed, failed. There was nothing unusual on the back. The people of Freedom Team 1 hadn't seen what they dug up yet. There were 3 layers of people surrounding the place before, and they finally managed to get through. Fortunately, when others saw them coming, they made way for Freedom Team 1 to see clearly. After all, even the Galaxy people now think they are one of the trump cards. Shinshinfu casually glanced at the failed card in the man's hand, and Xiaohua, who was a tiger-headed person, touched it directly. Oh, this is a treasure. She was still talking. And the moment she touched the red shield, she was wrapped in a burst of energy. Shin Shinfu felt something was wrong and quickly grabbed her. Shin Yoshing felt something was wrong and grabbed Shin Shinfu. While Liu grabbed Shin Yoshing. And Xiao Fei grabbed Liu. One after another. The entire Freedom 1 team just disappeared in full view of everyone. The school team was shocked. And then, they realized that no one had touched the red shield before. When someone was about to touch it, Lu Shur immediately stopped them. Wait. At least pull them in groups of 100. Because we can't be sure whether the place they are taken to is the same. Bai Ruoqing asked. Then don't we need to send a team to guard this red shield? No. Everyone has one chance. So it's best to get everyone in. He will deal with the red shield. When the school team began to form a team, Lu Shur used his supernatural power to lock all the 1/3 of the position that Shin Shinfu had cut out before with his cage, and then set up a cross about 10 meters high next to the red shield. Make sure that other school teams can't come in a short time. The live broadcast room was still immersed in the hand speed of Freedom 1 team just now. 666. What kind of team spirit is this? For a moment, I thought they were going to play eagle catching chickens. I have to say that Freedom 1 team's hand speed is still very fast. So they caught everything in a short time. It can only be said to be a conditioned reflex. But where did they go? Were there cameras following them? The answer is yes. Freedom Team 1 is the team that is filmed the most. So even if the reaction is sudden, there will be a few cameras secretly parked on them before each incident. It is to avoid such emergencies. Because of this, a new picture was refreshed later. And it was the Freedom Team 1 that was pulled together. Standing in a palace. This palace looks a bit old. There are hundreds of stone pillars where they are located. There are some carved decorations on the top of the pillars, connected together with small arc-shaped domes. There is a stone candle holder at a distance. Although the light from the fire on it is not big, it can also see the space clearly. When everyone was still in a daze, Xiaoshu walked to Xiaohua's side and his head bounced. And there was a muffled sound of thump. And Xiaohua screamed in pain. You said your hand was touching something all day long. But fortunately, there is no big problem. Xiaohua's tears were knocked out by him. What are you knocking? You knocked my head. Not a bell. Xiaoshu was still angry. Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it means a good start. So you are a bad start. Xiaoshu. You? Wait for me to go back and tell Mom. I'm going to go back and tell Dad. Xiaoshu imitated her in a sarcastic tone. Tell Mom. The two were tit for tat at the moment, and were about to bite each other. Nai and Xiaolai quickly pulled the two apart. Shin Yoshing coughed twice and changed the subject. We should be at the bottom of a building now. So we should have found the right place. Shin Shinfu looked at the candlelight that began to flicker because of their entry, and asked, I don't feel the presence of anyone here. Why is the candlelight burning all the time? Liu was frightened by her weird description. Is this fake again? Don't scare me. Are you real? Cece was standing next to Xiaolai, and pinched him when she heard this. Xiaolai was pinched so hard that he was almost deformed. What are you doing? Cece was very confident. Oh, it's okay. I try to see if I'm dreaming again. Then you pinch yourself. Ah, I don't feel like I'm dreaming. It hurts. Her hand is so strong. No, I'm just a weak woman. I'm afraid of pain. Team, Shin Yoshing walked to the candlelight and used his mental power to check. After a moment, he frowned and told them, no problem. This is a real candlelight. There was no fluctuation of mental power on it. He amplified his mental power again, trying to understand the structure here. But strangely, he could only feel the space within his sight, and it was empty when he sensed outside. Is there a perception shield here as well? He found that the communicator was also unusable. If everyone separated, it would be difficult to contact each other again. Xiao Fei looked at the dark place in the middle and asked, this is not underground, right? After all, the outside is frozen. It should be. Shin Shinfu took a deep breath. But if it has been frozen for many years, how can we breathe underground? Shin Yoshing, maybe the League opened the hole? Or is there another exit to the outside world here? Zhao Chengchen ignored what they were talking about, but hummed a song and looked around. Where is the treasure? Where is the treasure? Since it is a treasure, that is her chance to make a fortune. She will be boss Xiao by then. The team members could not find the answer for a while, so they could only look for the treasure together. After the integration of the school teams outside, Lu Shur finally let the team of 200 people enter in batches. Before entering, he also instructed that even if they were separated, they should not act in groups of less than 50 people. With his touch, the team followed him into the underground palace. Lu Shur's guess was correct. The location they teleported in from was completely different from that of Freedom Team 1. In other words, the red shield was used as the entrance, and the location of each teleport was random. Chapter 203. They are now in a long corridor, with candlelight on the top, wall panels and wallpaper, many paintings on both sides, and thick carpets on the ground. Lu Shur also had a question. Why is there lighting here? There is no one in this place. But there is candlelight. And there is a palace that is so well preserved? The school team began to explore forward little by little. And even the paintings on the wall were not spared. The paintings on the wall are some figure paintings. The strange thing is that there are all kinds of people in these paintings. And there are too many. There are thousands of paintings on both sides of the long corridor wall. There are exquisite and beautiful daughters, nobles with their heads held high, little girls selling flowers, old women carrying buckets, farmers carrying grain. This painter is like a recorder. It seems that he is watching the lives of these people and then painting fragments of their lives. Because none of the characters are standing there seriously, but are doing their own things. Lu Shur glanced over and was attracted by one of the slightly larger oil paintings. It was a red gold palace, surrounded by a vast sea of red wind and rain flowers, and the sun was shining brightly. The palace was surrounded by soldiers, and a person stood on the terrace on the highest floor of the palace. Judging from her clothes, it was a woman who did not look like an adult, wearing a court dress and a long skirt. She wore a jeweled crown on her head and held a bouquet of flowers in her hand, and her face could not be seen clearly. There was a wider road in the sea of flowers, and many people stood on the road, all raising their hands to salute the people in the palace. Although there were many people, no one stepped on the wind and rained flowers on the side. Is the palace in this painting the current palace? The wind and rain flowers are clearly the pattern on the red shield dug out before. Is this the totem of this race or kingdom? Lu Shur reached out and carefully took down the painting. Then he saw that the wall suddenly began to fluctuate, and everyone stared at the wall nervously. Then two small doors appeared behind the painting, with two golden rings on the doors. Lu Shur put down the painting and opened the door, and everyone was attracted by the things in the door. It was a small pile of gold coins and gems, with a bunch of red rain and wind flowers made of jewels on top. The petals, stems, leaves, and flowers were all made of different kinds of gems. Jasmine also leaned over to see the flowers in the crowd, and she was shocked when she saw the flowers, because the 6 petals of each flower were top-quality red aurora gems, which were already out-of-print gems in the interstellar space. But there were so many here that they were used to make a bunch of flowers. Lu Shur's attention was moved to other places. That is, the painting he had placed on the wall. The gem flowers were clearly the ones held in the hands of the woman in the painting. This should be a small treasure, but I don't know if it is a treasure that can add points. Lu Shur took out his card, injected mental power, and took a photo of this location. It soon showed that the submission was successful, and the photo was also fixed on his card. The back of the card was updated in real time, showing that Inha found a treasure and scored 20 points. The school team sighed when they saw the extra points. After all, he was the commander-in-chief. Of all the paintings, he chose to take this one. Why didn't the ones they took find any treasures? Someone whispered, "Can't we take these things away?" It's not their fault for being greedy. Anyone who sees this level of gemstone flowers will be moved. But Lu Shur didn't hesitate at all. He closed the door with 2 bangs and hung the painting in its original position. He turned around and said, "No, this place is unusual. Don't take the things inside. If you can take anything, why do you only want the school team to take pictures?" The school team was convinced by Lu Shur, so even if they were still reluctant, they couldn't bear to think about it, and continued to check the other paintings in front. The 5 school teams outside Galaxy all found the extra points of Galaxy. Kata and Lodkong, who were close, immediately sent people to see, and then arranged for the deputy team to open Lu Shur's cage. Cirrus was the last one to come in, and he had already lost a lot of time. Not long after he started digging ice, he suddenly saw that Galaxy had already got the points. Duan Tao frowned, and was very anxious when he saw Ina's 20 points. What's going on? How did they get the points so quickly? He looked at Lin Xian, who was still directing everyone to cut ice. Duan Tao sneered. Deputy Commander Lin. Go to Inha to see what happened and whether they dug up the treasure. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to take 10 teams with him. But Duan Tao stopped him. I mean, you? Go alone. Ning Ting saw the little bitter-gourd Lin Xian being bullied, and cursed Duan Tao, the arrogant man, 100 times in his heart, but still suppressed his emotions. This is not good. Inha is strong, and he will be beaten up by others if he goes alone. Duan Tao glanced at her. What do you know? Deputy Commander Lin is so powerful, and he is also a thunder type. So fast. It's easy for one person. Ning Ting wanted to say something, but Lin Xian interrupted her. It's okay. I can go. After that, he went directly to the direction of Inha. Since they came down last, they were put down at the far left of the undead cemetery, while Inha was at the far right. And there was Langkong Kata between the two teams. They really didn't know what happened over there. Lin Xian flew over directly in the mecha, and people from Langkong and Kata also went there in the middle. Seeing the empty cemetery on the Inha side, Lin Xian frowned. Now all he could see was the white cage embedded in the place where they dug out the ice, with a cross in the middle, and nothing else. It should be that something was covered by illusion. Otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to disappear out of thin air. The deputy teams of Kata and Langkong were attacking the cage, but every attack on the cross in the middle would inject it with superpowers. This is the anchor point set by Lucier, and it can't be broken in a short time. Lin Xian had to return to the school team quickly. If he wanted to break the cage, he needed more manpower. Unexpectedly, Duan Tao heard about this situation, but he seemed to be against him, saying that Sirius could also dig treasures or entrances, and he didn't have to use the one in the Milky Way. Ash kindly advised him, and was humiliated by him. The 20 teams in Lin Xian's previous main team were replaced by deputy teams, and Duan Tao replaced all his former deputy teams with the main team. So Lin Xian's men were still his previous team members. They suggested to him, why don't we go by ourselves? Now there are 2 school teams there to remove the cage. We can definitely do it with us. How long will it take to dig? Lin Xian and Ash beside him also knew that what they said was right. But Duan Tao. Lin Xian frowned and walked forward again. Chapter 204. Lin Xian said to Duan Tao, it should be enough for the main team and Ash's deputy team to remove ice here. I will take the deputy team to the galaxy. At that time, can you bear the consequences caused by your personal decision-making mistakes? General. Commander. Duan Tao calculated the gains and losses in his heart, and finally sneered. Okay. Then I look forward to your good news. Deputy Commander Lin. Lin Xian then led people to the location of the galaxy. While they were attacking the cage, the Freedom 1 team was constantly exploring the surroundings. After they searched the space with many pillars, they saw several small doorways leading to other spaces. After choosing, they walked over. There were still many pillars, but this time, there was a pool in the middle of the space. The water in the pool was very clear. Shin Shinfu leaned over to look and saw that the mosaic tiles below were pasted into a picture, which was a pattern of wind and rain flowers. All the stones here are the most primitive, and the pattern on the bottom of the pool is very unusual. She pointed to the bottom of the pool. I think we can go down and take a look. Everyone agreed. They didn't give them any diving equipment this time. Fortunately, the pool was not deep, about 3 meters high, and several people pinched their noses and dived into the water. Only Cece could talk to them in the water. Oh, I can talk. Liu rolled her eyes and scratched her neck with her hand to intimidate Cece. Soon, several people stood at the bottom of the pool, leaned down and touched, and 10 people disappeared at the bottom of the pool and appeared in a new space. As soon as the team stood firm, they all covered their eyes with their hands or arms, or turned their heads away to avoid the golden light in the room, because in front of them was a small hill made of gold, jewelry and various treasure chests. This was a closed space with a lot of candlelight on the top. The treasures almost filled the entire space. There was a wall behind the team members, facing the golden mountain. The live broadcast room was also blinded by the light. Is it true that this treasure cannot be taken away? This is 100 times more than what Lucier and his team found just now. A mountain of gold. Move it quickly. It is unlucky for this treasure to meet Shinshinfu. Didn't they say that it cannot be taken? Not necessarily. That is just a guess. After the team recovered, they looked at this space seriously. Zhao Qingqing's saliva was already flowing down, and Nai quickly handed her a tissue. Xiao Hua and Xiao Fei jumped up excitedly holding hands. And Xia Shu, although he still looks like a serious person now. In fact, he has been tearing his clothes and screaming in his heart. Zhao Chengcheng wiped his saliva. How much money will this make? Oh no! How many points will this add? Xin Yoxing couldn't help laughing and said to her, "Try it, and you will know." Zhao Chengcheng took out her card, and was so excited for the first time in the competition. Then I took a picture? She injected mental power, and took a picture of the whole small mountain of gold in front of her. The school team watched Inha find treasure number 2, and waited expectantly for extra points. But 10 extra points? Why? Zhao Chengcheng couldn't figure it out. Could it be that what they submitted before was bigger than our gold mountain? Xin Yoxing analyzed. Maybe. But if it's not because of the size and amount of the treasure, it might be because of the importance of the treasure. Liu didn't understand. Then how do you calculate this importance? Xin Yoxing shook his head. He didn't know either. Xiaohua jumped with excitement. Can we move the gold now? Xin Yoxing shook his head mercilessly. No. Why? The space here is interlocking. There is obviously energy, but I can't feel the fluctuation. If I take the treasure away, I don't know what danger will be triggered. So we can't take risks. Ah. Is that so? Zhao Qingqing's face almost sank instantly, as if he couldn't bear such a blow. He covered his chest and lamented. This is more uncomfortable than not seeing it. Xiaohua accepted it quickly. Okay. Let's go quickly. Out of sight. Out of mind. She turned around. But Xiaoshu was still staring at the gold mountain in a daze. Xiaohua pulled him over. Don't look at it. It's all illusion. Several people touched the wall with their hands and returned to the bottom of the pool. Xin Shenfu was the last one to go out. She looked at the room carefully again. There was nothing unusual. When she turned around and was about to touch the wall with her hand, she looked twice more. I found that there were some rough murals painted on this wall. The mural is a big gray, and the painting method is quite old. The characters are not so realistic. But Xin Shenfu saw too many paintings when he was learning to paint before, so he can basically understand it. It records a story. There are 4 kingdoms in this world, and one of them is symbolized by the wind and rain flower. 2 people walked out of a tall palace. It was a man wearing a crown holding a little girl. The man took her to a sea of red wind and rain flowers, and the 2 put their hands together, as if making a wish. The girl has beautiful red hair. She was the king's only daughter, loved by the king, and often received precious gifts from him. But the little princess was not idle. She needed to take classes: archery, horse riding, painting, and fencing. When she grew up, she often sneaked out. She went to the towns near the capital to observe other people's lives. She was very kind, and would give gold coins to poor people, help old ladies carry things, and buy all the flowers of little girls so that they could go home early. She was also very cheerful, and would dance with people in the festival square. She was loved by people. And then her servant told her a piece of news. She ran out in panic. The mural ended here, but she noticed a small dot in the lower left corner, and she didn't know what it meant. After accidentally looking at it for a long time, Xin Shenfu touched the wall with his hand and returned to the bottom of the pool. The people above were relieved to see her come up. Liu waited for her to swim up and then scolded her. I thought you were teleported to another place. You stayed there without telling me. Don't you know that communication is useless here? Xin Shenfu shook off the water on his head and replied, I also suddenly saw the mural and took a closer look. Mural? What mural? It's the one on the wall when we came out. It's about a little girl's story. Liu didn't notice it at all, but it didn't affect her stubbornness. We are competing. You are reading comics. Stop talking and continue to look for treasures. The team continued to explore. It has been more than 4 hours since they entered the palace. The other people in Inha have also found some treasures. 5 points and 10 points added up to 65 points. However, the school team members outside had just opened the barrier set by Inha at this time, and everyone was very angry. It was not because of anything else. It was because of Xin Shenfu that she had set up 1,000 layers of space blocks for protection when all the members of Galaxy came down to dig the grave after she cut the ice. Lucifer's cage was only added 1 more layer. It's totally unfair. Are the space blocks free and just placed randomly? It's not an onion. They peel it layer by layer. Chapter 205. The school team had brought many people with them before. But gradually they found that ordinary people below the S level could not break Lucifer's cage at all. The cross set by Lucifer has been blessing the cage, which is much stronger than the one that Lin Xian broke on Tianlu Mountain before. They had to let the school team members, who had been fighting for a long time, come back to cut ice blocks and replace them with 2S level members to break the cage together. It didn't take too much time for 2S to break the cage. But after breaking the cage, Shinshinfu hidden space block flashed out. The difficulty is no less than that cage. After breaking layer after layer, there is no end to it. In the later stage, Kata and Lan Kong received the news that they had dug up the red shield. So they left directly. When all the space blocks were broken, Beiyi received the news and dug it up. Yu Jianyao waved his hand. Okay. I worked so hard for nothing. The luckiest ones became Li Yuan and Sirius. They were far behind in time. But now other military school people helped to open the space block, but they didn't use it themselves. Directly equalized the time. After Sirius and Li Yuan's school teams tested the use of the red shield, the two teams were placed on both sides of the red shield, refusing to give in to each other. Duan Tao was still arrogant. We go first. Ning Chung, the general commander of Li Yuan, was carrying a small shovel and was very unhappy with Duan Tao's statement. Why? You have 2 more arms or 2 more legs than us. Why do you go first? Duan Tao condensed a water knife in his hand. Then let's see who goes first, Ash advised. It's meaningless for us to fight now. The game mainly depends on the treasure bonus points. Whoever wins outside will lose. Ning Chung originally thought so. But Duan Tao was too violent. Then we will enter in groups in a staggered manner. Ash was still concerned about Duan Tao, and turned to ask his opinion. Duan Tao put away the water knife and nodded in agreement. Several military schools all entered the underground palace. Each group arrived at a different location. But because there were so many people from different schools still bumped into each other. However, everyone tacitly agreed not to fight for the time being. After all, if 0 points and 0 points fought, they would both end up last. It was just that the school teams they met quickly found different routes to separate. Before Duan Tao came down, he issued an order. As long as you see someone from Inha, immediately snatch their cards. If you can't take a photo, you will lose the opportunity to submit, and you won't get any points. He brought a team of 200 people down, and they haven't separated yet. So it's a bit crowded at this time, because they were standing in a bedroom. This is a suite, with a bedroom, a living room, a study, and a room with many musical instruments. The candlelight flickered, but the windows were closed, and you couldn't see outside. Duan Tao ordered a search, walked to the desk and opened the drawer, which contained many children's sketches. He flipped through them and put them down. When someone from the school team searched, he found something wrong, and he pointed to a bouquet of flowers on the low cabinet. Why are there flowers here? The school team members paused, and a fine and dense chill rose from behind. Duan Tao's face was also a little solemn. He walked forward to look at the bouquet of flowers, and directly tried to take the vase with his hand. But he couldn't move it. He hesitated and turned it. And it turned away. The low cabinet and the wall behind it were separated from the middle and moved to both sides, revealing a treasure. Duan Tao showed some pride on his face. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a few flowers? He took out a card and took a picture of this treasure spot. After submitting it, he got 10 points. Some people in the school team saw him walk in after taking the picture and started to move the gems and jades. But Duan Tao didn't stop him. This kind of thing was a reward for the school team. They will obey him more in the future. In the end, at least half of the 200 people filled their combat kits and several pockets on their combat uniforms and prepared to go out. The other half thought that his decision was too hasty and didn't take it. Who knew that when the door opened, Duan Tao just took a step out, and the surrounding environment instantly distorted, without waiting for them to react. After a dizzy spell, those who had taken the treasures were all thrown out. Lying next to the red shield they had come in, the treasures that had been packed also disappeared, and a red circle appeared on his wrist. Duan Tao's eyebrows jumped, and he didn't care about the others, and quickly pressed his hand on the red shield, but found that he couldn't get in, because they violated the rules of the underground palace and took things from the palace. The live broadcast room couldn't help but ridicule this. Can a fool like Duan Tao be the commander-in-chief? Lin Xian at least wouldn't make such a mistake. He had already found 2 treasures in such a short time and added 15 points. Yes, Sirius is now second with 25 points thanks to that side. It's so funny. The first commander-in-chief kicked out of the palace. None of the other commanders said that they could take the treasures. Only he, and asked everyone to take them quickly. Sirius is driving himself to a dead end. Just as everyone was complaining, Freedom Team 1 was finding a staircase to go up. The design of the staircase was obviously complicated. Each step was covered with red and gold carpets, and the handrails were also carved and painted in gold. They walked up for half an hour before they saw a door. After pushing open the door, there was a larger room full of clocks. This room had only this one door to enter and exit, but this clock room was more like a watch shop. There were all kinds of clocks on it, and there was even a small table used as a cash register. Shinshinfu always felt that this design was very strange. Do you think that this design is particularly unreasonable now? Several people felt the same. It's not very reasonable. Generally speaking, the design style should be connected. But the style of the underground and the stairs of this palace is almost broken, and there is not much connection. And there is no design that would use such a long and precious staircase to connect a watch shop. How could there be a watch shop in the palace? It's like accidentally putting the wrong building blocks together, and it became a random space-free assembly. However, as a space-based psychic, Shinshinfu did not find any traces of other psychics. Not even a little psychic fluctuation. The team suppressed the feeling of something wrong and continued to explore. Nei walked to a pocket watch hanging among the many clocks on the wall and took it down. The pocket watch was made very beautifully, with several diamond-shaped rubies inlaid on the gold shell, and the chain was also very fine, with small rings and small rings buckled together. Nei opened the pocket watch and saw a small painting on the lid. It was a girl wearing a crown on her head and holding a crown in her hand. As the pocket watch was opened, the clock wall in front of it retreated, and then moved away directly, revealing another treasure, which was about the same size and quantity as the one found in the pool before. This time, Nei took the photo and submitted it, adding 10 points to the Galaxy School team. Everyone was ready to leave, but Shinshinfu asked them to wait, and then walked in to take a closer look. Chapter 206. Xiao Fei didn't know what she was looking at, so he asked, "Sister, are you looking for something?" Shinshinfu replied, "Well, I want to see if there are any murals here. I think there may be clues to the ultimate treasure." "Clues?" Nai handed her the pocket watch in his hand. "Do you think this counts?" Shinshinfu came out of the room without murals and took the pocket watch from her. The girl's face was painted, with long eyelashes and red hair. She memorized this small painting. When several people stepped back, the clock wall appeared, closing the treasure space inside tightly. Shinshinfu hung the pocket watch in its original position. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of the previous murals, turned his head, and looked at the pocket watch again. "I think this pocket watch may also add points." Liu didn't believe it. The treasure they said was not a treasure. And although this pocket watch is exquisite, it is not that precious. After all, if you submit an error, you will lose an opportunity. So it's not wrong to be cautious. Shinshinfu knew that what she said made sense, but she still wanted to try. Who knew that before she took out the card to take a picture, Xiaohua had already snapped the pocket watch. What's there to worry about? It's a 50% chance anyway, so we won't lose. After taking the picture, she raised the card and laughed heartily. The 9 members of the team looked at the card with the photo fixed in her hand with surprised expressions, because it showed that the submission was successful. 20 points were added. Liu widened her eyes. "I didn't expect it to be true. I really saw too many jewels and almost lost so many points." Then she turned to Shinshinfu. "How did you know?" Shinshinfu explained. "The murals I saw before mainly recorded the story of a little princess. The small painting on the watch that Nai found seemed to be about her. So I thought that the treasure this time was more about things related to this princess." After that, the team searched the room again and confirmed that there were no other hidden things before leaving. Most of the other people who were searching did not have such a smooth journey, because there were really many fake treasures in it. Ji-Che was always right in finding treasures, but he never found a real treasure. He opened it and saw the golden light. After taking the photo, the submission failed. He was already familiar with this process. Ji-Che even complained to himself. "Did I use all my luck on reincarnation? How could I be so unlucky that I couldn't find a single treasure that could add points?" The team members next to him rolled their eyes secretly. If you are not satisfied, let him vote for this good treasure next time. So even if each school team has 1,000 chances to hit points, the score does not increase very fast. After searching for a long time, you may find a fake treasure that does not hit points. It is very good to have one real treasure out of 10. Many people were ejected from the palace because they tried to take out the treasures in the palace. Everyone stayed up all night to find more treasures. But because digging ice to find treasures was too tiring, all the school teams in the palace rested after more than 20 hours. It was the first time for the school team members to rest in the house during the competition. They all felt so happy. Finally, they didn't have to sleep in the ice and snow, with strange beasts roaming, strange plants biting people, in the water, in the mountains, or even on a 90-degree fake cliff. This is so cool. Some teams that found the bedroom were almost moved to tears. They didn't have space to bring a bed like Shinchinfu. But this palace also had a bed and a sofa. What a touching competition venue. There are treasures to see, and a bedroom to sleep in. It's not bad even if they lie on the ground. There is a thick plush carpet on the ground, which is more comfortable than sleeping on a stone. They fell asleep soon. They didn't know how miserable those people who were kicked out of the palace were. Duan Tao and his group took out the tents in the tent bag in order to pack more treasures. Originally, they thought that there was no need for tents in the palace. But who would have thought that there were only 3 tents for nearly 100 people? So they could only stay in the Mecca. And some scattered people from other military schools did the same. After the school teams in the palace woke up, there were 40 hours left in the countdown. And everyone started to act again. Each school's score gradually increased. So when different school teams met, they all fought to grab each other's cards. But they soon found that it was okay to hit people. But it was not okay to damage the items in the palace. Whoever damaged the items in the palace would be sent out immediately. So the school teams were very cautious when fighting. If they were kicked, they had to turn in the air and fall to the ground intact, thinking that they must not damage anything inside. After 7 or 8 hours of careful searching, the Freedom 1 team finally found another treasure with murals. The location of this treasure was particularly hidden. It was in a fencing room. There were dozens of swords hanging on the shelf, including flower swords, épée swords, and side swords. The team members touched them for a long time, but did not see any changes. Finally, Shin Yoshing picked up the flower sword with wind and rain flowers painted on the inside of the handguard, held the sword in front of him in front of the full-length mirror in this room with intricate carvings, and made the unique salute of fencing. After the mirror on the wall fluctuated a few times, the mirror in the middle disappeared. It became a passage connecting to the treasure room, and they just needed to cross it directly. After Shin Yoshing took a photo and submitted this treasure, he added 10 points. Later, Xiaofei submitted a photo of this flower sword and added 20 points. Sure enough, this flower sword should be a very important thing related to the princess. After Shinchinfu entered the treasure space, he saw the paintings on the wall and noticed the 2 points in the lower left corner. The story of this mural is indeed connected to the previous mural. The points represent the order of the murals. The princess received the news that her father, the king, was ill. So she wept in front of the bed and made a wish to the gods that he would get better. But her wish was not fulfilled. The king's health was getting worse and worse. So she could only accept the reality and work harder and harder. She spent more time practicing swordsmanship and studying government affairs. She could no longer go out to play and observe people's lives as before. During this period, because of a noble banquet, she rarely went out. When she passed by a watch shop, she bought a pocket watch and gave it to her dying father. The king put her small painting in the pocket watch. When he died, the pocket watch was still held in his hand, placed at the position of his heart. He died. The princess became the queen. On the day of the coronation, she accepted the congratulations of all the people, and the scene was grand. But after returning, she took off the crown and covered her face and cried. She missed her father. At this time, the maid brought 2 gifts. It was a fencing flower sword and a broadsword. She picked it up and saw that the guard of the flower sword was the red wind and rain flower that her father had painted before his death. This was the last gift her father prepared for her when he was struggling on the brink of life and death. Congratulations to her on being crowned queen. Chapter 207. This part of the story ends here. Shin Yoshing remembered the 2 swords on the mural, and went out to look at the swords in the fencing room. Noticing that the broadsword on the mural was not here, The next clue should be the other broadsword. Xiafei pointed to the new crown on the princess's head. Or that crown too. They did not take photos of the treasures of all sizes they found that day, regardless of whether they would add points or not. Because now they only have 5 opportunities to take photos. If they want to add high points, they can only keep the opportunity first. When the countdown was only about 33 hours, they checked dozens of spaces before they saw the crown. It was placed on the throne in the throne room. Unfortunately, they happened to run into Lin Xian, who had arrived here from another route, and took photos of the crown and the hidden treasure. Sirius's people were a little wary of Freedom Team 1. There were 200 people when they came in, but they were later split into teams of 50 people by Lin Xian. Even so, he couldn't easily take action against Freedom Team 1, because Lin Xian had fully understood their strength in the previous few games. If the space was damaged, both teams would be ejected. In such a short period of time, he had quickly narrowed the gap between Sirius and Galaxy. He felt that the crown was too precious no matter how he looked at it. After trying to shoot, he actually added 30 points. Sirius and Galaxy are now only 25 points apart, ranking second. And there is still hope if they look for it seriously. If they are eliminated now, everything will be over. Lin Xian no longer had the reckless impulse before, and made the best choice at the moment with a clear mind. He first said to the members who were a little wary, "Don't do it." Then he looked at Freedom Team 1. "We have finished shooting, and there is nothing else in this space." Xin Yoshing replied, "We have to find it ourselves to know." Lin Xian's deputy team searched here carefully for a long time, confirmed that there was no treasure that could add points, and gave this place to them. "I hope they waste more time." Lin Xian led the team to leave quickly. Xiao Hua and Xiao Fei leaned out of the door and watched them go away before they breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were so many people on the other side. But Shin Chenfu felt something was wrong. The team had met people from other school teams several times before, but they did not take action after seeing them, and even ran away immediately. Originally, they thought that they did not want to take action in the early stage and wanted to concentrate on finding the treasure. But this was Lin Xian. If it was before, he would definitely think of snatching their cards first. Unless, are there any restrictions on fighting here? Xin Yoshing looked at the direction where Sirius left. Will I lose my qualifications? I can't think of any other reasons. Li walked into the hidden treasure room at this time. Okay, come and see. There is really a mural here. Several people walked in to see the content of the mural, and Shin Chenfu noticed that there were 3 dots on the left side of the mural. After the little princess became the queen, some nobles were dissatisfied and rebelled. Other countries took this opportunity to start a war and tried to annex her country. For a time, the kingdom was in internal and external troubles, and the people's lives were miserable. Fortunately, she had a strong and loyal knight group, as well as many kingdom soldiers. And most importantly, she awakened her supernatural powers. According to the normal time of the Interstellar, she should be only 12 years old at this time. After that, it was mainly said that she led the troops to repel the rebels, and personally went to the front line to defeat the enemy, signed a peace treaty, and won the heartfelt recognition of the people. 3 years later, she became the youngest but most famous king of the 4 countries. The country became stronger and stronger under her leadership. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Suddenly one day, one of the 4 countries sent a letter for help. A snowflake-like monster appeared above their country. The mural ended when she saw the letter and sent reinforcements. Shin Chenfu looked at the white sphere on the wall, which seemed to be made of snowflakes, and understood what it was. It was a star beast. Yes, this planet was very normal in the previous murals. Perhaps it was because of the snowflake star beast on the mural that it became what it is now. Is it because they all lost? But what about this cemetery? Shin Chenfu connected the entire arena from beginning to end, including all the rules issued. The treasure of the undead cemetery. The treasure of this cemetery. Are these gold and jewelry really in front of them? Maybe. Shin Chenfu picked up her card and took a complete photo of the mural in front of her. Li was shocked. It was understandable to take a photo of the pocket watch at that time. But how could this mural be a treasure? After saying that, she pulled Shin Chenfu's hand holding the card, and saw that the mural on it had turned gray and was not submitted successfully. Look, it really failed. I'm not saying that you are all more ferocious than each other. I have become the most careful person now. Cece was puzzled. Is that so? You? The most careful? Shin Chenfu stared blankly at the card in her hand. her fingers sliding unconsciously along the edge of the card. Suddenly she thought of something. I have a slightly bold idea. I wonder if you are willing to join me. Li Yu was puzzled. What else could she say was a bold idea? Shin Shinfu took the card back to the space world and replied, let's go back now. All the team members? ? Li Yu didn't understand. We have checked all the way here. And there is nothing. And who can remember the way here? I remember. Shin Shinfu looked at her steadily. Shin Yoshing also hesitated. Did you find the missing treasure? Shin Shinfu nodded. Then shook his head. I am just guessing. Maybe that is the ultimate treasure. But it is possible that we will get nothing in the end. The team members were anxious when they heard her say that. Xiao Hua pulled Xiao Fei to set off. What are you waiting for? Let's go now. Don't let others get ahead. Cece has already started warming up. She even raised her legs above her head and stretched them. I will definitely be the fastest one later. Xiao Lai, then I will try my best to keep up with you. Nai directly activated her supernatural power. And with a lucky aura, she began to predict the possibility of the event's success. Although it would not be as detailed as Wei Yu, she could measure the general direction. Finally, she frowned. Half and half. Yes and no. Shin Shinfu looked at Shin Yoshing. He suddenly felt a lot of pressure and took out the card to see the current score. Inga is now ranked first with 525 points. Followed by Sirius, who is only 25 points behind. The gap between other schools is relatively large. Kitano, who is third, has 460 points, and the scores of several other schools are even less. As the captain, Shin Yoshing finally made the decision. We can give it a try. After all, the school's scores are not low now. Besides, who wouldn't want to see what the ultimate treasure is? The team members immediately rushed back, led by Shin Shinfu, and ran very fast. Chapter 208. It's not because Shin Shinfu didn't teleport, but this place, except for the room where she was empty outside. She couldn't find the right direction, so she could only return the same way. She tried to set an anchor point in the palace but failed. The live broadcast room couldn't understand this operation. The place that Freedom Team 1 had checked before was also visited by other school teams. There was really nothing left. What on earth made them rush back? I don't know. Shin Shinfu didn't say it, and the team members didn't even ask. I was curious. The content on the mural is very interesting. I don't know what happened to the princess in the end. This cemetery doesn't mean that she died that time. No one could answer their questions. Freedom Team 1 kept moving and returned to the fencing room more than 3 hours later. Shin Shinfu opened the treasure space and asked Li Yu to take a complete picture of the mural on the wall. Although Li Yu didn't understand, she still listened to her and took a picture of the mural. But the photo on the card was still gray and there was no extra points. Li Yu stood there, not knowing why. Shin Shinfu called her. Li Yu, come out quickly. We are leaving. Li Yu saw that she was in high spirits, sighed and walked out. Come on. Come on. Why are you rushing me? Just think of it as playing with her. The team closed the door and continued to run back. This time, after almost 2 hours, they returned to the pool. Shin Shinfu jumped down with Xia Shu and took a picture of the mural on the wall of the treasure space connected to the pool. When they came up, they saw that the card was still gray. Shin Shinfu saw that everyone was still confused. So he took out his card and asked Li Yu to take out her card as well, including Xia Shu's. The team now has 3 cards showing gray murals. Shin Shinfu pointed Li Yu's card at Xia Shu's, swiped the 2 edges up and down, and buckled them together. And then she buckled her card with Li Yu's. At this time, the 3 cards changed. They showed colors, and there was a progress bar on them. 60%. Li Yu was shocked. How can there be a progress? This ultimate treasure is a mural? How can the cards be connected? Shin Yoshing also leaned over to look and saw that the murals above were connected together. How did you find it? In fact, it was mainly because the photo turned gray that she connected those dots together. The edge of the card is slightly different from before, as if it can be buckled. Although the mural submission turned gray and did not add points, there was no word failure on it. Before entering the palace from Hong'un, Shin Shinfu saw the card of the team member who photographed Hong'un. In addition to being gray, there were also 2 big words failure on it. So she thought that although the card she took at first turned gray and did not add points, it did not mean that what she took was wrong. Maybe it was just not enough. From the first mural, She noticed that there was a dot in the lower left corner. And then the points were just extended according to the order. So she inferred that the real ultimate treasure of the undead cemetery was not other treasures, but the reason why the cemetery was formed, or the story of the princess. That's why the treasures with high bonus points are related to the things she has experienced in her life. And the importance determines the score. Xin Shinfu even suspected that there was no real or fake treasure. And whether to add points or not was also decided by the planner based on the story of this princess. The purpose is to guide the team members to find clues. After Xin Shinfu explained, the team was silent for a moment. Even Xin Yoshing didn't expect that the ultimate treasure would be a story. Then should we continue to look for other murals now? He looked at the time displayed on the back of the card. And the countdown was now 26 hours. Well, we still have to return to the throne. And continue to explore to have the highest chance of finding it. The team didn't waste much time, and started to hurry on. Other school teams have been looking for treasures, and have been desperate. The further they explore, the harder it is to find treasures. Tujia doesn't understand what's going on in this place. She can't figure out the structure here even with a half-open field. So she can only look for it bit by bit. Sirius doesn't know what the clockwork is. He can find it so quickly. And he is only a few points away from the Milky Way. Is the new commander really that powerful? It doesn't look like it. Tujia didn't know that Duan Tao was kicked out not long after he entered. And now, he couldn't get in again. Sirius's teacher Kurt also broke a set of cups when he was kicked out. But the person he proposed to replace couldn't be replaced so quickly. So he could only suppress his anger and wait for them to finish the game. That night, all the school teams wanted to work hard secretly, while other school teams were resting. So no one in the palace rested. When the countdown was 10 hours left, the Freedom 1 team finally saw the fourth mural in a dome church. And also met the first school team that fought with him. This 50-man school team belongs to Li Yuan. They thought that Team Freedom 1 was coming to bid for the treasure. So they attacked them the moment they saw them. Xin Shinfu blocked the attack with a space shield. But before he could fight back, he saw several people accidentally damaging things in the church with their powers, and were directly ejected. The people of Team Freedom 1 only reacted at this time. So if you damage things in the palace, you will be sent out? No wonder even Lin Xian is so low-key. It's so funny. They are the last team in the palace to know that they will be sent away if they damage things. Even if there are only 10 people. No one dares to fight with them. Some teams were also sent out when they took things carelessly. But they were the only ones who didn't step on any landmines throughout the whole process. It's so funny that the team members saw others being sent out with shocked faces. Xin Shinfu saw the few people who were ejected, suppressed his desire to fight back, and framed the team in the space block. And she finally felt some familiar, but not so right energy fluctuations when Li Yuan's people were ejected. The people of Li Yuan wanted to attack them, but found that the strength of this space block was higher than the 1,000 that were left outside before. They tried hard to hit the energy wave that would damage the items, and eliminated themselves. They had to give up. But the Freedom 1 team did not move. They did not try to grab them. The 10 people just watched the people of Li Yuan looking for things quietly. The scene was very strange. The Li Yuan school team did not understand what they were thinking at all. They just noticed that they had no intention of grabbing the treasure, and left after checking. The members looked at each other with eyes. Are they stupid? After they left, Xin Shinfu unlocked the space block. Xiao Lai entered the treasure space in the bedroom, took a picture of the fourth mural, and put it together with the other 3 cards. The progress reached 80%. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were 5 cards left that were not taken at that time. Otherwise, they would not be able to collect them even if they knew the ultimate treasure. But the last mural was particularly difficult to find, and their speed slowed down. The further they explored, the more difficult it became to explore the space. And some spaces even had mechanisms. After more than 9 hours of searching, with only a few minutes left in the countdown, they finally arrived in front of the double-door doors carved with wind and rain flowers. Xin Yoshing and Xia Shu opened the door, and the people inside turned their heads to look at them. As they opened the door, a secret door inside also opened. The team members did not expect to see people from 6 military academies in this long hall that could be described as magnificent. Chapter 209. 1 hour ago. Kitano Mitaku led the team here first. Although the team members also stepped on the pits along the way and fought with Sirius. His team originally had 100 people. So now there are about 80 people. The school team carefully walked into this long hall to explore. This is the largest hall they have explored in the past 2 days. The hall is 200 meters long and slightly smaller in width, about 80 meters. The pillars and sculptures are extremely luxurious. The arc-shaped ceiling is covered with oil paintings. There are doors of the same size on both sides of the long hall. There is a sculpture every 3 or 4 meters between the doors. The sculptures are very strange. Half of them put their index fingers on their mouths, like a hush to silence, and the other half hold bells in their hands. There are many sculptures of little angels on the arc-shaped ceiling, but they all hold a jar. Before they went in far, the 2 team members who were exploring the way in front suddenly stepped on a brick, and a little angel's jar above poured gold coins on their heads. At that time, they were not very wary of these gold coins. After all, they had seen too many in the past 2 days. However, the gold coins fell to the ground. The team members heard the gold coins falling on the metal floor and making a dinging sound. The 8 floors around the floor, including the one that made the sound, were instantly ejected. The school team members quickly moved away, but when they stepped on the problematic floor tiles, new little angels would pour out gold coins. The school team members could only dodge continuously. Some of them clung to the wall, and some hung on the sculptures beside the wall. When a large jar of gold coins was poured out, more than a dozen people were ejected. One team member did not hang on firmly and fell from the sculpture, and the sound was a bit loud. As a result, the bell in the hand of the nearest sculpture holding a bell rang, and the team member was sent out directly. The school team members understood it now. You can't step on the floor under your feet randomly. Otherwise it will trigger the angels on the top to pour gold coins. And the gold coins falling on the ground will clear the people on 9 floors. You can't speak loudly. Otherwise you will be cleared out by the sculpture holding a bell. Muto clung to a pillar and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He looked up and saw a little angel with a wreath on his head holding a key in the middle of the top of the long hall. Based on the experience of the past 2 days, he knew he had to take the key. He winked at the plant team member. The other party raised his hand and used the vines to extend to the little angel's hand. Just when it was about to touch the key, a flash of lightning flashed, and the vines were simply destroyed. Lin Xian is here. There are more than 40 people in his team of 50. The further they explore, the more dangers there are. Many corridors are shot with arrows and set on fire. It is not easy to keep so many people. Lin Xian knew something was wrong when he saw the situation of Kitano's people, standing at the door and hitting the floor a few times. When he hit one of them, the little angel began to pour gold coins. He threw out a bottle of nutrient solution, and after a gold coin fell on the floor next to the nutrient solution, the bottle of nutrient solution disappeared instantly, and he also understood what was going on. Fortunately, he brought a telekinetic team member. They stood at the door and let him use telekinesis to take the key out of thin air. Before he could get it, he was knocked out by a stream of fire and fell to the ground. It was Wei Yu's team, and the one who attacked was Xian. This time, he was not with Shiyu, because Shiyu led a team of 50 people to search in other places. In order to grab the key, Sirius had to go directly into the long hall and start snatching. But before leaving, he had to test whether the floor could stand. The 3 school teams fought silently, and the key was rolled everywhere, but no one could get it. After that, Sun Yao from Langkong, Bai Ling from Kada, and Ning Chung from Liyuan came one after another. Fortunately, they all led teams of 50 people, so the gap was not big. Inha now ranks first with 845 points. Sirius 805 points. Kitano in third with 770 points. Langkong 765. Kada 755. And Liyuan 740. The scores of the next few groups were very close, so they had to fight for this position where the real treasure was obviously. They could only join the melee in a hurry and grab the key. Mutu regretted it now very much. He actually didn't bring Yu Jianyao with him. He thought that in such a place, he would only encounter people from 1 or 2 military academies at the same time. He was very cautious and brought a team of 100 people, thinking that there would be no big problem. In the end, all the opponents gathered. Mutua, it would be great if I had the ability to regret. After fighting for a long time, many people were ejected, and finally Lin Xian grabbed the key in the gap with lightning steps. He had noticed a different sculpture by the wall a long time ago. Although the sculpture also made a silent gesture, it held a box with a keyhole in its other hand. Sirius's people began to clear the way for Lin Xian. The other 5 school teams continued to attack. and Sirius's people could only bear it. He flashed directly to the statue with lightning, inserted the key into the keyhole, and turned it. The wall behind the sculpture was moved away, and at the same time, the door on the side also opened a crack. People familiar with it could tell at a glance that it was Freedom Teen 1. Lin Xian didn't expect to run into Freedom Teen 1 again. His eyebrows jumped, and he always felt that something was wrong. So he didn't wait for the wall to open completely, and he flashed in directly. He didn't care about anything and quickly took out the card to take a picture of the things in front of him. He was relieved when he saw that the submission was successful. Zuiyu held the card in his hand, and saw that Sirius actually added 40 points at once. He was tied with Galaxy, and wanted to spit out blood. He looked at Freedom Teen 1 with resentment. Why did you come just now? Freedom Teen 1 just came, and saw the door of the treasure room inside opened. Lin Xian was already standing inside with the card in his hand, and finished taking pictures. People in other positions in the long hall were panting and didn't speak, and gold coins fell from the ceiling. A few people were startled by the sudden opening of the door by Freedom Teen 1, and forgot to avoid the gold coins, and were bounced out. Team, oh. Time is running out. Shin Shinfu directly pulled Cece to teleport to the treasure room not far away. This was her first time to use teleportation in this palace. Sure enough, there was no problem teleporting in a separate space. Shin Shinfu and Cece appeared in the treasure room in an instant. This treasure room was particularly large. The broadsword given by the king on the mural was inserted in a pile of gold. It had been photographed by Lin Xian. There was the last mural on the wall on the side of the treasure room, with 5 dots in the lower left corner. Shin Shinfu and Cece looked at each other, and moved at the same time. One rushed to Lin Xian and knocked him out, and the other took out his card, and ran to the mural to take a photo. Lin Xian was still a little confused about being suddenly knocked out. He had taken pictures of all the treasures here. Why did they still want to take pictures? Repeated submission is invalid. He staggered, immediately steadied himself, jumped up and grabbed the sculpture at the door of the treasure room to stand firm, so as not to step on the floor and be bounced out. Chapter 210 The Ultimate Treasure. He turned his head and glanced at the card in Cece's hand, and took a picture of the mural on the wall. And the card turned gray. They did it just for this? The other school teams were also confused, and they didn't understand why they did this. And they didn't see Inha add points. And the time is up, and the countdown is 0. Everyone's communicator sounded a burst of intermittent notifications with electricity. The 7th game ended. Base 780 points 3rd. Langkong 775 4th. Kada 765th. And Liyuan 756th. The points are 6, 4, 2, and the last one does not get points. Inha and Xylus will compete, and the first one to score will win the first place. Shin Shinfu took the card handed over by Cece, and thought of what Nei said before, which means can and can't. It should mean that you can take a picture, but you can't score directly because of the time limit. Xylus's people saw hope, and finally smiled at this moment. God knows how much pressure they are under. They are scolded every time they go back. This is the 6th time they have cursed. They are all afraid that the teachers in the school will be angry to death. Except for the 2 teams, Inha and Sirius, who need overtime. The other school teams can finally vent their emotions at this time. Anyway, they have already determined their rankings, which is the best time to cause trouble for the 2 overtime school teams. The remaining people of the 4 school teams were about to go out, and now they just started to stomp on the floor. Some people didn't react at first, but now they also wanted to retaliate and stomped on the floor. It's like tap dancing, and those who don't know would think it's a dance party. They want to eliminate Inha and Sirius. The hundreds of little angels on the top started to pour gold coins down. Shin Shinfu was shocked. She hasn't connected the cards yet, and she doesn't know if she can use them later. This ultimate treasure can't have any problems. And if this mural doesn't add points, the school team will have to find the treasure. Her mental power instantly unfolded, forming a 10-layer mental power network in the air of this long hall. Then use Rolling Bean's skill. All the falling gold coins were framed one by one with small space blocks, stopped in the air, and not allowed to fall. Someone in the school team cursed loudly, "Hack you," and was directly ejected. The live broadcast room looked at the increasing number of small space blocks filled with gold coins, and liked it crazily at home. My scalp was numb just now. How could she catch all the gold coins? Can people control the supernatural power with such precision? It feels like Xiufu has become more powerful after such a short time. With her, No gold coin can fall to the ground. If the team had come earlier, it would not have been so hard to grab and still failed. Now we have to fight for it. So miserable. Several people who had seen Shinshinfu practicing picking beans in the League village showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So that's it. They knew that what Shinshinfu practiced must be not simple. Isn't this the right question? But Xian couldn't help it. If you have this ability, you should come earlier. They fought hard and frustrated with several school teams here. As a result, he was ejected because of his loud voice. Zui was almost mad at him. It was supposed to be overtime. But he was ejected for cursing. Who would understand? Where is Shiyu? Can you come and take care of his brother? There is another person on the verge of collapse in this world. That is Chen Kuo, who is watching the game on Guangya Star. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Roland beside him hurriedly called him. Teacher Chen. Are you okay? Why do I feel that you look like you are about to die? Chen Kuo shook his head. I'm fine. In fact, he was shouting in his heart. Ah! My 50 million. Who will save me? His eyes were almost bleeding in tears, staring at the big screen in the venue. Shinshinfu's space blocks were still increasing. She immediately took out 4 connected cards from the space block and put them together with the 5th card. The 5th card immediately turned colorful, and the progress bar was pulled to 100%. Xian was ejected and sat on the ground to take a breath of cold air, and then heard a new notification. The notification sound was very clear from outside. Galaxy obtained the ultimate treasure. Plus 1,000 points. The game is over. Galaxy Military Academy ranked first. Sirius ranked second. Everyone, ? Is there something wrong with my ears? 1,000? This game is not worth a single point. Xian's mind was not able to turn around for a while. And he even thought that he could get 1,000 points by being ejected. Many people waiting outside did not know what happened inside. Some people from the Galaxy Military Academy, who were ejected from the palace, surrounded Xian, who had just come out, and asked him. What happened? Yes. How did you find the ultimate treasure? Did your team find it? What is the ultimate treasure? A dense stream of questions poured into his ears. At this time, Shiyu also came out. Seeing so many people asking him, he quickly stepped forward and asked, What's going on? Xian covered his ears. I really don't know. You guys are so noisy. At this time, the serious school team in the palace. The competition has started? The competition is over? Lin Xian only has 3 words. I'm used to it. Although he now feels that winning is not the goal of life. He can't stand being stepped on every day. He knew that this Freedom 1 team really defeated him. He was a little superstitious and wondered if he should really go to the temple to worship or go to church to worship. There are so many beliefs in this world. He really needs to learn about it. Technology can't explain this situation. Lin Xian said to the team members helplessly. Okay. Let's go. The team members touched their heads. How to go? Commander. Lin Xian picked up a gold coin from the ground and walked out the door. He was bounced out as soon as he took a step. The other school teams originally wanted to cause some trouble for Sirius and Galaxy. But they didn't expect that they performed like monkeys, and they were fine. Shinshinfu also asked in a caring whisper. Are you going out now? They looked at each other, and finally nodded awkwardly. So do you want me to send you away or? They immediately shook their heads, picked up the gold coins on the ground and left. So you thought about gathering outside quickly, and then find a chance to ask about the ultimate treasure or look back. So he led the team away. Shinshinfu mobilized his supernatural power, moved the small space block to a corner and then released it, and piled them all together. After that, she built a long space plane so that the team outside the door could go directly to the treasure room. After Liu came in, she stroked her chest and whispered, You are really just a few seconds away. I was almost scared to death. Shin Yoshing nodded. He was also scared to death. But fortunately, he still added points in the end. After the team settled down, they all looked up at the murals in the treasure room, which formed a complete story with the previous 4 pictures. At the same time, the audience watching the live broadcast also saw a pop-up window marked with the Undead Cemetery. After clicking in, the murals combined together, and the complete story of the Undead Cemetery were displayed. Chapter 211 The Truth. The previous story is similar to the analysis of Freedom Team 1. But the content of the 45th mural becomes heavy. The reinforcements sent by the Queen sat on the train flying beasts to help other countries. But they soon lost contact, because the troops who went to help were all dead. The snowflake star beast appeared for one day and destroyed more than 30 cities of all sizes. There were no mountains of corpses and seas of blood, because it directly froze people and crushed them into slag. There were no living creatures wherever it went, and it would freeze those places after it left. It destroyed a country in 3 days and continued to flash to other cities. The other 3 countries learned of this news and hoped to form an alliance to deal with the snowflake star beast. The queen agreed, but when she led the army to the second country where the star beast was, it seemed to sense the danger and ran to her country, killing people indiscriminately. Even her palace was blown to pieces, and her people were only dead, not injured. The whole country was terrified, fearing that a snowflake-shaped sphere wrapped in layers would appear in the sky one day. They had never seen this thing, so they called it Winter Ghost. She rushed back and saw the raised palace and the survivors who escaped from other cities crying beside the pit. The survivors fled to the capital, but saw the palace that was not even in ruins. They had no confidence, but she had to. So she cut off a stone and carried it back, stuck it in the ground, and engraved her name on it. She built a monument for herself. She raised her broadsword and said to her people, "I swear as a king to fight that monster to the death." Someone asked her, "What if I lose?" She replied, "I will live and die with you. The worst is death. But what is there to fear about death? Since she is the king, she must stand at the forefront. Her figure is engraved in everyone's heart." People rekindled their confidence, and she separated half of the flying beasts and arranged people to take them away. Then she hurried to chase the star beast. But they did not leave. Each of them collected some stones and wooden boards and erected a monument for themselves, wishing to live and die with their king. They named this cemetery where no one was buried the immortal cemetery, and made a wish to Fengia that everyone could survive. Death is fate. At least they have a monument and a place to go. The whole kingdom began to erect monuments for themselves. After the monuments were erected, they no longer hid. All the living people began to chase the star beast. But the star beast only stayed in one place for a short time. After chasing for more than half a month, 70% of the people on the planet died. Finally, her people, some sat on the flying beast she gave, some used horses, and some used their legs. They united the people of the entire planet, observed and summarized the rules of its appearance, and tried their best to convey it to the Legion. The Legion ambushed in advance at the location where it would appear next time, and started to attack when it appeared. People kept dying, and people kept coming. Even those civilians who had no fighting power and had not awakened came to help with hoes. Finally, they used human lives to open a path and sent the queen to the inside of the star beast. She shed tears and chopped the star beast's core with the broadsword. But the last wave of energy from the star beast's explosion had already started, and the cold air swept the entire planet. Just one step away, the whole army was wiped out. The queen died. The star beast died. But the planet was also frozen. Everyone died with the star beast, and no one survived. This is the truth of the undead cemetery. In fact, it is not complicated to summarize. It is just a planet fighting a star beast, and finally died together. At this time, looking at the dense and random tombstones outside, the feeling is completely different. Although no one is buried, there are more than one person dead under each tombstone. No wonder they saw some of the tombstones were engraved with names. But they died in a grand but silent way. The people who watched quickly in the live broadcast room were already crying. Woo woo woo. How could this happen? Why are they all dead? Is the star beast so powerful? Looking at its combat power, it must be a purgatory-level star beast. It is very difficult to fight a purgatory-level star beast without 3s. And at least 22s are needed to have the strength to fight. Generally, it is very good for an ordinary planet to awaken 2 or 3 2s. Yes, although there are so many excellent superpowers in the military academy. In fact, if they are distributed to each planet, there are very few high-level ones. We have never seen even S-level on our remote and desolate planet. Intermittent notifications came from the headset, asking them to leave the stadium as soon as possible to gather. Xiaohua came back to her senses. Her heart was stuffed with cotton, and she was very depressed. She rarely felt so depressed, and said, "This story makes me feel mixed emotions." Xiaoshu sighed. "It's called mixed emotions," Shin Shinfu suddenly said, "but there is still something wrong. Isn't it?" Shin Yoshing also looked solemn. "Yes. Li Yu, what are you two talking about again?" The two looked at her and said at the same time, "What exactly is this strange palace?" The team members and the audience in front of the screen were scalped when they heard this. Yes, since everyone is dead. Who built this strange palace? How could the person who built it know everything about the queen? And wasn't the palace destroyed? Xia Shu silently held Xia Hua arm. Xiao Fei held Xia Hua other arm. Zhao Chengcheng held Xiao Fei. Nai Yi held Zhao Chengcheng. Shishi held Nai Yi. And finally Xiao Lai held Shishi. The 7 people held each other in a row. Their faces were normal, pretending that nothing had happened. Li Yu hugged her arm and rolled her eyes when she saw them like this. Do you have to be so exaggerated? After that, she walked over and held Shin Shinfu. You didn't even tell me. She also wants a sense of security. Okay. Shin Shinfu's arm was almost torn off by her, and she looked to the side at the broadsword. Logically speaking, this broadsword should have disappeared with the battle at that time with the queen. She wanted to pull it out to see, but because Li Yu pulled it too tightly, she couldn't move at all. Finally, Shin Yoshing saw her intention and walked over, and pulled out the broadsword with force. The sword was a bit heavy, and he had some difficulty holding it. There was also a pattern of wind and rain flowers on the broadsword, which shone brightly under the light. Shin Shinfu thought of something and said to Shin Yoshing, "Use mental power." Shin Yoshing nodded and injected his mental power into the sword. But there was no reaction. Does this sword have requirements for different mental powers? The 7 people standing in a row looked up at the mural on the wall at the same time. The queen was wearing armor. Everyone looked at Cece. Cece could only pull her arms free from her sides, take the broadsword, and weigh it in her hands. Wow, it's quite heavy. She injected her spiritual power into the broadsword, and sure enough, the pattern on the sword began to emit red light. It looked as vivid as if it had suddenly bloomed. The walls of the treasure room suddenly began to close, and then the space began to move up and down, left and right like an unusual elevator, and stopped suddenly after a moment. Chapter 212 Star Beast? The ceiling and walls began to unfold like a box, and the team members widened their eyes when they saw what was in front of them, especially Shin Shinfu. She was very familiar with the thing in front of her, because it was a star core. In this pure black space with no visible edges, the only thing that was glowing was a star core that looked like a huge, unpolished ruby, with golden light flowing on it. They had been in a star beast for so long? How could it be possible? How could a star beast not attack but lie dormant underground? It turned into a palace with many spaces connected together? They all walked in front of the star core, and it didn't resist. No, Shin Shinfu was shocked. It's possible. Shin Yoshing also reacted at this time, and his face showed a very shocked expression. The people in the live broadcast room were going crazy. What? How can there be such a big gem in here? What gem? Someone who has experienced it tells you that this is a star core. It is the star core of a star beast. Oh my god. Have they been competing among star beasts? The competition is really crazy. What did Shin Shinfu and Shin Yoshing know? Why are they so surprised? Cece kept inputting mental power into the sword, but it consumed faster than she thought, and she couldn't hold on for long. What is going on? Have you figured it out? Shin Shinfu replied, this may not be a star beast, but the legendary star hidden beast. Xiao Fei didn't learn and asked, what is a star hidden beast? Shin Yoshing explained, it is a unique branch of star beasts. Star beasts are creatures transformed from cosmic energy. Before they become what we see, they are all the same. Invisible energy balls. They will transform into different appearances and gain different abilities based on what they can feel most after different lengths of perception. For example, the snowflake star beast we saw before. It may have evolved into that appearance because it felt the coldness of the snowflakes. Most star beasts are very aggressive, but scholars have discovered a star hidden beast before. It is like a real forest. People come and go, but it doesn't react. He was also surprised when he saw the star core, because it had no intention of hurting other creatures at all. It just lived quietly in a corner of the world. The star beast is completely different. The forest it changes is no different from the real one, just like it grows naturally. But its rule is that it cannot take away any leaf in the forest. At that time, scholars named this type of star beast the star hidden beast. The star hidden beast is extremely rare. In thousands of years, only 2 have been found. The other one is a sea, and it is mixed in the real sea. I didn't expect it to be able to turn into a building, completely recording the queen's life. Xiaofei continued to ask, Then did this star-hidden beast become like this because it felt everything about the queen? It should be. It should have followed the queen when it was still an energy ball, and has been observing and feeling everything about her. Finally, when the snowflake star beast froze the planet, it returned to the undead cemetery to transform and hid in the ground. Perhaps because it was too anxious, it connected everything it could think of together, forming this strange palace that is unreasonable everywhere. Everything here is a real replica. Shinshinfu nodded in agreement. This also explains why everyone feels like a ball of air when they feel other spaces. Because the energy of the star-hidden beast is connected to the universe, and it can only be sensed when it ejects the offender. Moreover, the fluctuations when the star-hidden beast uses energy are much smaller than those of the star beast. Each star beast is different, so the fluctuations are also different. Unexpectedly, in the end, only one star-hidden beast was alone to guard all this. It was the only one in the entire universe that remembered it. So the planner wanted everyone to see this, which was like a sword piercing the heart, making people instantly understand how hard it is to have a peaceful daily life. If you can keep it, you will live. If you can't keep it, you will die. Shinshinfu noticed that Cece's forehead had some fine sweat, and finally took a look at the star core. Cece. It's okay. Cece breathed a sigh of relief, put down the broadsword, stopped inputting mental power, and the space began to close. They began to feel the swaying weightlessness again. After this feeling disappeared, she inserted the sword back, and the door of the treasure room opened again, and the outside turned back to the long hall. They didn't pick up the gold coins and walk out like other teams. Instead, they just opened their mouths and yelled, "Aw!" and then were ejected. The Galaxy team had been waiting for them for a while. But after the team members asked each other, they already knew that the one who found the ultimate treasure was the Freedom One team. They didn't dare to complain about their slowness at all. One by one, they walked up and asked curiously, "You found the ultimate treasure. What is it?" Yes. That's a big piece of gold." Shin Yoshing roughly told the story of the undead cemetery. The whole school team was silent, looking at the turned-over cemetery on the ground. They almost wanted to slap themselves twice. As expected, none of the planners are good people. This fake cemetery is worse than the real one. This conscience is not acceptable. As a result, the notice sounded again at this time. The 7th game is over. Please restore the undead cemetery before gathering and leaving. Thank you for your cooperation. Other uninformed school teams, good. Very good. You are worthy of it. Dog planner. Only the Galaxy school team did not speak or complain, and did not have any opinions, and immediately started to fill the pit. It took several hours to fill the pit they dug that day, and the school team filled the pit they dug and restored the tombstones piece by piece. Before leaving, Shinshinfu avoided the camera, teleported to a hidden location, and set an anchor point. When she got on the airship and left, she was in a very low mood, and the joy of finding the ultimate treasure completely disappeared. She looked at the snow-white planet and thought, if she were here, it would be great. If she were here, she would definitely help them kill the snowflake beast, and they wouldn't have to pay such a heavy price of direct genocide. At this moment, she suddenly understood what Shinyoli said. If she stood up with such strength, she might be able to save the lives of an entire planet. Now she really wanted to help them. When the queen died, she was younger than her. She is now 16. And the queen was only 15 when she died in battle, which should be the age of going to school and being happy. Suddenly, she thought of what Shinyang wrote in his notes. Life is not easy for ordinary people. I have to work harder. This sentence hit her after a long time. Shinyang should have seen many human sufferings, so she is willing to work hard for it, fight for it, and protect the Interstellar. And she did it. It's amazing. Shinshinfu supported his chin and watched the snow-white planet gradually disappear before retracting his gaze. After the school team had access to the internet, they saw the story of the undead cemetery. Many sentimental students wiped their tears and returned to Guangyu Star. All of them were as wilted as eggplants hit by frost. After all, they were facing the tragedy of an entire planet. Only one person was in a panic and didn't feel like thinking about those things. That person was Duan Tao. He was the only commander sitting outside for 2 days. It was simply too embarrassing. There was even a vote for the commander-in-chief series on the internet. Lin Xian had 55%. Duan Tao had only 1%. And Ash had 44%. He was trembling with fear and didn't dare to go back. so he secretly wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. As a result, he was caught by Kurt, and he was pulled by the ear into the gate of the League village, and was photographed by reporters. The title of the day: The First Commander Who Secretly Felt Emotional. Watch it quickly. Chapter 213 Hot Pot. Jinqua laughed so hard when he saw the news that he slapped his thigh. He knew about that serious Kurt, and he had disliked him for a long time. This was the fourth time that Jinqua led the school team to participate in the league. The first time he led the team was in the Capital Star. At that time, he was at least a little polite when he met Kurt, who knew that after losing once, he wanted to breathe up to the sky when he saw Kurt again. He didn't take the people of Galaxy seriously at all. Now, he lost 7 games in a row, and I don't know what he feels. But he is not in a hurry to mock him. Care about him. After all, Kurt should be busy training Duan Tao now. I don't know what Kurt's eyes are like. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Duan Tao is at least not as good as Lin Xian, and he will take revenge at a glance. He actually targeted him on the court, which is too childish. But based on his understanding of Kurt, he probably won't admit that he made a wrong decision at this moment. After counting zeros again, Jinqua sent a message to the school team group. The school team will gather at the gate. The students who had just come back to wash and prepare to go to the cafeteria to eat saw the message and ran over quickly. Except for Lu Shi, who was still taking a bath. Shin Chinfu's hair was still dripping with water when she went to the gathering. Li Yu and Shin Yoxing both took out handkerchiefs and handed them to her at the same time. Wipe your hair. Shin Chinfu looked to the left and right, and 2 handkerchiefs were handed to her at the same time, and she hesitated for a second. Li Yu, what's the matter? Don't you want my handkerchief? Shin Yoxing was not to be outdone. My handkerchief is very soft, washed, and new. Li Yu, use mine. Shin Yoxing felt wronged. Mine. In fact, she wanted to say that she had a towel in her space, but it was obviously not possible to say it at this time. In the end, Shin Chinfu brought water and took the 2 handkerchiefs with both hands. Use both. Use both. She used both hands to wipe the water on her head at the same time. Fortunately, the temperature on Guangyo Star is high, and it is only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time everyone is there, her hair will be dry. She held 2 handkerchiefs in her hand, wondering whether to wash them first and then return them, or buy new ones. When the 2 said in unison, I'm giving them to you. No need to return them. Li Yu rolled her eyes at Shin Yoxing, and suddenly she had a lot of opinions about him. Jinqua walked to the front of the team and said loudly, Classmates, you performed so well, so the teacher will take you to eat hot pot today. Shin Chinfu, hot pot. This hair is washed in vain. It will be pickled with hot pot flavor inside and out in a few minutes. Xiao Hua was cheering for the hot pot, but when she saw Xiao Fei covering her mouth and laughing, Xiao Fei, why are you laughing like that? Xiao Fei waved her hand, motioning her to come closer, and whispered, Teacher Chen made a lot of money betting on the Galaxy School team. I didn't expect that he would really treat the school team to a meal this time. It looks like he won a lot again. Xiao Hua was stunned, and cast a sinister look at Jinqua, laughing like a villain. Wow, then I don't have to save money for him. Jinqua suddenly shuddered. What's going on? Is it going to rain? It doesn't look like it. When they finished eating, it was dark. The people from the Galaxy School team returned to Guangyu Star with the smell of hot pot. When they passed by Shi Li's building, they happened to see Duan Tao, who was kicked out of the door, and fell to the ground, and turned 2 or 3 somersaults. But he endured the pain, and quickly got up and ran away. Jinqua shook his head. He didn't expect that he was scolded for so long. Cute should be very angry. Hee hee. Jinqua rubbed his hands, and entered the door of Kurt's office again. Hey, brother. Why are you angry? Anger is harmful to your health. What's the big deal about students? We little guys often make me angry too. Unlike Duan Tao's miserable current situation, Lin Xian no longer needs to be scolded as the commander-in-chief. I have to say, it's really cool. They don't have any teachers to invite them to dinner. They all eat in the cafeteria. I didn't expect the housekeeper at home to find this place. Lin Xian looked at the older housekeeper, and before he had time to ask him what he was doing, the housekeeper begged him. Master, the head of the family. He was arrested as soon as he was rescued. You should withdraw the accusation. Arrested? What did he do? Accusation? What accusation? Lin Xian still had a chopstick of pork ribs in his hand, so it was not easy to eat it. The housekeeper thought he didn't admit it. Master, after all, you are father and son. Reporting him won't do you any good. Although the family can turn things around, being arrested is always bad. Report? Lin Xian frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. Explain this matter clearly. The housekeeper looked up and saw his puzzled expression. You really don't know? That's right. Lin Xian doesn't look like someone who would write a 10,000-word complaint and report it to the Anti-Domestic Violence Association. He explained, you left home and went to the stadium that day. But the next day someone from the Interstellar Anti-Domestic Violence Association came to the door and arrested the owner, who had just woken up, saying that someone accused him of domestic violence against you since childhood. And the details were very clear. So, Lin Xian understood. So they all thought he sent it. But who was it? Suddenly Lin Xian thought of the amber eyes. He knew. Lin Xian put down his chopsticks and spoke to the housekeeper seriously. Then tell me, is what is written in the accusation letter true? The housekeeper was stunned when he heard him ask this. He was also an old man in the Lin family. He had watched Lin Xian grow up since he was born. So no one knew better than him that what was written in the letter was true. But although he knew that these were all true, he was also the head of the family, and they never dared to say or do anything. He hesitated and said, It's true. But? Lin Xian interrupted him directly. Since it's true, let him receive the punishment he deserves and pay the fine he deserves. In fact, going to jail would not cause much physical harm to Lin Gu. As long as he paid the fine, he would not be locked up for long. However, this kind of thing was a kind of shameful mental torture for Lin Gu, which made him more painful than physical torture. Seeing his resolute look, the housekeeper didn't know what to say, but just asked, If it wasn't you, do you know who reported it? Before Lin Gu was arrested, he said that he must find out who did it, because he thought Lin Xian was not the type to do such a thing. And the tone of the accusation letter was not like what he wrote. What? He has lost all conscience and is unworthy of being a father. So miserable and pitiful. Those who see it are sad, and those who hear it will cry. Please give the child justice. Give him a normal family. He suspected that there was a traitor in the family, and someone secretly reported it. And the family was already investigating. When he heard him ask this, Lin Xian's eyes sank and stared at the housekeeper coldly. Chapter 214 Peace. The housekeeper was frightened by the invisible sense of oppression and dared not speak. And sweat dripped down his face. After a while, Lin Xian spoke. Just think of it as something I wrote. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, then I go back first. How could he dare to ask more questions? Lin Xian's pressure on people is no less than that of the head of the family now. Not to mention that the future head of the family has grown up. The housekeeper was so scared that he ran back quickly. The young master now dared to hit the head of the family. And the head of the family was almost electrocuted. He also wanted to remind the people who work at home to pay more attention in the future, because the young master is no longer the same. Lin Xian's actions were to tell them that he would not help, and warn them not to check who reported it. Don't even think about revenge. The old housekeeper wiped the sweat from his face. And he was still in his 60s and felt, it's so hard to work. Seeing him leave, Lin Xian picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat. But he was still thinking about what happened just now. While eating, she suddenly couldn't help laughing. Anti-Domestic Violence Organization. She thought of it. She didn't even look at the status of the Lin family in Guangyu Star. She directly sent the head of the family to jail for investigation. Fortunately, the president of the Guangyu Star Anti-Domestic Violence Organization is very stubborn. Even if Lin Xian is fine now, as long as Lin Gu's memory is checked to confirm that it is true, even if he is the head of the Lin family, he will be locked up for half a year to learn the correct knowledge and receive correct psychological guidance. It is said that he has to string the mat. The ice blue bamboo is so cold that even at the temperature of Guangyu Star, his hands will probably get frostbite. After being over 50 years old, he finally encountered a hurdle in his life. The members of the serious school team passed by and almost smashed the bowls in their hands when they saw his unusual smile. That's Lin Xian. Everyone knows that he is cold-blooded and never smiles. What is he doing now? Is he a person in love? I've heard some gossip again. Ning Ting had no idea what was going on in the school team. Seeing Lin Xian eating alone in a corner, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. What a bitter little melon. It's not enough that his family is poor. He doesn't even have a friend. She walked over with her food and greeted him with a smile. Commander Lin, you are eating alone. But Lin Xian ignored her. And even his eyes were not focused. He seemed to be thinking about something, and was very absorbed. Ning Ting put down the plate, and waved his hand in front of him. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian was shaken by her, and reflexively grabbed Ning Ting's wrist. He looked up, and saw that it was her. He chuckled and said bluntly, I'm thinking about you. 7 or 8 plates and bowls were smashed at once. Several groups of people bumped into each other. And apologies were heard everywhere. And each picked up their own plates. Ning Ting met Lin Xian's gaze, pulled back her hand, and her face flushed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Looking at the mischievous eyes of the people around her, she was angry and shy, and ran away directly. Lin Xian was confused. He didn't find any problem with his answer just now. She asked him what he was thinking about, and he answered sincerely, Is there anything wrong? And didn't she just meet his eyes? Doesn't it prove that he was really thinking about her just now? He didn't lie. Girls' minds are really hard to understand. But in fact, Ning Ting will not use supernatural powers all the time outside of competitions and training. But Lin Xian doesn't know this. Looking at the small plate of food that Ning Ting put on the table, Lin Xian sighed. Really? How to waste food? These are all newly bought, and they are not touched at all. He reached out to move the plate, and started to eat Ning Ting's food. The latest popular post on the Serious Campus forum. Thinking of you. Eating leftovers with a cold face. Are you a fan of the top CP of Cialis 2S? There are also many secretly taken photos attached. The person who took the photos is also very skilled. The two people looked at each other affectionately, and anyone who saw it felt pink bubbles. And Ning CP instantly rushed to the top of Cialis' most popular CP list. And Lin Xian was still eating. In the same world, people's lives are always different. His life is getting calmer. But some people's lives are hard to go on. And that person is Ji Che. The next day, Shin Fu, who had just returned to the dormitory building after training, heard a desperate cry. Turning around, it was Ji Che running wildly, followed by Lan Ying, slowly flapping leaves. Ji Che ran to Shin Fu and panted. This flower is not good. Shin Fu was a little confused. What's wrong with it? Could it be that there was something wrong with the matching, causing it to be unhealthy? Ji Che was about to cry. And there was some fear. It's so scary. It didn't even let me rest during training. It dragged me to training when I came back yesterday. It didn't let me go until 10 o'clock. The lights were turned off on time at 11 o'clock in the evening. And it pulled me up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm so tired. And he hit me. He forced me to fight back. Woo. He pointed to the small green patch on his elbow. Look. It's all injured. The blue shadow landed on the ground at this time. When he saw Shin Fu, he was still a little more timid, and stood a little further away. It looked at Ji Che, who was hiding behind Shin Fu, waved at him with a leaf, and told him to come over. Ji Che shook his head, and said to Shin Fu with resentment and grievance, It's basically a rose-shaped bean. This? Shin Fu didn't understand the world of flowers, but he was suspicious of him saying that it hit him. After all, the roses that devoured them recognized their masters, and they will never do anything that harms their masters. The blue shadow lowered his head, and seemed a little aggrieved. Shin Fu proposed a hypothesis. Maybe the blue shadow wants to practice with you. But he didn't stop. The blue shadow nodded when he heard this. Liu also came back at this time. Seeing Ji Che cowardly look, she was amazed. You are also a talent. You are afraid of even a flower. Go and be brothers with Duan Tao of Sirius. She looked at his injured part again, and rolled her eyes. You will get more bruised if you hit the corner of the table. How can someone be more delicate than her? It's really outrageous. Many people returned to the dormitory after training, and they all started to point fingers at him. Ji Che reluctantly moved out from behind Shin Fu. Okay. Shin Yoshin came back with some food in his hand, and met a few people. He looked around, lining up and down. This is the newly cultivated devouring rose. It looks really good and powerful. Shin Fu's eyes lit up. Do you want it? Shin Yoshin was very good to her and Xiufei. Liu was unhappy to hear this. Why do you only ask him and not me? You never said you like it. Shin Fu really felt wronged. Xiaokai had lived with him for so long. But Liu never said she wanted one. Sometimes Xiaokai was even disliked by her. So she just disliked Xiao Kai? Thinking of Xiao Kai, suddenly something fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the group. Its furry body looked more fluffy than before. The person who came was Xiao Kai. Chapter 215 True Friends. It always used to lie on the window waiting for Xiao Fei to come back at this time. But it didn't expect to wait for Lan Ying. It hurriedly combed all the hair on its body with a small comb before it came down. Xiao Kai suddenly appeared and scared everyone. Only Ji Che was even more sad. What he wanted was this lively and cute flower, not a dean of teaching. Xiao Kai looked at a few people, and finally chose to hide behind Shen Yuxing. Shyly poked her head out to look at Lan Ying, and carefully stretched out the tip of the leaf to greet it. Several people, everyone can see you. Okay? Is it necessary to hide this? It's really lonely to hide. And weren't you very sad after being rejected last time? Have you forgotten it? Fortunately, Xiao Fei is not here. Otherwise, I have to take it back to read 30 pages of Love Brain is not good. Or Love Brain is only empty in the end. These are all newly bought by Xiao Fei. After the last time, she was very worried. So she bought them online, and sent them over overnight. Liu snorted lightly. Xiao Kai is really a tactless person. It was clearly she who agreed to take it in, and live in the villa. But now she chose to hide behind Shen Yuxing. What are the advantages of Shen Yuxing? Isn't it just a little more beautiful, a little more powerful, and a little more considerate? What's the big deal? Even a flower likes him more? She doesn't care whether she is a little fierce to it at ordinary times. Shen Fu was almost distracted by it, and said to Liu, if you want, I will cultivate one for you. According to her understanding of Liu, she will definitely choose a red rose. She was already thinking about which red beasts could match her. Preferably the kind that sparkles. She will definitely like it. Liu nodded. The corners of her mouth rose, thinking that this was about right. Satisfied? She replied, let's talk about it after the competition. There is no rush. At that time, she must give more money than Ji Che and Shen Yuxing. And she must not lose. Spend money, and spend it to get the first place. Shen Fu looked at Shen Yuxing again. I will grow one for you then. Teacher Imolan still has a field of devouring roses. I think she won't refuse to buy two. Maybe she will give a discount if she buys two. If the teacher agrees, she can buy more. Plant a yard. Which is not bad. Unexpectedly, Xiao Kai was the happiest to hear this. It was already smiling with its mouth covered, as if it was looking forward to whether the two new devouring roses would be as beautiful as Lan Ying. Liu, Unexpectedly, it was still a flower-heart rose. However, Lan Ying glanced at it coldly. Xiao Kai quickly shrank back and didn't move, and then couldn't help but secretly look at Lan Ying. It looked like it was completely captured by Lan Ying's handsomeness. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuxing rejected Shen Fu. I don't need it. It's not easy to collect your exotic beasts. And it takes a long time to collect so many. You keep them for yourself. Although she looked very fast and had many, it didn't mean that these exotic beasts were easy to get. It was just because she was so powerful that they seemed not so rare. What do you mean? Liu put her hands on her waist. Have you been against me recently? I seem to be very ignorant and uncaring. Ji Che asked. Are you sensible? Are you caring? Liu's eyes were like knives. Shut up. Take your flowers and leave quickly. And don't ask about our Freedom Team one. Ji Che silently took Lan Ying away. And when he left, he looked back at Xiao Kai several times. Xiao Kai also looked at them. Of course, mainly at Lan Ying, and waved goodbye with all her strength. But Lan Ying didn't look back at it from beginning to end. What a pitiful flower. Shen Fu thought Shen Yuxing was talking about the price, and quickly reminded him, I'm giving it to you. I don't charge you. Liu gave up first. What? I don't charge you. How can I not charge you? What's wrong with Shen Fu? Why can't I spend my money on her? Is this the trouble that only true friends bring? No. I must spend this money. She also turned to ask Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai, don't you think so? Xiao Kai suddenly became dignified, holding her own leaf. Yi supported her chin, nodded after thinking, and looked like she agreed. When Shen Yuxing was about to say something, the light brain suddenly issued a reminder. After he clicked it and looked at it, his expression gradually became confused. Liu didn't bother to care about him, and called Shen Fu and Xiao Kai to go upstairs. Wait. Shen Yuxing called Shen Fu. You have to go somewhere with me. Shen Fu pointed at himself. Me? Yes. Shin Yoshing nodded. There is something important that needs you to go. But he didn't know what it was. Li Yu finally understood that Shin Yoshing was just trying to steal her friend. So he did this. From the handkerchief to swallowing the rose. And then to asking Shin Chenfu to go alone. It was all for this reason. He wanted friends. Li Yu, who had a good friend for the first time in his life, began to have wild thoughts. Li Yu stepped forward. I go with you. Shin Yoshing, ? He was a little embarrassed. But only Shin Chenfu can go. Li Yu couldn't help but snorted. I trust you. If there is anything, she has to go. I can't go. My brother. Li Yu didn't understand. What? I mean, my brother is here. And asked me to ask Shin Chenfu to go to something. Are you sure you want to go? Li Yu thought of his brother throwing people down from the sky. And shuddered. That's not necessary. After saying that, he pushed Shin Chenfu forward. You go quickly. Don't keep people waiting for too long. Then he pulled Xiao Kai's leaf. I go back and rest first. He looked as if he was afraid of being entangled by strange things. And his steps were fast. Friendship pauses for a while. Wait. Shin Yoshing called her again. Li Yu felt a nameless fire rising from her heart. What can't you say all at once? Shin Yoshing smiled. Not angry at all. Walked up to her and handed her the food he bought. Take it and eat with the team. I didn't mean to make you look ignorant and inconsiderate. Sorry. Li Yu looked at his sincere look. And suddenly felt more satisfied. And glanced at Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai took the food from his hand and hung it all on its big leaves. One person and one flower went upstairs. Shin Chenfu asked as he left, What can your brother ask me for? She seemed. Should. Probably. Perhaps. Seemed. And really didn't do anything to make Shin Yoli come to her. But Shin Yoshing himself didn't know. He just sent a message. Asking us to get on the aircraft at the door. And someone would take us to a place. He didn't say anything else. Is it because of that boy? Minkan? It's possible. Maybe they found out about the pattern on his back and wanted to ask us for some details. Chapter 216 True Family. The two walked out of the door together and got on the aircraft waiting on the side. As soon as Shin Chenfu got on, she found that the aircraft should be modified from a military aircraft. There were many weapons and equipment inside. And the glass was also anti-psychic detection. The people who came to pick them up were calm and restrained. They didn't look around or ask any more questions. They carried out their tasks in an orderly manner. After picking them up, they sat upright on the side, without any unnecessary movements. These were indeed people from the military district. Shin Chenfu cast his eyes on Shin Yoshing, who leaned back in the seat. Very naturally and accustomed to it. The aircraft flew for half an hour. And it flew further and further away. The population gradually became sparse. And she could see the rolling mountains. And even gradually could not see other aircraft in the sky. She had no idea what Shin Yoli wanted to do with her. Could it be that he saw that the grave digging was good last time? So he specially asked her and Shin Yoshing to come and farm? Soon they flew to a more remote area of Guanya Star. As the sky gradually darkened, she saw a bright light below. Sure enough, the aircraft began to lower its altitude and headed over there. However, when she saw the building in front of her, Shin Chenfu found that she was wrong. This was not a wilderness, but a mansion with some ancient style. It covered a large area and was low-key but solemn. It lay quietly in this mountain forest. And there were no other lights within a radius of 20 miles. After going down, Shin Chenfu followed Shin Yoshing inside. There were many aircraft parked around the house. And many people with communicators in their ears surrounded the house. They looked around vigilantly. And everyone had a tense expression. Without any slackness. Shin Chenfu felt that the situation might be more serious than she thought. And she became alert. Naturally began to sense the level of the people in the house. The people outside the house are all A-level psychics. And the people inside are all S-level. There are even a few 2S-level ones further in. Shin Chenfu couldn't help but say to Shin Yoshing, Your brother is making such a big show when he goes out. Shin Yoshing also felt strange. I don't know. He wasn't like this before. I haven't seen him for a few years. And I don't know why he has become so ostentatious. The two walked to a double door one after the other. The two tall and strong men opened the door steadily without looking around. An old man seemed to be waiting inside the door, pacing anxiously. As soon as the door opened, the two saw her. Shin Yoshing was surprised. Grandma? Shin Chenfu followed him in hesitantly. not understanding at all. What could Shin Yoshing grandmother and brother want from her? Family dinner. Inviting classmates to dinner together? But she arrived at the cafeteria early today and had already eaten. So it's not impossible to eat again. Or was it because she liked to eat Qingtuan last time? And Shin Yoshing grandmother also knew about it. So this time she came over to teach her the tricks of making Qingtuan? The two stood in front of the old man, while the other party was looking at her. She also looked at the other party. The old woman in front of her looked to be in her 60s, with gray hair, combed meticulously, a little thin but not tired. The cheongsam was slightly shimmering in the light, and she wore a set of emerald green jade ornaments. There were wrinkles on her face, but it still couldn't cover up her past elegance. Even now, it can be seen that she was once a beauty. At this time, her eyes were full of unknown sadness when she looked at Shinshinfu. She didn't even look at Shin Yoshing next to her, and walked forward a few steps blankly, her lips trembling, unable to speak. Shinshinfu always felt that her current reaction was a bit like Qi Yan's at the beginning, but there was a deeper and different sadness in her eyes. Could it be someone who knows Shin Yang again? Shin Yoshing didn't understand what was going on, so she walked closer and introduced. Grandma, this is my classmate who I said liked the Qingtuan you made. Shinshinfu. But the old woman didn't seem to hear. She raised her hand and touched her face. Shin Yoshing didn't understand either. Why was she so wrong today? Where did his brother go again? Shinshinfu was stunned for a moment, feeling the temperature on her face. The old woman's palm was not rough. On the contrary, it was well maintained, and it was soft on her face. She heard the old woman's voice say, I am Shin Yang's mother Xizheng. That is, your grandmother. Good child. You have suffered. Shinshinfu's eyes suddenly widened and turned to Shin Yoshing, and his reaction was even greater than hers at this time. His pupils were shaking, and both of them looked confused and at a loss. But after spending this period of time together, the eyes of the two conveyed too much information. Shinshinfu, I didn't hear it wrong. Did I? Shin Yoshing, I didn't hear it wrong. Did I? Shinshinfu, you are my brother? Shin Yoshing, you are my sister? Both, question marks. Shin Yoshing finally spoke first. Grandma, you are not mistaken. The eldest daughter of the Lang family in the school. I have seen her. She is not Shinshinfu. After meeting her, he sent a message to his family, but there was no response. So he thought it was over. He began to analyze it himself. Although that Louis doesn't look like her. Her behavior is a bit strange. And her character is a bit. But everyone knows that she is the daughter of that family. Xizheng turned around and said helplessly, that is fake. Shin Yoshing still underestimated the world. This can also be fake. He is too bold. He really thought it was that person, and was still wondering why his grandparents and brother didn't react, thinking that they didn't want her to come back. But if it was Shinshinfu, that would be too good. Shinshinfu watched Shin Yoshing's expression change several times, and finally fell on surprise, as if it was a big prize from heaven, and couldn't stop being happy. Xizheng held Shinshinfu's hand. Yoshing said that the eldest daughter of the Lang family was back, and we immediately sent someone to check the person's background. We found that it was fake, so we thought it was a misunderstanding. But we didn't expect you to really come back. She usually doesn't have time to go online, and has been guiding the research of the military region. It was only after Shin Yoli had confirmed Shinshinfu's identity that he told her, so as not to let her get excited for nothing. Shin Yoshing also felt a little wronged. He had only seen Shin Yang's photo once in his grandmother's room when he was a naughty child. He hadn't seen it since then, and only had a faint impression. Even if he saw the preserved game video, the video from so many years ago had been protected by the entire network for the 3S level, and he had never seen his face, so he didn't recognize him in time. Shinshinfu was a little at a loss. How could a grandmother suddenly find her? And Shin Yoshing was her cousin? Shin Yoshing reminded from the side. Call Grandma quickly. At this time, a deep voice came from the inner room. Don't call Grandma. Just call Grandma and Grandpa like Yoshing. She looked over. A majestic old man came out, followed by Shin Yoli. The first time Shinshinfu saw the other party, he confirmed that the old man was 3S level. Chapter 217 Shin Family. The old man walked out slowly, although his temples were white. His hair was all combed back. He was tall and straight, which naturally gave people a sense of pressure. His eyes were deep but bright. Shin Yoli behind him smiled and nodded at Shinshinfu. Shin Yoshing was shocked to see the old man as if he had seen a ghost. He stood up straight and even saluted. Grandpa. Well? The old man walked in front of Shin Shinfu. When he saw her, his thoughts seemed to be scattered for a moment. But he quickly returned to normal and said, Sit down. He sat down in the main seat. Si Jing took Shin Shinfu's hand and sat on his right. And Shin Yoli and Shin Yoshing sat on the left. The old man asked Shin Shinfu, Your name is Shin Shinfu? Shin Shinfu was neither humble nor arrogant. Yes. What about you? Shin Yoshing's body froze when he heard this. And he winked at Shin Shinfu frantically. The old man was not angry, but smiled. Your temper is somewhat similar to Yang. My name is Shin Yin, and I am the father of your mother Shin Yang. That is, your grandfather. Shin Shinfu looked at Si Jing sitting on the side, and Shin Yin sitting on the main seat. And suddenly a picture flashed in front of her. It was very fast. But she remembered it. I have seen you. What? Shin Yin didn't seem to react to what she was saying. When I was about 2 or 3 years old, I seem to have seen you once. At that time, she still lived in the old house of Lang's family. It was at night, and someone suddenly came to the house. There were also many people like this to clear the place. She was sleepy and fell asleep on the sofa. In a daze, she seemed to see 2 people standing in front of her. She wanted to open her eyes to see clearly, but she fell asleep after just one look. Shin Yoshing sighed softly. You actually remember something that happened so long ago? Don't most children only have memories after the age of 4 or 5? How come she can still remember when she was 2 or 3 years old? Shin Yoli glanced at him and motioned him not to speak. Shin Yin nodded. We went there once to discuss whether you should stay or go. But this matter is more complicated because your mother had cut off relations with us before you were born. This silenced everyone, and the 2 brothers of the Shin family did not dare to interrupt. Only Si Jing turned her head and wiped her tears. Shin Shinfu had never heard of this matter. Sever relations? Why? Because she is going to marry Feion Lang, the head of the 5 major families, which is not allowed for people in our family. The old man's voice was low and mellow, and he slowly told her what happened. The Shin family cannot marry people from the 5 major families. This is a rule, especially Shin Yang. She was originally the head of the family decided by Shin Yin, and she could not marry someone from the 5 major families. Not to mention that the other party had already succeeded the head of the family at a young age. She had always known it. But later she fell in love with Feion Lang and wanted to form a family with him. Shin Yin disagreed. It doesn't matter who it is. Why is it the new head of the Lang family? Shin Yang said that she had listened to her father all her life. Even if they quarreled, she would still follow his ideas in the end. She had worked hard for Xingji all her life and wanted to make a choice for herself. So she gave up her status as the heir of the family and said that she would let her brother take the position. Her brother was the father of the Shin brothers, Shin Zhe. Many big families in the military region and Xingji were watching this matter. Even if she didn't become the heir, others would not want a daughter of the Shin family, who was once an heir and had 3 military regions, to marry the richest man in Xingji. They would suspect that the Shin family had other intentions, and would also suspect the purpose of the Shin family and the Lang family. The father and daughter had a big quarrel, but she was very stubborn and would not look back once she made up her mind. Finally, Shin Yin said that unless they broke off the relationship and became an outsider, there would be no room for this matter. As a result, she actually decided to break off the relationship. Shin Yin was furious and ordered that there should be no more photos of her in the house. She was obviously his most anticipated child. But she was so disappointed because of a man. From then on, apart from military affairs, she had no private contact with her family. Maybe the brothers and sisters met and joked in the military district, but there was really no communication in private. People in the military district who knew about it were still skeptical, and many eyes were watching. People who didn't know only heard that the wife of the Lang family was a secluded person, not attending any gatherings, and not showing her face, and thought she was from a remote village. She didn't care. Si Jing secretly sent people to investigate, and the 2 got along very well. There was even one time when Feion Lang almost died because of saving her. But she died less than 2 years after the 2 got married. Until she died, except for those close to her, no one knew that she was the female warrior of the military district. The Shin family went to investigate, and found that there were rebels hiding in the capital star that day, waiting for her to attack when she was the weakest. When the Shin family went to investigate, half of the hospital of the Lang family was demolished. But such an incident in the capital star could only cause great panic. So it was said to be a birth accident. Fian Lang had not contacted them. It was said that he had locked himself up for a long time. People were sent to him, but he refused to see visitors. They wanted to take Shin Chenfu to the Shin family, but Fian Lang did not respond, and Shin Chenfu never showed up. After 2 or 3 years, Fian Lang took the initiative to contact them, saying that he would send Shin Chenfu to the Shin family when she was a little older, and she would live in the Shin family from then on. At that time, he had a new wife and twin sons, so the Shin family thought that he might not want Shin Chenfu anymore. So they rushed to Lang's house overnight, fearing that he would regret reaching an agreement, and only met her that time. After that, the Shin family hoped that she would come back soon. Shin Yan's voice was a little dry when he said this. That day he said he had taken you out. But not long after, your spaceship encountered Zerg and Star Beast at the same time, and you disappeared. There were several cameras on the spaceship recording the scene. The scene was very chaotic. When it calmed down, Shin Chenfu had disappeared. Everyone thought you were dead. But we have been looking for you, and have never stopped. Shin Yan's face did not change. But he regretted so much that he almost vomited blood. It was his fault. And he was wrong from the beginning. But at that time, he was overwhelmed by too many things. And everything was ranked before the children. But he did not expect that a Yang, who was at the 3S level, would die before him. He did not even see her before she died. The last time he saw her, he was still angry, and did not give her a good face. Later, he lost again and again, and all the children were gone. Now he does not want to lose any more children in the family. Not to mention that Shin Chenfu is the blood of the Shin family. So, you are not an abandoned child. The Shin family has always wanted you. The Shin brothers also nodded at this time. Si Zheng held her hand again. You can come back anytime you want. The Shin family will always be your home. But Shin Chenfu didn't understand why Shin Yang couldn't marry the heir of the 5 great families. Is this matter so serious? Shin Yin. This name. Can't it be? Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Shin Yin frowned. Come in. A man walked in, saluted Shin Yin. His face solemn. Marshal, I have an important military report. Chapter 218 Room. Shin Yin nodded and led the man into the study room. He was very busy. But when he heard Shin Yoli say that he was sure to find a Yang's child, he immediately arranged to rush to Guangyu Star. There were still many things that he had not arranged in time. Shin Chenfu guessed right. He was really Marshal Shin Yin of the Interstellar Federation, the highest ranking officer in the Interstellar, with the highest command of 33 military regions. No wonder his brother was so crazy when Shin Yoshing wore a Pierce jersey and devoted himself to studying art. What kind of family is this? She was careless at the time, saying that it was his freedom to escape. But it was really hard to escape. Shin Yoli's tone was gentler than when they first met. Perhaps because he was not in the military district. Or perhaps because Shin Yoshing was no longer angry with him. The whole person was much more relaxed. He smiled and said to Shin Chenfu, your route is really hard to check. After all, it is a space system. Too jumpy. Since he met Shin Chenfu in the military district, he arranged for someone to investigate her identity, because he had seen Shin Yang when he was a child. So he felt that her appearance was very familiar. But after Shin Chenfu returned to school from the 6th military region, she did not return to Lang's home. So we could only check her whereabouts before. She rarely had a complete movement map. The people who checked her said that she disappeared while they were checking, and they didn't know where she was teleported to. It was very difficult to deal with. So it took a lot of time. It was not easy to find out that she started from M77 Star and arrived at the capital star at the 14th District Traffic Station. Because she activated Hill Lang's identity card, she was taken back to Lang's home. But it was difficult to find out what was going on in Lang's home, because the management was very strict, and there were always many people protecting Lang's home. Even people from the Shin family found it difficult to get in. In fact, her going to the underground trading city to trade was also found. But Shin Yoli didn't say much. This is not a big deal. It is said that Shin Yang had fought in underground areas in other regions before, and her living expenses were cut off because of a quarrel with Shin Yin. The father and daughter are obviously very friendly to others, but they get angry when they meet each other. Shin Yin is the most popular in front of Shin Yang, and he can even do such a thing as cutting off his daughter's living expenses. Unexpectedly, both of them will suffer in the end. Both of them are too stubborn. Shin Yoshing asked his brother. But why don't you ask her directly? It took so much effort to check. Shin Yoli put his hand on the armrest of the chair, looking at Shin Shinfu with some mischievous emotions in his eyes. If I ask you, will you tell me? Well, Shin Shinfu thought about it seriously. That won't happen. After all, she didn't know the other party's purpose for being unfamiliar with him. So she would never tell him everything. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Shin Yoli looked at Shin Yoshing and waved his hand. Meaning, you see. What's more, there is a fake pretending in the Galaxy Military Academy. And he also has to confirm the truth himself. Shin Yoli asked, where did you live before M77? A ruined place. I lived with my sister. Shin Yoshing didn't know this either, and felt sorry for them for a moment. A ruined place is not a place where ordinary people can live well. No wonder they were so thin, pale, and looked weak when they first met. Shin Yoshing suddenly realized that Shin Shinfu was his sister. Then Shifei. So, Shifei is not your biological sister? Shin Shinfu nodded. Yes. I picked her up. Shin Yoli praised. You are kind enough to pick up a child in the ruins. You are really kind-hearted. Worthy of being a member of the Shin family. No. Shin Shinfu looked sincere. Shifei picked me up. The two brothers of the Shin family. ? Shin Shinfu roughly recounted her experience, and some details were glossed over. After all, Grandma Xizheng had already burst into tears since she mentioned the ruins. It's just that she deliberately avoided the details between Fai and Lang and her, not wanting the Shin family to be implicated, because she always felt that the descriptions of Fai and Lang by other people that she had known during this period were somewhat inconsistent with his behavior. And when Shin Yang died, there were rebels outside, which was different from what she knew and revealed a little weirdness. There were blind spots in the whole thing that even Shin Yin had not found. Only she knew it. After Xizheng calmed down, she spoke to Shin Shinfu again. Child, if you want, you can go home. Although you have never been here, every house in the Shin family has your room, including this one. Shin Shinfu thought stopped when he heard this, and he couldn't believe it. Every house has her room? But she hadn't even been there. A warm current suddenly surged in her heart, and her eyes suddenly became wet. In fact, she used to envy it. A happy family, without missing love, later felt that these were too common, so they were not realized. Perhaps all she wanted was a room reserved for her, so that she could sleep well without worrying about attacks from strange beasts. Later, when she had Shifei, she didn't think so. She thought that she was lucky to have a sister, and wherever they were, that was home. But she didn't know. It turned out that she was not the one who was abandoned. It turned out that when she was sad, there were also people who were sad because of her. It turned out that in a corner she had never known, there was a family who loved her so solemnly, waiting for her, looking for her, and hoping that she would go home. It turned out that among all the lights in the thousands of houses, there was also one for her. Even everyone was cautious when facing her, for fear that she would be dissatisfied. Now that she thought about it, she had encountered several people with strange whereabouts and everywhere investigating on M77 star. But she avoided them for fear of getting into too much trouble. Could it be that they were sent by the Shin family? But in the end, Shin Shinfu shook his head. I want to be with Shifei, and she and I will always be a family. She would not break her promise. Xizheng said, this is not a conflict. She saved your life, and her last name is Shin. We can be a family if you want. Shin Shinfu couldn't believe it. Really? At this time, Shin Yin came back after handling the matter. It's true. As long as she is willing, we will accept her as a family. Shin Yoshing was almost overwhelmed by this great joy. Not only is Shin Shinfu his sister, but Xiaofei will also be his sister in the future? Has he been too lucky recently? Shin Yoshing's heart was already banging fireworks. He opened the photos taken by the team during the game and enlarged them to show them. Grandpa and Grandma. Look! This is Shifei. Very cute. The photo projected by the light brain was displayed very large, and Shifei was next to Shin Shinfu, smiling very happily. This photo was taken when they were in the palace of the undead cemetery, guarding a pile of gold. The scene was very luxurious. Shifei was holding 2 golden gourds in her hands, innocent and lively. Shin Yin and Xizheng usually don't watch the game, and it was the first time they saw Xiaofei's face. Xizheng sighed. This child looks very friendly, and people can't help but like him. Chapter 219 being excluded. Shin Yoshing asked Shin Shinfu nervously. Then, are you willing to go home with Xiaofei? For pairs of eyes were staring at her. But Shin Shinfu shook her head. Not yet. I still have some things to deal with. And I also need to ask Xiaofei's opinion. If everything is handled, I can come back. Some things can only be handled by herself. And what Shin Yan said was all from their perspective. But will Shin Yang really leave the family completely because of his love for Fei Yong? Shin Shinfu remained skeptical about this. Everyone was relieved to hear her words, especially Shin Yan and Si Zheng. After hearing this reply, Shin Yoli arranged for someone to enter Shin Shinfu information, transfer it to the family information database, find every property of the Shin family, and send her an address form. It was almost impossible to pull it to the bottom. Then he brought out a lot of gifts. Shin Shinfu took a quick glance and saw the mecha necklace, aircraft keys, Interstellar savings cards, and even 5 large boxes of Qingtuan, all made overnight by Si Zheng. She didn't care whether she could finish it or not. She wanted to refuse. But Si Zheng's eyes were full of expectation, as if refusing would make her sad. And Shin Yoshing kept talking beside her. She asked her to take this, take that, take all. She had no choice but to accept it. Finally, Shin Yin took out a small green jade card from his chest pocket and handed it to her. Take out this jade card if you meet someone in the Shin family who doesn't know you. The material of this jade is very strange, with golden light flowing inside. Shin Shinfu has never seen such a material. There are also particularly complex patterns carved on it, vaguely forming the word Shin. Shin Yoshing's breath stagnated when she saw the jade card, and she quickly winked at Shin Shinfu, take it quickly. As a result, she seemed to be stupid for receiving gifts, and didn't understand what he meant. Shin Yoshing was afraid that his grandfather would regret it. So he quickly took it, and stuffed it into Shin Shinfu's hand. He felt relieved and whispered to her how to use it. This jade token represents the head of the family. The Shin family must not disobey the orders of the head of the family. As long as they see the jade token, everyone in the Shin family must make way for her, and help her succeed. And the jade token has restrictions. If the previous owner does not voluntarily give it to others, the jade token will break. So it cannot be fake. Shin Shinfu thought of another gift when he took the jade token. The gift that Qi Yin stuffed into her at that time was also a piece of jade. After dinner, Shin Shinfu filled his space with a bunch of gifts and prepared to return to Lianming village with Shin Yoshing, who was empty-handed. Even Shin Yin and Si Zheng came to the door to see her off. The reason why it was said to be a gift for her was because neither of them looked at Shin Yoshing. Shin Yoshing complained in his heart, I seem to be a transparent person. He turned his head and glanced at his brother. In the end, Shin Yoli didn't even look at him, and said to Shin Shinfu, Sister, come to the military area to play again if you have a chance. Shin Shinfu, ? Can you play freely in the military area? The two walked towards the aircraft. Shin Shinfu felt that someone was looking at her from behind. So she suddenly stopped and turned around. She said to the 2 old people who had been watching her leaving, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving. This sentence shocked Shin Yin and Si Zheng, who had experienced decades of ups and downs. The last time Shin Yang resolutely broke off the relationship and walked out of the house. She said this. She said, Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. But she left for more than 10 years, and would never come back. The 2 old people had tears in their eyes, and waved to her with a smile, just like other loving grandparents. She heard them say, remember to go home early. Shin Yoshing still sighed from time to time when she got on the aircraft. How can this be? Is this true? Am I dreaming? He kept talking as if his mouth was suddenly broken. Shin Shinfu was so dizzy from his nagging. Okay. If you keep nagging, I will die. Shin Yoshing couldn't hear anything now, and asked expectantly, So should you call me second brother now? Shin Shinfu thought about it, but couldn't say it. He had always been her classmate before, but suddenly he became her brother, and she still felt it was magical. She changed the subject directly. Do you hide your identity outside? Because according to Shenyang's previous notes, no one in the school knew where she came from. Otherwise Fei An would not think she was poor and give her food. Shin Yoshing was the same, never mentioning anything about her family. He nodded and replied, People in our family are like this. You must protect your identity when you go out. You must also be careful in the future. There are rebels outside. When he was a child with his parents, he experienced several assassinations. The rebels mixed in the crowd. investigated and assassinated the families of senior officials in various military regions, trying to open a gap in the defense line of the Interstellar Federation. It is said that this has been the case for nearly 100 years. Many officers and their families have been assassinated. Therefore, their identities outside have always been kept secret, and no outsider can find out. Most people have never heard of the rebels, so they would not release the truth about such news that could easily shake people's hearts. She originally thought that the enemies were only alien beasts and star beasts. Then, Grandpa and Grandma only have your father and my mother as two children? Shin Shinfu's understanding of the Shin family was limited to what Shin Yen said just now. No, there is also an aunt, but I don't remember if I have seen her. I heard from my brother that something went wrong when we were chasing the rebels. The equipment that recorded her vital signs finally reported her death. But when we arrived at the last recorded location, we didn't even find her body. She didn't get married and died very young, because Shin Shinfu had just returned. Shin Yoshing called her from Shin Shinfu's perspective to make it easier for her to understand. Mistake? What mistake? I don't know either. When the two returned to the dormitory, they saw that Li Yu's door was open and music was playing inside. Xiaokai moved a small stool and sat at the door, shaking her head from side to side, as if enjoying the music. It was obvious that Xiaofei had not returned yet, so Li Yu could only take it back to her room first. When Xiaokai saw Shin Shinfu, she stood up suddenly, and the leaves fell on the door without her noticing. Li Yu walked out with a mask on. Annoyed? What are you doing outside? A flower? Bang 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 bang. She looked up and saw the second Shin who came back together, and sneered, Hey! You two close brothers and sisters of the Shin family are back. Have you dealt with the matter? The second Shin, ? How did she know? Neither of them expected Li Yu to get to the point right away, and looked at her with a complicated expression. Seeing the reactions of the two, Li Yu was a little unhappy. You have a good relationship to begin with, and you seem to have kept many things from me, as close as brothers and sisters, and you don't let me say a few words. Humph. Annoying Shin Shinfu. Disgusting Shin Yoshing. You actually excluded her. Li Yu was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and she completely forgot that she had heard that it was Shin Yoli who was looking for her, and she ran faster than anyone else. The two looked at each other and said in unison, You are right. Instead of trying to comfort me, you are actually adding fuel to the fire? No. Shin Shinfu pulled her into the room. I mean, we are really brother and sister. Li Yu? ? Chapter 220 Qingtuan. Li Yu broke away from her hand. You guys should have a limit to your nonsense. Do I look easy to fool? I'm not that big idiot Ji Che. I know. You just think I have a bad personality and don't want to be friends with me, so you would rather make up this kind of nonsense to deceive me. The more Li Yu talked, the more pitiful she felt. She turned her head away, too lazy to look at them. Shin Yoshing walked in, pulled Xiaokai into the room, and closed the door. Explained, What she said is true. We are really brother and sister. My father and her mother are real brother and sister. Li Yu turned around doubtfully and asked Shin Shinfu first. Then weren't you in some ruins before? Yes. I accidentally got lost. She asked Shin Yoshing again. Didn't your family send anyone to look for you? We looked for you for more than 10 years, and we just found you recently. The mask on Li Yu's face couldn't hold on, and it was wrinkled on her face, but it still couldn't cover her shocked expression. You are really brother and sister. Really? Then why didn't you tell me after you knew it? We just found out when we went there, and we only knew it 2 or 3 hours earlier than you. Li Yu stared at the two of them for a long time, and their eyes were clear, without a trace of evasion, which showed that it was true. Okay, I forgive you. Li Yu was happy again. Since they are siblings, they are family members. It is normal for family members to have a good relationship. It is not considered as ostracizing her. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yu's temper was indeed impetuous. Unexpectedly, she was shocked again. What about Xiaofei? 2 children were lost in your family at the same time? Shin Shinfu could only polish the story and tell her roughly again. That is to say, the parts about being killed, eating raw meat, and being almost killed by star beasts were removed. The two depended on each other for survival. In the end, she came to the capital star to save Xiaofei. Li Yu knew this, so Shin Shinfu didn't say much. In short, the process after the deletion was already very good in Shin Shinfu's eyes. Who would have thought that she still sighed with tears in her eyes? Your life is really not a human life. Shinshinfu, Shinyoshing, Suddenly, the three heard a loud sound of water dripping. Following the sound, I saw Xiaokai sitting in the corner. She was also crying? Where did your tears come from? And she was shaking with tears. The tears were huge, falling drop by drop, and even formed a small puddle at the foot of her flower roots. She was wiping it with her leaves, but it couldn't be wiped clean. Both leaves were wet, and the fluffy hair became wispy. Are all flowers and plants so sentimental nowadays? Liu forgot to be sad, and said to Xiaokai with disdain, Go mop the floor yourself. Are you crying or flooding? Xiaokai sobbed and went to the bathroom to get the mop, and mopped the floor obediently. She looked like a miserable slave flower exploited by a slave owner. 1 o'clock in the morning. When Xiaofei came back, she saw two people at the end of the corridor opening the window to enjoy the fresh air. She ran over in surprise. Sister, brother Yuxing, why haven't you rested yet? Shinshinfu spoke gently. We are waiting for you. Xiaofei always felt that although the two looked the same as before, the atmosphere was a little cautious. After opening the door, she asked them to come in. Come in and sit down to talk. I'm thirsty. After that, Xiaofei held a cup and drank water while listening to the two people telling the story again. Shinshinfu said, Xiaofei, if you don't want to go, then none of us will go. Shinyoshing started to get nervous again. Xiaofei, are you willing to come to our house? No one will take your sister away, but there will be more people who love you and treat you well. Are you willing? Although he pretended to be calm, he was already shouting in his heart, Promise. Promise. Promise quickly. Be my sister? But Xiaofei just smiled and asked Shinshinfu, What is your biggest impression of the Shin family? Shinshinfu thought about it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The Qingtuan made by Grandma is really delicious. Seeing her reaction, Xiaofei quickly made a decision and said to Shinyoshing, Brother, I am willing to go with my sister. She understood her sister's reaction best, and she must like that family very much. Although she was a little panicked when she heard that Shinshinfu father's and mother's families were still there. Was she thinking about whether she was going to abandon her? Didn't it agree that she was her family? Why did she suddenly have a new family? There was also a moment when she wanted to selfishly occupy her sister, but she quickly wiped out this dark thought. She knew that as long as she said she would not go, Shinshinfu would never go back. But her sister's happiness was also her happiness. She could still remember clearly how she picked up Shinshinfu. In fact, she had changed a lot now. From the initial cold-bloodedness, to the lazy and indifferent later, to the current vitality. Every step was not easy. So in fact, she was not wrong. Shinshinfu was really a precious person who deserved to live in the best place. She was lucky to be with her. What's more, Shinyoshing was also very good. He was always so kind to her, and so patient. She thought it was also very good to have him as a brother. Moreover, Shin Shinfei, was originally named Shin. Isn't it fate? She just took this as a gem and accepted it. Shinyoshing was overjoyed. Great. I asked my family to prepare a room for you. After the league is over, I will take you home. Xiufei nodded happily. When Shinyoshing left, but Shinshinfu hadn't left yet, Xiufei looked up and asked her, Sister, do you have anything else to do? Shinshinfu shook her head and emphasized, If you don't like it there, we leave, and we still be the two of us in the future. Xiufei waved her hand quickly. What are you talking about? I'm so happy. We have a big home in the future. Shinshinfu smiled and took out a big box of Qingtuan made by Grandma from the space world and put it on Xiaofei's desk. Grandma said, Xiufei should also remember to eat the Qingtuan she made. Xiufei walked over and opened it. There were 2 layers in a box, with 50 in each layer. How can I finish so many? Try your best. Shinshinfu patted her head. I still have 4 boxes here. Take more if they're not enough. After that, she teleported back to her room, leaving no room for a Qingtuan. Xiufei looked at the newly made Qingtuan in front of her, and her stomach growled loudly. She picked up one, tore it open, took a bite, and nodded while eating. She had eaten a few before, but she didn't think they were as delicious as this one, because this one was filled with her favorite red bean paste. As Xiaofei ate, the last bit of reluctance in her heart disappeared. After all, this Qingtuan is really delicious. Chapter 221 Return to the Undead Cemetery. A few days later, Shinshinfu prepared to go to the undead cemetery again, mainly because the ice layer has been there for too long. It stands to reason that even the last attack of the star beast should slowly weaken and dissipate with the passage of time. But she found that the position of the ice she cut off had recovered a little bit when the school team was about to leave. It was very subtle. But since she cut every piece, she found something wrong. Did the snowflake star beast really die back then? Originally wanted to wait until the end of the league, but she kept thinking about it, and it affected her sleep too much. Recently, she has been sleeping for 20 minutes longer. She must go and verify it immediately. After eating something casually, she used the space anchor point in the dormitory to prepare to teleport to the undead cemetery. The anchor points lit up layer by layer. The moment she was about to leave, her shoulders sank, and in the blink of an eye, the little cold ball had teleported with her to the cold ice layer. Shinshinfu stroked its head lovingly. "Are you cold?" Meow. It rubbed her neck, and lay lazily on her shoulder, its tail wagging. It didn't look cold at all, and seemed to be happy to be out with her. Yes, Shinshinfu had never walked it during the competition, so it must have been suffocated. She set the anchor point a little far away from the undead cemetery. After teleporting back to the cemetery, she frowned because the large area where she cut and exposed the tombstone had changed. The originally neat-cut surface now looked like several huge tumors. If given more time, the ice layer would probably cover it again and grow together, completely wrapping the planet. So at that time, the star beast was only seriously injured, and was not actually completely destroyed? Shinshinfu stood on it and looked at the undead cemetery below, which was gradually frozen again. Her lips pursed, and her eyes were stained with a cold anger. This star beast not only killed everyone, but also wanted this planet to be dead forever? Shinshinfu exhaled and turned into white mist and drifted away. It must not be dead yet. Star beasts cannot set up any anchor points. It can only repair this ice layer here by itself. When she analyzed the situation, the golden pupils of the little cold ball instantly turned into vertical pupils when it saw the undead cemetery below. And what was reflected in its eyes was the complete appearance of the palace star hidden beast underground. But in just a blink of an eye, it returned to normal, and its big round eyes looked at Shinshinfu. The tail also patted her back from time to time. Shinshinfu began to mobilize his superpowers. Close your eyes and connect the domain pattern in your mind. Directly expand the domain. Operate the superpowers to the extreme, and the mental power surges out and spreads outward at a very fast speed. Shinshinfu stood above the undead cemetery, without even moving, and practiced the mental power network of rolling beans. If someone were to look at the planet from the starship, they would find that the white planet was now covered by a blue net from one point, like a net bag that was going to hold up the entire planet. Shinshinfu divided the mental net into 3 layers. The first layer was spread along the mountains, rivers, tall and short houses, trees and forests, and was spread out at a centimeter from the frozen object. It was bound to preserve the original things. And this layer was also the most difficult. The second layer was above the ice layer, and the third layer was in the air. It took her 2 hours to carefully wrap the entire planet with 3 layers of mental nets. And then she opened her eyes and snapped her fingers at the undead cemetery in front of her. Since the star beast wanted to freeze the planet, she would break all the ice. The first and second layers of mental nets began to connect, and countless planes cut the ice layer between the 2 layers, and the pleasant sound of ice breaking rang out all around. After the cutting, the first layer carried all the broken ice and spread out. When the ice was carried to the second layer began to crush the ice, and all the ice passed through the second layer and turned into broken ice. When the broken ice was lifted into the air, it had already covered all the sun. Shinshinfu looked up from below, until it was all broken into powder. The second and third layers of the mental power net containing the broken ice were separated from the middle like a watermelon, and became 2 pieces. A blue light flashed, and the mental power net and the broken ice disappeared. Only 2 shrunken white space blocks floated in front of Shinshinfu. She held a space block in one hand and slapped it in the middle, and the 2 space blocks merged into one. It was full of snow made by the energy of the star beast. If it really died, the snow inside would disappear or turn into water. On her shelf of star beast collections, there were basically some color blocks. In fact, most of them were because they were too big. Some died and were everywhere, and it was difficult to deal with them. So she put them up, Some star beasts in energy states cannot be collected after they die, such as fire-shaped star beasts and light-shaped star beasts. Nothing is left after they die. Shinshinfu also put this ice and snow space block into the space world, and used it as a reference to start looking for the star beasts that are not dead. The star beast stayed here for so long, and there is another possibility that it has not fully recovered, so it has to stay. She began to teleport on the planet at the highest speed, trying to find the most wrong position. The entire planet is now only covered with a thin layer of ice, and everything underneath can be seen clearly, but it is like a layer of film, shining brightly. She almost flew over, and saw the still scene of the planet being frozen. There are some scattered tombstones, and 1 or 2 people can occasionally be seen beside various collapsed houses, some kneeling on the ground, and some with terrified faces. But she has never found any traces of the star beast. 5 hours later, she stopped because there were corpses on the ground. The mural said that the star beast would blow people into powder. But there is still such a tragic mountain of corpses here, which can only mean that this is the final battlefield. The tombstones are far away, but the corpses are piled here. Shinshinfu couldn't bear to look at it. They were all frozen together, and Shinshinfu had no way to separate them. She could only dig a huge pit and transport all of them in to bury them at once. She stood on the plain in the air, clasped her hands together, and bowed her head in silence for them. Rest in peace. After doing this, she continued to move forward, her face more solemn than when she first came. But not long after being teleported out, the little coal ball that had been sleeping on her shoulder suddenly opened its eyes and jumped off her. This is in the air. Shinshinfu also jumped down, and at the same time wanted to catch the little coal ball with the space block, who knew that its soft body rotated in the air, stepped on the space block and jumped, and actually avoided her space block very flexibly. This was really unexpected. She always thought that the little coal ball was just a lazy cat. It was not until it was about to land that it was caught by her space block. Shinshinfu held its neck and looked into its eyes. Next time you do this, I won't take you out. Meow. Woo. It was actually angry with her. Chapter 222 Kill the Star Beast. Shinshinfu was standing on the ground at this time, and had no choice but to put the little coal ball back on her shoulder. It was just a cute and beautiful cat beast. What could she do to it? She found something wrong just as she was about to leave. The ice here was thicker than other places, and it had begun to become like a small hill with large and small ups and downs. But it was not very obvious yet. She squatted down, pressed her palm on the ice, and the blue energy flowed into the ground. It was not until she went hundreds of meters underground that she felt the familiar star core fluctuations, which were larger than those of the star hidden beast and carried a cold, evil spirit. Shinshinfu turned her head to look at the little coal ball. Did it jump down because it felt that the star beast was here? How could this be possible? Is it a coincidence? Shinshinfu suppressed the thoughts in her mind and stood up. Now that it has been confirmed that the star beast is hiding underground, it will be easy to deal with. Shinshinfu was teleported back into the air and pointed at the ground. Instantly, several space spikes over a kilometer long appeared in the air, piercing straight into the ground. After piercing in, new ones condensed and pierced in again. She didn't believe that she couldn't force the star beast out. After piercing hundreds of space spikes, the ground finally shook and responded. The area within 100 miles began to freeze rapidly, and the original thin layer of ice began to thicken again. The man and the cat looked at the snowflake star beast that was gradually taking shape in the air, and their eyes were equally cold. Shinshinfu was right. The star beast was recovering itself, because its snowflake shell was still missing a large piece at this time, like an egg with its shell cracked. Such a gap is a taboo for the star beast, and it will be much easier to penetrate the star core. Even if it was a purgatory-level star beast before, it was only at the disaster level at this time. If it took 1,000 years to recover to this point, it might mean that it transferred part of its main abilities to a piece of star core fragments before the star core was shattered. So it survived. Maybe it knew it couldn't win against the red-haired queen, so it seemed like it had developed intelligence. Shinshinfu rushed forward. She had only encountered the purgatory-level star beast twice. The first time was a light-shaped star beast, which seemed to have been injured, so it only took her 5 days to fight that time. It dissipated after the star core was broken. The other time was when it was eaten in the Free Star Cave. But that star beast should be stronger than the average purgatory level, at least much stronger than the light-shaped star beast, and she couldn't beat it at all at that time. But the disaster level is her old acquaintance. That shelf, 3 of the 8 layers are disaster-level star beasts. Excluding those that dissipated, the others are all vicious level. Compared with the interstellar appearance of about 1 or 2 star beasts every year in the past, it is already a lot. Shinshinfu's space shield surrounded her. She already knew the ability of the star beast, which could send out cold energy to blow people to pieces. Thinking of this, the star beast began to emit cold white energy waves. Shinshinfu dodged and fired 10 space dragons at it, crashing directly into it. The star beast was knocked into several large holes and began a bigger counterattack. It spit out several snowballs and hit Shinshinfu and the space dragons. The position where the dragons were hit was immediately frozen and unable to move. But Shinshinfu didn't care. Freeze 1 and condense 2 more. There was no need to worry at all. After learning the domain, her ability has been greatly improved, and the control of supernatural powers has become more handy. She rushed to the side, avoided several attacks from the gap where the star beast had not recovered, and jumped in. The inside of the star beast was connected by transparent large and small ice pillars, like a spider web. If you touch it, you will be frostbitten. Shinshinfu cut off the ice pillars with the space blade, and the cold air still spread along the space blade to her arm, attached with a layer of frost. But she didn't hesitate and went straight to the star core. During this period, ice pillars kept piercing out from the inside, trying to pierce her. But for her, the speed was too slow. Shinshinfu turned into a residual image, flashing inside the huge star beast, and quickly arrived in front of the star core. The star core was wrapped in a very thick layer of ice, which was much harder than the ordinary ice outside before. Shinshinfu used the space blade to chop the ice layer of the star core crazily, and the ice fragments flew everywhere, and her figure was almost invisible. The star beast seemed to know that it was in danger again, and began to rampage around the planet, rolling everywhere, trying to knock Shinshinfu out. It was like a huge white ball, bouncing up and down, and as soon as it landed, a layer of ice formed within a radius of 10 miles. But it couldn't get rid of Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu chopped hard for more than 2 hours inside, but saw something she didn't expect: the Queen's Wind and Rain Flower broadsword. The red wind and rain flower was glowing, and Shinshinfu actually felt the fluctuation of superpowers in it, and it was still attacking the star core. It turned out that its snowflake shell had never recovered because the queen had chopped the star core with all her strength that year, and the sword still carried her last blow. It is a swordsmanship warrior skill added by sacrificing life, which is permanently locked. Only with at least 2s strength can there be a chance to hit this attack. Until the star beast dies, it will always keep attacking. So the queen never thought about going back alive from the beginning. Is this the queen's awareness? And the snowflake star beast and the broadsword have been quietly confronting each other underground for 1,000 years. But no one knows. Even the star-hidden beast that has been following her doesn't know. So the story of the mural it transformed into ends when everyone on the frozen planet dies. But in fact, it has never ended. The queen's will gave Shinshinfu a great shock at this moment. This is a kind of reverence and respect from the heart. Shinshinfu, who was shocked, did not notice that there was a purple air spreading like a tentacle behind her, which directly passed through her space block and was about to wrap around her neck. This is the most secret touch of death that was once reserved for the purgatory-level snowflake star beast. Want her life? The little coal ball turned her head, and the 6-pointed star pattern on her eyes and forehead emitted golden light. The purple tentacles were directly wiped out and disappeared completely. It was as if only a gust of wind had blown by, leaving no trace. Shinshinfu felt a strange power fluctuation, turned around and looked, and there was nothing. The little coal ball yawned with a big mouth, as if sleepy, and patted her shoulder with her claws, signaling her to hurry up. Shinshinfu pulled out the broadsword with force, and the space blade in his hand disappeared, attaching his own supernatural power to the broadsword. The kaleidoscope turned into the shape of red wind and rain flowers, and clusters seemed to grow out of the sword. She stabbed into the white star core with all her strength, and the original power of the broadsword and her kaleidoscope burst out in the star core with all her strength. The huge energy made the star beast stagnate in the air and unable to move, and the shell was also vibrating and cracking. At the same time, a blue space block framed the star beast. The same mistake? Shinshinfu would not let it happen again. The two waves of energy collided, emitting a dazzling light, and many fragments exploded and flew out, leaving wounds on Shinshinfu's body and face. But she held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. without any slack, until the entire star core exploded completely. Chapter 223 Pork Elbow? The surroundings gradually calmed down again. The star beast exploded into piles of snow, all contained in the large space block, and was melting rapidly. The last small layer of ice attached to the surface of the planet also disappeared and turned into water and flowed away. Shinchinfu took out the small space block that had been shrunk before and contained ice and snow. The originally white opaque space block had now turned into a transparent water block. It seems that it could not escape this time. It is completely dead. Shinchinfu put the small space block back on the star beast's shelf. After all, there was so much water that he didn't know where to put it after untying the space block. The blood from her wound dripped down the broadsword in her right hand. Lifting it up and looking again, the wind and rain flower on the broadsword no longer glowed, because the star beast was dead. Its mission was completed. Shinchinfu found that after defeating this star beast, her domain actually increased by 2 layers, and now it has 64 layers. After releasing the domain, she took out a new towel in the daily necessities area of the space world, sat down on the plane in the air, and carefully wiped the sword clean. The little coal ball didn't make any noise, and watched her movements obediently. After she finished wiping the sword, it scratched her hands with its claws for a few times, and then licked its fur. It meant that it wanted to wipe it too. Shinchinfu was amused by it, and took out a new towel, covered its head with both hands and rubbed it. It seemed very comfortable, making a gurgling sound. After she finished wiping, she took the little coal ball and the sword back to the undead cemetery. The undead cemetery had also completely melted, revealing all the tombstones. These tombstones had been frozen under the ice for many years, and now they were exposed. Only by seeing the whole scene could you understand how tragic it was. You couldn't see the end at a glance. So lonely and heavy. Shinchinfu didn't go down, but threw the broadsword in his hand down in the air, and it went straight into the middle of the cemetery. Finally, he looked back and took a deep look, and then teleported back to Guanyu's star. After she left, there was a wave above the cemetery. When the fluctuation disappeared, the red gold broadsword also disappeared, and the several red shield entrances buried in the cemetery also disappeared completely. At the same time, inside the treasure of the long hall of the star hidden beast, a real broadsword replaced the original replica. It is also the only real thing in the body of the star hidden beast. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Meichio jumped down by himself and curled up on the chair. At this time, Guanyu's star was dark, and I think the team members have returned. She walked out and knocked on Xiaoshu's door. At this time, Xiaoshu was eating alone on his sister's back. Big Pork Elbow. Hearing the knock on the door, he paused the anime in front of him with voice control, and walked out in slippers without letting go of his elbows. His daily life is really leisurely, especially after meeting Shinchinfu. The money he earned is enough for him and Xia Hua to use for a lifetime. And the league is just lying down. Although his presence is not high, he doesn't care at all, because he felt so happy now. Being able to stay at home and lie down without worries was the best thing in the whole universe. Since he had an elbow in his hand, he leaned sideways and used his elbow to open the door. Who is it? Before he finished speaking, he saw Shinchinfu, whose clothes were cut into flowery clothes. There was blood on his body and face, and he was shocked. If Xiaohua saw this, wouldn't she go crazy? After all, Shinchinfu was the most admired and strongest sister in the world in her heart. Even if he was a green onion, he would be too much for her to eat with rice. Hurry. Hurry. Come in. Before Shinchinfu could say anything, he was hit in the face by the fragrant elbow in his room. It smelled so good. His home life didn't match his cold face at all. Xiaoshu hurriedly put the elbow that could only be held with 2 hands on the lid of the packaging box, took off his gloves and treated Shinchinfu immediately. The healing light was applied to her, and the wound began to heal. Xiaoshu couldn't help asking, "What are you doing now? Aren't we all in the League village? How come he can eat pork elbows in the dormitory?" But Shinchinfu is as miserable as if he went out to do some special mission that only the protagonist has. Shinchinfu was a little tired, so he walked to the chair and sat down, and replied to him nonchalantly, "I just went to kill a star beast." Xiaoshu? ? No. What? Killed what? What did she just say she killed? Star beast? Now the alien beasts are not willing to be killed, so they start to fight star beasts? He silently moved the other big pork elbow in the takeaway box on the table forward. Here. I give it to you. Others killed a star beast in one day. And he had 2 big pork elbows in one meal. He couldn't eat it alone. Shinshinfu's wounds had healed. And she really hadn't eaten for a day. The big elbow looked bright in color. Still steaming. And soft. The fragrance made her feel like her stomach was digesting it. Without hesitation, she put on gloves, grabbed the elbow, and started to chew on it. Seeing her enjoying the meal, Xiaoshu also picked up his elbow and ate it. They looked at each other halfway and continued to eat. This was the scene Shin Yoshing saw when he pushed the door open. Originally, he was still wondering why Shinshinfu was in Xiaoshu's room. Was there something wrong? As a brother, the little radar would sound the alarm at any time. But he soon found out that he was wrong. There was no romance. Only the fragrance of the elbow between the two. Xiaoshu saw him standing at the door. And put the elbow that she had eaten most of into it. It's gone. Shin Yoshing, No one wants to eat your elbow. Shinshinfu stood up after eating. Much faster than Xiaoshu. And burped. After thanking Xiaoshu, he walked out. Shin Yoshing then discovered that her clothes were torn and cut. Are you injured? It's healed. Shinshinfu didn't take it seriously at all. Xiaoshu healed this minor injury in less than a minute. It was just a superficial injury. A trace of heartache flashed in Shin Yoshing's eyes. But he didn't ask her more. Let's go. I bought you some watermelon. After Xiaoshu finished the last bite, he heard someone eating watermelon and shouted, What about me? Shin Yoshing curled his lips and replied to him the same sentence, No more. The next day, a starship arrived above the undead cemetery. After Su Ming dealt with the disaster star beast last time, he didn't expect to deal with the star beast again so soon. This competition was not originally planned by the 33rd Military Region, but the 19th Military Region. But because it was too difficult to remove the ice, and then it would take too much time to find the snowflake star beast that was most likely not dead. So he chose the nearest 33rd Military Region to deal with it. This matter undoubtedly fell on the head of his little bee in the military region. Before he even went down, someone came to report, Major General, this planet is not right. Su Ming didn't understand. Where did so many things go wrong recently? What's the problem? The ice on this planet is gone. Su Ming, ? How is this possible? He had prepared to stay here permanently, and came with a tent with a dead heart. It all disappeared? After half a day of exploration, it was confirmed that there was really no strange ice layer on this planet. Su Ming, God opened his eyes? Give him a small reward for his hard work? As soon as he came, the star beast died suddenly? Immediately returned to the 33rd Military Region and reported this happy event to the higher authorities. What is this called? This is called gaining something after losing. Although he lost the Black Phoenix, he got the reward of killing the star beast without removing ice. Awesome. Chapter 224 Reading Minds Again. Before the 8th match, Sirius's people chatted more happily. From time to time, he looked at Lin Xian and Ning Ting. If the two looked at each other, it was sweetness. If the two did not look at each other, it was pretending to avoid suspicion. No one cared so much about who the commander-in-chief was. After all, no one could overshadow Lin Xian. Duan Tao was not as rude as before. He was much more low-key. But his eyes were dark and he frowned. He didn't look very happy. Of course he was not in a good mood. During the 10 days of training this time, Teacher Kurt would beat him every time he saw him. Duan Tao dreamed that there was a Teacher Kurt chasing him behind him. He ran away frantically. But he couldn't get away. It was very scary. He couldn't make such a mistake again this time. His sight fell on the galaxy. Since they were first and second last time, Sirius was next to the Galaxy School team. The Freedom 1 team was very close. Every one of them looked very relaxed, as if they had no pressure at all. He still wanted to drag the Freedom Team 1 into the water. After all, this was something that even Lin Xian had never done. Duan Tao called Ning Ting over, asked her to come closer, and lowered his voice and ordered, Find a chance to see what the people in the Freedom Team 1 are thinking. After all, we have fallen into their hands many times. Ning Ting hesitated for a moment. Duan Tao was unhappy. He knew that Lin Xian had asked Ning Ting to go and see once before. Why? Only Lin Xian can move you? I can't. No. Ning Ting simply didn't know how his brain circuit was. However, he was still a little unhappy to be confronted by him like this. He pouted and glanced at Lin Xian, thinking in his heart, His position as the commander-in-chief was actually snatched away by such a person. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian looked directly at her, raised his eyebrows slightly at her without dodging, and asked her in his heart, "Is there something wrong?" She didn't know why, and inexplicably avoided his sight quickly. Explained to Duan Tao, "Because I didn't hear anything last time. They really have no tactics." Duan Tao was impatient. "Just go when you are told to go." Okay. His actions caused dissatisfaction among CP fans, but he knew nothing about it. What exactly does Duan Tao want to do? It's not enough to snatch the general commander of Commander Lin. Now he wants to snatch other people's CP? It's simply unjust. Is he too jealous? Or is it because Lin Xian is taking revenge on Ning Ting? He has no pattern at all. TSK. Soon this matter spread throughout the Xylis school team, and Ning Ting and the school team members changed the position closest to the Freedom 1 team, just behind them, because the seats were facing each other in teams, so she could see the eyes of 5 people from this position. She began to read their thoughts silently. Shin Yoshing, hey. She doesn't seem to rely on us too much. How can I make her trust us more? I really hope they will go home with me next time. What exactly does she want to solve? Why don't you say it? I will help her if you say it. Ning Ting shook his head. The captain of the Freedom 1 team didn't think about anything. Then he looked at Shin Shinfu. Shin Shinfu, I can't finish the Qingtuan. I really can't finish the Qingtuan. How can I finish it? It's been 10 days, and I haven't finished it yet. It's going to be wasted soon. My grandma made it specially. I can't give it to others. Will I die of overeating? Ning Ting, is that what the ace is thinking about? Li Yu, why is there no news about Shan Hakuin? I don't have anything to show now. She just wants this. Can I really do it? Why is it so difficult to give her something she likes? Ning Ting, Shan Hakuin? What is that? Isn't that an extinct beast? Find it. As a gift? Xiao Fei, if I can't find a chance to reveal her true identity during the competition, I will kill her myself. There are still 3 games left. I can definitely do it. Ning Ting, kill? Kill who? Whose true face? How can such a smart girl think about killing people? So scary. Xiaohua, braised pork is my favorite. Roasted chicken legs is my favorite. Pudding is my favorite. Strawberry cake is my favorite. 300 kinds of food are omitted below. Ning Ting, favorite. This favorite. Shouldn't it mean only one? After listening, Ning Ting walked to Duan Tao to report the situation. But he didn't believe it. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Last time, I was thinking about roasting crabs. And I didn't think about the game at all. The only one who thought about the game was still thinking about killing people, which sounded like a grudge. But it has nothing to do with the game strategy. So she didn't tell Duan Tao. What about Lu Shi? Ning Ting was shocked. Lu Shi? Don't think about it. Lu Shi is sitting at the front of the galaxy. It would be too obvious if I went over there. This effect is not as good as asking him directly. Duan Tao said unkindly. Okay. Then you go back. It's really useless. Seeing this, serious people determined that Duan Tao was bullying Lin Xian. And they thought that he was a low-quality person and should not be associated with. Soon after, they arrived at the top of the competition venue. After distributing equipment, everyone was holding the map card and looking at it left and right, and even looking at it against the light. Some were still trying to see if they could put 2 cards together. But the biggest problem was that there were no tents distributed at the competition venue this time. This time it's indoors again? Or are they not allowed to sleep at all? The notification sounded. The address of the 8th competition venue is the Noisy Swamp on Fuzhe Star. This venue is a points competition. The points rules are as follows: 24 hours limited. And finally ranked by score. The first place gets 10 points. The second place gets 8 points. And so on. And the last place gets 0 points. The school teams enter the competition venue half an hour apart according to the ranking. And each team has a map card. There are many alien beasts marked in the venue, corresponding to the 6 endpoints. The marked alien beasts need to be brought to the correct endpoint to add points for the school team. Tip 1. The endpoint will not be displayed before activation. Other requirements are the same as the previous game. You cannot kill the opponent directly. Friendship comes first. Competition comes second. This time it's only 24 hours. I guess it will be easy to solve it. Yes. This time I can finally come back quickly. The school team was very happy. This was the first time that the time limit was so short. Shin Chinfu took out a small pendant from the combat kit. There was a small round ball on the pendant, which was about the size of a marble played by a child. There was a two-person kayak inside the transparent ball. Shin Yoshi explained to her. Use mental power to release it like unfolding a mecha, and use or put it away. Shin Chinfu nodded and asked him, Do you know about the noisy swamp? What are the characteristics? There are generally many different kinds of exotic beasts in the interstellar swamps. But the environment is not so comfortable. The swamps are very hot and stuffy. The noisy swamp seems to have more exotic beasts than ordinary swamps. Unfortunately, Shin Chinfu didn't listen to the rest of it. He only noticed one thing. Strange beasts? A lot of strange beasts? Her eyes lit up. This competition venue was great. She liked it. What's the big deal if it's a little dirty and tiring? But some people are happy while others are sad. When Lu Shur heard the noise of the swamp, he wanted to pinch his philtrum to prevent himself from leaning forward. Swamps? The type he hated the most. It was wet and hot. And there were all kinds of strange beasts and bugs. What's the difference between that and asking for his life? TSK. Chapter 225 Noisy Swamp. This swamp seemed to have just woken up from the early morning. And the sun was on the horizon. The airship put the Milky Way into the river. And the school team members took out the double kayaks and sat on them in groups of 2. As they pulled the rope down, they observed that the area was all green. There were rivers, puddles, and lakes of different sizes. The roots of the trees were very long, supporting them firmly. The branches and leaves above the trees were almost connected together, blocking most of the sunlight. They had to use their supernatural powers to cut off some branches before they could pass through. This small river was winding, and there was not much room for activities. No wonder they had to prepare small kayaks for them. From the map card, zooming out to see the outermost boundary of the map, it can be seen that the swamp is connected to the sea in the end. But the competition range has not been rowed out. Everyone paddled forward with 2 oars. But the speed was not fast, because the river water below was turbid, and there were some green algae floating on it. I don't know what was hidden, so I need to be careful. The air was hot and humid, and the school team felt stuffy. When they breathed, they smelled the unique smell of moss and fermented leaves in the swamp. Lu Shur frowned, and those who didn't know him thought he was worried about the school team's competition. Those who knew him were afraid that he would accidentally flip over in the boat and press the bracelet to withdraw from the competition. Jasmine Boat was following behind him. She was very considerate and handed him ice water. He took a glance and took a sip, and his eyebrows relaxed a little. Everyone in the school team breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid that the Galaxy school team is the only team that is afraid that the commander-in-chief will run away because of the bad environment. Even Zuyu was cautious and didn't ask him any tactical questions, fearing that he would be in a bad mood and walk away. They all felt that Lu Shur had done his best to hold back his cleanliness. The Freedom 1 team behind didn't know this. If it wasn't for the beginning, Shin Chinfu would have run out to catch the monster long ago. All kinds of insects chirping, birds chirping, and frogs croaking all around. She finally knew why this place was called the Noisy Swamp. It was really lively. Among all the venues, this swamp was the most noisy. It was like a live super surround sound, making her head buzz. She and Nai sat and paddled one after the other, without using mental power to perceive. They could see many small strange beasts crawling or flying by with their naked eyes, but they were not strong enough to attack them. Liu sat behind Shin Yoshing, paddled with both hands and stopped for a while, looking around as if she was here for fun, pointing to a group of orange-yellow things under the tree in front. She asked curiously, Hey, is that a colorful mushroom? She turned around and shouted, Shin Chinfu, look quickly. The mushrooms you like to collect. Shin Yoshing glanced at it in the gap between rowing. That's an ordinary corn snake. The school team in front couldn't help laughing when they heard it accidentally. Liu took a deep breath and rolled his eyes behind him, making him look the smartest all day long. Then what do you think that is? She pointed at a frog swimming through the water. Big red palm tree frog. Don't underestimate it because it's small. If it feels threatened and fights back, its paws will become huge, and it can jump and kill people. Then, what is that? Why does it look a little strange? She pointed at a part of a dead branch that was sticking out. It looked like a branch, but it had big yellow eyes with black pupils, and it just glanced at her. Lonely forest owl. It's acting as a branch. It's safe during the day, as long as you don't put your head in its mouth. They won't bother to eat it. Why is it called the lonely forest owl? Don't you think it looks lonely standing on the tree with its head raised to the sky? Liu, it seems a little. The two asked and answered one another, introducing many species and characteristics of exotic animals and plants. In this originally noisy environment, it was very harmonious, just like watching the show World of Exotic Animals. The audience in the live broadcast room also liked this little knowledge segment. It's been a long time since I've listened to Mr. Yoshin class. Yes, I really miss it. The last time I listened to his popular science was the last time. Shin Yoshin is so patient. A reliable captain of the Freedom 1 team. I was wondering why Shin Shinfu was not the captain before. But now I know. Why? Look at the back. Shin Shinfu finally couldn't help but catch the lizard. Nei felt the boat shake. And when he turned around, Shin Shinfu was gone. Because she was teleported to a location 1,000 meters away to catch a blue-eyed king lizard. The king lizard was obviously 8 meters long, but it ran very fast. And its body changed color quickly when it ran. If you didn't keep an eye on it, it would escape. Shin Shinfu didn't want to take action so early. But this blue-eyed king lizard was the one she needed. She already had red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple king lizards. And she just needed a blue-eyed one. She had to go. Of course, others didn't know about this. And she wouldn't take apart a whole set of exotic beasts to use. Can't bear to part with it. The king lizard ran and split into 5, running in different directions. This is also the cloned skill of the advanced king lizard beast. But Shin Shinfu did not hesitate. She only needed to half open the field to instantly distinguish which strange beast was the real one. Even if they looked the same to the naked eye, there were actually differences in energy fluctuations. She chased the one on the far right, flashed directly in front of it, stood on the spatial plane and was about to chop with the spatial blade. The king lizard felt that it could not escape. So it opened its mouth and bit. The teeth of the king lizard beast were sharp. And the prey bitten by it would basically be seriously injured or even die of broken bones. Shin Shinfu sighed, as if she thought it was stupid. It really shouldn't open its mouth. Obviously, its scales are the strongest. Why would it think of opening its mouth to her? Isn't it like saying, come and stab here. Stab here and I will die. Shin Shinfu was not polite at all. The spatial blade turned into a spatial thorn in her hand. And she threw it at the throat of the king lizard, which was instantly pierced. After it died, Shin Shinfu checked it to see if there were any marks made by the competition organizers. Unfortunately, there were none. She put the blue-eyed king lizard away with satisfaction. Nai suddenly felt the boat sink, and turned around to see Shin Shinfu sitting back. It took only 3 minutes. The team members were used to her operation, and the scene of her catching a bird in the Black Phoenix's nest last time was still vivid in their minds. Xiao Hua and Xiao Fei boat was next to them. And Xiao Hua asked, Sister Shin, did you go to catch the exotic beast? Shin Shinfu was in a good mood now that she had collected a set, and replied with a smile on her face, yes. I caught a high-level blue-eyed king lizard. It was really beautiful. Her domain has been half open, but not too wide. Only within a radius of 1,500 meters. So she can carefully select all kinds of exotic beasts that appear. The school team in front was really convinced when they heard her say this. She killed a high-level king lizard in 3 minutes. Why does it feel more powerful than before? What is her upper limit? Chapter 226. Half an hour later, when Sirius entered the competition venue, Lucia arranged for the main and deputy teams to separate, with the main team looking for the strange beasts, and the 2 deputy teams looking for and activating the finish line. Freedom Team 1 separated from the main and deputy teams and moved freely. In fact, the kayak was too close to the peat layer below, and the water was too shallow. So it was almost impossible to use the kayak. The school team had to put it away and start walking. However, the peat in the swamp was too soft and difficult to walk. They could only use their superpowers to find a way. And the telekinetic superpowers sent people directly to the slightly drier land. At least they could stand well. But Freedom Team 1 didn't need it. They even changed to a big boat. The spaceship built by Shin Shinfu with space superpowers flew close to the ground. And there was no need to row. The whole school team collapsed in it. So relaxed. The audience in the live broadcast room was speechless. Why did they row so hard just now when there was this boat? Maybe they wanted to fit in. Don't you think it's fresh and fun? That's possible. The only motivation, a sinking and floating, can drive you to the end of time. Keep up, Shifu and Shifei. Grandma likes you. Are all the Fuchi Mushrooms grandma fans now? What's the big deal? My grandma also likes the Freedom One team. When she saw the game of Yuminghai, she asked me to teach her to vote for Xiaolai on the handsome list. Your grandma has good vision. Now Xiaolai is the first on the handsome list. Ji Che was squeezed out by Lin Xian. I don't know why, but he looks more handsome after he stopped being the commander-in-chief. Ad 1. The place where Sirius came down was not far from the starting point of the galaxy. But the difference was that they were on the edge of a small lake. They were careful to stay away from the lakeshore, because it was easy to sink there. Duan Tao was still thinking about the Freedom Team one. So he gave the order. The main team, follow me to explore. And the two deputy teams will search for the strange beasts in the small lake here. At first glance, there was nothing wrong. But he didn't say that he wanted to explore the location of the Freedom Team one. And it would be best if he could find an opportunity to steal their results. He thought that the main team now had 600 people. Not in the water, but on the shore. And it would not be like the previous Yuing Sea. Duan Tao led the main team away. Ash looked at the direction he left and always felt something was wrong. Duan Tao seemed to be deliberately hiding something. So he asked Lin Xian. Commander? I think Commander Duan seems to be a little bit wrong. Lin Xian glanced over there and said indifferently, Don't worry about him. Let's search this lake quickly. And the deputy team can act on their own. Ash didn't have any good way now, so he could only do this. Just as he was about to go into the water, Lin Xian called him. Don't go down. There are many strange beasts here. Although they are not high level, there are many of them. I will deal with them. And there may be aquatic plants in this lake that will entangle the team members. It is difficult to move underwater, and getting injured at the starting point is not worth it. Ash was a little stunned. Although there were many things he disagreed with Lin Xian's previous command, and he acted a little radically at the beginning. He would do most of the risky things by himself. In fact, he is a responsible commander-in-chief, but his luck is not very good. So in fact, when he returned to Guangyao Star from the undead cemetery last time, he saw the commander-in-chief vote initiated by netizens, and silently voted for Lin Xian with his trumpet. Now it seems that Lin Xian is more sober in making decisions. But what Ash didn't know was that Lin Xian actually voted for him. Lin Xian stood at the shore closest to the lake, and after the two deputy teams were farther away, he began to release his supernatural power. Without any extra moves, he condensed a lightning ball array composed of 20 lightning balls, suspended above the lake, and then put it into the water along his hand. The water immediately emitted a tooth-grinding electric shock sound, and even a strange beast in the lake fought back and exploded a lot of water. It lasted for 10 minutes. And Lin Xian released his supernatural power. More than 20 armored crocodiles, some dead or fainted, floated in the lake. Everyone was somewhat relieved to see the scene. If the deputy team was allowed to search in the water, many people would definitely be injured. Only then did Lin Xian let them check whether the strange beast had marks. In fact, there was a high probability that there would not be any at the starting point. And the fact was indeed so. The deputy team checked all the armored crocodiles in a quarter of an hour and found no marks. The two deputy teams did not separate for the time being and moved forward together. Ning Ting was not careful when walking, and her right foot stepped into the mud. She almost staggered and screamed. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed, and a hand grabbed her to help her stabilize her body. Before she could react, he leaned over and reached his hand directly into the mud, grabbed her ankle, and helped her pull her leg out. Lin Xian's hands were covered in mud, and he warned, Be careful when walking. If everyone got stuck, the progress would be too slow. Ning Ting was pulled to a safe place by him in a daze, and when he reacted, he was already back to the front of the team. All the members of the vice team are serious. Oh, we hit it again. There are also friends who followed Duan Tao on behalf of their main team. What a pity. Such a wonderful CP scene was missed. Lin Xian didn't know what these people were thinking at all, and pressed the vice team call. They all heard his voice. The swamp is complicated. The vice team should pay attention to safety when exploring. The corners of the members' mouths rose wildly. What is this? This is the power of love. It makes a cold-blooded person care about everyone. The vice team was emitting pink bubbles, and the main team had a very low air pressure. Duan Tao asked the main team to search for traces of Ina's passing and began to chase after him. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was thinking of snatching the results of the battle. But this was just the beginning. Even if it was Inha, it would be difficult to find anything. What's more, Duan Tao actually found the wrong one. The ones with traces were Ina's vice team and the main team. The Freedom 1 team was on a spaceship that was sinking and floating. And there was no trace left on the road at all. After Bei entered the field, he quickly dispersed the main and vice teams. This time Mutu remembered to bring Eugenia with him. A big red palm tree frog accidentally jumped a little high and bumped into Eugenia. Before it could enlarge its paw, it was sliced into pieces by him instantly. Mutuo, who understands? Every time he sees this scene, he thinks Eugenia is a cook, not a shadow warrior. He waved and called Eugenia over. Mutuo whispered, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Look, the school team also needs to grow. Right? Yes. Then can you leave some growth opportunities for the school team next time? You even sliced a frog that jumped over. The school team's game experience is not good. Eugenia has never thought about this. Is that so? Mutuo nodded. Yes. It doesn't matter if you wait until the situation is more important before you take action. Eugenia seemed to understand. I think I understand. Eugenia, just telling me not to take action in the future. I understand. Chapter 227. When Tujia led the team down, they also half-opened the field to investigate. There were indeed many strange beasts around, but the small flying insects in the air were more troublesome. So the team members used the sound system ability to form a large barrier to prevent the flying insects from approaching. But although the barrier was large, the strength was not that high. Tujia specifically instructed, because if the sound system barrier blocked the small strange beasts marked by the competition team, they would miss them directly. Every time Sanyao saw Tujia calmly and carefully giving orders, she felt that she was the best commander-in-chief. And she was almost never panicked. She was 100 times stronger than Sirius's current Duan Tao. But in fact, Tujia was thinking about the Milky Way in her heart. And she was not as calm as she looked. She kept muttering in her heart, the 8th competition field actually caught a strange beast. Isn't that asking Shinshinfu, the eagle, to catch a chick? There is simply no way to survive. She can also teleport. Isn't it a matter of a blink of an eye to reach the finish line? Should I consider grabbing the second place now? No. No. I still have to cheer up. This is just the beginning. How can I, as the commander-in-chief, be discouraged? Tujia. Come on. Tujia's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In Sun Yao's opinion, the commander-in-chief must have thought of a good tactic. The school team was peaceful. Soon after, Kata Military Academy came down. Ji-Che saw a green and fluffy grass field. When the rope was lowered, he deliberately swung himself up, and then unfastened the buckle towards the grass that looked very soft. He thought he would land perfectly and handsomely. But he plunged straight into the green swamp and shouted for help. Help me. Bai Ling. Eureka. I'm going to die. In fact, he had learned how to get out of the swamp. But he sank deeper with just a few moves. So he was panicked and forgot everything he learned. Bai Ling showed an expression that was hard to describe. When he came down, he saw Ji-Che swinging himself high up like a swing. But he thought he was just bored or just childish. So he wanted to play like this. Unexpectedly, he was just courting death, walking to the side helplessly. Seeing that he had sunk to his waist and abdomen, he raised his hand and sent out 3 vines, wrapping around his chest and arms. Then he said to him, Don't worry. Try to lie on it. And then slowly pull your legs and feet out. I will pull you up from above. Ji-Che pulled the vines, and being wrapped in the swamp made him very uncomfortable. And he couldn't get up in the right posture. Eureka shook his head. Relying on you is not reliable at all. Which deputy commander would plunge himself into a swamp just because he wanted to step on a piece of soft land? Mobilizing his superpowers, Eureka pointed at Ji-Che and said, Puppet control. A mechanical hand made of wood and made of superpowers suddenly appeared above Ji-Che's head. Several control lines extended from the fingers of the mechanical hand and locked Ji-Che. Eureka's fingers moved slightly, and the mechanical hand also moved, controlling Ji-Che to climb up with the correct posture. Bai Ling saw the opportunity and dragged him to a safe place. When Ji-Che was dragged, he accidentally landed on his face. So when he turned over, it seemed that he had just finished planting the field, but accidentally fell in the field, with dirt all over his face and body, like a mudman. Fortunately, the combat uniform was waterproof. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable. The girls on the school team saw Ji-Che operation throughout the process, and when he condensed a water ball to rush at them, They gathered together to dislike him. Why can't Ji-Che just be a wooden man? I know. I know. Who is the school hunk like him? He is a mudslide among the school hunks. I was really disillusioned with him. Who knew that when I first saw him at school? I thought I saw love. But it turned out to be a joke. But when he finished showering, he casually pulled his hair back with his hand. Walking towards Bai Ling, he said, "Sorry. I made a mistake and wasted time." He was full of youthfulness and laughed innocently and heartily, making people's hearts skip a beat. They were hit by this beauty bomb and forgave him instantly. Forget it. You can still look good after washing. It's okay to be a little stupid. After all, it's ours. What else can we do? It's really good to watch. By the time Liyuan Military Academy arrived at the stadium, 2.5 hours had passed, and Inha had been separated for 2 hours. The members of the Freedom 1 team sat on Shinchinfu's spaceship, without even touching the ground, and released their superpowers one by one to stir up the hidden beasts for inspection. Nai had sensed it, but he sensed too many locations. Even after turning over the swamps, rivers, or land, he still didn't find any beasts with signs. It was very chaotic, so he could only search slowly. However, Shinchinfu didn't participate in this link. She disappeared from time to time. What was outrageous was that after she left, the spaceship was still moving forward and could avoid dead branches and trees. 27 exotic beasts were obtained in such a short time. We can't catch them all. We can't catch them all at all. Liu was surprised at first. Did she install some kind of artificial navigation? Shin Yoshin couldn't answer this time. But her fanatical fan Xiaohua had a different opinion. That is, Sister Shin is omnipotent. In fact, after the competition, many scholars have been watching her operation in the live broadcast room. And there is even a special forum for Shinchinfu space skills learning. The scholars summarized and analyzed her abilities, which will be beneficial to future space students. But whether you can learn it or not is not certain. While the team was trying to check the exotic beasts, Shinchinfu was staring at a gem wolf spider. Although this wolf spider is only the size of a palm, it is extremely beautiful. It looks like a spider-shaped gem brooch, and also like an exquisite ornament, as if carved from gems. Even the web it weaves in front of it is shining, as if it has been blown with glitter. It looks so good. Shinchinfu likes it very much. It is purple now, but the lower part of its 8 legs has turned red, indicating that although it is still only an intermediate insect-type beast, it is already evolving to a higher level. The gradual change is more beautiful. Shinchinfu smiled at the spider with satisfaction, and the camera on her shoulder flew up and took a close shot of her face. Her long hair was tied up casually, with a few strands of hair on her face, and her eyes seemed to be full of stars. Just then a beam of sunlight shone through the layers of branches on her face, like a layer of golden light. "Mom, I'm in love. The river is full. Please pay attention to the queue for those behind." I thought she saw some rare treasure, but it turned out to be a highly poisonous gem wolf spider. If you bite it, you will ascend to heaven in 2 minutes. Spider, my life ends here. In the time it took to take a few screenshots and post a few bullet comments in the live broadcast room, Shinchinfu had already put the dead gem wolf spider into the space block. When she returned to the spaceship, she scared Liu again. "Why do you always come back like a ghost? Scaring me? I just caught a very beautiful jewel wolf spider. I feed you flowers next time." Chapter 228. The gem wolf spider has the ability to weave a shiny web. If it is fed to the rose, it may make the rose also have a shiny appearance. Li Yu's originally resentful expression instantly turned into a smile. "So that's how it is. Next time, you should tell me about such important things earlier." I didn't expect Shinchinfu to remember to catch a few exotic beasts for her in the competition. Woohoo, touched. Shin Yoshing is her brother. So what? Shinchinfu is still the best to her. Humph. Liu was happy when she thought of this. She swung the dark chain at the whiptail green lizard below, tied it up, took a look at it, and saw no mark, and threw it far away. The spaceship moved forward steadily until the whole day passed. Stopped to rest beside a big tree. There was a large swamp lighthouse under the tree. This is a piece of exotic wetland fungus, with a slender white stalk and a yellow head. At first glance, it looks like an enlarged version of soybean sprouts inserted upside down into the mud, but only a part is exposed. In fact, we saw a lot of them along the way. But now that the sky is getting darker, their yellow heads have begun to glow. which is particularly eye-catching. Xiaohua asked curiously, "Can this thing be eaten?" Zhao Chengcheng had learned it before, and replied to her, "No, but as long as you don't put it in your mouth, it won't cause any harm, and you won't be poisoned if you touch it." Xiaohua was disappointed. "I thought it was edible like bean sprouts." Team, Just as they continued to move forward, a notice suddenly sounded. 24 people from the Sirius Military Academy left the field. The school team present was wondering what happened. This was the first time they heard a notice to leave since the daytime game. And 24 people are already a lot, which means that the number of injured people is at least several times that number. Could it be that Sirius encountered a very ferocious beast? Or a marked beast? So he had to win and take it down. So that so many people left the field? No one could figure it out, including Lin Xian and Ash from Sirius. Duan Tao had not contacted them, but they heard the notice to leave the field. Ash connected with Duan Tao, but he didn't answer for a long time. "Ash, Commander, what happened on your side? How could it be? So many people left 10 minutes ago." Duan Tao followed the footprints left on the ground and led the team to the back of the Galaxy Military Academy. But they caught up with the deputy team, and the people who inquired said that there was no Freedom Team 1 in it. However, the number of people in the Galaxy's deputy team was only 1/3 of the main team he led. He thought it was not bad, so he arranged to follow not far away. After all, it takes time to check the marked beasts, and members will be injured, as long as they follow behind. When the time comes, this team of 200 people will face their team of 600. It goes without saying who will win. The swamp lighthouses on the side of the road started to light up at this time. I don't know how many they encountered along the way, so he didn't think much about why there were so many swamp lighthouses in this area. Almost a sea of lights. He led the school team directly over. However, the situation was different this time. When the school team walked in completely, most of the swamp lighthouses instantly exploded into a burst of purple gas. Those who reacted quickly dodged in time, or quickly covered their noses and deployed shields. Those who reacted slowly inhaled the purple gas directly, smelled the fragrance, and fainted. They could not be awakened no matter what. Nearly 200 people fell at once. The school team's healing and poison systems are limited. They can't handle such a large amount of healing and detoxification. So 24 people still left the field. This is what happened. Ash only heard Duan Tao's angry voice. There is a poisonous fake lighthouse mixed in the swamp lighthouse. The appearance is exactly the same. We didn't find it. Maybe it was done by Inha. Hearing this, Ash found a blind spot. You went near Inha. Generally speaking, most people will choose to avoid it after encountering it in the early stage. Duan Tao didn't reply to him, and hung up the communication silently. Then he began to stay away from Inha's deputy team. He also knew that the main team couldn't bear it again. Lin Xian asked him, what did he do again? He should have gone after Inha. Lin Xian, going to fight the strongest school team at the beginning. I have to say he has a way of courting death. Inha's deputy team achieved this effect without any casualties, because Duan Tao caught up with the deputy team led by Zuiyu, but was discovered by the people arranged by Inha and reported immediately. Zuiyu was in a dilemma when he received this news. Shiyu was still holding the 2 swamp lighthouses that he was going to take back as specimens, and asked, why are you so embarrassed? Zuiyu sighed. Behind is the main team of Sirius. They caught up, and I don't know why. Just for this matter. What do you mean? Just this matter. Shiyu looked at the 2 swamp lighthouses in his hand and smiled gently at Zuiyu. Then I will give them a gift. Zuiyu shuddered. It didn't look like a good gift. Indeed, Shiyu used his supernatural power to unfold his purple flower sea, turning it into a swamp lighthouse, with the same white pole and yellow head, and the same glow, mixed in with the normal swamp lighthouses. There was no difference at all. I don't know how many swamps, wetland soil, and small puddles I have seen along the way. At this time, he put the poison gas swamp lighthouse in, and he was 80% sure that they would not find it. It worked. Shiyu still smiled when he heard the news of Sirius's departure, as if the incident had nothing to do with him. Only Zuiyu looked at him with wide eyes and fear. Zuiyu was thankful that he was his teammate, not his opponent. What virtue and ability did he have? He actually took the command of the 2nd deputy team from him by 1 point. Fortunately, he didn't poison himself to death. When I was in the Department of Supernatural Powers, a student saw that Shiyu was still young and acted like a senior in school. So he wanted to suppress Shiyu. Shiyu looked smiling. But he had a very tough personality. He fought with the senior in the lobby of the Department of Supernatural Powers. And of course Shiyu won in the end. A passerby accidentally inhaled his poison and couldn't get up for a month. Since then, no one dared to mess with him. Shiyu was stared at by him curiously. What's wrong? Is there anything else difficult? No. 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 Suyu shrank his neck. Let's keep some distance from Sirius before we rest. Yeah. The second deputy team all entered the mecha and kept some distance. Mainly because they were afraid that Duan Tao, who was manic, would take advantage of the dark to do something dirty. Freedom 1 team didn't know these things. They sat on the spaceship, not very high from the ground, set up a table, and started drinking nutrient solution. The countdown was only a little more than 12 hours. And no marked beasts were found. Shin Yoshing thought it might be displayed at night. It was already dark. And the strange beasts that didn't come out during the day came out now. The noises around were even louder. And there were many frog-like strange beasts banging at the spaceship. They looked like they were going to die by ramming their heads against it. Chapter 229. Cece sighed as she looked at the frogs. Is the life of a frog so difficult? Do frogs also feel sad? Shall I? Is there a possibility that we are still and motionless, and they can't catch us? Cece, but I feel that they are quite sad. Shall I? They were all hit to death. How can they not be sad? Cece rolled her eyes at him, and he avoided her gaze and dared not speak, afraid of being slapped to death by her. Shinshinfu also set up a barrier above the spacecraft. There were many mosquitoes at night, so as not to bite the team. The barrier would flash blue light when it was hit. Cece looked at the barrier, which was getting more and more like fireworks, and wondered, are there too many insects? Yes. Liu had goosebumps all over her body, because the swamp lighthouse outside was now very bright. But the mosquitoes gradually became so numerous that their light could hardly be seen. It felt like if I went out now, they would suck my blood dry in an instant. If not, then at least my nose would be filled with mosquitoes. Thinking of this, she felt uncomfortable all over, and quickly moved her chair inside, fearing that she would be close to the barrier. But within a few minutes, all the other sounds in the noisy swamp seemed to be muted, leaving only the buzzing of mosquitoes. Xiao Chum shuddered. Why do I feel so wrong? Nai frowned. I feel that way too. Team, shock. You feel that way too? Shinshinfu looked over. Some mosquitoes actually landed on her space barrier, as quietly as if they were on the mosquito net. Xiaohua turned her head and stretched out her hand to flick away the mosquito that landed on the barrier. Shinshinfu hurriedly said, Be careful. But she didn't stop, and as soon as her finger went out, the mosquito almost turned into a red light and bit her hand fiercely. Xiaohua cried out in pain. It hurts. Is my finger broken? She quickly retracted it, and the barrier separated the mosquito. She glanced at her fingers and saw no changes, but she felt that the bitten index finger was as painful as if it was broken by a gun, and it was still hurting. She almost began to tremble. Cold sweat instantly flowed down, and she could only hold her fingers tightly to relieve the pain. Shinshinfu directly removed the table, and the team members quickly gathered around to see. What's going on? Are you okay? Show us quickly. Xiaoshu sighed deeply, pulled out her hand and looked. How many times have I told you not to be reckless? Think before doing things. How many times has this happened? In the future, it will not be so coincidental every time. Everyone is here, and can help her. Everyone stared at her fingers. Only the part where the fingertips were bitten was swollen a little, but it didn't seem to change color or bleed. Xiaoshu asked her, How do you feel now? Is it still painful? Xiaohua first took back her hand with force, did not speak, lowered her head, and didn't know what she was thinking. Xiaoshu didn't know what was wrong with her. Was she angry because he had taught her a lesson? But she had said this for more than 10 years. Why was she angry today? Hua hua. Shinshinfu felt something was wrong and patted her shoulder. As a result, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes had turned bright red, almost bleeding. And then she punched Xiaoshu in the chest. The team members were frightened by this sudden change, and their pupils shrank. That was Xiaoshu. He was a healing type, and his resistance was not as strong as others. Xiaohua punch could punch through his chest, and he was her brother, and attacking him meant that he was completely unconscious. Xiaoshu couldn't believe that Xiaohua would actually attack him. Her heart tightened, and she had no time and forgot to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Shin Chinfu instantly sent a space plane to block in front of Xiaoshu, and at the same time reached out to grab Xiaohua's arm tightly. She punched Shin Chinfu's space plane, even though Shin Chinfu pulled her to relieve some of her strength. Blood still came out of her fist and flowed down the space plane. She was about to move again, but Li Yu's dark chain trapped her tightly in the next moment, making her unable to move. But she still stared with big red eyes and roared to rush up to hit people. Xiaoshu immediately activated his supernatural power and pressed his palm directly on her head. The toxin analysis and healing light were unfolded at the same time, and the soft light hit her body. Xiao Lai saw her manic state and walked to her side and began to hum the mission song, attached to Xiaoshu's healing light, hoping to solve the problem quickly. The superimposed healing effect of the two people was very good. She quickly calmed down, at least no longer making animal-like roars. But her eyes were still red. Xiaoshu needed some time to analyze the toxins and detoxify, so the team members did not dare to disturb him. Only Xiao Lai's voice, mixed with the hypnotic mosquito sound, entered his ears. 10 minutes later, Xiaoshu finished analyzing the toxin and realized that he had to start treating the heart first, and then expel the poison from the brain. As a mosquito, it took his 2S level healing system 10 minutes to analyze it, which can be said to be a top-notch poisonous mosquito. But the strange thing is that although the poison is strong, it can only last for 12 hours. Not forever. It's just that the human body will cause big trouble if it goes crazy, so it still needs to be detoxified quickly. Xiaoshu's palms face each other, and then slowly pull apart. A unique healing pattern composed of white healing light condenses in the palms, which can specifically detoxify this poisonous mosquito. Then one hand holds the healing pattern and puts it into Xiaohua's heart. After a while, the red in Xiaohua's eyes quickly faded, and her tense body suddenly relaxed, covering her chest and breathing deeply. Xiaoshu took a deep breath, and her eyes were a little red. After Xiaohua recovered, she looked up and saw 9 pairs of eyes staring at her. "Oh my god! What are you doing? Why are you staring at me?" She struggled and found that she was tied up with chains. "Why are you tying me up? Are you going to use me to catch strange beasts?" Seeing her foolish look, the team members were relieved. Li Yu took back the chain, grabbed the fan that Shin Chinfu had brought her, and fanned herself. "You were going crazy just now. Did you know that?" Xiao Fei grabbed her hand and found that it was no longer swollen. "You scared us all. You almost beat brother Xiaoshu to death." Xiaohua's scalp tightened when she heard this. Beat her brother to death? Although she sometimes hit him without any lightness, she would never dare to beat her own brother to death. Xiaohua laughed dryly. "There is such a thing." She looked at Xiaoshu tentatively, but found that his face was livid. His eyes were burning. His hands were clenched into fists. He looked like he was going to eat someone. Xiaoshu raised his hand. Xiaohua shrank her neck. "Brother, let's talk it over nicely, and spare my life." She thought Xiaoshu would still give her a dunk, and she also knew that she had a problem. So she shrank her neck and waited for the dunk to come. But it didn't happen. When she opened her eyes again, she found that Xiaoshu was no longer standing in front of her. Instead, he sat back in his chair, turned his head to the side, expressionless and extremely indifferent. "Xiaohua, it's over. It's really over this time. My brother is angry. Live audience, it's over. It's really over this time. The cold face is so handsome." Chapter 230. This was Xiaoshu's real angry look, and it was the second time she saw it. The first time was when she was a child. She was disobedient and jumped into the river like other children who could swim. She almost drowned herself. It was her brother who pulled her out and gave her CPR before she spit out the water and woke up. When she woke up, she saw her brother crying. When he wiped her tears, he didn't scold her or teach her like before. Instead, he didn't talk to her for a long time. He was so cold that the whole world knew he was unhappy. But he ignored her anyway. After a few days, she was a little sad and asked her parents for help. As a result, when they went to persuade him, he even scolded his parents. He said, "If you can't teach your children well, don't give birth. My daughter almost drowned, and now you blame me for my bad attitude in saving people? Get out." My parents were kicked out just like that. That cold attitude made me dare not even speak loudly at home for several months. During that time, the new neighbor next door thought that the 4 of them were dumb. It was not until she apologized thousands of times, and repeatedly emphasized that she would never do that again, that he slowly returned to normal. Xiaohua walked over and came to Xiaoshu, admitting her mistake with a very good attitude. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was very wrong. I was guilty. Really. Please forgive me. Brother. Xiaoshu turned his head and looked to the other side, frowning, as if he didn't want to see her at all, still unwilling to communicate with her. Xiaohua pouted. She really didn't think so much. Woo-woo, the team members didn't say anything. But the sudden broadcasts broke the frozen atmosphere. 41 people from Liyuan Military Academy left. 22 people from Kata Military Academy left. 29 people from Sirius Military Academy left. 18 people from Lodkong Military Academy left. 21 people from Katano Military Academy left. 17 people from Galaxy Military Academy left. Shin Yoshing hurriedly pressed the communication button and connected with Lu Shi. After receiving the news, he said to the team, some people in the school team were accidentally attacked by these mosquitoes. The healing treatment takes a lot of time. So those members who were seriously injured had their teammates help them press the bracelet and withdraw from the field. Shin Shinfu asked, then it's not completely healed yet? Shin Yoshing nodded. According to Lu Shi, there were 130 people bitten and they are still being treated. After all, the detoxification of others was not as fast as Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu didn't want to pay attention to Xiaohua, but he didn't ignore the current situation. Then let's go and meet with the school team now, and I will help them treat them. As long as the toxins are analyzed, he can treat them as quickly as usual, without the need for secondary analysis. Okay. Lu Shi also gave me a general direction. We can just go there directly. Then you sit tight. Focusing on the general direction, Shin Shinfu raised the spacecraft to a high altitude and began to move forward quickly, teleporting from time to time. Soon they arrived at the location of the main team. Lu Shi erected a cross in the middle of the school team and deployed a barrier to protect the school team. It turned out that each team used a barrier to protect the team by themselves, because the light of his cross was too bright and would attract more mosquitoes. But those mosquitoes were more powerful than expected, and ordinary barriers could actually knock them open. But in this situation, there was nothing he could do. This mosquito must be a new mutant, which he had never seen before, with a red body and black stripes. Lu Shi saw the people from the Freedom 1 team teleporting in a spaceship, and began to envy Shin Shinfu again. What a clean superpower. But Xiaoshu is here, and these injured will recover soon. Although there is a 2S healing system in the team. He is a G1 level student who has just awakened not long ago, and many skills are not proficient in use. This is why level is important, but learning and training are also important. There are many important moves, skills, and experience that superpowers have to learn and accumulate, rather than being born with them. Even 3S needs a lot of practice to avoid wasting this mental power. When the team arrived, they saw that many people in the main team were tied up and lying on the ground, dirty all over, and roaring with their mouths open. Xiaohua was terrified to see them like this. Was she like this just now? No wonder his brother was so angry. Sometimes, the students who were busy with treatment would slip and fall accidentally, which was completely different from the clean and neat appearance of the Freedom 1 team. Shin Shinfu looked at this messy and inconvenient scene and activated his superpowers. A huge plane appeared under everyone's feet, lifting them up. The injured were no longer lying in the mud, but on a clean blue plane made of superpowers. Xiaoshu hurried to detoxify the injured. He was very fast, and could condense several detoxification patterns at a time and send them to the injured's body. Soon they calmed down. After regaining consciousness, they all forgot what they had just experienced. They only remembered being bitten by a mosquito, and it was very painful. Shin Yoshing saw that the problem was almost solved here, and looked towards Lu Shi. He found that he had actually called a water-based psychic to wash the mud for him. The mud and water would not stay on the plane of Shin Shinfu, but would fall down. He seemed to be really satisfied. He also asked Jasmine to ice a bottle of water for him, and after drinking it, he looked like everything was fine. His mental quality is really strong, and I have never seen him anxious. The audience in the live broadcast room began to sigh at Ina's speed. It has to be the Ina school team. All aspects are in place. The general commander is not panicked, and the healing system is awesome. Is the one in front of him doing some serious? I just went to see Kata on purpose, and I thought Ji-Che would be chased by mosquitoes stupidly. But I didn't expect it to be useful this time. He was the first to find that the mosquitoes were wrong. Lan Kong's Tujio was also very calm, and immediately used the sound-based psychic ability to strengthen the barrier and exorcise evil spirits. There were the least mosquitoes over there. Yes, Lan Kong's deputy team members left the field, and no one in the main team she led had any major problems. Ha ha ha. Didn't you go to see Kitano? I almost died of laughter. What happened to Kitano? The location of the Kitano school team. Mutua wanted to beat Eugenia up at the critical moment when the school team was attacked by mosquitoes. Eugenia didn't move at all, just staring at them in a panic. I don't know if he was in a good mood, but he said to Mutua, "Come on for you." Mutua was going crazy, but the people who were bitten quickly went crazy, and he had to subdue them without hurting the members. So he was very busy. His name was Eugenia, and this guy gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you did a good job. After all the poison people were tied up. Mutua asked him breathlessly. What are you doing here? Watching you guys. Then why did you just stand by and watch without doing anything? Eugenia asked sincerely. Didn't you tell me not to do anything and give everyone room to grow? I just held back and didn't move. Mutua, then it's hard for you to hold back? You left too much room for growth. Right? Unexpectedly, Eugenia put his arm around his shoulder, raised the corner of his mouth. It's okay. We're all brothers. I'm not tired. Mutua, Chapter 231. When Sirius encountered this situation, the main team had the most casualties. This mosquito could even bite through the combat uniform. It really had an iron mouth. Fortunately, the deputy team leader Lin Xian, who was a Thunder Master, reacted quickly and instantly opened an electric net to cover the school team tightly. The mosquitoes were electrocuted and crackled. It was like a super large electric mosquito swatter. This was also his sudden idea. The first time in history. What he didn't know was that netizens had given him a new title. The Prince of Electric Mosquitoes. It was just a bit smelly. The air was full of the burnt smell of mosquitoes that were electrocuted to ashes. But few people were bitten. And the deputy team was safe. Before, Ash's deputy team had not acted separately. So there was no problem. Several school teams have suffered different degrees of blows. And now they are all resting in teams. It is difficult to get out of the barrier for a while. What's more, it's not just the people who came to participate in the competition who were bitten. Obviously, all the noisy sounds just now stopped. But soon after the group of red mosquitoes appeared, the school team heard the sound of the beasts fighting. Shinfu teleported out to see once. The beasts that were bitten all had red eyes, and began to attack all creatures around them indiscriminately, including the same kind of beasts, until they killed the other party. They continued to frantically look for the next target. They beat themselves to death from exhaustion, and the red mosquitoes pounced on the beasts at the moment they died, sucking the blood of the exhausted and killed beasts. Shinfu returned to the school team and told Shin Yoshing the news. Shin Yoshing went to tell Lu Shi himself, and she didn't care about it. Lu Shi's cross protected the school team very well. There was no unpleasant smell from Lin Xian. The red mosquitoes would die immediately when they touched it. But other beasts didn't dare to come over. It was almost closed. Freedom 1 team leaned back in their chairs, watching the red mosquito group hitting the barrier boredly. Only Shinfu was there. She controlled the plane in the air with her fingers, swatting mosquitoes in groups of 2. One mosquito cake after another. Liu frowned. You can't finish swatting. Shinfu. I just hate mosquitoes. Mosquitoes shouldn't exist in the world. Liu, is there anyone in this world who likes mosquitoes? Look at what she said. But she saw Shinfu close her eyes and rest after not swatting for long. Yes, she caught at least 200 strange beasts that day. But she was very busy, when almost all the members of the school team were waiting and drowsy. Shinfu, Lu Shi, and Tujia suddenly opened their eyes. All the biting red mosquitoes around were gone. Slowly, the frog calls and strange bee sounds heard all day began to revive. At this time, Lin Xian and Eugenia looked around with some confusion. The next moment, 6 beams of light of different colors rushed out from several places far apart from the ground to the sky. They are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Several people understood instantly that these were the 6 destinations. The school team was also flashed by the changes of these beams of light that shot up into the sky. And all sleepiness disappeared. There were also people near the barrier pointing at the beasts passing by were fighting and exclaiming, Look! There are so many marked beasts. There were many, and the colors of the marks were different. For example, the barred owl that flew by had a yellow dot mark on its forehead. The otter beast that had just avoided the red mosquito and crawled out of the mud revealed a purple mark after rubbing its face with its hands. There was a red dot behind the leopard frog, and when it was about to jump over, it was framed and collected by Shinshinfu. It turned out that the mark would only be displayed at a specific time point, and it seemed that the set time was related to the appearance of the red mosquito. And not all marked beasts in this game were high-level beasts. But there was a big problem. That was the destination. The endpoints are all in different directions. So the school teams that are close to each other will definitely guard the endpoint closest to them, and not let others have the opportunity to put the alien beasts at the endpoint to points. The same is true for the Milky Way. The red endpoint is closest to the school team. Lu Shur immediately issued an order, and the main team first surrounded the red endpoint with all their strength, and took the alien beasts marked with red on the way to endpoints. But Shinshinfu didn't care what color it was. Put them all in space blocks. Specially sort them according to different colors and pile them up. The alien beasts shot down by others are also placed in her or another A-level space-related boy in the school team, so as to ensure efficiency and speed. However, they found that the red-marked alien beasts are still the most near the red endpoint. And there are other colors, but relatively less. The noisy swamp is now fighting everywhere. People and alien beasts fight. Alien beasts fight alien beasts. And people also fight. Because Tujia's main team and Kata's main team are both near the blue endpoint. They both want to seize this endpoint, since there was mud everywhere, and it was difficult to move. All members entered the mecha. But there is a disadvantage in entering the mecha. That is, it is too big, and small alien beasts will be scared away when they see it from a distance. So they have not used it before to find alien beasts. The two teams in the air are facing each other quietly, and next to them is the blue beam with a diameter of 50 meters and a height from the ground to the sky. Tujia's mecha is called Jingming, deep blue like the sea, and the flying wings flow like water. And Bai Ling's mecha is called Balloon, with a very low-key green fuselage, and the flying wings are in the shape of leaves, which can be thrown out one by one with a flick. This is the first time that the two commanders have faced each other in a competition. The live broadcast room started betting. I bet $5 on Bai Ling to win. Although he is a wood type, I have seen that his fighting is quite good before. Then I bet $10 on Tujia. Although she rarely fights, she can be seen to be very powerful in the last fight with Shinshinfu. What are you doing? You are just little girls. Who can you beat? Which desolate planet are you from? It has been more than 3,000 years since the new era. We are all the same. Tujia will win. The blue destination should belong to the children of the sea. Bai Ling, Bai Ling, Bai Ling. Tujia, Tujia, Tujia. Both sides started to attack at the same time. The school team members in the back started to fight, and the two commanders started to move last. Bai Ling turned his wrist, and the arm of the superpower mecha moved synchronously, shooting out several barrel-thick vines, attacking Tujia, trying to tie her up at once. Then Tujia just raised his hand and flicked it in the air a few times. The sound blade composed of superpowers was shot out with a sound of breaking through the air, and cut off his vines. Bai Ling was startled. Tujia's sound blade was much stronger than he thought. He felt that his vine was cut off easily like a carrot. But he must grab this blue destination. He raised his palms upwards, condensing a ball of green light in a lifting state. All the plants on the ground began to grow upwards crazily, and they were all controlled by him. Attacking Tujia. Tujia looked at the many plants that were about to wrap her up, and wanted to make a quick decision. She chuckled and pointed two fingers at her forehead. The field expanded. Chapter 232. All the people who were fighting saw a blue domain pattern appear under her feet. It was a circle of floating 5-line staves like water waves, with many notes on it. It was getting bigger and bigger, until the 66-layer domain was fully unfolded, emitting dazzling light in the air. Behind her, a mermaid made of energy appeared with the domain, holding a harp in her hand, humming with her eyes closed. She even disarmed the mecha and stood on the domain that held her up like water. Her ice blue eyes reflected the light of the domain, beautiful like a god. The live broadcast room was going crazy. What is this? I have never seen this skill before. Our school has not taught it either. At Supernatural Research Society. Come and see what this is. Here it comes. This is the domain of 3S. Oh my god. 3S? Who said Tujia couldn't win just now? Stand up. StarCraft 3S broke double digits. Fireworks x 10,000. Lu Shi and Xin Shenfu both felt this fluctuation. One was driving a mecha, and the other used teleportation to fly into the air, looking at the domain map at the edge of the blue endpoint in the distance. Xin Shenfu curled her lips. She guessed right. And Lu Shi looked at the domain map and was a little happy. Lu Shi, there is finally another 3S in the world. Could it be that his wish during this period has worked? He didn't think that it was a bad thing that Tujia, as a league opponent, was 3S level, because this was a very good thing for the StarCraft. Other school teams also stopped temporarily because of the energy fluctuations, and many people flew into the air to look at it. Lin Xian saw at a glance that this was the domain of 3S. Although it was rare, his father had shown him a video a long time ago, but it was very short and far from so clear. Ash, I didn't expect there would be a hidden 3S in the blue sky. Lin Xian thought for a while. This is the 10th 3S superpower in the StarCraft. Kitano was also watching. Yu Jianya asked Mutuo, what is that blue pattern? It's so stressful. Mutuo replied, that's the domain of 3S. It's very powerful. Only 3S can practice this skill. That's a pity. I hope I can be 3S in my next life. Don't think about it for now. Mutuo turned to him. If you meet 3S, don't leave room for the school team to grow. Try your best to save everyone's life. Near the purple light column not far from the blue light column, Deputy Captain Kata was also watching. Ji-Che exclaimed, oh my god. What is that? It's so beautiful. Eureka replied to him with despair. It seems a bit like the 3S level that our teacher mentioned before. The domain. Wow. Who is that? So powerful. Isn't Lu Shi the only 3S? Does his domain look like this? No. The blue end in that direction is probably Lancôme. I see. Then Ji-Che seemed to be gloating. The opponent is in big trouble. Haha. I don't know which military school is so unlucky. Eureka turned his head mechanically and laughed dryly. Hee. It seems to be Kata. Oh Kata. Ah? Kata? We are Kata. Then who is that person over there? Yeah. It's Bai Ling. Are you happy? Ji-Che said aggrievedly. No. No. Not happy. Then should we go help now? Eureka looked at the purple end not far from them and shook his head. No. We will take the purple end point directly. It may be difficult to grab it. Even if we take a step back, we still have to catch the monster. We have to save our strength. Based on Eureka's understanding of Bai Ling, if he can't beat him, he should run away quickly. That's true. Because the moment Bai Ling saw the expansion of this field, he felt that he was locked. It was as if he was under all-round surveillance, and every move could not escape the eyes of the other party. He threw hundreds of mecha light blades at Tujia, and at the same time, the towering plants growing on the ground continued to surge up. The leaves became as sharp as blades, and the vines were tougher than steel. Rushing in front of Tujia, Tujia played in the air, playing a song, and the sound arrow shot at Bai Ling from any position in her field, and the plants that grew above her field were all cut off with a wave of her hand. And the members of the Blue Sky main team within her field were all given bonuses, and their recovery speed and combat speed were much faster. The Kata main team gradually lost. Bai Ling tried his best to resist those sonic arrows, but every time he was hit by a sonic arrow, 3 layers of sonic booms would be triggered, and the layers were so strong that even his mecha was damaged. This couldn't go on. Bai Ling finally mobilized his special power, and the green light gathered in his hands, and he blasted towards Tujia with all his strength. It was his skill, Forest Devouring. This skill can grow a huge amount of hard trees, like a whirlpool, at the moment of hitting the opponent, and entangle the opponent in it. Tujia had already composed 10 5-line scores to deal with him. With a wave of his hand, the 5-line scores hit his huge green light ball like a light ribbon. The two collided, and an extremely dazzling blue-green light burst out in the air. This light almost illuminated half of the noisy swamp. At the same time, everyone heard a string of extremely beautiful music. The melody was fresh and natural, making people feel as if they were in a refreshing forest. The main team members fighting around the two were blown away in the air by this energy. When the energy calmed down, they saw Bai Ling, who was also blown away, and his mecha was also scarred. Tujia did not change at all. At most the wind messed up his hair. Bai Ling immediately recognized the situation and issued an order. Everyone follow me to retreat to the purple end and meet with the deputy team. Tu Jiao looked at the retreating Kata main team and regained some confidence. Yes, it is impossible that everyone has the domineering and unreasonable ability of Shinshinfu. She released the domain and led the main team to surround the blue end. At the bottom of the finish line, there was a 50-meter diameter array that glowed toward the sky. So the beasts should be placed on the array. She asked people to take out the blue marked beasts they caught along the way and put them on the array. The marks on the beasts disappeared, and the map card showed that the blue sky team had added 10 points. She ordered, "The school team uses the strongest barrier to protect the entire array, and no one can break in. The injured should be treated first, and half of the uninjured should follow me to catch the beasts." The school team put all the dozens of beasts they caught along the way, and found that the bonus points were the same. 10 points per beast regardless of the level. Blue Sky quickly added 670 points. At this time, Inha also caught beasts along the way, and finally reached the red finish line. The school team was about to go over, but was stopped by Lu Shi with a gesture, because there was something in the muddy water in front of them. Chapter 233. Lu Shixian threw a huge cross to the finish line to protect the finish line and prevent it from being snatched away by other teams. The school team members stared at their feet carefully. Now they were above a wider river channel, and the floating and sinking space plane extended all the way to the red finish line. At this time, something seemed to be passing quickly in the water below, going around the front to the middle of the team. But it was not clear. They did not dare to act rashly. When the water surface below calmed down, they just breathed a sigh of relief. And suddenly a huge white snake head appeared under the water, with its mouth wide open at the feet of the school team. Everyone's breath was choked, because there were more than 20 school team members standing at the position where the giant python bit. They were frightened with confusion and fear by this terrifying mouth more than 10 meters wide, and could not move. Just when the giant python was about to bite the plane to swallow all the team members, a space block appeared out of thin air and stuffed into the snake's mouth. It couldn't close its mouth, and naturally couldn't swallow the school team members. The people above were reminded by other members to run away quickly. In just a few seconds, the people just ran away, and it bit the space block to pieces. It found that it could not eat meat, and its pure black cunning eyes became even colder. It turned its eyeballs and stared at the area with the most people. It wanted to come up, but was blocked by a Shinshinfu plane. So it began to hit with its head. When it hit, more parts of its body were exposed, and the scales on its head and back did not look like a snake, but a crocodile. When it hit, Shinshinfu used the space block to protect the school team members and flew into the air. Then, when it hit with all its strength, it directly removed part of the plane, and it appeared in front of the school team intact. And everyone looked over. This is a white beast with a python head, a body that looks a bit like a lizard, but the skin is crocodile skin. People who know it only realized it when they saw its whole body. It is a white crocodile python. According to its size, it is a super high-level beast. This swamp should have been cleared by the military district, and Shinshinfu has never found any special level or higher level beasts. Shinshinfu still doesn't like snakes. No matter if they are crocodiles or pythons, they are still snake heads. She wants to kill it just by looking at it. She thinks this is probably a stress response caused by the extreme disgust of the evil bone snake. The white crocodile python spit out its tongue, and its head quickly turned, locking onto a space block in the air. The members who reacted quickly began to use their superpowers to attack it. But the white crocodile python had thick skin and flesh, and it didn't even get scratched when it was hit. The white crocodile python bit the space block, and Shinshinfu immediately attacked. In the blink of an eye, 3 space thorn dragons appeared. One blocked him, and the other 2 began to bite him. Lu Shi was originally ready to draw his sword, but seeing this scene, he stopped and waved his hand, asking everyone to follow him into the barrier to protect the red end point. As for the white crocodile python, Shinshinfu is a 3S, a mere super high-level beast. There is definitely no problem. He even shouted, "Shinshinfu, send all the players up there to the finish line." After she sent everyone down, only Team Freedom 1 was left outside. The others did not delay, and immediately started to beat the little monsters to score points. They also thought that it was Team Freedom 1. There would be no problem. Team Freedom 1 looked at them with trusting eyes. Are you trusting us too much? But in the end, not even all the team members were used. Xiao Fei drove the power to the white crocodile python and said, "Stay still for 1 minute." The white crocodile python's original biting and resisting action immediately stopped. And it stopped there, and let Shinchinfu attack. Shinchinfu did not miss this opportunity. Opened its mouth, and directly pierced its body with a space thorn. Liu was surprised. Xiao Fei, you can even pause the alien beasts. So amazing. After saying that, she began to feel sad. Such a cute, smart and powerful sister will actually be Shin Yoshing's sister in the future? What kind of shit luck did this guy have? Thinking of this, she glared at Shin Yoshing, who was confused and had no idea how he had offended her. Shinchinfu didn't want this white crocodile python, but it was already killed. TSK. I wanted a water classmate to help wash it, so I used the space block to drag its more than 100-meter long body to the finish line. It was like an old man who dragged a big fish home. As soon as I rinsed it, I found something wrong. There is a mark on its tail. Several people looked over. Yes, it is, but it is not red, but orange. Shinchinfu didn't care about these for the time being. After rinsing it, he put it into the space world and placed it in the pile of alien beasts found in the swamp this time. After she and another space type placed the red marked beasts in their hands on the finish line, Ina quickly added points and scored 830 points at once. Because many of the beasts that Shinchinfu had fought during the day also showed marks after they were taken out. After adding points, she took them back. Those that she had carefully selected couldn't be thrown away. After another 2 or 3 hours of hard work, Shin Yoshing looked at the countdown. There were only 9 hours left. In this situation, there was no time to rest. Liu used the dark chain to pick up a big turtle that was still struggling and yawned. Don't we have any faster way? Do we have to kill these monsters? It takes so much time. The monsters that had been bitten by the red mosquitoes before always attacked other monsters, and they had to stop them first. How fresh. Monsters fight, and people stop them. It's really hard work. And now no matter what color they are, they have to be kept. And they have to find Shinchinfu and pack them for her, which is a waste of time. Zhao Chengcheng looked like she had just finished planting rice and got up to dry herself. But if we don't kill them, they will hurt us. How can we get them to the end? When Shinchinfu heard them say this, he suddenly thought of a move that he had only used once, the space bubble array. Maybe it will work. She activated her supernatural power and unfolded a blue space circle that could blow bubbles. And many bubbles flew out immediately. Shinchinfu moved her mind, and a bubble floated to the side of Liu. Liu tried to put the big turtle in with the chain, and it was really put in, and it flew to the end point automatically with it. So convenient. When the school team members saw this operation, they were amazed and threw the alien beasts in their hands alive into the space bubble. The small alien beasts wanted to get out but couldn't. Soon, a string of living alien beasts with red marks flew to the red end point, and once they landed on the ground, the map card would add points. So there is no need to kill them. Just rush in or throw them in. Great. How efficient we will be this way. It just so happens that some small alien beasts don't have much attack power, and I don't really want to kill them. The school team saw hope and worked harder. After that, Shinchinfu continued to create bubbles until her bubbles were floating in a radius of 2 kilometers. Some unlucky monsters would bump into it and be contained. Chapter 234. The school team catches the monsters, and Shinchinfu puts them at the finish line to add points. After the points are added, the mark disappears and the bubble will break. She then uses a long space block to make a one-way route for them to leave. The monsters with other color marks are all contained in bubbles and fly back to her. The reason why they are not put into space is to be prepared for the worst. If a special monster goes crazy and breaks the bubble and knocks down her shelf, the situation will be serious. That won't work. The Galaxy main team now looks like a perfect assembly line. Everyone has their own work to do. A team is sent to fight the monsters with higher levels. Although the points are all 10 points regardless of the level, the monsters with higher levels have strong attack power and will affect the operation of the assembly line. The deputy team is looking for monsters with red marks nearby and gathering at the finish line. The main team swept one by one, and when there were more than 6 hours left in the countdown, the score increased to more than 3,000 points. Now the score is only comparable to Long Kong, because they also found that they didn't need to kill the monsters to get extra points. In this case, they could just use their sound abilities to control them to walk to the finish line. They didn't have to catch them themselves. Other school teams didn't have such a good way to catch them collectively. So they still had to knock out or kill the monsters before they could gather them together and bring them back to the finish line. Most of them only had more than 1,000 points. Relatively speaking, Sirius caught a lot, because Lin Xian fainted with an electric shock, and the school team followed behind to pick out the monsters with orange marks. And now they had almost 2,000 points. It's just that it's not easy to transport, and some large monsters still need several mechas to transport them back to the finish line. A new round of speculation began in the live broadcast room. Is it Longkong or Inha this time? I think it's Longkong. Didn't you see those monsters lining up to walk towards them? It's like they lost their souls. Haha. But I think Inha's monster assembly line is also very fast. Don't say it. After just a few hours, the Inha school team has a class atmosphere. When both vice teams reached the finish line, Inha added more than 1,500 points. A total of 4,520 points. Which means that in the previous few hours, Inha caught 452 marked red beasts. But the speed slowed down later, because the red beasts were almost hard to see. The same is true for Longkong. When the blue marked beasts added more than 4,000 points, it was hard to find them. Now they can only give up this finish line and look for beasts marked with other colors. Or, they can only send people out to bring back blue beasts from other color finish areas farther away. But neither is the best way. However, Inha quickly decided to leave the red finish line, because Shin Shinfu stacked another 1,000 layers of space blocks, framing the entire red finish line, ensuring that no one could put the beast in a short time. This is the best way. The whole school team began to move towards the orange finish line on the side, rushing all the way to catch them. Unfortunately, the orange finish line is now occupied by Sirius. 2 hours later, the deputy team of Sirius and half of the main team went to a slightly farther location to catch the monsters. Only Duan Tao and 300 members of the main team were guarding the finish line. Duan Tao had been looking forward to eliminating the Freedom 1 team before, and now he came here on a spaceship. Before he could see clearly, a 100-meter-long white crocodile python fell from the sky and hit their barrier heavily. The barrier immediately shattered, and the white crocodile python fell on the pattern. And the Milky Way added 10 points. When he looked up, he actually saw dozens of large and small spaceships in the sky. The main team used a large ship with 100 people. The deputy team used a spaceship with 50 people. And there were scattered small ships with 10 people. They moved forward in the air without power. And there were densely packed round things following behind, which were not very clear. It was outrageous. They actually had so many spaceships? Isn't this a competition field? Duan Tao immediately contacted Lin Xian and Ash. Bring the team back quickly. Milky Way is coming. But he guessed wrong. And there was no intention to fight. But it was too late. Shin Shinfu directly set up a portal in the air, connecting to the orange end point where the barrier had just been broken, and then transmitted all the orange beasts alive in the bubble, as well as those killed by the school team in the space block, to the end point through the portal, then unlocked the bubble. After hundreds of different kinds of beasts were released, they began to attack the main team members around them. They were unable to dodge, and many of them were knocked away. Duan Tao was furious and wanted to fight with them. But before they could enter the mecha, the people of Galaxy ran away quickly. Xiaohua also waved to the main team of Sirius, who was in a mess below. Bye. Bye. When the deputy team of Sirius came back, many people in the main team were injured again, all caused by the attacks of so many beasts. Longkong originally saw that Galaxy had not gained any points in the past 2 hours, and worked hard to surpass them by more than 200 points. Unexpectedly, more than 1,000 points were suddenly added. Tujia almost wanted to curse, but her manners made her swallow it back. Shin Shinfu. It must be Shin Shinfu. What did she do? If someone in the live broadcast room could hear her thoughts, they would tell her she has built an assembly line and is now sending it to another quality inspection station. But now, even if she takes the beast to another destination, she is not sure that she can quickly add points. In the end, she decided to guard the blue destination and go to a farther place to search for the blue beast herself. Other school teams did not search an area as quickly as they did, so they did not have time to find that there were only about 500 beasts with the same color mark near a destination, and the maximum score was 5,000 points. If you want to find the same color beast, you can only go to other areas. After Inha left Xylus from the orange destination, he went down to catch beasts all the way, But this time, he excluded the beasts with red and orange marks. Nearly 2 hours passed. And there were only 2 hours left in the countdown. Inha took the spaceship to the yellow destination of Li Yuan. This time Lucier threw a cross directly down and broke through their barrier. Shin Shinfu skillfully teleported the yellow-marked beast over. And the Li Yuan team instantly became chaotic. But they quickly patted their butts and left. They slipped away very quickly. Ning Chung stepped on a black-faced duck with one foot. And with its quacking sound, he raised his middle finger to the galaxy team that was quickly moving away in the sky. He was slapped down by the deputy commander Li Shizi next to him. What are you doing? It's live now. You are the commander-in-chief. Don't we Li Yuan have any face? Ning Chung grabbed his arm that seemed to be broken. Do you think it's very face to break my hand? Li Shizi laughed dryly when she heard this. Go to work quickly, respected commander-in-chief. She took out the map card, which showed that Li Yuan's total score was now 6th. She almost gritted her teeth. Look, it's the last one again. Ning Chung pouted and muttered. Let's go. Can he be blamed for this? Their mechas are all the oldest models. And the school is really poor. The planet has not completely escaped poverty. And the school has a small population. This is the first time that Li Yuan has entered the points competition in 100 years. It is a blessing from God that he can work hard all the way to the finals. Chapter 235 8 consecutive wins. Tu Jia finally led the team to other areas to retrieve the alien beasts and added more than 1,000 points. Just surpassing the Milky Way. Suddenly, I saw that they added more than 1,000 points. Inwardly, I shouted, Shin Shinfu. Ah! Twice in a row. No points were added for 2 hours. And then more than 1,000 points were added directly. Which means that they have given up the original destination and went to other destinations. But in such a short time, did they classify all the alien beasts? Those alien beasts were fighting after being bitten by red mosquitoes. And they did not have such a strong ability to control the alien beasts. So Shin Shinfu must have thought of some way. Suddenly, she thought of the strange space bubble when she came to steal Hongyu before. Could it be that trick they used? Sun Yao also thought that they might have given up the original destination. And asked, Commander-in-Chief, Ina's destination should have been abandoned. Should we go there? Tu Jia shook his head. Have you forgotten the 1,000-layer space block that Shin Shinfu set up in the cemetery last time? When she ran over and opened her space block, the game would probably be over. After all, there were only more than 2 hours left, and the two destinations were far away. Tu Jia calmed down. It's okay. Lead the team to another area to control the alien beasts. Now the school team should know what they are doing, and will take precautions in advance. We will also arrange people to guard the destination from the air, and prevent Inha from breaking the barrier. Yes. When Inha arrived at the green destination where Kitano was, it was almost dawn. And it was exactly as Tu Jia said. Kitano's entire main team flew in the air, surrounding the entire destination. And there was a layered barrier below. The Kitano school team was on full alert, waiting for Inha to come. Yu Jinya saw the alien beast bubble following the Inha school team in the mecha. And the alien beast inside was still moving. Mutu. Look! How come they have so many beasts? And they are divided by color. Mutu, is it time to sigh at their strength now? I told you. Don't leave any room. Attack with all your strength. Oh, Yu Jinya really doesn't understand Mutu. He always thinks one thing after another. He was the one who said not to attack at the beginning. And now he is the one who said to attack with all his strength. Alas, only he, a childhood friend, can tolerate Mutuo's fickle personality. However, Galaxy's efficiency is not just talk. They saw a flashing and powerful sword thrown from the big spaceship in the front. Like a white stream of light, it passed through the school team in an instant and pierced the barrier on the ground in an instant. The barrier suddenly exploded, and the energy fluctuations shocked the school team members on the ground back a long way. That's right. Lucier just threw his sword of judgment casually. He also clapped his hands casually. The sword of judgment disappeared after piercing the barrier. And it didn't even stick into the mud. Because even if it was a supernatural weapon, he didn't want to get it dirty. The Bay school team was stunned for a moment. And all rushed up. Shin Shinfu took the opportunity to open the portal and teleport all the green-marked beasts. They didn't even have time to unfold his supernatural power. And Inha's score was already added. And he ran away quickly. Yu Jinyao looked at Mutuo, who suddenly stopped halfway through flying, and was a little confused. Mutuo, Why don't you chase him? What are you chasing? The points have been added. They retreated with a low momentum. I thought they would fight. But I didn't expect that the points would be added so smoothly. And they ran so skillfully. They are the school team. Right? Lucier looked at the card in his hand. The current score situation is Inha, 7880. Longkong, 6140. Xylus 4890. Bay, 4770. Kata, 4690. Quinoa, 4650. Stable. The school team is very relieved. Shinshinfu controlled the spaceship to the blue end point, thinking that at least the alien beasts with blue marks that had been found should be released. However, after a night of hard work, the school team was tired. Everyone sat or leaned against the spaceship, with the breeze blowing on their faces, which was a good place to sleep. Suddenly, a light appeared in the sky. It was the morning sun. At the moment of dawn, the 6 end-point beams all disappeared, and the marks on the alien beasts all faded. The alien beasts fighting and biting below gradually returned to normal. Xiaoshu knew that this was the 12-hour deadline for the red mosquito toxin. Seeing this, the school team finally laid down limply. Oh my god! Factory life feels so difficult. The factory should not work all night. Hey, you don't know this? There are many unscrupulous bosses. One person yawned. And as a result, the whole team yawned. Many people fell asleep while listening to the broadcast. At the end of the 8th round, Inha ranked first. Longkong ranked second. Xylus ranked third. Kitano ranked fourth. Kata ranked fifth. And Liyuan ranked sixth. The points were 10, 8, 6, 4, and 2 respectively. The last place did not get any points. The current total points ranking is Inha 40, Longkong 26, Xylus 20, Kata 16, Kitano 14, and Liyuan 4. At this moment, only one person was still very energetic. That was Shinshinfu. After she let go of those she didn't like and those living creatures that looked like ordinary creatures, she began to count her new collection. There were 391 of them. 2 shelves of different sizes were set up. It was a great harvest. During this period, she also secretly set up a space anchor point in a hidden place. After the competition, all the school teams took the starship back. They slept on the ground with their legs spread out, because there was a lot of mud on their bodies, and they didn't want to make the starship seats too dirty. Only the Galaxy team didn't touch the swamp mud throughout the whole process, and sat together peacefully. But this time the team atmosphere was a little different, because Xiaoshu had been ignoring Xiaohua and didn't want to pay attention to her. In fact, Shin Yoshing didn't agree with this kind of cold treatment. He had been treated coldly by his brother, and it felt really bad, like a blunt knife grinding people. But no one was qualified to interfere in their family affairs. He couldn't say anything. This time, Galaxy's 8 consecutive wins pushed the heat of the game to the peak. As long as she is not the last one in the last 2 games, the championship will definitely belong to the Galaxy Military Academy. After watching the live broadcast, many small materials were derived. Shinshinfu's popularity is still unabated and is getting higher and higher. A small number of her fans began to suspect that her level is not 2S. After all, she snatched Hongyu from the 3S level 2 jaw last time. And this time, she was able to support the entire school team to fly for so long. And the precision of the space bubble was even better than before. But this speculation was ridiculed by some black fans. Shinshinfu is amazing, but 3S is a bit far-fetched. Yes, where did so many 3S come from? With 2Jia, there are now 10, which is still relatively large. Fans really like to brag. Just say she is a god-level superpower. I dare not brag about this. It is said that god-level superpowers only appeared 1,000 years ago. It is not certain whether it is true. Fuchi Mushroom should be more low-key in the future. This statement really attracts black. Fukagu was very angry when she saw these negative comments, but she had no basis to fight back. After all, she had never used the domain. Chapter 236 Kinjioxing. Since the league only lasted 1 day, the school team had 2 days off. At dawn, Xiaoshu quietly opened the door with his bag on his back, ready to go home. As a result, he was stopped by Xiaohua, who was standing at the door with dark circles under her eyes. Her tone was a little pleading. Brother, I go back with you. We all have to go home anyway. Xiaoshu glanced at her lightly, without any intention of replying, and continued to walk forward. But Xiaohua didn't want him to go alone. So she stretched out her leg and stepped on the wall, but accidentally lost her strength. With a bang, a pit sank into the wall. The team members who were originally in the room opened the door one after another, with a messy hair, and looked at the confrontation between the two in a daze. Xiao Chengcheng rubbed his eyes and asked, "Where are you two going to go before dawn? Aren't you not training these 2 days?" With so many people watching, Xiaohua didn't retract her legs. Replied, "My mother's birthday is coming up, and we have time these 2 days, so we plan to go home. Besides, Qingyu Star is not far from Guangya Star, and we can get there in 2 or 3 hours. So where are you now?" Xiaohua looked at Xiaoshu aggressively, and he was still looking ahead with empty eyes, as if he was blind. "He doesn't want to go back with me, and I'm trying to reason with him." Xiao Chengcheng, "You call this reasoning? Your legs are almost stepping into the wall." Li Yu didn't think too much, leaning against the door, with a cup of tea in her hand. She was a little curious. "Qingyu Star? This name is similar to Qingyu Star. Is it fun?" During this period, except for going to the mall once before, she has been in Lianming village, and she is almost suffocating. Xiaohua thought for a moment. "It's okay. It's a habitable planet. It's definitely not as prosperous as the capital planet, but it also has 4 seasons, just earlier than the capital planet. When it's winter on the capital planet, the winter on Qingyu Star has already passed. It should be the Kite Festival recently." "Kite Festival?" Li Yu was interested after hearing this and looked at Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, do you want to go to the Kite Festival?" Xiao Fei nodded. "Let's think about it. How about we go to Qingyu Star together to celebrate Aunt Xia's birthday, and then go to see the Kite Festival?" After saying that, she looked at the Xia brothers and sisters. "Is it okay?" Li Yu didn't feel that she would disturb the family reunion at all, and was already looking forward to the journey. Xiaohua pulled her legs back. "You guys, go to my house? This is not impossible. What do you think, brother?" Xiaoshu turned around and replied to Li Yu, "I have no objection." Li Yu happily decided. "Okay, then it's decided. You wait a moment. We set off together then." She drove the team members back to the room to pack up, but Shin Fu fell asleep against the door again after such a while. Li Yu poked her face. Hey, get up. We're leaving." Shin Fu opened his eyes a little and nodded. Without even hearing where he was going, he went in to pack up. Xiao Kai was very envious when she saw that everyone was going out to play. She ran back to the room and grabbed Xiao Fei's arm and shook it. It meant that she wanted to go too. Xiao Fei knew what she was thinking at a glance, so he grabbed it and shook it, indicating that he agreed to let it go. Everyone in Hua started to pack up. Xiao Kai even carried a small pink bag across her body, which was very cute. 4 hours later, the team that bought gifts arrived at Qingyu Star. Since they were in Li Wedding's special compartment when they took the flying boat, no one had seen their faces before. However, as soon as they landed, the whole transportation station was boiling. Even if everyone was wearing sunglasses, it was easy for the fans who had been following the game to find out their identities. "Look! Is that the Freedom 1 team over there? It seems real. Aren't they on Guangyu Star? Why did they come to our little planet? Are they here to see the Kite Festival as well? Thank you, my boss, for asking me to come here on a business trip. Woohoo! What is that colorful rose doll? Is it a new version of the robot? There are also ones in this shape. I searched for the same model." Some people immediately video called their families. "Mom and Dad, I've made it. I met the Freedom 1 team." Groups of fans gathered together and began to shout slogans. "Xiaofu, Xiaofu. I surrender to you. Wait for the wind to stop. Wait for the rain to stop. Cici, you are the first place." It was so lively that it caused a traffic jam. Fortunately, the Li family's business is far away, and the family bodyguards here have been waiting on the side. They stood in 2 rows, blocking the fanatical fans outside and protecting the team as they walked outside. However, with so many people, problems still occurred during the pushing and shoving. A girl was accidentally pushed down by the people who were squeezed together and was stepped on several times in an instant. So she shouted for help. However, at this time, the field was full of screams and slogans, as well as the discussions of people who were unaware of the situation at the traffic station. And the sounds were noisy and mixed together. Except for the people around her, it was hard to notice her. Just when the people around her were squeezed, and several legs were about to step on her, a blue light flashed in front of her, and a circular space protected her. This space ball has no sharp parts, and will not hurt others. Seeing this, the people around her became quiet, and dared not speak. All stared blankly at the people in front of them, and some covered their mouths, and dared not speak. The girl was still in a state of high tension, and suddenly found that there was no sound around her. She looked up with some fear and confusion. It turned out that it was Shinshinfu standing in front of her. He also reached out, and pulled her up. Before leaving, she gently said, "Be careful to avoid stampedes." In another blink of an eye, she teleported back to the team. The fans looked at each other, their hearts pounding, and the next round of screams almost overturned the roof. Hot search of the day. Freedom 1 team landed on Qingyu Star. Shinshinfu helped the fallen fan. They even went to the Qingyu Star Kite Festival. Why don't you come? A lot of on-site photos were also attached. When the team sat on the aircraft and looked down, they could still see a large number of fans waving below. Xiaoshu turned off his light brain and told everyone, "My mother has prepared the meal. It may be a bit too much. Don't be too surprised." Liu leaned back in her chair, not having much idea of this a lot. She couldn't imagine how much. After all, she could arrange a large table for breakfast before. The aircraft soon arrived at a relatively remote community. The houses here are well planned, and the residential area is a row of two-story buildings. Although they are not big, they are not small either. But the buildings look a bit old. There are fruit trees and flower trees everywhere. It is a good season now, with flowers blooming on the branches and fragrance all the way. The team stood at the door of Xia's house waiting for Xiaoshu to open the yard door. Liu was a little excited at this moment. "This is my first time visiting a classmate's home." Shinshinfu, "Me too." Cici, "Me too." Shin Yoshing, "Me too." Nei, "Me too." Shall I, "Me too." Xiao Chengcheng, "Eh. Do all of you art students like loneliness so much?" Several people followed him into the yard, and Xiaoshu knocked on the door to remind him. "Mom, we're back." "Hey, we're here." There was a sound of footsteps inside, and the door opened. The team saw the smiling Xia mother, and not far behind her, the food that was piled from somewhere all the way to the living room. Chapter 237, Xia Family. Although Mother Xia was in her 40s, she looked very young, with a smile as bright as a sunflower, and invited them in. When they got closer, they could see clearly that she had connected several long tables together, from the dining room to the living room, almost to the stairs. Each food was piled up like a small mountain, which looked like a banquet. So enthusiastic. After several people changed their shoes and went in, they introduced themselves to her. Mother Xia smiled and said, "I know everything. I'm watching your game." Then she went forward and hugged everyone. When Shinshinfu was hugged tightly, what she thought in her mind was, "Annie's hands are really strong." She couldn't catch her breath just now. Liu was very polite in front of female elders. "Auntie, we brought you gifts. Please accept them." Shinshinfu took out everyone's gifts, thinking that she might not be able to take them all, and piled them together. But Mother Xia lifted all the gifts up with one hand. The tone was still very relaxed. "Come on, and bring so many gifts." "Thank you, Auntie." "Team, Auntie, there is also a super heavy massage chair in here." Xiaohua explained to everyone. "She is a physical type. B-level. She is much stronger than ordinary people." In the end, Shinshinfu took out Liu's gift, because there was no packaging box. He took it out separately. It was a flower tree, and the tree was made of gold, 1 person tall, and the tree was full of flowers. When Liu saw it, she was amazed and said to the Xia brothers and sisters, "Look, this tree, these flowers. Isn't it talking about you too? Your mother will definitely like it. I bought it." Mother Xia couldn't believe it. Whose child gives a golden tree as a gift? Are students so generous nowadays? No. I can't accept it. It's too expensive. Cisa's eyebrows curved. "It's okay, Auntie. The tiles in Liu's house are all made of gold." Liu rolled her eyes. "You are imagining some weird things all day long." She said it as if it were true. "It's just inlaid with diamonds. It doesn't match the decoration style if it's all gold." After Xia's mother carefully placed the golden tree, everyone sat down to eat. Xiaoshu and Xiaohua obviously had a problem, because the table was so long, and they sat at the two ends, one in the dining room and the other in the living room. As soon as their eyes met, they looked away. Everyone knew something was wrong. But the single-line Xia's mother didn't notice it, and kept saying, "Okay, give the seat to your classmates to eat. The child is really sensible now." Some people, question mark. What do you call this sensible? The 8 people in the team were sitting face to face. Or they could say they were not facing each other, because there was a mountain of food in front of them. Shrimp, crab, fish, meat, chicken and duck, piled up full. Even with this configuration, Xia's mother said embarrassedly, "I didn't prepare much. I hope you don't dislike it and enjoy it." Next, Xiahua and Xia's mother began to eat, looking exactly the same. Eat like crazy. Xiaoshu finally smiled at his mother and sister, who were no longer troubled by money. Because in fact, it was only after he awakened his superpowers that life became better. Originally, the family was pretty good, and the family of 4 lived happily on Chiyu Star. He only needed to take care of Xiahua. But after his father died in an aircraft accident, there was suddenly a gap in the house. There was always wind blowing in, and the candlelight was shaking and flickering, as if it could go out at any time. The mother of the physical system has been engaged in the work of moving goods, but she is too strong, and if she is not careful when transporting goods, she will accidentally damage other people's goods. So sometimes she not only does not make money, but even loses money. But she was optimistic and always felt that nothing mattered. She still worked very hard and would come back late at night every day. At that time, the family could not even make ends meet. In order to raise their tuition, her mother did her best. How could the family have so much food now? The original house was sold. Fortunately, there was this small building left by her grandparents. So he went to various places to work part-time. But he was too young at the time, and could only do odd jobs, and did not make much money. The situation changed after awakening, because he could help people heal. Not long after he went to the capital star, the boss of the underground trading city, Jean, heard his name and personally asked him to cooperate. After that, when he was free, he helped the injured bounty hunters to heal collectively. The money earned from 2 or 3 treatments was more than his mother's annual salary. Xiahua no longer had to worry about tuition and living expenses at home. He pretended to have dug up the inheritance left by his grandparents. And his mother and Xiahua actually believed it. The two hugged each other and cried bitterly. A large table of food was prepared that day, and he realized then that his mother and Xiahua had never been full before. But he, who had the smallest appetite, seemed to eat the least, but was the only one who was full. Fortunately, he could now stuff the whole family to death. There is only one problem. That is, he used to fight with Xiahua for food, and now both of them like to eat alone behind each other's back. But this is also thanks to Shinshinfu, the big boss. Thinking of this, he looked over, and Shinshinfu noticed that his eyes looked up from the pile of chicken legs. Xiaoshu smiled sincerely at his living god of wealth, and his mouth shape was, "Eat more." At this time, Nai suddenly showed the routines in the system that he didn't know where he learned. Pick up the soda and raise the glass to congratulate. On the good day of Auntie's birthday, let's raise the glass together and wish Auntie a happy birthday. Good health. Happy and happy. Eating delicious food and walking on the golden road. Hey! This child speaks as sweetly as honey. Several people stood up, swallowed the meat in their mouths, and raised their glasses to clink. But they couldn't touch each other because they were too far away. The atmosphere instantly became hot after drinking together. Xiaokai also picked up a cup and poured soda on her head. After pouring, her whole body was waving. So refreshing. Liu sat down and whispered, "Nei, you will work for the federal government in the future." Nei waved his hand. "Who knows? Maybe I will open a handyman shop in the future to help others find things. And life will be good." Cece was digging deep into the shrimps and crabs, peeling them quickly with her hands. Xiao Lai was clumsy and couldn't peel a crab for a long time. His hand slipped, and a crab claw flew into Cece's bowl. He spoke fluently all of a sudden. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it." Cece saw that he didn't eat any meat for a long time, and she was disgusted. She handed him a piece she had just peeled from her plate. "Take it and eat it. Don't throw it in my face later." Xiao Lai lowered his head and silently ate the full plate of crab meat that Cece had just peeled, thinking that he must learn to peel it himself next time. When they finished eating, everyone in the team had a round stomach. They had eaten half of so much food. After a long rest, they supported each other and walked out of the Xia family and set off for the Kite Festival. Chapter 238 Kite Festival. When we arrived at the Kite Festival venue, there were already a lot of people. Xiaohua murmured. Strange. It seems that there weren't so many people before. However, this time the team wore hats and masks to avoid being recognized. After all, there were too many fans at the traffic station before. If there was congestion here again, it would affect the experience of others. This is a very wide grassland. There is no obstruction to the sky. It is windy. The temperature is suitable. And the sun is warm, which is very suitable for flying kites. Shinshinfu stood on the grass and took a deep breath. The fragrance of the grass in the air made her feel happy. Looking up, there is a blue sky and many strange kites. Some big, some small, and in different colors. There are some abstract ring kites, as well as concrete mecha kites, dragon kites, octopus, phoenix, koi, whales, and cockroaches. Shinshinfu didn't understand this kite. Liu also saw it, pointing at the big cockroach in the sky and screaming, "Ah! Who is it? Who would fly a cockroach kite? I can't stand it." A middle-aged man wearing flip-flops, an old white vest and shorts glanced at her and said lightly, "Pretty girl, you can fly anything during the Kite Festival." Liu couldn't say anything to a stranger, so she could only turn her back, but saw Zhao Chengcheng clasping his hands together and bowing, as if he was praying to something. Looking over, there was a god of wealth flying in the sky. Zhao Chengcheng was still muttering, "Pray to the god of wealth. Please give me a lot of money." Liu, This is the Kite Festival, right? The most speechless one is Xiao Kai, who also ran over with a big leaf, stood beside Zhao Chengcheng and followed him to worship the god of wealth. Looking pious. Why do you need so much money if it's not just you? Don't you just need to drink water? Liu, come and choose a kite. She was in a daze when Shinshinfu walked to a small stall and called her over. Every kite in this stall is designed and handmade by himself, so the price is much more expensive than other stalls. At least one kite costs several thousand yuan. Xiaohua took a breath of cold air when she saw it. "Boss, your price is too high." The boss is an old man with a white beard, sitting casually on a small stool. There is a young man in white clothes next to him, lowering his head to arrange the kites next to him. He looks no more than 14 or 15 years old, so he should be his grandson. The old man glanced at her. "Little girl, you get what you pay for. Don't you understand?" But after saying this, he turned his head to the side, muttering, "Poor guy. Don't buy it if you can't afford it." "What did you say?" Xiaohua clenched her fists. At this time, Shin Yoxing ran over and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's okay. Whichever one you like. I buy it." Shinshinfu glanced at him. Shin Yoxing was staring at him with burning eyes, as if he was looking forward to her choosing one and spending some money on him. She didn't want to disappoint him either, so she glanced at him and pointed at the black cathead kite that the young man in white was holding in his hand. "I want that one." Liu came over and was unhappy, sniffing softly. She was happy to spend her brother money, and she could also consider spending her friend's money. Anyway, she couldn't spend it all. TSK. It seemed so unfamiliar. Unexpectedly, the young man paused when he heard her voice, and quickly turned his head to look at Shinshinfu. There was a red mole at the end of his eyebrow, which was particularly dazzling in the sun. After he met her eyes, his expression was full of disbelief, and he stood there like a wooden stick. She opened her mouth in a daze and asked as if to confirm, "Shinshinfu?" Liu smiled at her. "You've wrapped it like this, and there are still fans who recognize you." Shin Yoxing made a hushed gesture to the boy. "Please don't say anything, otherwise it will cause confusion." The white-clothed boy ignored them, and his obsidian eyes just looked at Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu was stared at a little strangely, and pointed at the black cat kite in his hand. "Are you selling this?" He paused, looked at his kite, and handed it to her stiffly. Shinshinfu took the kite and said thank you, turned around and left. Shin Yoxing moved a step, separated his sight, and asked, "How much is it?" "You can calculate it all when the time comes, and I will pay it together." But the boy bypassed and ran over quickly, called Shinshinfu, his eyes slightly red, and said something very strange. "Shinshinfu, my name is Feng Wu." The old man next to him stopped tying the kite when he heard his self-introduction. Shin Shinfu looked at him with the kite in her eyes. She looked unfamiliar and confused under her hat. But the person opposite her had a clean temperament and no ill will. So she nodded. Seeing this, he smiled and walked back to the stall. But he would occasionally glance at Shin Shinfu. Liu hugged her arm and bumped Shin Yoshing. Look! It has to be Shin Shinfu again. This lucky mushroom is everywhere. Shin Yoshing looked at her and laughed dryly. Miss, quickly choose a kite that suits your taste. After they all finished choosing and left, the old man sitting on the ground asked the young man respectfully. You are also a fan? Doesn't he even have a laptop? Feng Wu smiled. And the red mole at the end of his eyebrow added a bit of beauty. But he didn't answer him directly. Just said, be nicer to the guests next time. The old man lowered his eyebrows and said a little aggrievedly, I know. The team got the kite, ran against the wind, gradually loosened the rope in their hands, and put the kite into the sky. Liu couldn't put it up. So Shin Shinfu used the space plane to fan it. And a gust of wind directly rolled up her diamond kite and flew it into the sky. She was happy. After Xiao Fei put his rose kite into the sky, he tied it to Xiao Kai and put roses with roses. She was very satisfied. But the kite bought by Xiao Hua had 3 big words, I'm sorry. After putting it up, she secretly looked at her brother's face. But Xiao Shu put, hee, as expected of a brother and sister. After everyone had put their kites in the sky, they lay directly on the grass. Shin Yoshing pressed the shooting button to record the scene in their eyes. Everyone slept on the grass for 2 or 3 hours. Shin Shinfu opened his eyes after a good sleep and felt really good. This blue sky and the kites in the sky seemed to be the embodiment of the word beautiful. So relaxing. But suddenly, she saw a long string of black and white kites in the sky. This is too long. It seems to be floating. And it seems to be twisting? What kind of black kite is that above? This is the first time I have seen it. Xiaoshu looked over. I have never seen such a long string of kites. Many people also found that the kite was wrong. And they all pointed to the sky and gathered together to talk. Cece had good eyesight and saw another string, which looked like a chain from a distance. There's more than one. Look! There are more. Nei suddenly sat up and looked at the 2 black and white objects that suddenly appeared. No. Those things are wrong. What? All the team members stood up, watching those things increase rapidly. The sky was suddenly divided into many small pieces, as if a wire mesh was pulled. Chapter 239. This long chain was in disarray, and was still twisting and moving. But it looked like a huge piece of floating hair. And the whole sky was instantly creepy. Most of the people who came to participate in the kite festival felt a sense of crisis at this time, and wanted to pack up and leave quickly. Some of the brave ones thought it was a large kite, and were not afraid. They turned on their light computers to take pictures, and laughed during the process. The tension and joy were intertwined in the scene. It was particularly uncomfortable. At this moment, a strong wind blew. And some people who were already uneasy did not hold the kite firmly. And the kite was rolled into the sky. Everyone looked up and stared at the kite hitting the long chain net. As the distance got closer and closer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The kite hit it lightly. But the long chains did not react, and were still moving. Just when everyone was about to let go, they changed in the next moment. The long chains that were originally strands suddenly stopped a few times. Then they quickly gathered them together like chopsticks to quickly roll noodles together. During this time, the kites that accidentally flew into the sky were rolled up and broken into pieces, turning into rags that fell down one after another. And this crazy ball was still getting bigger and bigger. Soon it had rolled into a spherical shape of a kilometer in size, which looked like a wriggling wire ball from a distance. People who were anxious to leave directly let go of the kites. And dozens of people hit it. It seemed to be angry, suddenly expanding several times in size, and then retracting. All the kites were torn to pieces. When it tore the kites, it began to eat people. It shot out several long chains to the ground, some of which were like chains, hooking people, and then wrapping around the whole body of the person. In just a few seconds, when the long chains were taken away, the standing person was left with only a skeleton scattered on the ground. At this time, people could see clearly that those long chains were not wires or cloth strips, but swallows. It turns out that these long chains are made up of many swallows, flying in a line, and the movement of each swallow is a delayed version of the previous one. It's like the effect of interval shooting and stacking in photography. However, The photos made by stacking look like mini swallows. But there is only one source. But it just records the trajectory. But this star beast is actually made up of so many swallows. Shin Yoshing looked solemn and shouted, "This is a star beast." Everyone quickly evacuate the scene. Hearing this, the crowd was silent for a few seconds, and then burst into strong and piercing screams. Everyone let go of the kites in their hands and ran out of the field. But this field is very large, and it takes some time to run out. The crowd was in chaos, and everyone's expression was panic, stumbling towards the exit. Some people fell down, or if they were a little slow, they would be eaten by the swallow chain. Shin Shinfu was the first to teleport into the air, rushing towards the swallow star beast quickly, and at the same time using the space plane to protect all the people below, trying to prevent the star beast from eating people again. Shin Yoshing made arrangements for the school team. Xiaoshu, Liu, Nai, Xiao Lai will help the crowd evacuate below, and the others will kill the star beasts together. Xiao Fei will assist and try to delay until the military district sends people over. After that, he added, Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai will also help evacuate. Xiao Kai was very happy to hear this. The two leaves were raised and swayed left and right, and the body was twisting and turning. Then the leaves flapped and flew out to help evacuate the crowd. When Xiaohua was about to go up, Xiaoshu looked a little worried and wanted to say something to her, but held it back. But before Xiaohua entered the Mecca, she turned around and said to Xiaoshu, "I know. I will be careful. I was wrong last time. Brother is generous. Please forgive your stupid sister." It seemed that he heard what he was thinking. Xiaoshu was startled, and the anger that had been lingering in his heart suddenly dissipated. He couldn't help but chuckled. Then go quickly. Silly goose. Okay. The rest of the Freedom 1 team all entered the Mecca and carried out their respective tasks. This is a habit they developed after participating in the league. Everyone feels safe when they carry mechas with them. Shin Yoshing opened the gate of the dead and released 3,000 winged soldiers. As far as his current ability is concerned, the upper limit is 6,000 legions, regardless of type. So he also transferred 2,000 cavalry below to protect the people on the ground. At the same time, he ensured that his mental strength would not be exhausted. And Zhao Chengcheng and Cici entered the Mecca and started to attack the star beast from different directions. The swallow chain of the star beast was like the tentacles of an octopus, swinging out from all angles, trying to entangle them. Cici would be dodged if she cut it. So she drove the Mecca and used the built-in ion cannon to bombard the swallow star beast. And Zhao Qiqing's Mad Blade was just right for dealing with this star beast. The Mad Blade is originally a void beast made up of many blade weapons, which can grow bigger or smaller. Zhao Chengcheng did not hold back and directly injected supernatural powers into it, expanding it to a size of 100 meters. Slam into the swallow star beast. It dented after the collision. The strange thing is that the swallows killed by the crazy blade fell down like rain, indicating that they were really dead. But the swallow chain took out the dead swallows and took a few seconds to produce new swallows and connect them together. It didn't suffer much damage. Shin Shinfu quickly moved to the inner position. She used the space block to protect herself and did not enter the Mecca, because the Mecca is too big. It is not convenient to pass quickly in this dense swallow chain and find the star core. What made her feel most irritated was not because of this disgusting arrangement, but the chirping of the swallows. Their calls were fast and mixed, and they seemed to explode their heads when mixed together. She wanted to cut off the swallow chain with the space blade, but she didn't expect the swallows to directly increase the distance between them and avoid the space blade. Wait until the space blade passes, and then connect. Shin Shinfu frowned, and as soon as she loosened her hand, the space blade disappeared. She raised her hand inside the star beast, gathered her superpowers in front of her, and the space kaleidoscope blossomed in the countless black and white swallows. The kaleidoscope tore open a piece of color. It opened a way forward for her. The crowd below saw several mechas appearing, and some people fighting the star beast in the air, and their fear was relatively reduced. So far, only the first few people have died. In the case of the star beast appearing, it is already a blessing from heaven, and it is extremely lucky. Some fans of the Freedom Team 1 saw these black and gold mechas and their familiar operations, and shouted in surprise, "They are the Freedom Team 1 of the Galaxy Military Academy." Freedom Team 1? They are really here. It's them. The space plane that protects us is Shin Shinfu, and the undead army above is Shin Yoshing. These mechas are the freedom unique to their school team. I'm saved. Woo woo. I thought I would die here. Even if the star beast is not dead yet. The people below already have the feeling of surviving a disaster. The white-clothed boy Feng Wu was staring blankly at the scene in the sky. The old man quickly collected all the kites, put them on his back and asked him, "Are we leaving now?" "That's a star beast. It scares me." Feng Wu nodded. The swallows blocked everything, and he couldn't see anything clearly. But he didn't feel worried. In the end, he left with the old man. This star beast is not big. And Shin Fu didn't have as much difficulty as he imagined to get to the innermost part. But when she crushed those swallows and reached the center of the star beast, she didn't see the star core. What's going on? Chapter 240. Generally speaking, the star core of a spherical star beast is in the middle and is deeply protected. How could there be no star core? Although these swallows are scary when they eat people, judging from the fluctuations and the single attack method, they should be star beasts of the vicious level. That is, the lowest level of star beasts. And if they are not dealt with, 100,000 people will die in an hour. Not very high. But how can they hide their star cores? The space blocks that were sinking and floating were pecked by them with a tooth-grinding sound. She placed 2 fingers on her brows, connected the domain pattern in her mind, and the domain unfolded. Layers of colorful patterns cut the star beast in half inside. But she unfolded to a range of 1,000 meters, and was just wrapped up by those swallows. Others outside did not see it. The mental power network began to be released from the domain, forming more than a dozen layers of spherical mental power networks. She closed her eyes, and captured the movement trajectory of the swallows layer by layer. These swallows give people the feeling of being some strange beasts. And there are also energy fluctuations in their bodies. They are the type of star beasts that imitate strange beasts. And they are not the same as the previous snowflake star beasts. They have their own rules. That's why they look like real animals. But their behavior is very different. After all, real swallows don't eat people. Shin Fu mental network has passed through countless swallows. But she didn't find any difference. She frowned slightly, and saw a long swallow chain passing in front of her from beginning to end. She thought of it. The mental network locked a complete swallow chain. And they were winding into a ball without any rules. Shin Fu injected a blue mental power, followed their trajectory, and merged with them. And then, the kaleidoscope unfolded along this mental line into a long strip, and crushed the swallows on that swallow chain at the same time. Then she carefully observed the state of these swallows. If swallows grew again, it meant that it did not cause much damage. But it didn't. That is to say, you can't attack directly from other parts. But you have to kill a whole swallow chain at once to cause damage to it. Only then will it be possible for it to reveal its star core. You can't miss even one. Shin Fu closed the field and teleported directly outside. Zhao Chengcheng and Cece had been fighting for 10 minutes at this time. But there was still no effect. Seeing her come out, they were a little anxious. How is it? Is there any progress? We have been fighting for so long and it's useless. The star beast became more and more arrogant. And thousands of swallow chains stretched out and went in all directions. It was a black mass, although it had no face. But it still looked fierce. There was no high-altitude control outside the kite festival venue, and many aircraft were shot down by it. Shin Fu replied, "It will only work if you kill one swallow chain at a time." "How do you kill it?" "It's such a long chain." Shin Fu told them. "It's okay. I've got a solution. But you need to help me." Zhao Chengcheng opened a swallow chain and asked, "How can I help?" Shin Fu replied, "Help me get all these swallow chains together." There were too many aircraft outside the venue, and the swallow chains had already been mixed with the flight routes thousands of meters away. Some of the swallow chains extended into the forest, and it was inconvenient for her to directly frame them with space blocks. Cece, Zhao Chengcheng, and Xiao Hua in another direction immediately drove the mecha away from the Star Beast group and flew farther to drive back the swallow chains that had flown far away. Shin Fu glanced at Shin Yoshing, and he also controlled the winged army to retreat, fly to a distance, and start attacking the swallow chains from the very border. Shin Fu was not idle either, and erected many space planes to block them to prevent the swallow chains from going farther away. The people who originally participated in the kite festival had been taken to the exit by Liu and others. The security guards and staff of the organizer were evacuating the crowd. But some people were unwilling to leave and stood by the exit. Some started live broadcasts, and some took photos and spread them crazily. Liu looked very annoyed and really didn't understand what was more important than escaping. After all, this was a star beast. Suddenly, Shin Yoshing's voice came from the mecha's internal communication. Liu, after you evacuate the crowd, come up and drive all the extended swallow chains together. The other members of the team all flew into the sky and drove the swallows together. Liu complained while driving them, and everyone in the mecha heard her words. I didn't expect a good kite festival to turn out like this. Wow. My wonderful holiday turned into a bad holiday. That's not the way to say it. Xiaohua punched a swallow chain. After all, we saved so many people. We have to eat 10 big chicken legs when we go back. Freedom 1 team was busy in the air, and the live broadcast room of the person broadcasting below was also popular. Where is this? Isn't that a Freedom mecha in the sky? The game just ended yesterday, and it started again today? Don't you want to rest and train this time? Yes. Why is there only Freedom Team 1? Why does the one above look like a star beast? It's not like. It's a star beast. I just ran out. This is the kite festival on Chinyu Star. Suddenly, a star beast appeared. It's so scary. The hot search of Freedom Team 1 at noon today turned out to be going to the kite festival. People at the scene should be glad that they went. It took the team about 10 minutes to drive the swallows, and drove them all to the sky above the kite festival venue. And then all retreated. Shin Shinfu teleported to the star beast. In front of this 1,000-meter-sized star beast, she was just a small dot, looking so thin. But her ability is so powerful. She raised her palm upwards, and a space block with a side length of 2 kilometers was pulled up, completely framing the entire star beast. The star beast in the space paused for a second because of the expansion of this space block. This is her space block of extreme strength. An extreme space block requires 100 times the mental power of an ordinary space block. She made sure it couldn't get out. Then she said lightly, "Space kaleidoscope." The kaleidoscope expanded outward from the innermost position of the star beast along each swallow chain, which was the anchor point she left in the center before she came out. At the same time, the mental network was activated to cooperate with the kaleidoscope to strangle all the swallows. The swallows screamed in despair. Blood and flesh fell down, but the kaleidoscope still shone. The star beast sensed the danger, and the swallow chains in the outer circle began to flee frantically. It's a pity that they were framed by the space block. They can't get out. When the kaleidoscope extended to the outer circle of the star beast one by one and swallowed all the swallows, they were connected together to form a huge colorful irregular sphere. Everyone present saw this beautiful and amazing move. I couldn't believe my eyes. Liu covered her mouth and sighed. This is too beautiful. Why don't you show me such a beautiful skill? In less than 2 minutes, all these swallows were killed. The kaleidoscope shattered and disappeared, and a burst of black energy gathered in the space block. Gradually it turned into a black star core more than 2 meters high. And from this star core, new swallows grew and flew out.